Volume 6, Chapter 255, The Demon of Flowers, Part 1. The headless body of Carverax wobbled and fell. Kettle quietly looked down at it. Is it dead? As soon as Kettle leaned in to check, the headless body suddenly raised its hand. A dark light poured toward Kettle, but it didn't hit him. Anticipating the attack, he effortlessly dodged and then stomped on the body. A hole was pierced through the upper torso. The body trembled violently as if in a seizure and then disappeared. Kettle turned his gaze. I've had a similar experience before. I don't get caught twice. Huff huff. A little distance away, Carverax reappeared. Outwardly, there were no visible injuries. Kettle stroked his chin. Indeed, I can't kill you with a single strike. Kettle couldn't fully manifest the mystical power. At best, he could only enhance his body with it. It seemed it still wasn't enough to kill a demon. However, Carverax coughed up blood. His body staggered significantly. It was clear he was injured. Kettle chuckled with satisfaction. At least I can still inflict damage. Using his mystical power, he had inflicted a wound on the demon. It was a satisfactory outcome. Kettle laughed cheerfully while Carverax struggled to steady his trembling body. Though he used magic to restore his crushed head, he couldn't deny the damage. It felt like his head had been smashed with a hammer. Yow! Carverax unleashed his power in a fit of rage. A dark light spiraled toward Kettle. Kettle smiled and stepped forward. All of Carverax's power shattered and was crushed. The body held by Kettle was slammed into the ground and crushed. Carverax spat blood. Kettle wasn't even using the mystical power to strengthen his body right now. He was merely surrounding himself with it for offensive purposes. Even so, Carverax was being helplessly toyed with, and that was the expected result. Kettle had fought against many demons before. Among them were top-tier demons on the same level as Carverax. They put up a decent fight against Kettle. The reason for this was simply because Kettle didn't fully understand the mystical power. No matter how much he tore or crushed them apart, they would regenerate without any damage, making it seem like they were putting up a good fight. In other words, it was only because Kettle was lacking. But now that lack had been resolved. No longer could even top-tier demons stand in Kettle's way. Crunch. He crushed Carverax's arm and burst his head. Carverax let out a desperate scream, regenerating again, but Kettle tore his body in half before he could unleash his power. Carverax was barely holding on, but he was reaching his limit. The accumulated damage was piling up inside him. Finally, Carverax couldn't endure anymore and fell to his knees. Thank you. You've given me confidence. Now he could even harm demons. I owe you my gratitude. Kettle walked past the collapsed Carverax. He slowly approached a pink flower bud. What is this? Now that he could wield the mystical power, he understood clearly. Inside this flower, there was a power that could even dismiss Carverax. I'd like to observe it, but he was intrigued. But Kettle suppressed his curiosity. That won't do, I'm here to defeat you after all. Kettle raised his fist, starting to channel the mystical power into it. Just as he was about to smash the flower, Carverax hurled himself forward. With the determination that the flower must never be touched, he charged at Kettle. Kettle swung his fist as if annoyed. Crunch. His fist pierced Carverax's body. Carverax spat blood. The burden on his body was reaching its limit. But he didn't fall. If I grit my teeth and bear it, I can endure it. Carverax gathered all his remaining strength, literally everything he had left, fly away. His finger touched Kettle's body, then an explosion of power occurred. Boom! Kettle's body was sent flying across the continent. In an instant, he became a dot in the distance. Kettle's eyes widened as he flew. Oh, so there was a method like this. Kettle hadn't yet mastered the mystical power completely. He had a weakness. It was that gathering the mystical power took a few seconds. During those few seconds, he was vulnerable to even ordinary physical force. Carverax had realized this and gathered all his power to send Kettle flying far away. Carverax chuckled. It only sends him flying for a few seconds, but it will take some time for him to come back. A few seconds were enough for a demon of Carverax's level to send someone flying hundreds of kilometers. Unless he used teleportation, it would take a while to return. Thunk, and at that moment a blade pierced Carverax's chest. The mystical power imbued in the sword exploded, burning his body. Carverax's body collapsed. Such a petty trick. The mercenary king clicked his tongue and sheathed his sword. He had finally arrived, breaking through all defenses. Following him, the archbishop and other superhumans appeared. What happened? This demon sent Kettle flying far away. It seems it will take him some time to return. Ah, I see. The archbishop was puzzled. But why? The battle was practically over. Their victory was assured. Carverax had exhausted all his power and was on the verge of being forcefully summoned back. Sending Kettle flying wouldn't hurt him, so it was a meaningless act, but Carverax laughed. Ha ha ha. It was close, but it worked. His body was slowly disintegrating. It meant he was being forcefully summoned back, but Carverax had achieved his goal. Now, bloom, O sin, consume all nutrients and let the great flower bloom. Thus on this earth let the wicked flower blossom. With those words, Carverax vanished, and then, whoosh, the pink flower bloomed. They hadn't realized until the end what the flower bud was. It hadn't changed at all during the attack, so they had unconsciously dismissed it. They thought it was just a device to amplify Carverax's power. Now that very thing had bloomed. The flower bud blossomed and the latent power within it erupted. The Archbishop and Piego's expressions changed. "Oh, Mother Earth!" Gasp. Flames and holy energy rose violently, forming a barrier. It collided with the force unleashed by the blooming flower bud. Rumble, us, the Archbishop and Piego groaned. The barrier wavered precariously as if it might shatter at any moment, but with all their might they barely held on. Wait, the Archbishop's face hardened. The force that just exploded was only a tiny fraction of the latent power. It was just a fragment, and yet they had to use all their strength to defend against it. In the ensuing silence, the sound of someone swallowing echoed. The power gradually subsided, revealing the scene. Oh no, and from within the blooming bud a woman appeared. She was a demon with long pink hair that covered her entire body and goat-like horns on both sides of her head. Her expression was rather vacant. She tilted her head slowly and then opened her mouth. Hello, a chill ran down their spines the moment they heard those words. Death enveloped them. The weak-willed collapsed to the ground, their legs giving out. The only one who moved was Piego. What the hell? Piego cursed and unleashed a burst of flames, creating a storm surrounding the woman. It was Piego's full power, the strength of a high-level spirit that even someone like Carverax couldn't easily counter. But against this, the woman lightly snapped her fingers. Boom, the storm vanished without a trace. The superhuman, top-tier power was obliterated with a mere flick of her fingers. Piego gritted his teeth. Everyone run now. Piego was a spirit with the ancient flame, living for a very long time. As such, he knew who that demon was. How are you even on this earth? In hell, there existed demons with names. These demons, granted a name, could wield great power. Carverax was one of them, a top-tier demon with strength on par with the highest of superhumans by earthly standards. But among the demons, there were those who stood above even them. Demons who not only had names but also held titles, demons permitted to tread the land of hell. Demons with hierarchy, hero-class demons. Piego, filled with shock, uttered her name. The demon of flowers, Floris. Oh my, Piego, it's been a while, hasn't it? Floris smiled pleasantly. It's the first time we've met since the great war between gods and demons. I'm glad to see you're still in good health. Just seeing your face feels like having a nightmare. The demon of flowers, Floris. Long ago, she was a demon who played a significant role in the great war between gods and demons. However, there were no records of her on Earth. The reason was simple. No one who met Floris survived. She was a demon who spread death across the continent until the gods themselves finally defeated her. How in the world? Even though a rift had appeared on Earth, it shouldn't have been enough to summon a demon like Floris. As Piego pondered, he realized something. So that bud was the key. He finally understood why Carverax had consumed the holy sanctuary. It was to forcefully bloom a demon that otherwise couldn't manifest on Earth. By devouring all the energy of the sacred land, they made it possible for Floris to appear in her complete form on Earth. Floris smiled gently. Correct. Now I must follow my Lord's will and defile this world, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't interfere and just went back. That's not going to happen, I will stop you. In that case, disappear. Floris lightly waved her hand. And pink flowers bloomed from Piego's body. The flowers quickly grew, feeding off Piego. Piego was shocked. When did you plant the seeds? From the moment we started talking, goodbye, boom. Piego's body was engulfed by the pink flowers and exploded. He was forcibly sent back to the spirit world. A highest-ranking spirit with superhuman strength was banished with a single blow, a hero-class demon. An existence they could never hope to defeat, a superhuman magician involuntarily let out a groan. Ah, silence. And in that instant flowers bloomed from the mage's body, his eyes filled with horror. W8S save, crack. He couldn't finish his sentence. His body was completely drained and became a withered corpse, absorbed by the pink flowers that bloomed on the ground. A superhuman, highly respected wherever they went, had died without doing anything. I'm currently enjoying this rare chance to be on Earth. I'd appreciate it if you all kept quiet. Floris closed her eyes and murmured softly. No one could resist her, except for one, the mercenary king. The mercenary king silently leapt forward, closing in on Floris incredibly quickly and swung his sword. Oh my, Floris opened her eyes. You're a brave one. She casually reached out and grabbed the tip of the mercenary king's sword. Flowers began to bloom from the sword. The mercenary king, startled, released the sword and retreated. That was the right decision. If you'd held onto the sword, your body would have become food for the flowers. Everyone. Run, the mercenary king shouted. A hero-class demon. They couldn't deal with her. Someone had to survive and inform the outside world. The mercenary king was determined to sacrifice himself to save at least one person. Floris understood his intentions. That's a noble sentiment. And so Floris lightly snapped her fingers. Ah, arg, save me. At the same time, flowers bloomed from the bodies of those far away. They died instantly, consumed by the flowers as their nutrients. Damn it! The mercenary king attacked Florus, desperate to stop her. Florus calmly placed a finger on the mercenary king's forehead. And with that, his body was flung to the ground. He was incapacitated with a single blow. The mercenary king was horrified. An ancient dragon. It felt the same as when he had faced the ancient dragon Ignitia. Florus smiled warmly. Just stay there and watch. Watch as all the people you tried to protect die. No, please stop. In an instant, dozens of flowers bloomed. The elite warriors who were outside died one by one in mere seconds. Next is you, isn't it? Florus turned her gaze to Cain and the group of archbishop. Flowers began to bloom, starting with the magicians. They died without even being able to scream. Cain let out a bitter laugh and dropped his sword. To die in such a way, how meaningless. Cain realized that he would die here, but I won't go down without a fight. Even if it was futile, he would make one last desperate stand. He gripped his sword with renewed resolve. Florus, about to bloom a flower, suddenly paused. Her expression changed. She stretched out her arm in the direction of the disturbance, and flower petals rose to protect her body. And then there was a collision. Boom! The powerful impact caused cracks to spread across the petals. Florus groaned and took a step back, but she withstood it and turned to face the source. She launched the petals like arrows. The strike was strong enough to pierce a mountain. Oh, bang, and that strike was shattered. The petals scattered in all directions. This is the first time someone has blocked and even countered my attack. The opponent murmured, sounding intrigued. Florus narrowed her eyes. A barbarian. Cain's eyes widened in shock. Kettle, who had been thrown away, had returned, swinging his axe once more. You're quite strong, aren't you? Kettle grinned, his expression like that of someone who had found an exciting new toy. Chapter 256, The Demon of Flowers, Part 2. Kettle, how did you get here so quickly? Cain stammered as he asked. Kettle had been flung so far away that he was no longer visible. Considering Carverax's power, it must have been at least 100 kilometers. It hadn't been long since he was sent flying, yet he had already arrived here. Kettle answered, I ran very hard. Cain was at a loss for words. Kettle stroked his chin as he surveyed the surroundings. I had a bad feeling, so I did my best to get here. The situation doesn't look good. All the people were dead. The only ones left alive were the mercenary king, the Archbishop Cain, and maybe 2 or 3 others. In less than 5 minutes, everyone else had been annihilated. What happened? A flower bloomed, and from it a demon descended. The flower was harboring the demon. Kettle looked at the woman with pink hair, Florus. He assessed her power for a moment and then muttered, she looks quite strong. According to Piego, it's the demon of the flowers, Florus. Not only does she have a name, but she also holds a rank. Oh, a ranked demon. He had heard of them a few times before. They were far stronger than named demons. This is the first time I'm seeing one with my own eyes. She's strong, I cannot judge her level, but she's definitely hero class. Good, very good. Kettle's expression brightened even more at Cain's words. I'll take her on. You all should retreat. Is that all right? You wouldn't be of any help anyway. Cain bit his lip, but it was the truth. He quickly signaled with his eyes, and the archbishop hurriedly supported the fallen mercenary king. Please, good luck. Kettle, be careful. That thing is strong. The mercenary king spoke with a voice that was on the verge of death. Kettle chuckled, understood. The survivors quickly retreated from the battlefield, and Florus did nothing. She simply watched them leave. Thanks for not interfering. I've already planted the seeds. I can kill them anytime. Besides, they're not the important ones right now. Florus narrowed her eyes. I know who you are. The one my mother spoke of. Mother? Kettle's face showed intrigue. Even demons have parents, huh? So demons were born through their mothers. His curiosity was piqued, but naturally Florus didn't answer. A barbarian strong enough to fight against gods, but I know, the demon spoke confidently. You're lacking, you can't break us. In all his previous battles, Kettle had never been able to defeat a demon on his own. He always needed external help. There's no one here to help you. Go ahead, struggle all you want. I'll ignore you and destroy the world. Florus had made her decision. She decided to disregard Kettle completely. No matter how much he hit her or damaged her body, she could regenerate without any harm. There was no need to respond. Is that so? Then shall we test that? Kettle laughed heartily as he stepped forward. In an instant, his body appeared right in front of Florus. Florus didn't react. She simply stared at him as if daring him to try. Kettle clenched his fist and mystery gathered within it. At that moment, Florus's expression changed. Kettle swung his fist. Boom, a powerful force exploded. The mighty wind from his punch swept across the front, pushing the air and snapping the trees in the distant forest. A portion of the vast plain was carved out. Kettle marveled, oh, you dodged, the delay is still an issue. Fixing that will be my next task. You, Florus's face twisted, you. How did you wield mystic power? I just learned it recently. Kettle replied proudly. Floris's face was shocked as if she had witnessed the impossible, and indeed that was the case, the demon of the flower, Floris. She was an extremely ancient demon, from the era before the great war between gods and demons. She had existed even before the concept of demons came into being. That was why she knew. You shouldn't be able to wield mystic power. The traveling merchant said the same. I must be quite special. Floris calmed herself. Though she didn't understand, the barbarian before her had learned to wield mystic power. He now had the means to counter her kind. She could no longer afford to ignore him. Floris's eyes grew cold. Well, it doesn't matter. I know you're strong, but that's all. She was the demon of the flowers, Floris. A great demon with rank and status. Long ago, during the great war between gods and demons, she had fought and triumphed over countless powerful opponents. Bloom, swoosh. Petals rose up behind Floris, forming the shape of wings. Kettle marveled. Flower wings, impressive. Floris spread her hand. A flower stem rose and took the shape of a spear. Following my mother's will, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, that sounds fun. Kettle grinned. Kane's explanations were unnecessary. His instincts were telling him. The demon before him was a hero-class demon, one of the strongest he had encountered outside. This was exhilarating. He tried to suppress the smile that was blooming on his face, but he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. The air buzzed with tension. Floris frowned. A barbarian is a barbarian. I'm a man of reason and knowledge. What nonsense. Well, it doesn't matter right now. Kettle drew his axe. There was genuine intent in his grip. Let's begin. Boom, the ground exploded. In an instant, Kettle launched himself at Floris. Whizz, Floris thrust her spear. Her speed was lightning fast. It was faster than any attack Kettle had seen outside. She could carve a tunnel through a mountain with that force if she wanted. Kettle gripped his axe tightly. Clang, the axe blade and spear tip collided. The impact surged outward, shaking everything around. Those retreating from the battlefield were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Uia, erg, the first clash. Floris was the one pushed back. Unable to withstand the force, her body slid back. Floris clicked her tongue. As expected, I can't win in raw strength. Toat, Kettle kicked off the ground and appeared right in front of Floris. She narrowly avoided the axe by throwing her body backward. Quachik, but a scar appeared on her chest. Even though she had dodged it, the aftershock alone was enough to leave a wound on Floris's body. Floris stepped back, placing her hand on the ground. Bloom, Hwa, pink flowers bloomed. She was the demon of flowers. She could manipulate her demonic energy in the form of flowers. The blooming flowers pushed everything away, excluding them. Kettle laughed heartily. Such beautiful power. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it with all his might. Quadadadak, the flowers shattered. Fragments scattered in all directions. Floris was at a loss. The flowers she had just bloomed contained the power to destroy even the holy sanctuaries of the gods, and yet it was shattered with a single blow. Toat, Kettle rushed at Floris once again. Floris's eyes became serious. Kettle brought down his axe. Floris raised her spear. Kuung, the ground, unable to withstand the force, caved in. Floris's knees buckled. She groaned under the immense power, but she endured it. She succeeded in blocking Kettle's full strength. She reached out her hand. That hand touched Kettle's chest. Bloom. And flowers bloomed around Kettle's body. Kettle's eyes widened. Oh, the flowers overlapped and engulfed Kettle. Floris quickly waved her hand. Close. The flowers that had bloomed began to close. It was a seal using her authority. In the distant past, during the war of gods and demons, this power had sealed even the Spirit King for a whole year. However, creak, crack, crack, cracks spread across the flowers. A mysterious light flickered through the gaps. Kuung, the flowers exploded. Floris clicked her tongue. To break free from something that could seal even the avatar of nature for a year in just a few seconds. You're disgustingly strong. You can even seal things, such versatility. If you're so impressed, I wish you'd let yourself get caught. Floris grumbled. She narrowed her eyes. Pushing him away isn't working. Sealing was impossible too. In that case, Floris decided on her next move. She raised her hand toward the sky. Bloom. Dozens of flowers bloomed simultaneously in the air. She clenched her fist. And twist. The flowers that had bloomed snapped shut and twisted. They twisted and squeezed to their limit, soon transforming into a single line. Oh ho, Kettle's expression changed. Dozens of lines were formed in the sky. The power contained within them was no joke. It was a force comparable to the dragon words Ignitia had unleashed. If it struck directly, even he could be in danger. Fire. The lines shot out. They traced a path to pierce through Kettle. Kettle quickly assessed the situation. Could he dodge? No, it was impossible. The trajectory made evasion impossible. In that case, Kettle raised his axe. He swung it toward the first line descending upon him. It wasn't an attack meant to shatter the line. It was an attack meant to twist its trajectory. The axe made the line's trajectory go off course. It collided with another line. The collision triggered a chain reaction, causing them to collide with each other. Kagagagang. With a single axe swing, the lines collided with each other and shattered. Kettle stood his ground, neutralizing the attack without moving. Floris groaned. Deflecting and redirecting the trajectory. I told you I'm a man of reason and knowledge. Previously, when facing assassins in the Denaian kingdom, he had changed the trajectory of their thrown weapons. He had drawn upon that experience. Kettle gripped his axe tightly and charged again. Floris clicked her tongue and grasped her spear. Koong, the axe and spear collided. Floris's body was pushed back, but she held firm. She quickly regained her stance and made more flowers bloom. She used the flowers to block the charging Kettle. Kagagagakak, power clashed. Floris gripped her spear and charged forward. She did not retreat, did not fear, and moved ahead. Ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. Kettle couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. She's strong, a hero-class warrior, someone who could withstand Kettle's full power. This wasn't the first time he had faced such an opponent. Queen Karin of the High Elves, the ancient dragon Ignitia, and if he included Federica, that made 3 so far, but he couldn't say he had fought any of them seriously. Karin was a non-issue, and the wandering merchant interrupted his fight with Ignitia after a brief skirmish. He had fought Federica with full sincerity, but it wasn't a fair fight since he had the upper hand. But this time was different. A hero-class warrior, one of the strongest in the world, he was engaged in a life-or-death battle with such an opponent, and she was enduring his attacks. This filled Kettle with such joy that he felt like losing his mind. This world was not weak. There were those who could withstand his full power. He had never wanted fragile toys that would break at the slightest touch. This was it. This was the power he had longed for in a fantasy. Kettle trembled with ecstasy. Floris felt chills run down her spine at the sight. This barbarian was genuinely delighted by her strength. A broken monster, that phrase came to her mind. Please, please, I beg you, don't break. Please keep fighting with me, Kettle sincerely whispered, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he charged at Floris again. Chapter 257, The Demon of Flowers, Part 3. The survivors moved far enough away from the battlefield. The mercenary king collapsed onto the ground. Are you all right? I'm fine, the mercenary king groaned. In just one strike, he was incapacitated with just a casual flick of the fingers. If he hadn't instinctively protected himself, his neck would have snapped and he would have died. The difference in power was enough to make him feel ashamed of his own strength, but there was no time to dwell on self-reproach. A terrifying power reverberated, shaking the air and making their bodies tremble. It was a force beyond their comprehension. Kettle was fighting over there. The archbishop stammered, we must help him somehow. If we go, we'll only get in the way. The mercenary king held back the archbishop. In a battle of heroes, those of lower ranks would be of no help. They would only hold Kettle back. The best they could do was stay here and watch. The archbishop clenched his fists in frustration. Kettle was fighting for his life over there and all they could do was watch. A sense of helplessness engulfed his entire body. The mercenary king asked Cain, how is the mastery of the mystery? It's at an adequate level. It should be usable in battle. Kettle could enhance or protect his body using mystery. Although there was a delay of a few seconds in using it, it was definitely helpful. But it was uncertain whether it was enough to face an opponent of heroic class. The mercenary king bit his lip. He fought a dragon and came out unscathed, so he has enough power. But the opponent is also a demon of that level. There was no telling what would happen. The archbishop knelt down and exclaimed in awe, Kettle is sacrificing himself for us. Sacrifice? Isn't that obvious? Kettle came running here in just a few minutes. Kettle had been driven beyond sight by Carverax. He didn't have to come back, and even if he did, he could have chosen not to engage in the fight after recognizing the demon's presence. That would have been the right decision. Given the level of the demon, it would have been better to seek help from the outside and make sure to capture it. There was no need to take such a risk. But Kettle returned. He sent them away and faced the demon himself. He willingly exposed himself to danger. The mercenary king's face showed surprise. Indeed, what a noble sacrifice. The archbishop prayed with a face full of emotion. O great Earth Mother, please protect him who sacrificed himself for us. The other survivors quickly joined their hands in prayer. They admired Kettle's noble sacrifice and prayed for his safety. But only Cain had a strange expression. Sacrifice? He was someone who knew what Kettle truly was, and so he could guess. No, he probably enjoys this. And Cain's guess was spot on. Kettle, with a wide grin, swung his axe. He clashed with a spear made of stems, and Floris's body was pushed back. Ha, strong, very strong, this is fun, crazy lunatic. Floris gritted her teeth and steadied herself. She narrowed her eyes, quickly analyzing Kettle's strength. I have enough chances to win. It wasn't a level where she couldn't win. It was tough, but she could block the barbarian's attacks, and the barbarian was also dodging or blocking her attacks. This meant that if she landed a direct hit, she could cause damage. He was monstrously strong, but there was definitely a chance to win. However, there was one particularly tricky issue. Kettle rushed in. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it with great force. The strength to split a mountain was unleashed repeatedly. Flora swung her spear to block it. The air cracked with every collision. ZZZRRTT. Cracks spread across the spear, unable to withstand the force. Kettle put more strength into his swing to break the spear. Kang, finally the spear shattered, but that was part of Floris's plan. She was already ducked down. Kettle's strength passed over her head. She placed her hands on the ground and muttered, "Bloom and devour." Whoosh, dozens of flowers bloomed simultaneously. They tried to engulf Kettle's body and absorb him as nourishment. In an instant, his body was buried in flowers. Floris concentrated her power even more. It was a level of pressure that even a dragon would struggle to escape. But ZZRRTT, the flowers began to crack. Between the cracks, a mysterious energy could be seen. Kang, the flowers exploded. The force of the explosion alone pushed Floris's body back. Floris clicked her tongue. That mystery is the problem. Kettle was using the mystery to enhance or protect his body. He was breaking all of her attacks using that power. Although there was still a delay of a few seconds, making it possible to respond, the strength was overwhelming. Why can he wield the mystery? Kettle was one of the oldest beings. He shouldn't be able to wield the mystery, but he clearly was. And why is he only using the mystery to enhance his body? If he truly was one of the oldest beings, he could have destroyed her as an existence. Floris was most wary of that, but no matter how long she waited, there was no sign of such an intention. Is he not suppressing it but choosing not to use it, if that was the case? It makes him easier to deal with. Floris's eyes cooled. First, she would seal the mystery. Floris lightly flicked her fingers. At that moment, Kettle's expression changed. Talk, he widened the distance. Floris muttered in disbelief. You can sense it without seeing or feeling it, huh? Kettle narrowed his eyes. In the air, something unseen could be felt, something very small like dandelion seeds. Thousands of them were floating in the air. What is that? But there was no time to analyze it. Floris charged at him, thrusting the newly formed spear towards Kettle. Zzing, he dodged the spear and swung his axe. He leaped into the air and sent out a gust of wind, pushing back the invisible things, but there were too many of them. The invisible things had grown so much that they now filled the entire space. Eventually, some of them touched Kettle's body. And at that moment, flowers bloomed. Kettle's eyes widened. Oh, the invisible things touched his body and flowers began to bloom. Kettle widened the distance and pulled out the flowers. Seeds, huh, that's right. You won't be able to avoid all of them. Suddenly, flowers began to continuously bloom from Kettle's body. Kettle quietly observed his body. It feels like they're using my body as nutrients to bloom. They were a type of parasitic plant. It felt similar to the test flowers he had seen at the sacred ground of the elves. Kettle curiously plucked out the flowers blooming all over his body. Floris was stunned by the sight. They can only penetrate the skin. The invisible seeds she scattered would bloom after devouring their target upon contact. This was the method she used to instantly banish Piego and kill numerous people. Though it was said that the power contained in each seed wasn't that great, even heroes would have to deal with them seriously. Yet, all Kettle did was casually pull them out, as if it was nothing more than a nuisance. The seeds couldn't even penetrate Kettle's muscles. And even though they only pierced his skin, flowers are blooming. What kind of power was contained within that body? Floris felt dizzy. This is annoying. Kettle stroked his chin. Although it wasn't a significant injury, the continuous blooming of flowers was bothersome. There were too many of them to handle individually. In that case, Kettle stirred up his mystery. He then enveloped his entire body with it. The invisible seeds touched Kettle's body but couldn't penetrate the mystery. This should do it. He spread the mystery thinly around his body to protect it. Since the energy consumption wasn't high, it should last until the end of the battle. However, there was one problem. By doing this, he wouldn't be able to use his mystery offensively. It's done, Floris smiled. She had sealed off the troublesome use of his mystery. Of course, with his mystery enveloping his body, she could still hurt him, but that would only matter if her attacks landed. Then it's a contest of strength. Kettle laughed cheerfully. That sounds good. Boom, Floris charged at him. Flowers bloomed all around. The scenery became as if they were in a vibrant garden, but the energy within was filled with an incredibly dense and terrifying darkness. It was a power qualitatively different from what he had encountered before. Kettle realized it too. Floris was no longer holding back and was pouring all her power into trying to kill him. Kettle's expression turned eager. Rumble, amid the blooming flowers, Kettle and Floris clashed. Bloom. Whoosh. The flowers bloomed, but Floris didn't stop there. Bloom, 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 bloom. Dozens of gigantic flowers bloomed all around. Kettle tried to break them all, but each one was an expression of Floris' full power and authority worthy of a hero. Since he couldn't use his mystery offensively, he couldn't break them immediately. Rumble, the flowers began to dominate the space. They pressed down and crushed Kettle's body. Huff, Kettle struck the flowers with brute force. The flowers wobbled and cracked but didn't break. Finally, Kettle's body was buried in the flowers. Pinned down, he couldn't move. Kettle muttered in delight. I can't move. Florus reached out her hand. A flower bloomed on her palm. Then another flower bloomed atop that one. Dozens of flowers stacked upon each other. Florus clenched her fist. The stacked flowers twisted violently, forming into a sharp arrow. Die, Florus spoke coldly as she fired the arrow. It shot forward at high speed, colliding with Kettle's body. Boom, power exploded. The ground shook and the sky seemed to recoil. Those who had been praying were flung away. Florus didn't stop there. She clenched her fist and twisted it violently. Twist and bloom, Screech. The arrow-shaped flower that had flown twisted and bloomed. A horribly distorted flower bloomed, its form grotesque. It was large enough to be seen from the other side of the plains. Huff, Florus, who had been standing still with her fist clenched, exhaled heavily and collapsed. Her breathing had become incredibly rough. She had used all her strength. She had literally pulled everything from the bottom of her reserves. Her limbs were trembling, but she had won. Florus smiled. That barbarian was dead. Not even a dragon could survive such power. And Kettle hadn't used any defensive means other than a flimsy mystery shield. She had blocked off all space to escape. Surviving was impossible. I won. Florus' voice was filled with joy. Mother, I've won. I've fulfilled your command. Please praise me. Florus rejoiced like a child. At that moment an ominous sound echoed. Crack, crack spread across the twisted blooming flower. As she stood there, puzzled, the flower shattered. Boom. Kettle revealed himself, his face full of laughter. Ha ha ha, he burst into wild laughter and clenched his fist. He swung it towards Florus. She tried to defend herself in shock. Crunch. But his fist broke through her defense and struck her chest. Florus coughed up blood as she was sent flying. Cough, cough. Oh, finally a hit that landed, so it's possible to deal damage even to a hero-class demon. That's valuable information. What? Florus stared at Kettle in disbelief. She had attacked him with all her might. No one in this world could withstand the twisted blooming of those flowers. But Kettle's body was unscathed. His entire body was completely protected by mystery without a single gap. The attack just now was quite powerful. It was superb. You deserve praise. If I hadn't reinforced my body with mystery, it could have been dangerous. Kettle looked at Florus with a face full of laughter. You suppressed my movements with blooming flowers, prepared a powerful attack, and even that wasn't the end. You made the flowers bloom and amplify their power even further. I could barely move. I might have been crushed to death if I hadn't been careful. Truly remarkable. Florus involuntarily took a step back. For the first time, fear began to appear in her eyes. Kettle grinned. But surely this isn't the end. Aren't you a demon of great stature and power? It was not enough yet. Please entertain me some more. Kettle laughed as he charged forward. Florus' eyes quickly filled with terror. Chapter 258, The Demon of Flowers. Part 4. Come on, let's keep fighting. More and more, with more enjoyment, Kettle charged forward, laughing maniacally. Florus hastily waved her hand. Bloom. With a rush, flowers bloomed. Not just one, but dozens of flowers blossomed in quick succession, blocking the space between Kettle and Florus. Kettle smiled and swung his fist. Crackle, the flowers shattered and broke apart. He smashed through all the flowers that stood in his way, advancing forward. Finally, Kettle appeared before Florus, who raised her arms to protect herself. Boom. Florus's body slid back across the ground. She couldn't completely block the attack. She struggled to suppress the shock that shook her entire body. Her eyes were filled with shock and denial. How? He shouldn't be able to use mystic arts for attacks. Physical enhancement should be impossible. At that moment, Kettle was moving purely through the power of his physical body. Yet he was overpowering Florus. Florus couldn't accept it, but it was an entirely natural situation. Florus was strong. As a demon with rank, she possessed enough power to have reached the level of a hero. Her strength was just below that of the ancient dragon Ignitia. The mercenary king had judged her as being on the level of an ancient dragon, but that had been a misjudgment. It was a mistake due to his limited perspective. Objectively speaking, Florus's level was closer to that of the high elf queen Karin. She possessed the same level of power as the strongest being of an entire race. It was a formidable and great power. But Kettle, even without using any mystic arts, had fought Ignitia to a standstill and gained the upper hand. The same was true when he fought against Federica's incarnation. With only his physical body, he had gained a clear advantage. The high elf queen Karin was undoubtedly strong, but compared to those two, there was a clear difference in level. From the beginning, Florus stood no chance of winning against Kettle. Kettle spoke with delight. As you said, I'm not using any physical enhancement, but even so, just his pure physical strength was more than enough against Florus. Kettle charged forward again. Florus hurriedly extended her hand, grasping a spear made of vines. Boom, the spear shattered. Florus's body tumbled across the ground. She gritted her teeth as she rose, causing more flowers to bloom. But these flowers were noticeably withered compared to the first ones. The backlash from trying to kill Kettle with all her strength was evident. Her power had clearly diminished. In contrast, Kettle remained relaxed. Though his mystic power had dwindled, it was still enough to last until the end of the fight. Floris's expression grew increasingly desperate. The thought of defeat began to surface in her mind. Kettle's expression, even as he was winning, was filled with regret. "You're not enough." The mystical beast within him was silent. It yawned as if the current situation held no significance for it. "I couldn't achieve my other purpose." "It's unfortunate." "Shut up." "Ah, but even so you've provided me with enough enjoyment." Kettle grinned, the sensation of fighting against a hero-class opponent with his life on the line, clashing against the mysterious power of fantasy. It was incredibly fun. But it was also nearing the end. This demon had nothing left to show him. "I'll fight you with all my strength until the very end." With a serious look, Kettle stomped forward. He grabbed Floris's arm as she tried to resist and broke it. He twisted her head and slammed it into the ground, then lifted his foot and repeatedly stomped on her body. Crunch! Her body was crushed and mangled, leaving deep indentations. Though she barely managed to regenerate, the damage was accumulating for sure. "Don't make me laugh!" Floris, in a fit of rage, unleashed her power. Flowers rose all around, trying to engulf Kettle, but even the buds couldn't bloom properly. Kettle easily ignored them and kicked Floris away. Thud! Floris's body rolled across the ground. She staggered to her feet, but now she could barely regenerate. If this continued, she would definitely be forcibly unsummoned. She couldn't let that happen. Floris gritted her teeth. To disappear without even tainting the world blocked by a barbarian, she couldn't accept that. Floris desperately gathered her power. The force gathering within her was something even Kettle couldn't underestimate, so Kettle smiled. "A final resistance, is it? I'll accept it." Floris concentrated her power. A small flower bloomed in her hand. It was tiny, but it held more power than any other flower she had ever bloomed. Kettle tensed, readying his entire body. Floris spoke coldly. "Blossom, that's enough." In that instant, a voice echoed. Kettle's expression changed. A woman's voice. It came from Floris, but it wasn't Floris's voice. The voice continued to echo. "That's enough, my child. You've done so well, but you look exhausted." What's happening?" Floris's eyes widened. It was as if even she hadn't expected this. "So from here on, leave it to me." Floris's face was filled with terror. Oh no, crack, a hand burst through her belly, rumble. Even from outside, they could sense Floris's power waning. The mercenary king muttered, "It seems he's won." My goodness." The archbishop was horrified. The archbishop was shocked. A demon with a hierarchy, Floris. A hero-class demon was now being defeated by Kettle. What level is this? Even among heroes, there were clear differences in rank. This meant Kettle was at a level capable of defeating Floris. It was a power beyond their understanding, but fortunately it was on their side. They had won. They were succeeding in banishing the demon from the earth. Just as they sighed in relief, the archbishop's expression changed. His face turned pale as he struggled to catch his breath. It wasn't just the archbishop. The mercenary king's face also turned pale, and Cain could barely breathe. Wait, something was wrong. Something terrifying had descended where Kettle was. It felt as though a god had descended upon the earth. No, it was even more horrifying and alien. It was something that could easily dismiss Floris. What is this? The archbishop had an intuition. Something had appeared, something so terrible that it could never appear on earth, something that should never have appeared. Crunch, crack. Floris's body trembled as if in a spasm, then went limp. Unable to withstand the force, XHE had died. A hand burst out from Floris's belly, grasping the limp body as it rose. SHHHRIP, it revealed itself. A woman in a glamorous dress with a voluptuous figure. The woman looked at the world with eyes filled with ecstasy. This clean air, I missed it so much. She trembled with excitement as she stepped onto the ground, and just by doing so, the earth was tainted. The world was corrupted by a terrifying evil. Kettle spoke up. "A gatecrasher has intruded. Sorry for interrupting your fight with my child, but I couldn't resist any longer." The woman smiled sweetly. If the mercenary king or the archbishop had still been there, they would have been enthralled by that smile the moment they saw it. They would have betrayed the earth, knelt before the woman, and pledged their love. Such was the power contained in her smile. Of course, it had no effect on Kettle. The woman, too, seemed to expect that as she elegantly bowed. "This is the first time I've seen you in person. Your name is Kettle, correct? You know me. I have a great interest in you." The woman licked her lips with her tongue. "I know about you, but you don't know about me. That's quite unfair, isn't it? So let me introduce myself." The woman gracefully curtsied as if she were a noble, perhaps even royalty from somewhere. "I am the mother of all demons. My name is Materia. Nice to meet you, oldest one." Oh, Kettle's interest was piqued. The mother of all demons, possibility came to his mind. The consort of the demon king? No, that one is great and mighty. I can't even compare to them, I'm just a mother. You don't need to belittle yourself like that. Kettle gathered his mystic energy. Since it didn't seem like a fight would happen immediately, he intended to conserve his strength. The woman who introduced herself as the mother of all demons. She was strong, monstrously strong. Just by facing her, Kettle could feel it. He had only felt such a presence once before outside. A god, Federica, it was similar to her. No, it was even more terrifying and twisted. Kettle smiled. Is it that easy for beings like you to descend upon this world? Normally, it would be impossible, but thanks to the fool on your side, I've got some leeway. Now I can intervene for a short while. Materia spoke lightly. Kettle understood the meaning behind her words. Federica had opened the heavenly passage to intervene in this world. That must have been something beyond the domain permitted to her. It seemed that due to the resulting rift, similar events were now possible on the demon's side as well. She's a worthless fool to the end. She's a helpful fellow to us. As Kettle gauged Materia's power, she too was measuring Kettle's strength. Materia murmured with a curious expression. You're certainly strong and you can wield mystic energy. Kettle's entire body was still surrounded by mystic energy. Materia found this very peculiar. How is it that fascinating? Of course it is. You are the oldest being. You cannot become us and we cannot become you. Yet you're trying to become us, so naturally it's strange. Materia's words were similar to what the wandering merchant had said. Kettle's eyes sparkled. You know about me. I don't know you, but I know where you come from, what that place is like, and that you're a traitor. A traitor, huh? Isn't that so? You belong to this world, yet you were captivated by them and entered their realm of your own accord. What else would you call that but betrayal? Kettle laughed at those words. How foolish and stupid my ancestors were. Don't you think so? Indeed they were, Materia chuckled softly, a meeting between Kettle and the embodiment of evil. But the atmosphere wasn't bad, it was rather peaceful, Kettle asked lightly. Then may I ask you a question? I'm in a good mood right now, I might answer if I feel like it. What exactly are the Forbidden Lands? Our seal, Materia answered. Kettle was momentarily puzzled by that response. The ancient dragon Ignitia had said that in the distant past, there was a clash between the gods and the Forbidden Lands. It was said to have happened before the great war of gods and demons. And Federica had said that they must remain sealed there, that they were the defeated ones. Based on that information, Kettle had always thought that the gods had sealed the Forbidden Lands, but now Materia said it was our seal. Materia continued speaking. It's the proof of our victory after a battle that destroyed half the world against those who once held dominance, but we couldn't kill them, so we sealed them away. But recently that seal was broken. It's an unexpected event even for us. Materia wore a genuinely puzzled expression as she asked with a smile, Do you happen to know why the seal was broken? Chapter 259, The Demon of Flowers, Part 5. Well, Kettle answered with an ambiguous expression. I came out by my own will. He broke through everything that blocked him, cleared the quest, and escaped from that hellish place. I came out alone. I didn't bring anything else with me. I don't know why other things are rushing out. No, he had a suspicion. The fact that the beings from the Forbidden Lands were rushing out coincided with the time he came out, and the words spoken by the last thing he defeated. Thinking along those lines, it wasn't impossible to deduce. But he wasn't certain. More than that, he didn't want to answer any further. The other party was a demon, his enemy. Materia made a disappointed expression. So you don't know that much, I want to know. You've satisfied my curiosity, so it's only fair that I do the same for you. If you have any other questions, ask them. If I can answer, I will. Then I'll ask, Materia asked with calm eyes. The broken things inside, are they still there? What do you mean by broken things? I wouldn't know even if you say it like that. You know. The things that aren't from this world. Horrible things, twisted things, grotesque things, are they still trapped inside? With those words, Kettle realized what Materia was talking about. He nodded his head. They're there. Disgusting things, they're still there. I was hoping they'd beat each other to death, but it's not that simple. They do fight each other. Kettle had clashed with them many times, too many to count. I'll have to think about how to deal with them. Materia sighed as if it was a headache. She looked as though the things she asked about were becoming a major problem. Kettle spoke. Did that answer your question? Plenty. Well, that's good. I'd feel guilty if I was the only one receiving. Materia stared quietly at Kettle. They could communicate. He was coherent, quick-witted, and could control his emotions. He could distinguish right from wrong, and his words were composed, and he was strong. Materia reached a conclusion. You're incredibly attractive, she smiled brightly. Would you be willing to give me your seed? Seed? Kettle tilted his head at the unexpected words. Materia nodded. If I receive your seed, I think I could give birth to something very special. With that, I could trample the world more easily. Is invading the world your goal? It would be an incredibly enjoyable time for you, Materia laughed seductively. Her sticky voice drilled into Kettle's brain. I'll give you pleasures you can't experience anywhere in this world. I'll give you ecstasy that'll make your brain melt. I'll give you emotions that will make you never interested in the affairs of this world again. And even so, I'll give you a time that you won't regret. It was a whisper. Even an old priest dedicated to God through extreme training would roll his eyes and beg to be granted pleasure. Materia smiled faintly. After all, you're not a being of the outside world, are you? Does it really matter who takes over the surface? In the past, maybe it would have. A world ruled by demons. Watching that could have been one form of enjoyment. But Kettle shook his head. I have people I'm connected to. Right after he came out, it may have been different, but now he had people he was connected to. There was no need to weigh the options. A demon was his enemy. It couldn't change now. Materia clicked her tongue. That's a shame. Sorry about that. It's okay, I'm not giving up. Materia lightly waved her hand. Black demonic energy began to wrap around it like a gauntlet. Actually, I don't need you. I just need your lower half. Whoosh. A chilling killing intent swept in. If there had been others here, they would have died from just the killing intent. In fact, those who had kept a safe distance from the area suddenly found it hard to breathe. Kettle laughed heartily. As expected, I'm more comfortable with demons like this. There should be at least one group that he could fight with all his might. Materia licked her lips with her tongue. I'll cut off your lower half and take it. If you can, that would be fun. Talk. Materia charged with her arms covered in demonic energy. Kettle laughed and raised his axe. Crash. The axe and Materia's arm collided. A deafening roar spread as the air shattered. The clash of power cracked the ground and shook the sky. Such clashes of power didn't happen just once. Kettle swung his axe repeatedly. Materia didn't back down and clenched her fists. Boo! The axe's blade and Materia's fist collided. Power exploded. Materia stepped back 3 paces. Kettle also stepped back 3 paces. You're strong, Kettle exclaimed in admiration. Even though he was attacking with all his might, Materia wasn't being pushed back at all. It wasn't a matter of strength. It was the power of the black demonic energy wrapped around her arms. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed to be some sort of authority, incredibly hard and heavy. Kettle charged again. He swung his axe down. Materia moved her feet and dodged. The axe struck the ground. Kaboom. The ground shattered and collapsed. Materia clenched her fist and swung at Kettle's side. Kettle twisted his body to avoid it and moved his leg. He stomped the ground with his left foot and aimed his right knee at Materia's temple. If that knee connected, it could shatter even the defense of an ancient dragon in one strike. But that didn't happen. Materia blocked the knee with her arm. Despite the immense power, she didn't back down. She immediately brought her elbow down on Kettle's body. Kettle opened his hand to block the elbow. Boom! Power exploded. Kettle moved his feet to kick Materia. Materia blocked it and immediately threw a punch. Ha. As the exchange continued, Kettle grinned. She's strong. She was far stronger than the god of hunger, Federica. Though the strength of their incarnations differed, the gap was clear. And that's not even her true form. He was extremely delighted. Kettle attacked more fiercely in response to his emotions, and Materia responded to all his attacks. Kettle was amazed by Materia's strength, and so was Materia. Why is he so strong? Even as he faced her directly, Kettle wasn't being pushed back. Who was she? One of the 4 lords of hell, the mother of 10,000 demons. The number of gods slain by her hand was not small. And Kettle was holding his ground against her. Even though she was in an avatar form and couldn't use her true power, the very fact that she was fighting him was a miracle in itself. And skilled, fists and axes moved. She stomped the ground and swung her fist fiercely. Kettle didn't retreat or block. He simply pressed forward, smoothly moving his arms to redirect her power, then struck her chest with his shoulder. Thud, her body was pushed back. Materia narrowed her eyes. He's used to fighting. She too was no stranger to battle. She had lived for a long time and had fought against gods, but Kettle was more accustomed to combat than she was. It was as if he had fought in more battles than she, who had lived for eons, and not just ordinary battles but life-or-death struggles. What on earth did he do in there? How long had he been in there, and what had he done? Materia found herself wondering, but that didn't mean she was defenseless. Kettle's power was simple physical force. It was so straightforward. There were countless ways to counter it. She swung her arm and Kettle raised his axe to block. Their forces collided, splat. In that moment, demonic energy oozed from Materia's body, climbing up the axe and clinging to Kettle's body. His expression changed. He violently shook his body to rid himself of the demonic energy. But the energy stuck to him like slime, refusing to let go. Materia continued to spread the demonic energy over Kettle's body. Before long, half of his body was covered in it. It was incredibly heavy and dense. Kettle's movements began to slow. Oh, Kettle let out a sound of surprise. No matter how he struggled, the sticky demonic energy clung to him. It was an attack that couldn't be dealt with by sheer force alone. Soon, Kettle's body was entirely enveloped by the slime-like substance, rendering him unable to respond to Materia's attacks. Well then, I'll be taking this. Materia sharpened her hand like a blade, demonic energy rising from it like a sword. Kettle's instincts warned him that hand could pierce his body. She lunged forward, aiming to impale his heart. In that moment, screech, something strange happened to Kettle's body. Materia's face changed. Boom. Mystery erupted from Kettle, shattering the demonic energy clinging to his body. What had previously been unbreakable was suddenly destroyed. Kettle, now free, burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, he charged at Materia, mystery beginning to surge through his hands. Materia braced herself. Until now, Kettle hadn't been able to break through her defenses, but crack. The demonic energy shattered, breaking apart and striking her body. With a groan, Materia was sent flying back. You are strong, Kettle sincerely admired her. She could still push him to the brink even when he fought with all his might. It felt like facing a god who had opened the gates of heaven. She was an opponent he had to go all out against, but he was different now. He could now use mystery to strengthen his body. Kettle laughed joyfully. It's useful even against an opponent of this level. He could respond to her using mystery without unleashing his full strength. It was very valuable information. Materia, who had been knocked back, slowly got up. He can control mystery. And there was one other strange thing. She looked at the arm she had used to block. She had collided with a powerful force, but her body wasn't damaged. It didn't break. She had clashed with the oldest being, yet her body hadn't been destroyed. It was very strange. Why? Was it because he could suppress the damage by controlling the mystery? Or was it that he could control the mystery because he wasn't damaged? Curiosity filled Materia's face. The oldest being that could control mystery, it was still shallow. His movements were not smooth, and it took him a few seconds to act. He was not in a perfected state. There were plenty of gaps, but if he were to reach completion, how far could he go? What if she faced him with her true self? The thought sparked her curiosity, but she suppressed it. After all, she was a demon invading the earth. I'll have to kill him before he completes it. Materia surrounded herself with demonic energy. The warm-up was over. Now it was serious, kill or be killed. Kettle could feel the shift in the atmosphere, grinning as he raised his axe. Power gathered and built, ready to explode at any moment. Materia's body staggered. It began to collapse. Materia clicked her tongue. Oh dear. It seems I've reached my limit. She hadn't descended in the normal way. She had forcibly twisted her way down through the crack made by Federica. She couldn't stay for long. Normally, I would have been able to stay longer, but I used too much power. Sorry about that. No, it was fun, so it's fine, but I won't leave quietly. Demonic energy oozed and sloshed from Materia's body. Since I came down on my own, I'll get scolded if I go back empty-handed. I'll have to cause some trouble before I go. SHHH, demonic energy gathered in her hand. Kettle's expression changed. It was a demonic energy bomb. If it detonated, the entire area would be drenched in darkness. Unless a god personally descended, it wouldn't be restored. Kettle gripped his axe. Materia smiled as if daring him to try. Stop it if you can, not that you'll be able to. Kettle's primary power was physical strength. Even if he could now use mystery, it only amounted to body reinforcement. Materia was now condensing darkness itself into a sphere. It was like a balloon filled with air. If he attacked with force, the balloon would burst and the air would spread everywhere. Kettle's strength couldn't stop it. All he could do was pop the balloon before it was fully inflated. But Kettle laughed. Ha 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 ha, he laughed genuinely as if truly enjoying himself. Materia's expression twitched. Why are you laughing? You are strong. Kettle was sincerely impressed. Materia was strong. She was not an easy opponent even when he fought with all his might, which is why I must express my gratitude. The conditions had been met. Kettle grabbed his axe, gathering mystery. The beast of mystery that had been crying out inside him to be released began to roar with joy as it rushed out. Chapter 260, The Demon of Flowers, Part 6, The Mystery Beast Within Him. It was the power of Kettle, but it didn't obey him. When he tried to control it, it resisted, growling. It was like a stray dog rejecting the touch of a new owner, so Kettle couldn't handle it easily. Despite his first-rate level of mystery, he could only manage physical enhancements because of it, but there was one time, when the mystery beast voluntarily tried to help him, when facing Federica, who had opened the gate of heavens. At that time, the beast cried out as if it was dissatisfied. It responded as if it didn't like that Kettle was being attacked by Federica, similar to how it reacted when it met an external threat. And just like that time, now too, the beast was crying out as if it was dissatisfied. Throughout the battle with Materia, it tried to rise as if displeased. Ha ha ha, Kettle laughed joyfully. Back then, he had suppressed the beast that tried to rise to test his full power, but not now. Come forth. The beast howled as if in joy. It rose violently and roared. Grrrrrr, the howl echoed out into the world. Those watching from outside, pale-faced, heard the beast's sound from somewhere. Kettle gripped his axe tightly. The mystery began to envelop the axe blade, forming a sharp shape. What? Materia's expression changed. That was dangerous, truly. But it was impossible to respond since she was gathering strength. Kettle gripped the axe tighter and stepped forward. Hup, he swung the axe at materia. The embedded mystery became a blade that slashed diagonally. At first, nothing happened. Only the sound of the wind echoed like a whip cutting through empty space. But shortly after, swoosh, the world was severed. The space was split and divided in half. It was an incredibly clean cut, like slicing a piece of paper. It was fortunate that Kettle had swung the axe slightly upward. Only the empty sky was severed. If it had been directed at the ground, it would have left an irreparable scar on the earth. Oh no! Materia's body, which was within the severed space, was neatly split in two. The power she had gathered was also split in half. Crackle, but it didn't explode. The severed space twisted and began to suck everything in. The power defiling the world was swallowed up by the severed world and annihilated. Phew, Kettle exhaled. He swung the axe with a satisfied expression. Very strong, excellent, satisfying, grrr. The beast also seemed satisfied, quieting down. It bowed its head quietly inside him. Kettle laughed joyfully. He finally realized how to move this troublesome creature. Kettle walked lightly toward Materia. Her body cut in half lay on the ground. Materia let out a hollow laugh with only her upper body remaining. What is this? Oh, you're still alive despite that form. I'll be unsummoned soon. This is ridiculous. Although she was in a defenseless state, it was still her avatar. As it was protected by stauts, it wasn't easy to harm her physical body, yet she was cut in half in a single blow. What is that? Why didn't you use it until now? It's not that I deliberately didn't use it, there were various reasons. Kettle smiled brightly. Thank you, it's all thanks to you, I sincerely express my gratitude. Haha. I'll hear about this when I get back. Crack, her body began to crumble. Normally it would have lasted longer, but the recent blow had inflicted severe damage. She could no longer remain on this earth. At least I got some information, so that's a relief. Kettle, right? Materia looked at Kettle one last time. This is just an avatar, so next time I'll see you with my true self. I'll look forward to it, Kettle said cheerfully. Materia smiled faintly, and then her body twisted and vanished. The terrible evil that had stepped on the earth was banished back to hell. The battle was over. Kettle stretched. His face held an undeniable smile. Ah, he was so delighted. So thrilled, Kettle moved with light steps. Kettle approached the surviving people. They looked as if they were about to faint, their faces pale with fear. They collapsed to the ground as if relieved at the sight of Kettle. What on earth happened? The Archbishop asked in a trembling voice. It was terrifying. Something that they dared not even lift their heads to face had descended upon the earth. It was like a god had descended upon the earth. But it was more terrible and frightening than that. At least with Floris's level, there was no way to emit such an overwhelming presence. And, the Archbishop swallowed and looked behind Kettle. There was a severed space there. The space extended beyond the horizon. What was that? It was a power he couldn't understand or accept. Kettle answered lightly. A demon descended. She introduced herself as the mother of all demons. Materia, what? The Archbishop's eyes widened. He inhaled sharply as if he was hyperventilating. Ma Materia, my God, you seem to know. Oh my God, is that really true? What on earth is happening? Oh, great Mother Earth, the Archbishop had completely lost his mind. He was in no state for a coherent conversation, so Kettle looked at the mercenary king. But the mercenary king was no different. With a face full of shock, he stammered, Ma Materia, truly my God. It wasn't just him. The moment they heard that name, Cain and the other survivors' faces also turned pale. It was impossible to have a normal conversation in this state. After briefly observing them, Kettle lightly exerted his presence. The Archbishop, who had been out of his mind, instantly changed. He quickly began to calm down. Are you calm now? Yes. What did you do? I just suppressed you. He had used a presence comparable to the overwhelming evil that had driven them into panic to subdue their minds. It was a form of using poison against poison. The Archbishop's expression turned peculiar at that explanation. I see. So who exactly is this demon Materia, one of the four lords of hell? The Archbishop swallowed nervously as he spoke. The Demon King was the ruler of the concept of demon, not the Lord of Hell, which was a smaller concept. Thus there were demons who managed hell on behalf of the Demon King. They were the four lords of hell. They have been called by various names throughout history. At times they were known as the four heavenly kings. The four heavenly kings, Kettle's eyes gleamed. Despite his curiosity, the Archbishop continued. They are the actual rulers of hell. And they wielded power commensurate with that title, to the extent that they could rival gods. In the distant past, during the great war between gods and demons, before the Demon King had even descended, many gods were annihilated by demons. And those who caused that were the four heavenly kings, I presume. Yes, the Archbishop took a deep breath. Although Kettle had freed him from panic, he couldn't escape his shock. Materia was a demon straight out of mythology. A being on a level incomparable to Floris. Such an entity had descended to this earth. And then, the Barbarian before him had defeated Materia. Just what? What was the existence standing before him? Kettle murmured to himself. There are quite a few things I'm curious about. The four lords of hell, the four heavenly kings. What exactly was Materia's power and who were the other lords? He was incredibly curious. The archbishop was also curious. He wanted to know what had happened that led to Materia's descent, but there was something more urgent to take care of. Kettle raised a finger. Shouldn't those things be dealt with? In the direction he pointed, countless pink flowers had bloomed. They were the corpses of people who had been transformed into flowers by Florus. The archbishop quickly snapped out of it. We can't leave them be, we need to respond immediately. The pink flowers were a manifestation of evil power. If left alone for too long, they would contaminate the earth. They needed to be dealt with at once. Let's save the conversation for later and clean this up first. Ah, understood. The survivors hurriedly began to clean up the aftermath of the battle. As they were organizing, they groaned at the sight of the space split in half. Kettle also joined them in cleaning up the flowers. Materia, a powerful demon, one that didn't falter against Kettle's full strength. It had even had the upper hand until he used his mystery power. And that wasn't even its true form, but merely an avatar. If it had been its true form, just how powerful would it have been? If it were its true form, could it even put up a meaningful fight against those in the snowy plains? One thing was certain, it was strong. This world had formidable beings that couldn't be easily dealt with, and that was incredibly exciting. Let's meet again in your true form next time. Kettle smiled. And at that moment in hell Materia stretched as she woke up. That was fun. Did you enjoy yourself? A voice echoed from behind her. Materia mumbled with a sulking face. You came. Did you think I wouldn't notice such a powerful ripple? A grotesque figure sighed. I told you to restrain yourself, but you couldn't in the end. Sorry, it's fine. It was somewhat expected. Your innate desires couldn't be suppressed, could they? The figure asked calmly. What matters now is whether it was worth it, so how was it? How was the experience of facing that barbarian? Materia smiled. He's strong. And attractive, I want him even more now. A fierce desire flared up in Materia's eyes. No matter what happens, I'll put him in my treasure chest. If you manage to win against the surface, you can do as you please. But for now, information takes priority. Tell me what you've learned from facing that barbarian. Fine, gosh, you're so naggy. Materia stood up with a weary expression. The figure watched her for a moment before asking in a puzzled tone. That thing on your chest, what is it? My chest, what about it? Materia looked down at her chest. After staring at it for a while, she realized something. There's a wound. There was a small wound on her chest. Materia stared at the wound for a moment before realizing. The wound resembled the one she received when Kettle used his mystery power to cut her in half at the end. Huh. What is this? Materia was puzzled. She had been attacked by Kettle, but that was only her avatar. It wasn't her true form. No matter what damage she had taken, it shouldn't have affected her true form. As she was thinking this, the wound suddenly split open. Whoosh, blood gushed out of it. The blood quickly filled the ground. For an ordinary person, such blood loss would be enough to cause death by hemorrhage. The figure was alarmed. What's happening? Materia looked at the wound with wide eyes. Chapter 261, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 1. 2 days later, they finally managed to resolve the situation. All the flowers were cleared and the damage was contained. Even the land tainted by evil was restored. It was the result of staying up for 2 days straight without sleep. However, it wasn't perfect. They ultimately failed to restore the sanctuary. The domain of the god of harmony had vanished from the earth, but it was something they had to accept. In fact, they were fortunate that it ended with only one holy sanctuary being destroyed. If Florus had taken a step toward the world, at least 5 holy sanctuaries would have been lost. After some cleanup, Kettle spoke with the archbishop. How did Materia descend to the earth? Kettle responded to the archbishop's question, explaining that she had descended by using Florus's body as an incarnation. Is that so? There was a look of doubt on the archbishop's face. No matter how powerful Florus is as a demon, it should be impossible to summon Materia with just that body. Kettle knew the reason. It was the rift created when Federica opened the heavenly passage. That rift allowed Materia to descend to the earth. However, due to a promise with the mercenary king, he was hesitant to mention it directly. The archbishop drew his own conclusion. Has the world's rift grown that large? My God, what is happening? Materia is one of the 4 lords of hell, right? Yes, that's correct. What exactly are they? Kettle asked, his eyes gleaming. The archbishop, calming himself, began to explain. They are the lords of hell, the true rulers of hell, and it wouldn't be wrong to say they are the proxies of the demon king. The 4 strongest demons, those closest to the demon king. Those were the 4 lords. Their power is immense. In this world, the number of gods was not small, including minor churches there are dozens, but there were far more during the war of the gods and demons, enough to reach triple digits. Against those countless gods, the 4 lords of hell succeeded in holding them off until the demon king descended. Kettle's eyes widened. 4 of them held off over 100 gods. Are they really that powerful? No, the situation at the time was different. The War of the Gods and Demons was a situation where the gods intervened to punish the demons that had taken over the earth. It was the exact opposite of now. Since the earth was demon territory, the demons could act freely, but the gods couldn't easily intervene. That's why they succeeded in holding them off. But even so, they were certainly stronger than most ordinary gods. With a look of curiosity, Kettle asked, "What kind of demons are the four lords?" There isn't much information. These demons had been active during the War of the Gods and Demons, extremely ancient beings. And ordinary people went mad the moment they faced them. Even those who reached the level of superhumans weren't much different. That's the level of beings they were. As a result, the records were like ramblings left by madmen, making them difficult to interpret. But by piecing together the information, the power of the four demons was as follows. The crawling abomination, Necronovix, the creator of black magic, a demon in the form of a withered man. Caliste, a maniac who only wields a sword. He was a weak demon without even a name but rose to the rank of lord through mastery of the sword. The sword demon, a demon in the form of a device. Abyss, the demon king's first tool, a demon capable of wielding the demon king's power. And the mother of all demons, Materia, the only demon capable of conceiving and giving birth to other demons. Oh, Kettle stroked his chin with interest. So the lord I fought has the ability to give birth to demons. Is that why she wanted my seed? Floris is likely Materia's child as well. Given enough time and the right seed, she could even give birth to demons of hero-class strength. Hence her title, the Mother of all Demons. Such a being had descended to this world, even if only as an incarnation. The implications were immense. The Archbishop groaned. I must report this. Though the Earth Mother Goddess may have already noticed, he needed to return to the church immediately to convey this information, about Materia and about Kettle. The Archbishop bowed his head deeply. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have met a terrible end there, and a dreadful evil would have advanced toward the earth. You are a benefactor of the Earth Mother Goddess and the world. I only did what was necessary. You're modest as well. If you ever need to visit the church of the Earth Mother Goddess, just mention my name. You will be treated generously. Thank you, Kettle smiled warmly. The Archbishop hurriedly departed. He would head straight to the Earth Mother Goddess's sanctuary. Kettle spoke with the remaining people. The mercenary king was staring at the rift in space. What do you plan to do now? I'll return to the guild. He was the only mercenary who survived. He needed to return to the guild to explain what had happened. It's going to get busy. The Lord of Hell has descended. This is no small matter. The world would be shaken, and Kettle had won against that lord. The mercenary king opened his mouth. This must be your doing, right? Before the mercenary king's eyes was a rift in space split in two, a strike infused with the essence of a mystical beast. The severance of space caused by that strike remained, still leaving scars on the world even after 2 days. Kettle nodded. Yes, I don't know why it ended up like that though. The mercenary king let out a bitter laugh. He had no intention of stopping at the peak of the superhuman class. He firmly believed that one day he would reach the realm of heroes, but seeing Kettle's power made that belief not just falter but shatter completely. No, it can't be. This wasn't just at the level of a hero class. It was a power beyond that. After a moment of silence, the mercenary king spoke. Thank you, thanks to you I was able to survive. It's nothing. Then if we meet again, I'll make sure to repay you for saving me. That sounds good, Kettle laughed cheerfully. The mercenary king left. Kettle then went to find Cain. Master, are you feeling better? I'm fine. By the way, what happened to the other disciple? Fortunately, he's alive. His mind is half gone though. I'm glad senior brother is alive. Kettle sighed in relief. Cain chuckled. In the past, hearing such words from Kettle would have twisted his heart, but now he felt no particular emotion. Too much had happened for such things to still cause pain. Thank you, Kettle. Thanks to you I can continue this pitiful existence. Protecting one's master is also a disciple's duty. It's no big deal. That's a very fortunate duty for me. Cain laughed heartily. Kettle had saved his life. He had no thoughts about being called master anymore. I'm returning to the kingdom now. I should head back too. Someone's been waiting for me with bated breath. Is that so? Then let's meet again sometime. That sounds good, Kettle replied cheerfully. The survivors were all returning to where they belonged. Some felt sorrow, some relief at surviving, and others felt emptiness. Phew! The Archbishop was among them. As he walked briskly, he paused momentarily to rest and wet his throat. He rubbed his eyes. For Materia to descend, the Lord of Hell had descended. It was terrifying just to think about. If things had gone wrong, the entire continent might have had to be redrawn on the map, but Kettle had successfully reverse summoned Materia. It was an immense relief. He defeated it alone without anyone's help. Though it was only an avatar, the opponent was one of the 4 Lords of Hell. Its power surely surpassed that of an ordinary hero class. How strong is he? The archbishop swallowed hard. He wasn't just a simple hero class. He was something beyond that. How powerful was he? Where did someone like him come from? Phew. The archbishop shook his head as he pondered. Kettle's identity was important, but something else was even more pressing. The rift has grown so large that even the lords of hell are descending. The world was deteriorating further. If this continued, the gods would move more actively than ever before. The abode of the gods, they would intervene in the mortal world from the pantheon. The holy sword might even descend, the archbishop muttered, a day later. Kettle returned to the kingdom of Denian. Malna held her breath at the sight of him returning unscathed. Kettle, you're back. Sorry I'm late, I had one more thing to take care of. No. As long as you're back safely, that's all that matters. Malna fussed over Kettle, welcoming him. She dropped everything she was doing and led Kettle to the reception room. Malna cautiously asked, "Did you resolve everything?" "Of course. I took care of it without any issues, it was fun." Kettle smiled. Malna hesitated for a moment at his words. "I see." After Kettle left, she had deployed informants to gather information on what was happening. That's how she knew the current state of the Holy Land of Federica. The Holy Land was completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. Federica had opened the gates of heaven and intervened on earth, and after an overwhelming force had passed, the Holy Land had been obliterated. She knew this better than anyone, then that's a relief. But she buried her doubts deep within. In this world, some things were better left unexamined. Instead, Malna asked something else. "You said you had one more thing to take care of." What was it? When she asked, Malna wasn't expecting anything in particular. What had happened in the Holy Land of Federica had shocked her too deeply. She thought nothing could surprise her after that. Kettle explained lightly. Hearing his explanation, Malna's breath caught in her throat. Malna was so shocked that she was half out of her mind. It was only much later that she managed to tell him in a dazed voice to rest. Kettle took her advice. He left the capital and headed for the forest outside. HMPH. There was something he needed to check. He focused his mind and manipulated the mystical beast within. GRRR. The mystical beast let out a dissatisfied growl. It resisted his control as if it didn't want to be used by Kettle. It starkly contrasted to when it willingly responded during the battle against Materia. As I thought, Kettle narrowed his eyes. Now he understood how to handle the mystical beast properly. A celestial being, the god of hunger, Federica, one of the four lords of hell, Materia, the mother of all demons. The strongest beings he had ever encountered. They were formidable opponents even when he faced them with all his strength. He could only properly control the mystical beast when facing such powerful enemies. Chapter 262, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 2. Does it mean it doesn't want to see me losing? It was like a stubborn, frequently barking beast that, when its master was in danger, would bare its teeth and fiercely charge at the enemy. What a bothersome creature. Kettle clicked his tongue. It wasn't something that could normally be used, and it only appeared when he faced an opponent he had to respond to seriously. Truly, it was a troublesome beast. No, if that's the case, why doesn't it just cooperate normally? Why does it go to such lengths to refuse? Kettle grumbled inwardly, and then there was another problem. I've completely run out of mystic energy. After delivering the final blow that severed space using the mystic beast, he couldn't handle any mystic energy for an entire day. I need to increase the total amount of mystic energy. Although he had realized how to handle it, there were still problems to solve. How could he properly handle this mystic energy? It wasn't easy. The only fortunate thing was that the mystic beast had calmed down a bit compared to before. It was as if the stress had been relieved, and it was now a bit more obedient than before. Although it was still not to the point where it could be handled meaningfully, there was a noticeable difference. And Kettle knew the reason. When facing Materia, it was as if the beast had faced an enemy that made it feel it had to rise up, and after that it had calmed down a bit. It was as if its stress had been alleviated. Do I need to keep facing strong opponents to properly handle the mystic energy? But that too was a problem. The level of opponents that could stir the mystic beast were at the level of celestial gods or lords of hell. Ordinary hero-class opponents didn't elicit a response, and there were hardly any opportunities to face such enemies on this earth. At this point, that method was nearly impossible. So there's only one method left. The most reliable method he could use at the moment. That was to increase the total amount of mystic energy. By increasing the amount of mystic energy he possessed, he could secure an absolute value that he could handle. At this point, that seemed to be the fastest and most reliable method. But that too had its problems. To properly handle the mystic energy, he judged that he needed at least a superhuman level of quantity. Currently, he only had the amount equivalent to a first-rate level, meaning he needed to ascend to the next stage. He needed to absorb catalysts infused with mystic energy to increase it, but his body was quite special. Ordinary catalysts wouldn't increase it to a meaningful extent. A dragon heart or something comparable was needed. These were not things that were easily obtained. What could there be? As Kettle pondered, he sought out Milna to ask her a question. Milna, do you have a moment? Milna couldn't respond. She was mechanically processing documents with a dazed expression. Kettle lightly stomped his foot. The room shook and Milna's body jumped into the air. She snapped back to her senses. Are you okay? You've been half out of it for a while now. No, Milna muttered absently. She still didn't seem fully conscious, and it was understandable. I was thinking about what you said, Kettle. A terrifying being that only existed in myths. A lord of hell had descended to earth, and Kettle had defeated the lord. She was confused about whether to be shocked by the fact that such a being had descended to earth or by the fact that Kettle had won against it. That's why she had been half out of her mind, but somehow she pulled herself together and asked, "What is it? I have a question, is it all right?" "Oh yes, feel free to ask." Milna pushed aside her documents and looked at Kettle. Kettle explained his situation. To handle the mystic energy, he needed powerful catalysts. Milna mumbled as if she understood. "It seems you haven't fully mastered the mystic energy yet." That thought made her shudder again. Even without fully mastering it, he had defeated a lord of hell. Kettle nodded. "Yes, I think I need to increase the amount to properly handle it. Do you know of any outstanding catalysts like a dragon heart?" "Just a moment." Milna paused as she thought about suitable information. "Wait." Kettle was strong enough to defeat a lord of hell. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was above the average hero class. And the world was in chaos. Evil was starting to reveal itself one by one. Even the lords of hell could descend to this earth with their true bodies. In such times, Kettle's power would be incredibly valuable. It could literally change the world's fate. Could my advice potentially determine the fate of the world? Thinking that, she suddenly felt a chill. She began to ponder more seriously than when she had made a trade that determined the fate of her family. I'm not certain, but there are a few things on the continent that might compare to a dragon heart. The dwarves' mine, a meteorite that fell from a distant star thousands of years ago in Mantamia, the fairies' fantasy village. The essence of purity in Pisaraphia, the magical core that sustains the towering magic tower, the subterranean city Magna Rain, the primordial jewel found deep within the earth, and a few others besides those. The branch of the world tree is one of them too. Oh, but some of them have already been seized by demons. The demons were gathering sacrifices for the descent of the demon king. The Mantamia meteorite and the essence of purity were already in the hands of the demons. The remaining treasures are relics or treasures, so outsiders can't access them either. As expected, catalysts like a dragon heart were not easily obtainable. Kettle clicked his tongue. Should I return to the elven sanctuary and ask if they could spare a branch of the world tree? But that would be too unseemly. He wasn't even sure if it was possible. As Kettle was deep in thought, Milna spoke up. At this point, the easiest option might be to conquer an S-class dungeon. An S-class dungeon? Yes, the highest difficulty dungeons. Even when looking across the entire world, there were only a dozen or so of them. They were mysterious dungeons that had never been cleared before. One of them was the Tower of the Unknown, with no end in sight. There were also monster nests where all the world's monsters resided. I've heard of the monster nest before, Kettle muttered. He had heard that the mercenary king once challenged it and failed. Maybe there's a catalyst in there equivalent to a dragon heart. The higher the dungeon's difficulty, the more precious the materials it offered as rewards. The possibility was high. No one had ever cleared these dungeons before, but Kettle's strength was beyond that of an ordinary hero class. With his power, he might be able to clear it. Oh, I see, Kettle's eyes sparkled. If it was an S-rank dungeon, there might be a catalyst to obtain. Kettle was genuinely grateful. Thank you for the valuable information. Oh, it's nothing, but Kettle, are you sure you can go? I thought only those above A-rank could challenge an S-rank dungeon. Well, that's true. Kettle was only a C-rank mercenary at best at the moment. He didn't have the qualifications. Should I go see the mercenary king? He wondered if the mercenary king might promote him to A-rank if he asked. Given their close relationship, there was a possibility, but Kettle didn't move immediately. After all, he didn't even know where the mercenary king had gone, so instead he stayed at Milna's residence, refining his mysteries further. 2 days later, after finishing his training and returning to the capital, Kettle noticed something strange. With the continent in turmoil, the atmosphere in the capital was generally gloomy. The capital of the Denayan kingdom had been directly attacked by demons, so it remained in a perpetual state of bleakness. People were nowhere to be seen, and it was eerily quiet. But this time the capital was bustling, people were rushing around regardless of their status, and their expressions were incredibly bright. Their faces were filled with hope. "Father, I'm off, oh my boy, don't go," a determined young man shouted as he left home, while his father tried to stop his reckless son's adventure. After watching that scene for a moment, Kettle headed towards the Akasha family. The Akasha household was just as busy. Milna was handling her tasks with a more frantic expression than usual. Oh, Kettle, you're here. The capital is incredibly lively. People look cheerful. What's going on? There's been a good reason for that, Milna smiled, her expression also filled with hope. When she began to speak, Kettle's eyes widened. The holy sword has descended upon the earth that night. After finally finishing all her work, Milna came to see Kettle. Kettle, with a face full of excitement and eyes like a child's, had been waiting for her. Are you done with work? Then can you explain it to me? What exactly is this holy sword? Despite his overwhelming enthusiasm, Milna began to explain, though she found his reaction curious. The holy sword is a blessing bestowed upon this world by the great gods. There were times when this world was in peril. Black magicians would act under the radar of the gods, throwing the world into chaos and attempting to summon great evils. Most of the time, these issues could be resolved with the gods' revelations, but every few centuries, there would be a situation too overwhelming for a revelation to handle. When black magicians moved across the entire continent, plunging the world into chaos and summoning demons, those times of utter confusion. But the gods found it difficult to directly intervene in this world. It wasn't easy for them to descend in their true forms, let alone send down avatars. So they sent sacred relics imbued with their power to this world. That was the holy sword. It is granted by the gods when the world is in danger. As it was infused with divine power, the holy sword was incredibly powerful. Whoever wielded it was revered as a hero and brought peace to the chaotic continent. Oh, Kettle was moved by her explanation. When the world was in turmoil, the holy sword descended from the heavens, and whoever wielded it became a hero who would bring peace to the continent. It was a quintessentially fantastical event. Kettle asked with a hint of hope in his voice. Is the holy sword something only certain people can draw? No, anyone can draw it. Whether they were noble royalty, saints of the church, ordinary citizens, or even the most wretched commoner, anyone could draw the holy sword. What mattered was whether they were worthy. I see, Kettle smiled. Yes, if it was a holy sword, it should be that way. The qualification should be fair and open to everyone. Milna smiled softly as well, starting to understand what Kettle desired. You're planning to go, aren't you? Of course, Kettle nodded immediately. How could he miss such an interesting event? Milna, as if she had expected this, spoke. Then I will gather the necessary information for you. I hope you return safely. Thank you, Kettle beamed with a smile. The holy sword, the divine sword that descended upon this world. Yes, this is how it should be. Where there were demons, there should also be a holy sword. Kettle's face was full of eager anticipation. Chapter 263, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 3. Kettle decided to head to the place where the holy sword had descended. Milna spoke up, then I'll tell you the location. The holy sanctuary of the order that worshipped Elia, the god of swords, that was where the holy sword had descended. Centuries ago, and even centuries before that, and again centuries before that, the holy sword always descended there. The holy sanctuary, Kettle, who had been smiling joyfully, tilted his head. But if it's a holy sanctuary, isn't it somewhere that can't be approached carelessly? Ordinarily, outsiders could not enter holy sanctuaries. Kettle had visited twice already, but each time had a legitimate reason. Milna replied, generally that's true, but the holy sanctuary of Lord Elia is a bit unique. It was always open. Unless there was something special happening, anyone could freely enter. Kettle muttered with a curious expression, I see. The location isn't far. Even at a normal pace, you'll reach it in about a week. But for someone like you, Kettle, you might reach it in a day. Great. Thanks. Kettle immediately stood up. Surprised by his sudden movement, Milna tried to stop him. Are you planning to leave right now? That was the idea. Is there a problem? The holy sword descended only a few hours ago. Since it was a sudden event, the people inside the holy sanctuary will probably be preparing. If you go now, you'll just end up waiting. Oh, is that so? It would be better to move after giving it a few days. Understood. Kettle nodded and sat back down. So how do I draw the sword? It said that one must pass the trial of the holy sword, but what that trial entails is unknown. Are you saying I need to experience it myself? That sounds good to me, Kettle muttered happily. With a few days to spare, Kettle spent the time honing his mysteries even further. During this time, Maximus visited him. Barbossa, who had learned of Kettle's return, had sent him. Maximus spoke, I'm glad to see you returned without any issues. Well, yeah, there wasn't much of a problem. Maximus fell silent. Like Milna, he also knew what had happened to the holy sanctuary of Frederica. No, never mind. It was something beyond his understanding. If so, it was better to ignore it entirely. Smiling brightly, Kettle said, I heard the holy sword has descended. Yes, because of that, the capital is in an uproar. It's rare to see such liveliness in a chaotic world. It's not a bad thing. Are you planning to go see the holy sword as well? I'm not uninterested, but the legendary holy sword, which descended once every few centuries. Maximus did have a desire to see it in person, but he shook his head. I have things I need to do. Maximus didn't seem particularly interested in the holy sword, while Kettle, on the other hand, seemed very curious about it. You seem quite interested in the holy sword, Maximus noted. Is that strange? Usually, yes, most of the extraordinary beings don't find the holy sword particularly appealing. Kettle paused. Why is that? The one who wields the holy sword is revered as a hero and gains power worthy of that title, regardless of whether they were a mere peasant or a skilled swordsman. Ah, Kettle made a face of realization. You mean their power becomes fixed? You catch on quickly. Yes, you can gain great power in an instant, but there's a limit. Your own strength gets bound to the holy sword. The extraordinary beings were all mad, driven to reach even greater heights by their own power. For them, no matter how strong they became, few would want to be bound by the holy sword. It was unusual for someone of Kettle's caliber to show interest in it. No, that's not it. It's actually the opposite, Maximus thought. For someone like Kettle, such a thing had no meaning. It was so insignificant and trivial that he simply didn't care. Maximus swallowed hard. Kettle was truly beyond his comprehension. Of course, Kettle wasn't thinking that deeply. He was just simply curious, but that too was beyond Maximus' understanding, so it made no difference. Kettle smiled. Well, fine, I'll enjoy it for the both of us. Do as you please. In any case, I'm glad you returned safely, Maximus answered lightly. Over the next few days, Kettle continued to hone his mysteries, though it was little by little there was definite progress. Finally, the time came to move. Kettle left the capital with Malna seeing him off. Kettle leisurely made his way towards the holy sanctuary. Though he planned to move at a relaxed pace, his steps quickened as he grew more excited. As a result, he reached his destination within a few hours. So that's the place, Kettle's eyes gleamed. A vast plain, there stood the holy sanctuary. Wow, Kettle marveled. The first reason was the sheer size of the holy sanctuary. The holy sanctuary was enormous. It filled the vast plain. It was larger than any holy sanctuary he had ever seen, and it was twice the size of the capital of the Danaan kingdom. It was the largest city he had ever seen in this fantasy world. It could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. And the second reason was the crowd. There were countless people there, so many that it was impossible to estimate their numbers. It was easily over 10,000. All of them were gathered around the holy sanctuary. The people were diverse. There were sturdy swordsmen, old men leaning on staffs, and even boys who had not yet come of age. But they all had one thing in common. Their faces were filled with anticipation. With faces full of dreams, they were all staring at the massive holy sanctuary. They must all have come here to try and draw the holy sword. All right then, Kettle smiled and took a step forward. There are so many people. It was the first time Kettle had seen such a large crowd. It was hard for him to move forward, so Kettle politely spoke up. I'd like to move forward. Could you please step aside a little? Huh? The person in front of Kettle turned their head and then their face turned pale. Why, yes, please. Thank you. Kettle smiled softly and expressed his gratitude. Without much trouble, he squeezed through the crowd. He looked towards the sanctuary, but the door was still closed. Are they still preparing? Noisy sounds were coming from inside the sanctuary. Despite the noise from the crowd of over 10,000 people, Kettle could hear it. He thought it wouldn't be long before the doors opened, and he was content to wait patiently. And around him, a small circle had formed. Even though there were so many people that it was hard to walk, no one touched Kettle. Despite perfectly concealing his aura, people were still intimidated by his appearance. The only ones who could approach Kettle were probably those confident in their own power and background. Hello, a man broke through the circle and approached Kettle to greet him. Oh, Kettle was surprised. No one had ever approached him and spoken first. He was always the one who made the first move or spoke when necessary. Kettle turned his head to look at the man and was once again impressed. He's like a painting. He had flowing blonde hair and blue eyes. His features were perfect, as if they had been drawn in a picture. The man smiled faintly and asked, Hello, I'm Pasica. What's your name? I'm Kettle. Kettle. Did you come here to draw the holy sword as well? Well, yes, I don't know if I can do it though. Haha, challenges are always fun. Pasica smiled warmly. Since it's fate that we met here, can we chat for a bit? It's a bit boring just waiting around. That sounds good, Kettle readily agreed. Meeting a stranger, this too was part of the fantasy experience, wasn't it? Pasica, standing next to Kettle, smiled mysteriously. You came here to draw the holy sword too, right? I don't know if I can pull it out, but I'm interested. I just want to give it a try. Isn't it the same for you? Haha, yes. I don't know if I can either. Pasica scratched his head awkwardly, then spoke again with a warm smile. But it's worth trying, isn't it? It's a chance to become a hero. Those who draw the holy sword are called heroes, gaining great power and fame. A hero? Kettle repeated the word as if savoring it. Pasica muttered, Who will draw the holy sword and become a hero? I'm curious. Though he spoke in a questioning tone, his face showed undeniable confidence. It was as if he did not doubt that he would be the hero. Pasika suddenly muttered as if something had come to mind. Speaking of heroes, Kettle, have you heard the rumor? What rumor? I heard there's already someone in the world who is like a hero. Oh, Kettle's eyes widened. Is that true? Did they draw another holy sword? No, it's not that. It's more about the deeds they've done that people call them a hero. Those who draw the holy sword are called heroes. This was partly because they were the owners of the holy sword, but also because they used that power to defeat demons. Even without the holy sword, there were a few people called heroes. I just heard about it and I don't know who it is, but I've heard about their achievements. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, they truly deserve to be called a hero. Oh, really? What did they do? The word hero stirred something within him. To think that such a person already existed. Kettle's eyes sparkled as he listened intently. As if expecting such a reaction, Pasika smiled and began to explain. They protected the capital and the holy sanctuary from an invasion of evil. People say that without them it could have fallen. Oh wow. And they rebuilt a coastal city that was on the verge of collapse. It said they defeated the primates that were about to be unleashed from the depths of the sea. Kettle paused at that. Pasika continued speaking. That's not all. They protected the elves' holy sanctuary from an invasion of evil. They fought a powerful demon that was attacking this world and defeated it. Without them, the world tree might have been corrupted, severing the connection between this world and the spirit realm. Is that so? They're truly amazing. Each of these feats should be widely known. I can't understand why it's been so quiet until now. Pasika spoke as if he couldn't contain his frustration. Indeed, if someone had done even one of the things he mentioned, their fame would have spread across the continent. It was very strange that they hadn't been known. The truly amazing part is that all these events happened within less than a month, one after the other. The protagonist of the rumor never rested. They continuously moved to stop the invasion of evil and quell the chaos in the world. They're protecting this world more fervently than anyone else. I wonder what kind of person they are. They must have a strong will to protect this world. They must have a mindset very close to that of a hero. Pasika muttered with genuine admiration. There was a look of longing in his eyes. I really want to meet them and have a conversation. Don't you? Indeed. Kettle answered with a somewhat reluctant expression. Chapter 264, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 4. Kettle had an extremely peculiar expression, and it was no wonder. Because everything Pasika was talking about was something Kettle himself had done. Is that so? As Kettle seemed to show interest, Pasika excitedly continued. Although the identity is unknown, it probably isn't someone who is already famous across the continent. If that were the case, there would be no reason for their identity to remain hidden. In other words, it was a new powerful figure. Pasika murmured in wonder. Where could such a powerful figure have suddenly appeared from? Interesting. It's fascinating that someone like that has appeared in these chaotic times to help us. From humanity's perspective, it's a great thing. Is that so? Kettle repeated the same words. Is this widely known? It's not that widespread yet. I only managed to hear about it thanks to my informant. But it's gradually spreading. If someone had an informant, they might know about Kettle as well. Kettle stroked his chin. This was different from before. In a true sense, his name, the things he had done, were spreading across the entire continent. His name was becoming known across the continent. It was a strange sensation. Considering what he had done, it should have happened much sooner, but due to the information manipulation by the Tower Master, his name had remained hidden. But that was now unraveling. Soon people would start to learn about Kettle. Even ordinary people across the continent who had no connection to him would come to know the name Kettle. Is this what it feels like? This was his fame. It wasn't a bad feeling. Kettle smiled. Thanks for the valuable information. Don't mention it, it's nothing, just a coincidence. Pasika waved his hand as if it was nothing, then as if he had just remembered something, he asked. Come to think of it, I never asked. Kettle, do you belong to any organization? Belong to an organization? After a moment of contemplation, Kettle replied, not really. If I had to say, I suppose I'm a mercenary. A mercenary, huh? At those words, Pasika's smile grew wider. That's similar to me. I don't really belong to any organization either. If anything, it would be my family. Your family. So you're a noble? Haha, something like that, though whether I'll inherit the family or not is still up in the air. Pasika murmured in a strange tone as if hiding something. He seemed to want to continue talking about something. But his words were cut short. Because at that moment the door to the sanctuary opened, Kriyak. The sound was very quiet, but everyone could clearly hear it even amid the noisy crowd. In an instant, silence fell, clank. From the open door, holy knights appeared in a line. They stood in formation, creating a path. And through that path a middle-aged man appeared. The man opened his mouth, his voice calm yet resonating across the entire plain, filled with mystery. Greetings, everyone, I am Cretin, the leader of the Holy Knights of the God of Swords, Ilya. Ooh, Crescent, sounds of murmuring arose as some recognized the name. The leader of the Holy Knights serving the God of Swords, Ilya. Cretin was a widely renowned figure possessing upper-tier superhuman strength, a light of admiration shone in people's eyes. Cretin spoke. First, thank you all for coming here. I assume everyone present has come to claim the holy sword. Yes, someone shouted. A roar of agreement followed. Excitement filled the faces of the people. Cretin smiled faintly. Indeed, the holy sword you seek is here. Among the many who have come, only one will be able to draw the sword and become a hero, leaving their name in history. Cretin spoke softly. And I am certain that one of you here will become the owner of the holy sword. The faces of the people flushed with excitement, dreams, desires, and confidence mixing together. Cretin spread his arms wide. This is the Holy Sword Festival, which comes only once every few centuries. Pop, 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 fireworks exploded above the sanctuary. Cretin shouted loudly. The opportunity to become a hero is open to all of you. Prove yourselves, pass the trial of the sword, and seize the holy sword. Enter the sanctuary of Elia. Wah! A thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the earth. I am going first. No, I'm going first. People rushed towards the entrance of the sanctuary like a chaotic market. It would be better to talk inside. With so many people here, if we don't get in line now, who knows when we'll be able to enter. Let's do that. Pasika nodded, clicking his tongue regretfully. They headed toward the entrance of the sanctuary. Since they were relatively close to the entrance, they reached it without much waiting. There, the holy knights were verifying people's identities and conducting inspections. Pasika stepped forward first. A holy knight asked him, "What is your name, Pasika? Do you have any identification? Here it is." Pasika pulled out a badge and showed it to the holy knight. The knight examined it briefly and his eyes widened. "Confirmed, please take this." The holy knight handed Pasika a silver badge. Unlike the wooden badges others had received, Pasika's badge was made of silver. The clear difference caused murmurs among the crowd. Pasika seemed to enjoy the attention and glanced at Kettle as if to say, "How do you like that? This proves that you are an invited guest. Please don't lose it." "I understand." "See you inside, Kettle." "Yes, see you inside." Kettle smiled and waved him off. Pasika entered the sanctuary. Kettle was next. The holy knight, seeing Kettle's large stature, flinched and then asked with a cough, "What is your name, Kettle?" "Kettle." The holy knight repeated the name as if it sounded familiar. He scrutinized Kettle's entire figure and spoke with a suspicious tone. "Do you have any identification? Here it is." Kettle handed over his C-rank mercenary badge first. The holy knight accepted it without much change in expression. "And I also have this." Next, Kettle presented the seal of Kaloja. The holy knight's eyes widened as he examined the insignia. The seal of Hundredfold. He quickly looked up at Kettle, a barbarian appearance, the name Kettle. "The seal of Hundredfold from Kaloja. See, could you be that, Kettle? I have yet to meet another who bears the name Kettle. Please wait here for a moment." The holy knight hurriedly ran into the sanctuary. The people waiting around were puzzled by his actions. "What's going on? Why did he suddenly run off?" Soon after, the commander of the holy knights, Cretin, appeared. He looked at Kettle and swallowed hard. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kettle. Welcome to our sanctuary." Cretin bowed politely and the onlookers held their breath. "Wah, Kr Cretin, sir." Cretin was a figure with superhuman strength, one of the most renowned warriors on the continent. Yet here he was, greeting a barbarian with utmost respect, lowering himself before him. This clearly indicated that the barbarian before them was someone worthy of such deference. Who is that?" "He's bowing to a barbarian." "Is he some kind of king from the north?" The crowd murmured, curious about Kettle's identity. Kettle opened his mouth to speak. "It seems you know who I am." "How could I not?" "You must be here to draw the holy sword, correct?" "I'm interested. Am I allowed to enter?" "If you've come for the holy sword, there's no reason to refuse you. You're welcome here." "Please accept this." Cretin handed Kettle a token different from the one Pasika received. It wasn't made of iron but of gold, a golden token. Even the token itself seemed highly valuable. The crowd held their breath as Cretin emphasized, "Please be sure not to lose this. Now please go ahead." Cretin remained courteous to the end. The others watched, puzzled, as Kettle made his way into the sanctuary. Once inside, Kettle leisurely looked around. Pasika was nowhere to be seen, probably having already entered. "I suppose we'll meet again as I wander around." Left alone, Kettle began walking. "Well then, time to enjoy the festival." He moved forward lightly. When Cretin mentioned the festival, it turned out he was not exaggerating. The sanctuary was indeed brimming with a festive atmosphere, not the solemn and subdued mood one might expect. People were chatting noisily, and the buildings were adorned to match the lively vibe. The streets were lined with stalls selling various ornaments and souvenirs. It truly looked like a modern festival. Kettle enjoyed exploring the sanctuary. As he walked on, something caught his eye, making them widen. It was a golden sword embedded in the ground at the very center of the plaza. His heart started pounding rapidly. "The holy sword? No, it's a fake," a nearby priest quietly corrected him. Kettle's excitement quickly faded. "A replica, huh? Of course. Even if everyone was given a chance, the great holy sword wouldn't just be sitting in the middle of the sanctuary. Kettle tilted his head. But why is there a replica here? Was it just a decoration? As Kettle wondered, the priest spoke up. Would you like to try pulling it out? Can you actually pull it out? There's a very low chance that you could. It costs 2 silver coins per attempt. Kettle hesitated. 2 silver coins? Yes, if you manage to pull it out, you can take it with you. Even though it's a fake, it was made right here in the sanctuary. It's an exact replica of the descended holy sword. It's very valuable. The priest exclaimed enthusiastically, almost like a salesman pitching to a customer. Oh, and if you don't manage to pull it out but still want to take it with you, you can buy it for just 1 gold coin. It's a bargain. Kettle wore a peculiar expression, and it wasn't just that. Other residents of the sanctuary were also loudly promoting their goods. This is a model of the holy sword used by the hero from centuries ago, only 10 silver coins. This is the food that the hero from centuries ago used to eat. His favorite food, only 5 silver coins. Everything was priced at least twice as much as it would be outside the sanctuary. Kettle watched with a somewhat exasperated look on his face. This was a typical tourist trap. He never imagined the sanctuary would be like this. After observing for a while, Kettle gathered his thoughts. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. A great many people were wandering around. Most of them seemed confident that they would be the one to pull out the holy sword. Even those who suspected it might be impossible were having fun, caught up in the atmosphere. Forgetting the worries of the world and enjoying a bit of freedom. If that meant thinning one's wallet, it was a small price to pay. This is interesting in its own way. Seeing the sanctuary adopt modern tourist traps was amusing. Kettle continued to enjoy his tour. That night, Kettle found a suitable place to stay and rested. In the morning, just as he was about to leave, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, the Holy Knight Commander, Cretin, was waiting for him. Cretin greeted him with utmost courtesy. Good morning, Kettle. Did you have a pleasant stay? I had an enjoyable time. What brings you here? Could you please come with me? Kettle nodded and followed Cretin. Since it was still early, the streets were mostly empty. As they walked, Cretin spoke. Do you know the order in which the holy sword is drawn? No, I don't. Isn't it random? No, it's determined by the token you received when you entered. Oh, Pasika had received a silver token. Kettle had received a golden one. So that's the criteria. Yes, those with first class or higher strength are given a silver token. Those with a silver token receive special treatment and are given the first chance to draw the holy sword. That's not exactly fair. At this, Cretin gave a wry smile. Indeed, contrary to what the world believed, not everyone had an equal chance to approach the holy sword. That is true. Well, I understand. It wouldn't be good to have first-rate warriors stuck here for too long, would it? Over 10,000 people had come to the sanctuary, and their numbers were still increasing. Drawing all the holy swords could take months. Having first-rate warriors tied up here for that long wouldn't be good for the continent. That's exactly right. Cretin was startled. Kettle's answer was spot on. I've heard things about you, but you really are different from other barbarians. Who did you hear it from? I spoke with the Archbishop of the Earth Mother about the descent of the holy sword. Your name came up in the discussion. Cretin swallowed hard and muttered under his breath. They said you defeated the mother of all demons. Chapter 265, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 5. I didn't lose. Kettle spoke lightly and Cretin swallowed hard. Kettle had won against Materia. He was also a high-ranking superhuman, someone who could stand tall wherever he went. But this was something else entirely. Cretin struggled to suppress his shock and spoke. Thank you sincerely for coming. I enjoyed it, so it's fine, Kettle said with a faint smile. By the way, I have the Golden Pass. Is that something special? It is different. The Golden Pass is much higher than the Silver Pass. The Golden Pass was only given to those who deserved the utmost respect from the entire holy sanctuary. It was reserved for heroes or those with equivalent influence. Kettle, of course, you should have the Golden Pass. Please follow me. Cretin led Kettle deeper into the holy sanctuary, into an area that ordinary people could not access. They entered a large building within the holy sanctuary. This is it? Wow, Kettle's eyes sparkled. The building was enormous and it contained all sorts of facilities as if a whole village had been compressed inside. The quality of the facilities was far superior to those outside. It felt like entering a luxury hotel. Everything here is free. Please make yourself at home, Cretin whispered quietly. If you're uncomfortable being around others, I can guide you to a private room. No, this is fine. Thank you, very well, I will return in a few days. Cretin bowed respectfully to the end. Kettle walked through the building with a pleased expression. Outside, it was crowded with people, making it difficult to walk, but here there were very few people, no more than a dozen or so. Only top-tier elites were allowed in, so it was to be expected. How should I pass the time? As he wandered through the building, something caught Kettle's eye. It was a bar, but it wasn't just any bar. It had an elegant atmosphere and various types of alcohol displayed. A cocktail bar, Kettle's face lit up with interest. How would fantasy cocktails taste? He entered the bar. The bartender guided him to a seat and handed him the menu with skilled movements. Kettle sat down and browsed the menu. All the drinks had names he'd never seen before. As Kettle smiled, contemplating what to order, someone approached him. "Hello," someone spoke to Kettle. He turned to see who it was. He wasn't surprised since he had sensed someone approaching. Kettle looked at the person and exclaimed in surprise, "Pasika, we meet again here." "Indeed, I see you've made it in here as well." Pasika smiled as he appeared. From what he could sense, Kettle's aura was of first-rate quality. It wasn't surprising that he could enter this place. "Shall we sit together? Let's continue the conversation we couldn't finish before." "Sounds good." Kettle laughed heartily and made room for Pasika to sit next to him. Pasika sat down with a mysterious smile. In the continent, there was a kingdom called Faradone. It was a powerful nation on par with the kingdom of Denian. No other kingdom could easily challenge it, and it was a historically rich kingdom with hundreds of years of history. Pasika was the first prince of the Faradone kingdom. He had an appearance that seemed straight out of a painting. Poets sang of his beauty, and the ladies of high society longed to catch a glimpse of him. Not only was he good-looking, but he also had proper manners and cared for others. He was strong as well, having reached the upper tier of top-level superhumans at a young age. He was expected to surpass the superhuman level and reach the rank of a hero. He was the pride of the royal family and beloved by all his people. He was, in every sense, like a hero from a painting. When he came to this place, everyone had high hopes that if anyone could pull the holy sword, it would be him. But Pasika had one peculiar hobby. He enjoyed hiding his true identity, befriending people, and then revealing his identity to shock them. He felt an intense thrill from watching people react in surprise when they realized he was a prince. He wasn't an evil person, and it wasn't necessarily wrong. But it wasn't exactly an appropriate hobby for a prince of a nation. His father had warned him about it, so he had been restraining himself, but he was reaching his limit. "Since I'm out of the kingdom for once," he thought it would be okay to enjoy his hobby for a bit. He was looking for someone suitable to surprise. Then he noticed a barbarian standing in front of the holy sanctuary. At first, he was quite surprised. A barbarian who was known to hate gods was at the holy sanctuary. It was a very strange sight. But the fact that this barbarian was here meant that, unlike typical barbarians, he had some common sense, and if that was the case, he could be a target. With that in mind, Pasika approached Kettle. Pasika squinted his eyes. He could sense that Kettle's aura was of first-rate quality. Through their conversations, he had confirmed that Kettle had no significant background. After 2 coincidental meetings, they had built a sufficient rapport. "This should be enough." Satisfied, Pasika smiled and called the bartender. "To celebrate our second meeting, it's on me, but isn't everything here free? What's important is the sentiment." "That's true," Kettle laughed heartily. Pasika ordered from the bartender. "Bartender, 2 retinis." Retini, hearing an unfamiliar name, Kettle tilted his head in curiosity. Pasika smiled knowingly. "Just try it." Soon, the bartender handed them 2 glasses. Kettle lifted his glass and took a sip. "Oh," Kettle's expression showed surprise. Seeing this, Pasika felt a sense of satisfaction. He assumed Kettle was impressed by the taste of a proper drink. He thought Kettle was moved by the taste that was on a different level compared to the strong liquor barbarians usually drank, but in reality it was different. "This is a martini, isn't it?" It was a cocktail he had tried on Earth before. Come to think of it, this world also had things like wheat and barley. Since the ingredients were the same, it wasn't surprising that they had drinks identical to those on Earth. Who would have thought I'd be drinking an Earth cocktail in a fantasy world? It felt strangely nostalgic. Kettle sipped the martini. "It's delicious." "Oh, yeah, right." Pasika was caught off guard by the unexpectedly calm reaction. This isn't what I expected." But Pasika didn't lose sight of his goal. He continued chatting with Kettle, trying to build a rapport. When he felt they had grown close enough, Pasika's eyes gleamed. "Ah, come to think of it, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" I wasn't planning on saying it. People usually get surprised and distance themselves when they find out. But after talking to you, I don't think you're that kind of person, so I'll tell you. Don't worry, I'm not the type to change my attitude." Kettle spoke lightly. Pasika laughed at those words. Many had said the same thing before, but none of them had kept their word. "All right then, be amazed," as he reveals his true identity, and watch their eyes widen in shock and panic. Just as he was about to speak about himself, "Excuse me," someone spoke from behind. Annoyed at being interrupted, Pasika turned his head. There stood a middle-aged man looking at Kettle with a curious expression. "Who is that?" It was a face he recognized. As Pasika searched his memory, his eyes widened. The mercenary guild master, the one who oversaw all the mercenaries on the continent. The mercenary guild master. Some people looked down on them as mere mercenaries, but their influence was not to be underestimated. They were one of the few organizations spread across the entire continent. Not only were they numerous, but there were also a few superhumanly strong individuals among them. And the mercenary guild master was the one who managed and commanded all of these mercenaries. Even the mercenary king couldn't ignore the guild master's words. Although his personal strength wasn't remarkable, his influence was greater than that of 2 or 3 kings combined. And such a person was approaching with a cautious expression. Did he recognize me? Pasika was a young man who had reached the top tier of excellence. He had made quite a name for himself. It wouldn't be surprising if the mercenary guild master had recognized him and approached. Pasika quickly straightened his posture, but the guild master paid him no attention. He was solely focused on Kettle. "Excuse me, but are you by any chance Mr. Kettle?" "I am Kettle indeed." "Oh, I see. It's an honor to meet you." The guild master excitedly grabbed Kettle's hand. His enthusiasm was palpable. "I am Dragon, the mercenary guild master. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, I see. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Kettle." The guild master's loud declaration made Pasika's eyes widen. The mercenary guild master, a person of immense influence. Even his father, the king of Faradone, had to be extremely courteous when dealing with the guild master, but now this guild master was bowing to Kettle, as if he were of a lower status. The guild master spoke cautiously. "Mr. Kettle, if it's not too much trouble, could we have a word? Since you're technically a mercenary, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." I haven't done mercenary work in quite a while." "Is this about losing my status?" "Absolutely not, that could never happen, I just need to confirm something." "I don't mind, could I visit you later? I'm in the middle of a conversation right now." "Yes. I'll be waiting," the guild master shouted loudly before retreating. He didn't show the slightest bit of interest in Pasika. "So what were you about to say?" Kettle turned back with a curious expression. Well," Pasika was at a loss for words. "Wait a second." Pasika was confused. He had planned to reveal that he was the first prince, destined to become the king and ruler of the Faradone kingdom. He wanted to see Kettle panic and scramble to show respect upon learning about his status and background. But here was the mercenary guild master, who held much greater influence and authority than he did, bowing to Kettle. What? But he couldn't just stay silent. Kettle was looking at him, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, Pasika stammered, and at that moment someone else interrupted. "Hello?" At the sound of a woman's voice, they turned their gaze. Pasika gasped at the sight of her, because she was stunningly beautiful, a woman with golden hair and black eyes. She looked like a sculpture brought to life. Pasika had often been praised for his good looks, as if he had stepped out of a painting, but he seemed plain and ordinary compared to this woman. Her beauty was that flawless. The woman in her elegant dress was looking at Kettle. "Is your name Kettle by any chance?" "Yes, it is, and you are." Kettle looked at her with admiration, but it wasn't because of her beauty like it was for Pasika. Although the woman was indeed beautiful, so were high elf queens, demons, and ancient dragons. He admired her for another reason. She's strong. Even though she had restrained her aura, an overwhelming force could still be felt. Kettle was genuinely impressed. She was strong. She might be the strongest human he had encountered outside. A strength that made the mercenary king and the chief inquisitor look like children. A divine presence akin to that of a god's avatar. She had transcended mere power. With such strength, Kettle's eyes shone. "That's right. I've heard many things about you. I've always wanted to meet you." The woman bowed respectfully, introducing herself with utmost courtesy. "Kettle the Barbarian from the other side. I am Helia, the saintess of the sun god. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 266, The Descent of the Holy Sword, Part 6. The sun god saintess, Pasika gasped in shock. In terms of sheer size and number of followers, the church of the sun god was outmatched by the earth goddess's church. Yet despite this, people still regarded the church of the sun god as the most powerful in the continent. The reason was simple. It was because of the overwhelming number of powerful individuals within it. From the chief inquisitor to the Holy Knight's commander, and even the Pope, numerous top-tier superhumans were among them. Considering that just a single top-tier superhuman could drastically change the perception of a group, this was an overwhelming force. However, the Church of the Earth Goddess also had several top-tier superhumans. The difference wasn't great enough to be considered overwhelming. The reason why the Church of the Sun God was regarded as the strongest was because of the figure standing before them. A human blessed by the Pantheon who appears only once every 1,000 years, the only one who could meet and converse with a god directly, the saintess of the sun god Helia, a hero-class powerhouse. Kettle murmured in awe. The saintess of the sun god, huh? He had never seen a human with such power before. There was the Tower Master, but since he was a lick he didn't count as human. A hero-class powerhouse. A saintess, is it? Pleased to meet you. Aquez and Serafina are greatly indebted to you. I've come to deliver their thanks, Mr. Kettle. We are close friends, so there's no need to worry about it. Kettle burst into a hearty laugh. Helia spoke calmly. Even so, it is my duty to express their gratitude, and as a servant of the gods and fellow human of this continent, I must also thank you. I have heard much about your deeds." As she spoke, Helia narrowed her eyes and gazed at Kettle. "Are you here to draw the holy sword? I'm interested in it. I plan to give it a try." "I see." Helia looked at Kettle with a puzzled expression. She seemed uncertain as to why someone of his strength would be interested in the holy sword. "And you, are you after the sword as well?" "No, I'm here for a different reason. You don't have to worry about me being a competitor." The descent of the holy sword meant the Pantheon had moved. As the only one able to meet the gods directly, she had come to confirm it. Kettle nodded in understanding. Helia silently observed Kettle, one who has deviated from the divine will. It was her first time seeing one with her own eyes. She had long pondered whether this man, Kettle, was a blessing, curse, ally, or enemy, and she had reached a conclusion. Helia smiled faintly. "I hope we can continue to get along in the future. I wish for us to maintain a good relationship." The deeds Kettle had performed so far had certainly benefited them. She didn't know his true intentions, but for now, there was no reason to distance themselves from him. "I look forward to it. I don't know why you desire the holy sword, but even if you do draw it, I don't think it will pose much of a problem given who you are." Her tone was peculiar, as though implying that drawing the sword would bring some kind of issue. "I apologize for interrupting. Please enjoy the rest of your time." With a final farewell, Helia departed. She never once paid any attention to Pasika. Pasika, for his part, remained as quiet as a mouse. Kettle finally remembered his presence. "Ah, apologies, I wasn't focused on our conversation." "And no, it's fine." His voice was barely audible. His eyes, fixed on Kettle, were filled with shock and confusion. What was that? The saintess of the sun god, one of the most influential figures on the continent. She had personally come to offer her thanks, spoken with utmost respect, and asked for a continued good relationship, all while maintaining perfect decorum. But that wasn't the end. Ahem. A middle-aged man cleared his throat as he approached. He was dressed like a magician. "Nice to meet you. I've heard the stories. Your name is Kettle, correct?" "That's right." "And who might you be?" Kettle's eyes gleamed. The middle-aged man exuded a palpable aura. Unlike the saintess, he didn't seem to care about hiding his strength. It was intense. Instinctively, Kettle could tell. This man was also a hero-class powerhouse. The man introduced himself. "I am Elian, the first disciple of the Tower Master." Elian, Pasika swallowed hard. The Tower Master was a legendary figure who had lived for hundreds of years and was one of the strongest beings in the world. Many magicians had aspired to become his disciple over the centuries. More than 10,000 magicians had begged him to take them as a student. Among them were once-in-a-lifetime geniuses, some who reached the superhuman level in their 20s, and even those who were on the verge of becoming hero-class powerhouses. But the Tower Master had rejected them all for one reason: you lack talent. No one could refute such a brutal statement. Since then, it was believed that no one would ever become the Tower Master's disciple. But one day, the Tower Master suddenly accepted a single student. That student was Elian, the Tower Master's first disciple, and Elian lived up to expectations. In just 20 years, he had ascended to the level of a hero. He was a miraculous genius born of the continent. "What is going on here?" Kettle was thrilled. He had met two hero-class powerhouses in just one day. He wanted to shout for joy, but he suppressed the feeling, smiling instead. "Have you also come to draw the holy sword?" "I'm interested in the holy sword, but I didn't come here to draw it. I'm just here to analyze its structure." Elian narrowed his eyes as he spoke. "So you are Kettle. I've heard much about you from my master." "Oh, is that so?" Kettle grinned. Elian quietly studied him. "He doesn't seem nearly as problematic as my master described." According to the Tower Master, Kettle was a dangerous beast who could lash out at any moment. But meeting him in person, he didn't seem so threatening. In fact, he appeared quite ordinary. "Is he disguising himself?" And that only piqued Elian's interest even more. Elian spoke calmly. "Would it be possible to have a proper conversation later, and if possible a sparring match as well?" "That sounds great to me," Kettle nodded readily. A sparring match with one of the strongest warriors, a magician at that, it was an exciting opportunity. He had no intention of refusing from the start. Elian's face briefly changed, as if he hadn't expected such an immediate acceptance, but he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for that. I'm a bit busy right now, so it might be difficult, but let's talk when I have some time. I look forward to it." "I look forward to it as well." Kettle smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. Pasika, on the other hand, looked like he was about to lose his mind. The first disciple of the Tower Master saying, "I look forward to it," and politely requesting a sparring match. Something about this, something felt off. "Who exactly am I talking to right now?" Suddenly, he felt afraid of Kettle, who smiled and turned around. "Oh, sorry about the delay, so what were you trying to say?" Pasika stared blankly with his mouth open. Moments later, he snapped back to his senses. "Let's get along. Since we've met here, we're friends, right? At least that's what I think." "Oh, that's what you were trying to say. Of course, we're friends." Let's get along, Kettle laughed heartily and patted Pasika on the shoulder. Pasika's body shrank almost halfway in response. While Pasika was racking his brain trying to navigate the situation, within the holy sanctuary of Ilia, the saint and the holy knight captain Cretin were conversing. The saint murmured calmly, "The first disciple of the tower master Elian and the sun god saintess Helia have arrived. Didn't you also say that the king of the North Sea would come? We received word a few hours ago. It seems an internal issue arose and he won't be able to make it. He sends his apologies." "Is it a problem with the barbarians? They're a troublesome lot," the saint sighed. Cretin gave a wry smile but didn't argue. It was true after all. "Well, not all of them are like that. One barbarian has come here after all." Kettle right, the saint narrowed his eyes. A man who had saved the holy sanctuary, fought demons, protected the elves, and battled the lord of hell Materia, emerging victorious, a terrifyingly powerful figure. Kettle, where did he come from? We don't know. The king of the North Sea didn't seem to know him either. Everyone who knew of Kettle wondered about his origins. Very few knew he had emerged from the Forbidden Lands. The northern region was where the most barbarians were found, so Cretin had inquired with the king of the north, but he had responded that he had never heard of Kettle. The saint muttered with curiosity. "He really seems to have fallen from the sky. Still, after speaking with him, he didn't seem bad. He's been of great help to us and is worth befriending." "Well, that's a relief. Many of the heroes are eccentric and it's been a headache." The saint grumbled with a face scrunched up. "Is there still no movement from the Empire?" "None, no actions, no responses." "What in the world are they doing?" the saint sighed. Black magicians were on the move, demons were descending, and the Pantheon had even summoned the Holy Sword in response. Yet the Empire remained utterly silent. There were no official statements, no movements, nothing. It was as if they had something more important on their hands. This was a significant reason why the continent had been losing ground to the demons. The largest and most powerful entity was doing nothing, leaving everyone else floundering. Enough, the saint shook his head, frustrated. There was nothing he could do about the Empire. All he could do was hope they would resolve it themselves. He needed to focus on what he could do. The saint spoke up. "Have enough people gathered?" "Yes. We've gathered all the top-tier fighters." "Then that's good. What about the black magicians and demons? With the help of the saintess of the sun god, we've set up protections they won't dare approach." "Good, then let's begin," the saint declared. "Open the gate to the holy sword." Pasika hastily left. Meanwhile, Kettle had no deep thoughts. He was simply happy to have made a new friend. Next, it was time for his awaited meeting with the guild master. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all." The guild master smiled thinly. They would have questioned their eyes if anyone else had seen that smile. Even the king of mercenaries could be moved by the guild master, who now seemed to be lowering himself like a mere servant. But before Kettle, such behavior was only appropriate. They sat facing each other and Kettle's eyes widened. Oh, right beside the guild master there was something small. It was a tiny, winged human. "That thing next to you." "Oh. That's my secretary, she's a fairy." Oh, I see." Kettle's voice trembled. Inside he was shouting with joy. A fairy, a mythical being, not as mainstream as elves but perhaps more special for that reason. What kind of day is today? Meeting two hero-class fighters and now even a fairy. Was it his birthday or something? Kettle, overjoyed, stared intently at the fairy. But the fairy groaned. Her face had turned pale as if she had just seen a monster. She hurriedly hid behind the guild master's back, her tiny body trembling. Kettle clicked his tongue in disappointment. The guild master, flustered by the fairy's reaction, apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, it seems she's not feeling well at the moment. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your understanding." The guild master bowed respectfully before continuing to speak. Chapter 267, Drawing the Holy Sword, Part 1. "First of all, thank you for saving the mercenary king. If it weren't for you, he would have surely perished at the hands of the demons." The majority of the current prestige of the mercenary guild stemmed from the mercenary king, a top-tier warrior. If something were to happen to the mercenary king, the guild's influence would be drastically reduced. For this reason, Kettle saving the mercenary king was a tremendous favor in the eyes of the guild. Kettle replied casually. "I don't have a hobby of letting my comrades die, so don't worry about it. Even so, you are a benefactor of the guild. This is a reward." The guild master took out a jewel box and placed it on the table. Inside the box were jewels, literally overflowing with them. Every gem was flawless and large. Kettle let out a small exclamation of surprise. He wasn't well versed in jewels, but they were worth a great deal. He would have been even more astonished if Kettle had known their true value. The jewels in the box could literally buy a castle. "I hope you won't refuse this token of our gratitude." "Then I'll gratefully accept it." Kettle accepted the jewel box and the guild master's eyes gleamed. Kettle smiled slightly. "So you didn't come just to express your thanks. How about we get to the main topic?" "Ha ha ha, you can't be fooled, Kettle." The guild master laughed awkwardly and then spoke in a lowered voice. "Kettle, you are currently a mercenary, right?" That's correct. Kettle was a C-rank mercenary. He still carried his mercenary badge. The guild master quietly asked, "Do you have any thoughts of quitting mercenary work?" "No, I don't. I'm not working as a mercenary now, but I plan to whenever the opportunity arises." "Oh, I see." The guild master's voice grew louder. He quickly continued, as if not wanting to miss his chance. "You still identify as a mercenary, Kettle. Ah, I was just curious because it seems you haven't been active in mercenary work for a while. Yes, I see, you still see yourself as a mercenary." His tone was strange, as if it was important that Kettle still considered himself a mercenary. "Ah, I understand now." Kettle let out a curious smile as if he had realized something. "The jewels were to secure me, right? A sort of signing bonus." At this, the guild master flinched. "You figured it out? I'm not so naive as to be unaware of my own value. Since I don't plan to quit being a mercenary, I don't mind." "Haha, that's good to hear. Kettle, you're a mercenary. Currently a C-rank one, right?" "That's right. Then I'll promote you to S-rank." Is that allowed? It would be more of a problem if you weren't S-rank. Anyone who had reached the superhuman level could become an S-rank mercenary. However, Kettle was a hero-class warrior. It was only natural for him to be S-rank. Kettle asked with curiosity, "But aren't there procedures for this? I haven't done much mercenary work, so isn't that an issue?" "Normally, there's a qualification assessment, but for someone like you, Kettle, there's no issue. I can upgrade you with the Guild Master's special privilege." The Guild Master spoke confidently, wanting to show that he was considerate and attentive to Kettle's needs. "I've already checked with the Mercenary King. He said there's no problem with you becoming S-rank, you don't have to worry about it." But Kettle's expression was uncertain. S-rank mercenary. It was a position of great respect, the highest rank among mercenaries. "But I don't want to get it this way." The idea of earning the title solely because of his strength, without actually doing mercenary work, felt like cheating to Kettle. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle asked one question. "Can an A-rank mercenary still have the right to challenge S-rank dungeons?" Kettle was interested in S-rank dungeons because within them he could obtain the catalyst he sought. "Yes. As long as you get permission, it's not an issue." "Then that's good, I'd like to remain an A-rank mercenary." Are you sure about that? I haven't done enough as a mercenary to be considered on the same level as the Mercenary King, so it would weigh on my conscience." "Ah, I see." The guild master was taken aback, as he hadn't expected Kettle to refuse. However, he quickly recovered. "Understood, I'll adjust your rank to A rank. You can visit the guild later to receive your new badge." "Thank you," Kettle smiled. The conversation had come to an end. The guild master bowed deeply. "Then I look forward to working with you." "Yes, likewise." The guild master left with a beaming smile on his face. Back in his quarters, he clenched his fist in triumph. "Great, this is great." Meeting him here was unexpected, but it's a huge win. He had confirmed that Kettle still identified as a mercenary and had a sense of belonging. This was extremely important to the guild master. In this world, the influence of strong individuals was immense. The mercenary guild had grown so large because of the presence of the Mercenary King, a top-tier superhuman. And Kettle was a hero-class warrior who had defeated the mother of all demons, someone even stronger than most heroes. Frankly, it was a mystery why someone of his caliber wasn't more widely known. Just having him affiliated with the Mercenary Guild increased the guild's influence. Confirming this was the guild master's duty. The guild master grinned. Of course, he couldn't exploit Kettle's name or use it carelessly. But just the fact that he was a mercenary added significant influence. Satisfied, the guild master whispered quietly. "Hey, how did it go?" he asked his assistant, a fairy. Elves were beings of nature. They were more sensitive to the natural order than anyone else, which is why they felt threatened by Kettle's presence before he contained his intimidating aura. It was like being in front of a wild predator. And fairies, beings of fantasy, had the ability to see the essence of things and people. The guild master asked, "Did you see anything? Hey, what's wrong with you?" The fairy's face turned pale. Her already white face became even whiter, like a blank sheet of paper. What is that? I told you before, a recently appeared hero-class strongman, did you forget?" No, the fairy shook her head vigorously. That wasn't what she was asking about. What is that? What's wrong?" The guildmaster's face was filled with confusion. The guildmaster had encountered several hero-class strongmen with the fairy before. Each time, the fairy had muttered various things. She had once described them as massive monsters, another time as swords that cut through everything. She had even likened them to boxes whose contents were unknowable. But he had never seen her so terrified before. The fairy stammered as she spoke. It's mimicking. No, it's overlapping. How? This doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be possible for them to overlap. How is this even happening? What are you talking about? What is that? I don't know, don't ask." The fairy frantically shook her head as if she didn't want to think about it. "If it wasn't hidden by overlapping, I would have." The fairy clutched her head and groaned, as if just glimpsing the essence of Kettle was driving her mad. What's wrong? The guild master was flustered. He had seen many things, but this was the first time he had seen the fairy in such distress. Panicking, he tried to comfort her somehow. The next day, Cretin gathered everyone and spoke. The time has come, everyone. The gate to the Holy Sword has been opened. Ooh, the people who had been waiting cheered. Finally, they could approach the Holy Sword. Kettle's eyes sparkled as Cretin continued. You are all first-class warriors. You have the first chance to draw the Holy Sword. Unfortunately, there must be some order. However, within this group, we will proceed as fairly as possible. How will it be fair? In response to someone's question, Cretin brought out a box. Please each take a piece of paper from this box. The number written on it is your order. The people hurried over and lined up. Kettle also took a place in line and drew a piece of paper. 7, that was Kettle's number. Now let's begin. Whoever drew number 1, please come forward. I'll go. A man who appeared to be a mercenary boldly stepped forward. Following the guidance of the priests, he walked toward the Holy Sword. The others watched with expectant faces or with nervous expressions, worried that he might be the one to pull out the sword. Kettle asked Cretin, can anyone pull out the Holy Sword immediately? If they pass the trial, yes. Oh, do you know what the trial is? No. I don't know, the trial changes each time. It can take an hour for one person or it can be over in a minute. As they talked, the mercenary returned from the Holy Sword. His face was filled with disappointment. About 5 minutes. The trial seems relatively short this time. I'm next. The next person, who looked like a wizard, stood up confidently, but 5 minutes later he too returned with a gloomy expression. One after another people went in, but none returned with a smile. Now it's my turn. Finally it was Kettle's turn. Cretin spoke cautiously. Good luck. Thanks. Kettle laughed cheerfully and stood up. He followed the priest's guidance and entered the sacred grounds. Finally he arrived at a small door. The priest stepped back. Please enter through here. Kettle grabbed the doorknob and opened it. Inside, a vast plaza appeared. A massive plaza about the size of a soccer field, and in the center of the plaza, there a single silver sword was embedded in the ground. Ooh, Kettle let out a breath of admiration. That was the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword appeared before him. As he stared at the Holy Sword, it suddenly trembled, as if it had seen something that shouldn't exist. At the same time, golden swords began to materialize in the air. Dozens of swords appeared, each one brimming with divine power. Kettle smiled. A trial, huh? That's good, let's enjoy it. Chapter 268, Drawing the Holy Sword, Part 2. Kettle entered the chamber of the Holy Sword. Cretin, who had been watching that direction, approached a man who had sat down with a gloomy face. He was the first to try and fail. Could you tell me what the trial was like this time? What, excuse me? The man's eyes widened at Cretin's question. Am I allowed to talk about it? I am the commander of the Holy Knights under the God of Swords, Ilya. I need to verify the details of the trial. I do not intend to take the challenge myself nor tell others, so do not worry. This is just to prepare for any unforeseen situations. There were often those who would disregard the trial and act forcefully to draw the sword. The church had a need to know the details in advance. At this, the man nodded and explained. Honestly, there wasn't much to it. There was just a single sword stuck in the ground in a wide plaza, that was it. There were no restrictions or obstacles, it was just a single sword left alone. The man, who had been in a daze, was startled and tried his hardest to pull the sword, but every attempt failed. And after about 5 minutes I was suddenly pushed out of the plaza and expelled. I see, I understand now. Thank you, the trial's nature was very simple. You were given 5 minutes and within that time you were free to try to draw the sword. If you couldn't, you'd be expelled. It was a very straightforward trial. Cretin expressed his thanks and stepped away. Will Kettle be able to draw it? To be honest, Cretin had no idea. The criteria for the Holy Sword choosing its master were unknown. Sometimes it was an extraordinary warrior and other times it was a mere beggar. It varied greatly. Since mere strength alone was insufficient, the chances of failure were high. At that moment a vibration shook the ground. Ooh. What's this? Everyone present felt the tremor shaking the ground, and they soon realized it was coming from the direction of the Holy Sword. Cretin understood what was happening. It seems he's attempting to draw the sword. But for the vibration to reach this far, it was certainly a display of monstrous strength. Cretin marveled. He assumed the vibrations were caused by Kettle's strength to pull the sword. But in reality, the scene at the plaza where the Holy Sword lay was much more chaotic. Dozens of golden swords were streaking through the plaza, filled with the holy power to destroy evil and burn away demons. Every one of them was flying toward Kettle, aiming to pierce him. Kettle pushed off the ground with his feet. He leaped, dodging the swords. His body moved swiftly, leaving afterimages as he danced across the plaza. Kagagagagagagak, the golden swords struck the ground in vain. The plaza, now resembling a graveyard of swords, was littered with the fallen weapons. Yet within that space, Kettle remained completely unharmed, having dodged all of them. Kettle laughed joyfully. So this is the trial of the sword, how entertaining. Of course, the reality was different, but Kettle had no way of knowing that. He assumed breaking through the sword's attacks was the trial, Qi Yang. As Kettle continued to dodge, the swords trembled as if enraged. More golden swords materialized, bringing the number to 100. I've got the gist of it, Kettle muttered. He had figured out the nature of the trial. Now it was time to overcome it. Kettle stepped forward. This time, instead of dodging, he advanced toward the incoming barrage of swords. Quadriduke, he grabbed the flying swords, crushing and breaking them with his hands. He swung his arms, smashing the swords aside, scattering fragments in all directions. The attacks, which would have skewered even the seasoned mercenary king, were nothing to him. He simply broke through them as he moved forward. The holy sword trembled as if in shock, but Kettle ignored it and charged ahead, arriving in front of the holy sword in an instant. Now then, with an expectant smile, Kettle grabbed the hilt of the holy sword. In that moment, the space itself was pushed back. Ooh, it was as if the holy sword took control of the entire space, rejecting everything else. Kettle, momentarily caught off guard, was swept away. But his expression remained one of delight. So this is the second phase. There was no way the trial was simply about dodging a few swords. As Kettle eagerly awaited the next attack, a voice rang out. "Stand back, monster." It was a clear feminine voice, high and pure. Kettle paused. "So it can speak. I am the holy sword, a weapon bestowed by the great gods. Of course I can speak. The reason I have not spoken until now is because you were someone to be excluded, and there was no need for conversation. But upon realizing it won't be easy, I've decided to speak." "Ah, I see. You are layered. You've disguised yourself as if you are a being of this world. That's how you managed to deceive eyes and make it this far. But I am the holy sword, and I can perceive your true nature. Your deception has failed. You talk a lot," Kettle muttered, a little exasperated. The voice was far too chatty for something as noble as the holy sword, which did not match the image he had in mind. "So the attacks weren't the trial, huh? They were not. They were meant to exclude you. Beings like you should not stand before me, nor should they exist in this world." Kettle stroked his chin, ignoring the holy sword's words. "That makes sense. Those who had failed and returned had gloomy, tired faces, but that was all. They had no wounds and their clothes were clean. They weren't even out of breath. There was no way ordinary challengers could endure such an onslaught without a scratch. It had been targeted solely at Kettle. This is unfair." It wasn't unexpected, though. The gods held various opinions about Kettle. Some, like Kaloja, showed goodwill, others, like the spirit god, remained neutral, and some, like Federica, opposed him. The holy sword, being a creation of the pantheon, could naturally reject him. Kettle nodded. "Well, fine. A trial like this isn't bad. This is not a trial, it is merely exclusion. No, it's a trial. I'm sorry, but could it be that I misunderstood the meaning of the word exclusion? I haven't spoken to anyone for hundreds of years, so my understanding might be wrong. If so, I would appreciate it if you could explain it properly." "Your words are not wrong. You are trying to exclude me." But to Kettle, it was a trial, he chuckled. "After all, I just need to overcome your attack and pull you out. It's an entertaining trial." The holy sword realized. It was indeed trying to exclude Kettle. It had attacked him with the intent to kill, yet Kettle merely saw it as a trial. "You're broken once again. Perhaps that's why you were able to come here. In a way, it's like you've gone full circle to normalcy. I feel pity for you, but even so, I am a holy sword." Kying, golden swords materialized, more powerful than before. "As a being sent to protect and defend the earth, I will exclude you." The holy sword spoke in a resonant voice. At that same moment outside, a person was looking at the location where the holy sword was with a somewhat uncertain expression. It's almost been 5 minutes. But Kettle had made no move to come out. Could he be enduring the force without coming out? For someone of Kettle's strength, it wasn't entirely impossible. A holy knight glanced at Cretin, who nodded. They decided to go check. Then, rumble, the ground shook. Compared to the earlier vibrations, this one was as if an earthquake had struck. "Whoa, what the?" People stumbled and fell. Cretin also swayed violently. He quickly looked in the direction of the holy sword. "Wait, hold on." Was Kettle throwing a tantrum because he was frustrated while trying to pull out the sword? Such a thought crossed his mind. But soon he realized that wasn't the case. Boom, 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 a clash of forces erupted from that direction. It wasn't something caused by an individual's anger. It was clearly a battle between two forces. Something was fighting something in the plaza where the holy sword was. What is going on? Cretin was bewildered. Boom, 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 swords rained down. This time the quality and density were on a whole other level. There was no space to evade the downpour of swords, and Kettle had no intention of dodging from the beginning. He stepped forward, advancing. Crunch! His body remained unscathed, the swords smashing and breaking against him. The radiant golden swords could not pierce him. The holy sword spoke in an astonished voice. "You're a monster, then try stopping this." Clang, the space around the holy sword fractured. The world itself was altered. The space itself transformed into golden swords that surged toward Kettle. It was an overwhelming attack, beyond the survivability of even the highest level of superhumans. Oh ho, Kettle laughed at the attack. It was a power he couldn't dismiss so lightly. Thus he grounded his feet, twisted his waist, and threw a powerful punch. Boom, the spatial swords shattered from the punch, the aftermath spread across the area. The room protecting the holy sword shook uneasily. The holy sword was shocked. Unbelievable. As expected of the holy sword, you're strong, Kettle praised as he swiftly moved forward and grabbed the sword's hilt. Eek, the holy sword screamed sharply. It desperately repelled the space itself. Kettle's body was forcibly pushed back. Tricky. What do you think you're doing? You cannot touch me. Your voice is trembling. Kettle tilted his head. The holy sword's voice was quivering like a frightened fawn. Are you scared? Me, that's impossible. Despite your hidden nature and your overlapping essence, I can sense a part of the discord within you. To be honest, if I could move, I would have run away already. But even then, for the great holy sword to be afraid. Such a thing is impossible. Your voice is still trembling, though. That's an illusion. The holy sword quickly changed the subject. Your body is certainly something special. It's more like a power itself rather than just a physical body. If I'm not careful, I might be in danger, but you cannot touch me. I am a tool bestowed by the gods of the pantheon to help the earth. I exclude things that cannot exist in this world. Are all holy swords chatterboxes like you? For the first time, an expression of exhaustion appeared on Kettle's face. Chatterbox, the holy sword was offended. I only say what's necessary. However, after being stored in the Pantheon's vault for hundreds of years without talking to anyone, I may have spoken more than usual due to the joy of conversation. Ah, is that so? Kettle nodded as if he understood. That's unfortunate, I sympathize. To be stuck in a place you didn't want to be for an immeasurable amount of time. Kettle could relate to this experience. At that, the sword hesitated as if touched by his words. It wavered, moved, but quickly regained its composure. Are you trying to weaken my resolve by stirring my emotions? You scare me, then show kindness. Is this the suspension bridge effect? I barely held back, but if I hear more, I might actually falter. That's not my intention, though. Enough talk. With a shout, the holy sword launched a barrage of golden swords. Kettle let out a small laugh as he launched himself forward. Chapter 269, Drawing the Holy Sword, Part 3. The sword traced a chaotic path, aiming for Kettle's entire body. Clang, clang, clang. But he dodged, parried, and blocked every attack. Kettle stepped forward, launching himself towards the holy sword. Not so fast. Whoom, with the sword's cry, space itself pushed Kettle away. This was the sword's great power, an exclusion of space itself, interfering with the laws of the world. When Kettle first approached, this exclusion had thrown him back to the edge of the room. That method won't work, so you'll have to try something else. The sword proclaimed confidently. However, hup, Kettle let out a battle cry, gathering strength throughout his entire body. He tried to overcome the spatial exclusion with brute force and approached again. What? The sword was startled and hastily slashed at him. While dodging and blocking the sword's attacks, Kettle couldn't fully resist the spatial exclusion. His body was pushed back, but this time it was less than half the distance he'd been pushed before. Kettle smirked. I've adapted. It seems like I need to try something else. Your strength is monstrous. You must be one of the oldest beings and one of the strongest monsters among them, otherwise you wouldn't have such power. The sword exclaimed in disbelief. It seems my power alone won't be enough to stop you. But calling for help from the gods isn't an option either. They've already used much of their strength to send me down here, so they won't be able to interfere with the mortal world for a while. You talk a lot, Kettle muttered, somewhat exasperated. He'd never dealt with a being this talkative before, but now he was getting used to it. Since the sword kept talking and revealing information, it wasn't so bad after all. So the gods won't be able to intervene on Earth for the time being. I've come up with a good idea. Bzzzzzzz. The sword gathered power. A massive golden sword materialized above it. It was truly enormous. The size of a house, and the power it held was clearly that of a hero class. Kettle asked with a curious expression, can you really use that much power? No, but I have no choice since I can't defeat someone like you. The great gods will surely forgive me, the sword spoke proudly. From what I can tell, you can probably block this attack, but the damage will be significant. If you try to dodge, my sword will pierce through the walls and burst out into the outside world. And once people hear the commotion, they will come. Then I will shout for all to hear, that you are not human, that you are a monster. Kettle chuckled. You're smarter than I thought. Thank you for the compliment, now take this. I'm starting to like you, so I hope you don't die. The sword flew toward him, a massive, overwhelming blade of raw physical power. Dodging wasn't an option. If he did, the sword would tear through the walls and people would come running. Even if he tried to block it, the sheer force of the sword would send his body flying. Thus, Kettle's response was very simple. Who? He gathered mystery. The miracle flowing through his body strengthened his muscles. He grounded himself, planting his feet as if rooting into the earth. Then he caught the massive golden sword with his hands. Boom, a powerful vibration spread. The walls shook uneasily. The sword had enough power to carve a hole in a mountain. But even so, Kettle didn't budge. Oh my, I didn't see this coming. The sword was astonished. Kettle didn't dodge or block, he simply grabbed it, and despite that he didn't move an inch. Kettle squeezed his grip. The golden sword made an unstable sound and soon after shattered. Crash, fragments scattered everywhere. Kettle grinned. Not bad. He casually walked toward the sword. It seemed exhausted, no longer attacking, and muttered in despair. How could this happen? Forgive me, I have failed in my duty. Standing before the sword, Kettle grasped its hilt. The sword trembled as if in fear but couldn't resist. Kettle tried to pull it out. It won't budge, but the sword didn't move. Not even the slightest. Realizing this, the sword snapped back to its senses. Now that I think about it, that's right, I was shaken by too much shock. You cannot draw me. Figures. Kettle clicked his tongue. He couldn't pull out the sword. Should I call it a day and head back? Honestly, it wasn't much of a disappointment. Kettle never really had a desire to pull out the holy sword. He only wanted to see it and give it a try. Becoming the sword's master, a hero revered by all, wasn't something he aspired to. It was like experiencing farm life at a farmstay without wanting to become a real farmer. It was the same idea. As Kettle was about to retreat satisfied, the sword spoke again. You cannot draw me. Only a being of this world with the proper qualifications can pull me out. You cannot be that person, for you are not of this world. But the sword's words made Kettle pause. I am of this world. Are you joking? The sword asked in genuine confusion. You cannot be a being of this world. Can a lion love a rabbit? No, it cannot. No matter how much love there is, the lion's tender stroke will flay the rabbit's skin, and a loving hug will spill its guts. A kiss will tear its flesh. A love that cannot be, a love that should not exist. And could such a love ever bear fruit? Impossible, it cannot happen, and you are even beyond that, you are not of this world. The sword spoke as if stating an unchangeable truth, as if this were as natural as gravity pulling objects down. Relieved that Kettle couldn't pull it out, the sword seemed almost excited. Now I understand. The reason you overlap with this world is because you don't want to be a lion, you want to be a rabbit, that's why you are overlapping. Your stubbornness is warping your very nature, it's like a miracle, but even if that's true, the impossible remains impossible. I am of this world. Kettle, who had been silently listening to the holy sword, finally spoke. I am a part of this world, a being of fantasy. Fantasy? What is that? Anyway, I cannot stop your heart's desires, so I can't help what you want, but what you seek is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The holy sword spoke emphatically. You will forever be an outsider, a lion that wishes to be a rabbit. Oh, really? Kettle smiled faintly. So you're saying that because I'm an outsider, I can't pull you out? It's a fundamental issue. Wait, why are you approaching me again? The holy sword, which had been speaking confidently, suddenly paused. Kettle had tried once to pull the sword and failed. He was about to step back when he suddenly moved toward the holy sword again. He grasped its hilt, a twisted smile on his face. So you're saying if I pull you out, I'll become a part of this world? Seeing Kettle's face, the holy sword realized it had just touched the reverse scale of a monster. Wait a moment, I understand what you're thinking now. I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir, just a moment. Kettle paid no heed to the words. He gripped the sword harder. This time he tried to pull the sword with all his strength. Seriously. Outside, Cretin and the followers of Ilya were rushing toward the door of the Holy Sword's chamber. Upon reaching it, they hesitated. Sir Cretin, what should we do? Should we intervene? Hold on a moment. Cretin was lost in thought. There had been continuous clashes inside as if a battle was taking place, but now there was silence. That silence made them more uneasy, like the calm before a storm. After pondering for a while, Cretin finally spoke. Let's go in. More than 5 minutes had already passed. From the accounts of those who had tried before, something was clearly wrong. As a servant of the God of Swords, he had to confirm the situation. As they steeled themselves and reached for the door, boom, the ground rumbled. This tremor was nothing like the previous ones. It was massive. Everyone's bodies staggered. What's happening? Wait, Cretin, who had quickly crouched low, had a shocked expression. Was it an earthquake? But upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. Wait, Cretin's face hardened. He was a top-level superhuman and his senses told him something was off. His body was slightly higher than usual. It wasn't an earthquake. The ground is rising. A colossal force was lifting the ground itself. It was such an absurd phenomenon that his mind refused to accept it. And that force was emanating from the space where the Holy Sword was located. What in the world is happening? The Holy Sword screamed for the first time. Like a child, it begged. I was wrong. I retract what I said. Please forgive me. Kettle was gripping the hilt of the sword with fierce strength, attempting to pull it out. His face, distorted with a twisted smile, showed he was giving it his all. Rumble, the immense power lifted the ground. Though it was only about 3 to 4 centimeters, the sacred ground was undoubtedly rising. The holy sword screamed. It's going to be pulled out. It sure doesn't come out easily, does it? If something stuck doesn't come out, it means one's strength is lacking. In that case, more than just being serious, he should use full power. Kettle flexed his arms. The ground rose even more, veins burst and muscles began to tear, but Kettle didn't stop exerting his strength. Rumble, the ground rose further. Now everyone in the Holy Land could feel it. The ground was lifting. Anyone watching from outside the Holy Land would have doubted their eyes, because the ground, centered around the sacred place, was slowly rising. The Holy Land, once built on a vast plain, was turning into a hill. Kettle's lips twisted. I am not of this world, nonsense. He is a part of this world, a being of fantasy. He is nothing like those broken, detestable things he never wanted to see again. He couldn't be and he must not be. But the Holy Sword had just denied his very existence. In that case, it was simple. As the sword had said, all he needed to do was pull it out and prove that he was part of this world. Creak, ah, the Holy Sword screamed. The blade trembled under the immense force. It groaned, emitting a strained noise. Part of the sword, once embedded deep in the earth, now began to reveal itself, producing an uneasy sound as it surfaced. Chapter 270. Drawing the Holy Sword, Part 4. The Holy Sword realized something. It was being forcibly pulled from the ground by Kettle's power. What in the world? The Holy Sword could only be drawn by a chosen one. That was a rule decreed by the gods themselves when the Holy Sword was sent down to earth. A command issued directly by the powerful gods was now being broken by a single being. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Kettle exerted his full strength. His arms began to break under the strain. Splurt, splurt, blood vessels burst and blood sprayed like a fountain. Muscles writhed as if alive, breaking apart. The Holy Sword was horrified. Look at your arm, it's disgusting, stop it. Please stop, Kettle ignored its plea. To him, this much was nothing. He had fought countless battles where his limbs were on the verge of being severed, where not even modern medicine could save him. Creak. The sword slowly emerged into the world. Kettle applied even more force. Finally, the Holy Sword began to yield. At that moment, crack, the blade, which had been emitting unsettling noises, could no longer endure. Clang. With a loud crash, the Holy Sword snapped. Kettle stared wide-eyed in surprise at the broken sword in his hand. I didn't expect it to break. The Holy Sword groaned. That groan soon turned into a scream. Power burst forth. The divine power contained within the Holy Sword exploded out from the broken blade. It was an overwhelming force that filled the entire room. The energy wandered chaotically for a moment, then found its target. It charged toward Kettle, intent on consuming him. Slice, slice, slice. The unleashed power turned into sharp blades and surrounded Kettle. Its intent was clear. To eliminate him. Wait, stop. The Holy Sword panicked and tried to control it, but it was already beyond its command. At some point, Kettle had disappeared, swallowed by the energy. The very power of the Holy Sword was attacking Kettle. This was divine will, and no matter how strong he was, it would be hard to come out unscathed. However, the Holy Sword, which had been watching from Kettle's hand, couldn't believe its eyes. The energy surrounding Kettle was gradually being sucked in, and the place it was being drawn into was none other than Kettle's pocket. What is this? Kettle, noticing something was amiss, looked down at his pocket. After peering inside for a moment, Kettle understood. Inside the pocket was a shard of divinity. The Holy Sword was shocked. A divine shard, why do you have that? I had the chance to get it. It was a shard he had obtained during the fight with Federica. But at the time, it had no special power. It was like an empty vessel. Now that vessel was being filled. It was as if iron filings were being drawn to a magnet. The power attacking Kettle struggled and resisted, but it couldn't escape. All of it was being absorbed by the shard. Eventually, the entire energy of the room was absorbed into the shard. The shard was now filled to the brim. What is this? The Holy Sword stammered, speechless. Kettle, staring at the now fully charged shard, casually tucked it back into his pocket. He was curious, but it wasn't something to examine immediately. Well, I pulled it out. Or rather, I didn't. The Holy Sword was broken in half. Though a short part of the blade was still attached to the hilt, most of the blade was stuck halfway into the ground. As his excitement faded, Kettle felt a sense of embarrassment wash over him. Even if the words had struck a nerve, losing his composure over a few remarks. This made him no better than the barbarians he so despised. Kettle felt deeply ashamed. I apologize, though your words provoked me. It was unbecoming of me to lose control like that. The Holy Sword was taken aback once more. Moments ago, he had been filled with madness, and now he wore an expression of regret as he apologized. It felt bizarre to witness the sudden change in demeanor. No, it's fine. I was honestly terrified. I'm just glad it ended this way. Thank you for saying that, but the sword is broken, is it not? Yes, but my essence isn't in the blade, it's in the hilt. The blade contains the power of the Holy Sword. In that sense, I suppose I'm lucky. If the hilt had broken, I would have ceased to exist. That's fortunate, but what do we do now? In his anger, Kettle had attempted to forcibly draw the holy sword, breaking it in the process. The energy within had lashed out to consume him, only to be absorbed by the divine shard he carried. The unexpected series of events left both Kettle and the holy sword confused. Well, I'm not sure. After pondering for a moment, Kettle made a decision. The best course of action was to head outside. Perhaps speaking with the followers of the God of Swords could offer some answers. He opened the door, the broken holy sword in hand. Outside, the followers and Cretin were prostrated on the ground. What are you all doing? Kettle? Cretin lifted his head, staring blankly at Kettle. The ground. It was shaking. What in the world happened? As he mumbled, his gaze landed on the broken sword in Kettle's hand. His eyes widened in shock. W8, did you pull out the holy sword? It's hard to say. Kettle held up the broken sword for him to see. Cretin's jaw dropped. What? What was he seeing? The holy sword. It was broken? No, that couldn't be. He had to be hallucinating. Cretin tried to deny reality, but Kettle's words brought him crashing back. The sword broke during the process of drawing it. Is there a way to fix it? The expression of the Cretin crumbled. The pilgrims visiting the Holy Land were flustered. This was because the path to the holy sword had been completely sealed off. It had been less than an hour since they were told to wait their turn to draw the sword, and they had been rejoicing over the news. What's going on? Has the owner of the holy sword appeared? No, I don't think so. When the owner of the holy sword appears, it is announced with great fanfare. They are exalted as the hero, and another festival is held. But that wasn't the case. The followers of the Holy Land were unusually quiet. People began speculating. Perhaps a demon had taken over the chamber of the holy sword, or maybe the sword had been stolen. The guesses kept coming. But no one had the right answer. Greetings, I am Penlero, Saint of Elia. Penlero was an elderly man with a plump, kind face. He was known for his ever-present smile, which made those around him feel at ease. But here and now, his face was filled with anxiety, with not a trace of his usual smile. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Is that really the holy sword? In Kettle's hand was a broken silver sword. It was unbelievable. He didn't want to believe it, but Kettle shattered his denial. It's the holy sword. It was embedded in the center of the square. That. Penlero felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Struggling to hold himself together, he asked in a trembling voice, what exactly are you saying? Even though it's broken, a so-called saint can't recognize its greatness and is whining about it. Penlero covered his face with his hands. It was real, it was truly the holy sword. Kettle asked, can't you hear it? No, only the chosen one can hear the sword's voice. Kettle was puzzled by this. Because he had been able to hear the sword's voice from the very beginning, and the sword soon cleared up the confusion. No, there's a misunderstanding in that statement. Even if one is not the chosen one, if they surpass a certain level, they can hear me. Though on this earth no one has ever reached that level. Is that so? Kettle nodded in understanding, but then frowned. Didn't you say you'd scream? That was merely a bluff. Oh, I see. You're pretty clever. Thank you for the compliment. Are you speaking with the holy sword right now? Kettle nodded, and the saint swallowed hard. If someone who surpassed a certain level could hear the holy sword, Penlero, who didn't know this, mistakenly believed that Kettle had been chosen by the sword. He looked at the broken sword with a face that struggled to comprehend. Was it broken from the start? No, it broke during the process of being pulled. The other half is still inside. I've heard about that, but... No, this is just... Penlero's face showed he still couldn't accept it. Seeing that, Kettle felt a little guilty. The holy sword was a divine artifact sent by the gods, a great aid to the world in the fight against evil. And yet, during the process of forcibly pulling it out, the sword had snapped in half and much of its power had escaped. Of course, it wasn't exactly Kettle's fault. He had done his best to pull it out, and the sword had broken during that process. The process itself wasn't a problem, but somehow a sense of guilt crept in. I don't think I can make a decision on my own. The saint, who had been groaning, finally collected himself. I will have to converse with my master, Lady Elia. This wasn't a matter a human could decide. He judged that he needed to speak directly with the god who bestowed the sword. Kettle nodded. Do as you see fit. Then please wait at the quarters for a moment. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's fine. If anything, I might be the one who should apologize. Kettle muttered softly. The saint left to speak with his god. Returning to his quarters, Kettle took out the holy sword and placed it on the bed. The sword was lamenting. I've been defiled, drawn by someone unworthy, and beyond that broken and drained of most of my power. I can no longer fulfill my duty. No, wait, now that I think about it, this isn't so bad. The holy sword suddenly regained its composure. Now that I consider it, I won't have to lose myself in this state. This is one of those moments where something bad turns out not so bad after all. I've just realized it. Are all holy swords as talkative as you? I don't know about the previous ones. But I was created with as much knowledge of the world as possible. I know a great deal. but I spent hundreds of years locked away in a storeroom, unable to speak to anyone. It was very lonely. The holy sword, observing Kettle, muttered, "Looking closely, there's something odd about you. The way you're layered, it doesn't feel like you're disguising yourself. It's more like you've been forcibly twisted and distorted." "It's strange, I can't tell which part of you is real," the sword murmured curiously. "Your own desires have twisted your very essence. Is that even possible? This is fascinating. You're the first to tell me that I'm layered. I am a holy sword. Like the fairies, I have the ability to see the essence of things. It's not about individual strength, it's more akin to an inherent power, but there's something else inside you. It's too small to see clearly, though. Be quiet." "Understood. I don't know how the gods will react, but for now you are my owner. It wouldn't be wise to provoke you. Besides, you scare me. Enough." "Yes." The holy sword immediately fell silent. Kettle looked at the sword with an ambiguous expression. A broken and damaged holy sword. What should he do with it? After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Chapter 271, Holy Sword, Part 1. "You are the holy sword, aren't you?" "Indeed. I am a tool sent by the great gods themselves to assist the earth and oppose demons. The one who wields me will gain immense power to face the demons." The holy sword's role was to become a sword on earth to oppose evil. However, Kettle had a doubtful expression. "I don't think it's that great." To be honest, the power of the holy sword wasn't particularly impressive. Of course, it wasn't weak, but it wasn't exactly strong either. Even though divinity held an advantage over demons, it wasn't as overwhelming as one might expect. The holy sword didn't argue and calmly responded, "That's fine because I am a mechanism." "A mechanism?" "Yes. The one who wields me gains great power. But since it's a power even the unworthy can wield, it has its limits. By earthly standards, it's about the level of an entry-level hero." Entry-level hero. That alone was a considerable level of power. But on the other hand, it was below someone like Karin. Stronger individuals than that certainly existed on the continent. Even the Saintess of the Sun God was a hero-level figure. There was no special reason for a hero to be a crucial card against demons. There was a key reason for that, as the Holy Sword explained. The one who wields the Holy Sword acts as a kind of medium. Any being with a sufficient affinity for divinity can draw me and become my master, and they will fully accept my power into their body. It was akin to a form of resonance. The longer they wield me, the more their body transcends the realm of mortals. Their affinity for divinity rises and they become filled with divine power. Once their body is entirely filled with divinity, the great god will take possession of that body. At that, Kettle froze. "Wait, then, the hero's true identity is nothing more than an incarnation of the god, closer to the true form of the deity than anyone else. It's an excellent mechanism for gods to intervene in the world freely." Kettle frowned. "What happens to the hero's own will when they become an incarnation?" "It disappears." The holy sword answered as if it were obvious. Kettle chuckled in disbelief. "So that's what a hero is, a tool for the gods. A medium to sacrifice everything to them. That was the true nature of the hero who was worshipped by all. Does anyone know about this?" "No one, I'd imagine. Since even their memories are entirely devoured, the god can perfectly imitate the hero. After about a month, the god can fully take over the body, and when that happens, even my own consciousness will vanish." The holy sword was a tool the gods gave to guide the hero. Once the hero became an incarnation of the god, the holy sword was no longer needed. The god would take all the power contained within it. "After spending centuries locked away in the Pantheon's vault, I came out only to face annihilation after just a month. It's much like the short life of a cicada on Earth. That's a sad existence, or should I say, sword existence. That would have been my fate, but you broke me." The power of the god contained within the holy sword, the power that would have devoured its wielder, was gone. The holy sword was broken, but thanks to that it gained its freedom. The holy sword murmured as if realizing it for the first time. "So this is what freedom feels like. Not bad. No, I actually like it. I must sincerely thank you. I never cared before, but now that I think about it, it seems I too feared annihilation." The holy sword expressed its gratitude earnestly. Then, with a tone of uncertainty, it asked, "By any chance are you thinking of abandoning me? Whether I abandon you or not is not a decision I can make." Anyway, I'm already broken in half. All the power contained within me has leaked out, so even if someone else wields me now, I won't be able to fulfill my role. Besides, if the gods see me, they might just dispose of me entirely. Now that I think about it, it might be more beneficial for me to remain in your hands and be wielded. I thought you said I didn't exist in this world and denied me. Would you be willing to accept my apology? I think I was too rude. Please forgive me." The holy sword was genuinely anxious. If Kettle abandoned it, it would likely be stashed away somewhere under the pretense of storage. That would mean it would never speak to anyone again. Having realized how enjoyable communication with others was, the holy sword absolutely did not want to return to the loneliness of that time. "You said I scared you. That's still true. But I think I'm getting used to it since we've been together for a while. Plus, you distorted my nature, making it bearable. Kettle fell into thought. What should he do? He had pulled out the holy sword. And on top of that, he had broken it in half. He was a man who understood the concept of responsibility. That's why he held the chieftain position in the White Snowfields. If he abandoned the holy sword now, it would be too irresponsible. After a moment of deliberation, he asked, "What can you do?" "I know many things," the holy sword answered eagerly. "The gods entrusted me with nearly all the knowledge of the world to assist the hero. That includes knowledge about demons. Though much of that knowledge has been lost now that I'm broken in half. But still, what remains is not insignificant. It will be of great help." Oh, Kettle stroked his chin. He was essentially a foreigner in this world. Because of that, he didn't even possess basic knowledge that others took for granted. In that sense, the Holy Sword's knowledge would certainly be useful to him. Seeing Kettle's interest, the Holy Sword hastily emphasized its usefulness. "And I was forged directly by the god of blacksmiths in the pantheon. That means my blade itself contains divinity. You can deal with most evil beings without having to resort to mystic arts." Oh, that's certainly convenient. He still wasn't very proficient at handling the mystery itself. There was a delay of a few seconds. Against minor demons, there was no need to bring out the mystery. Just swinging the holy sword would suffice. It was indeed convenient. The holy sword, excited, continued speaking. "And I am incredibly durable. Most weapons wouldn't be able to withstand your strength, but I'm different. Although I broke in your hands, I possess unbreakable durability under normal circumstances. Even in pieces, I could still be of use. You want me to use a broken sword as a weapon? If you use it well, it might still be effective. That's fine, I have this." Kettle waved a jet black axe. The holy sword froze. "What? What is that? My weapon?" It was a weapon he had acquired in the White Snowfields and had been using ever since. It boasted incredible durability, never chipping under any circumstances. It was Kettle's favorite weapon. That thing seems similar to me at a fundamental level." "What do you mean by that?" "I am a holy sword, a tool sent to the mortal world by a great god. It's not an exaggeration to call me a kind of sacred relic. But I sense a similar feeling from the axe you carry." The axe was something akin to a sacred relic. However, even the holy sword did not know whose relic it was. Despite being lost, a vast amount of knowledge still remained, yet there was no information about it. "And there's something in there. Something massive is inside it. What is that?" It was something the holy sword could neither understand nor accept. There was something incredibly large within the axe. A spark of interest lit up on Kettle's face. "Can it move?" "No, it seems to be in a near-dormant state. It doesn't seem like it will awaken unless it's provoked in some special way. But what is it?" "Honestly, I recommend you burn and melt it down immediately." "I have no intention of doing that. This is my weapon." Kettle didn't really care. Whether it was a sacred relic or something inhabited by a mysterious presence, that wasn't important to him. What mattered was that it was his possession and it was extremely useful. It's curious that something is inside it, though. Given the axe's peculiarities, this wasn't entirely unexpected. He had used the axe for an incredibly long time without any changes, so he thought it wasn't something worth worrying about. Right now, there was something more important. "You said you know a lot, so let me ask you one question." "What is this?" Kettle pulled out a shard of divinity from his pocket, the shard he had obtained from his battle with Federica. "Why did it absorb the power that surged out of you?" the holy sword answered. "That is a vessel of sorts." "A vessel?" "Yes, I don't know how you obtained it, but it seems to be a fragment of the great god. Though it's just a sliver, it's still a piece of a great god. And the power within me is divine power." Kettle nodded in understanding. "So it's the perfect vessel to hold the power of the holy sword." "Exactly. Like how water fills a hole or iron is drawn to a magnet, the force that attacked you was entirely absorbed into that fragment. Originally, it was an empty vessel. But now it had been filled with the power of the holy sword. How can I use this? Although it contains a tremendous amount of power, honestly, I don't know how it could be used. Though it's been filled with the power of divinity, if the vessel were to break, the force would burst out and rampage again. It's in a very dangerous state." Kettle quietly stared at the shard of divinity. "So what's stored inside is the power of the holy sword, a powerful force capable of raising an ordinary person to the level of a hero in an instant. Could it be considered a catalyst? In terms of form, yes." "I see." A look of interest spread across Kettle's face. His instincts that had never betrayed him, were giving him a strong premonition. Without seeing his expression, the holy sword spoke again. "However, you can't handle it carelessly since it's a force I'm not controlling. If a mortal tries to wield this power, it will break free and devour them entirely. After all, it's the power of a god. Unless you possess a comparable level of strength or something even greater, you won't be able to control it." "Wait a moment." The holy sword was in shock for a simple reason. Kettle had just tossed the shard of divinity into his mouth. Chapter 272, Holy Sword, Part 2. Wait. Are you insane? The holy sword was astonished, devouring the fragment of God right after being warned about its dangers, but it was already too late. The fragment had been swallowed with a gulp. Spit it out immediately. How? How was it done? Right, you have to hit your chest hard, stick your fingers down your throat, spit it out. The holy sword was in a frenzy, and fittingly the power sleeping inside the fragment of God awoke. The immense power of a god began rampaging inside his body, attempting to destroy his flesh from within. It was an explosion of violent force, as if a bomb had detonated inside his body. Even a hero-class warrior, even Karin, would be coughing up blood and left in a state of fatal injury. But for Kettle, it didn't feel like much. It's weaker than the Beast of Mystery. The divine attack was no match for the wild rampages of the Beast of Mystery he controlled. And then, arr, the Beast of Mystery stirred. It growled discontentedly as though displeased by the divine power desecrating its domain, and with a roar it began to rampage. It tore into the divine power that was trying to destroy him, biting and gnashing. As expected, Kettle's expression was one of calm anticipation. There was no way that troublesome creature would sit still while something else rampaged in its domain. The divine power, eager to shatter Kettle's body, panicked. It hastily gathered its strength to resist the Beast of Mystery, but the beast devoured it greedily, crushing and tearing it apart. At some point, the divine power stopped resisting and tried to flee, but ultimately it was trapped inside Kettle's body. There was no escape. Slowly, the Beast of Mystery began to consume it. What? The Holy Sword, who had been anxiously watching, suddenly realized something. The divine power that had been shaking Kettle's body was disappearing. No, more than that, Kettle's mystery was increasing. The beast was tearing, biting, and devouring the divine power. And finally, even the fragment of the divine essence was consumed entirely by the beast. Burp. The Holy Sword heard a satisfied burp. She let out a groan. Oh, ha, Kettle laughed contentedly. The divine power within the fragment of God, the holy essence. It had all been absorbed by the Beast of Mystery, greatly increasing his mystery. Kettle raised his arm and controlled the power of mystery. It moved far more swiftly than before. Not bad, Kettle muttered with satisfaction, then he frowned, but I'm still not at the superhuman level. Even after devouring all of the Holy Sword's power, he was still just at the peak of first rate. It was agonizingly close, like water barely lapping at the edge of a dam. Do I need a bit more, or was it something special he lacked? Kettle stroked his chin. Well, this is good enough for now. To think he'd acquire something equivalent to a dragon heart so easily. In any case, Kettle was satisfied. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword groaned. Oh, this is insane. The Holy Sword realized what had happened. The fragment of God, along with the Holy Sword's power contained within, had become a part of Kettle. What exactly are you nurturing inside you? A troublesome creature, Kettle answered casually. What on earth? What on earth are you nurturing? The Holy Sword was about to ask when there was a knock on the door. When Kettle opened it, there stood Cretin. Kettle smiled. Has the decision been made? Please follow me. Cretin swallowed nervously and tried to remain calm. Kettle followed him into the inner sanctum of the holy sanctuary where he met with the saint in private. The saint bowed calmly. You've arrived. You've received an answer, I see. What was it? The Holy Sword groaned in anxiety. After a moment of silence, Penlero responded, The great Ilya has spoken. Let him do as he wills. It wasn't a confirmation, nor was it a denial. It was an ambiguous response, leaving the decision up to Kettle. They're leaving it to me, It seems so. May I ask what you plan to do? Kettle stroked his chin and glanced at the shattered holy sword. Though the sword had no heart, it seemed as if it did, beating visibly. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle made his decision. I'll keep it. After all, he was the one who had broken the holy sword. He had to take responsibility for it. Looks like I've gained a noisy companion. Yes, the holy sword let out a cry of joy. Penlero nodded, understanding. I see, then the holy sword is yours, but I apologize for bringing this up. Penlero trailed off. Kettle, catching his drift, replied, You mean I can't tell anyone, right? Yes. I'm sorry. The holy sword was broken, and most of its power had been lost. While the god didn't reject Kettle, it hadn't exactly accepted him either. It wasn't a situation where he could claim to be the true owner of the holy sword. Kettle nodded. It's fine, do as you see fit. Keeping it a secret worked in Kettle's favor. If people started calling him the holy sword's owner and boasting about it everywhere, it would disrupt the fantasy journey he sought. It was a good outcome for him. Kettle's answer made Penlero sigh in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you, then please rest well. We will prepare everything and inform you when it's done. Oh, and the broken blade of the holy sword also belongs to you. We will make sure it is ready for you. Got it. Kettle parted ways with Penlero and returned to his quarters. Yes, thank you for not abandoning me. I'll try to be as quiet as possible since you dislike noise. It's fine, I have to take responsibility. After all, it was Kettle who had broken the holy sword. He had even devoured the power inside it. As an adult, he needed to take responsibility for his actions. The knowledge of the holy sword could be useful to him, an outsider. Its inherent divinity might also come in handy when dealing with minor demons. But I can't carry it around forever. No matter how responsible he was, he couldn't carry the holy sword around for the rest of his life. He needed a solution. Isn't there any way to repair it? Kettle asked, though he didn't look earnest. After all, it had taken all his strength to break it barely, and all the power within it had been drained. It didn't seem possible to restore it now. It's not impossible. But Kettle was surprised by the unexpected answer. It can be repaired. I'm not sure if all the power inside me can be restored, but the sword itself can definitely be fixed. I was created by the god of blacksmiths, after all. And there were people in this world who worshipped the god of blacksmiths. The holy sanctuary of the god of blacksmiths, the dwarves who serve him live there, the dwarven stronghold Mantamia, the saint there should be able to repair me. There was a way after all. Kettle's face brightened. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If a god had created it, surely it could be repaired. The solution was simple. He just needed to visit the dwarven stronghold, meet the dwarves, meet the god, and get the holy sword repaired. Afterward, depending on the situation, he could return the holy sword to its holy place. Now that his body was no longer at risk, it would be a happy ending. The holy sword's tone was rather reluctant. Personally, I wouldn't recommend it. Isn't it a hassle to travel such a long distance? Besides, Mantamia is hidden from this world. Although its location is in my memory, it is not easily accessible. And no, I am not saying this because I fear I might disappear again. Don't worry. I'll make sure to handle that part well. Anyway, I'm counting on you until then. I am uneasy, but since this body has been entrusted to you, I have no choice but to follow your lead. That makes you sound like some kind of servant, but it's a good situation for me. The risk of disappearing is gone, not bad. What is it? I'm sleepy. Is the holy sword even capable of sleeping? No, normally I wouldn't be, but because you broke me, I've lost a lot of power, so I think I will periodically fall into a dormant state. I'm sorry, I'm going to sleep for a bit. After those words, the holy sword fell silent as if it had indeed gone to sleep. Kettle, who had been staring at the sword for a moment, let out a small laugh. I've got myself a peculiar companion. The noisy one reminded him of the young apprentice who had followed him around, calling him master across the snowy white plains. That kid sure talked a lot too. I wonder what he's up to now. Kettle laid down on the bed. The next day, the Temple of the God of Swords made an announcement. The owner of the holy sword had appeared. However, by the will of the god, the identity of the owner would remain a secret. This left people in shock. The owner of the holy sword was always revered as a hero, their fame spreading across the continent, and they wielded great power to fight against demons. Never before had their identity been kept secret. Some people speculated that the temple was lying due to some issue, but the temple swore on the name of the god. Under the absolute authority of that being, the questions hiding the truth never surfaced. Amidst the confusion, the festival ended. Only a select few within the temple knew the truth, and among them only Helia, the saint of the sun god, knew everything. This is truly something that can happen. Helia stared at the broken holy sword in Kettle's hand with an odd expression. The sword murmured in surprise as it looked at her. This woman, she's remarkable. A mortal human can possess this much divine power. At that moment, the saint squinted her eyes. Is the holy sword saying something right now? Yes, it's saying that you're impressive. Thank you. Wow, she can even sense what I'm saying. This is truly amazing. Is she some kind of divine incarnation? The holy sword was genuinely astonished. The saint narrowed her eyes. She already knew that Kettle had broken the holy sword. And because of that, the sword's mechanism wasn't functioning properly anymore. Helia quickly came to a conclusion. The aid of the great gods was gone, and the hero could not appear on the earth. In their place, Kettle was standing with them. She smiled and bowed slightly. As the owner of the broken holy sword, I look forward to working with you from now on. Indeed, this isn't bad at all. Although I knew it was necessary for the world, I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. It was a strange statement. Kettle looked at the saint curiously. You knew, didn't you? Helia had realized the true nature of the holy sword. Who knows, what do you think? Helia responded in an ambiguous tone. As one of the beings of this world, I look forward to your assistance. If you ever need my help, feel free to use my name. Until then, we'll meet again. The saint left the temple of the god of swords. As she departed, she looked up at the high sky. There, the sun that illuminated the world was shining. Looking directly at the sun would normally blind one's eyes, but without any protective gear, she stared straight at it. After a moment, she murmured, "The descent of the holy sword means that a crisis is approaching." Even if the gods could not intervene for a while, summoning the holy sword to empower the world indicated that a great evil was moving. But your holy sword is broken. Now your ability to interfere with the world is limited. The saint smiled slightly. Was this part of your plan, O great sun god? I only regret that I couldn't see the look of surprise on your face. she murmured cheerfully as she returned to the sanctuary of the sun god. Kettle remained at the temple for a few more days to deal with the aftermath of the holy sword. During that time he had one goal: to duel with Elian, the disciple of the Tower Master. He had been looking forward to fighting a hero-class mage of the continent once the chaos had settled, but that became impossible, because the demons had begun to descend in earnest upon the earth. The rift has opened sufficiently, the writhing entity Necronovix murmured. The four demon lords of hell had gathered in one place. The world is in chaos. Several divine sanctuaries have crumbled, weakening their influence. Dark magicians are running rampant, expanding our domain. Now we can intervene. We're late. The original plan was supposed to happen 6 months earlier. It's because of that barbarian. Whatever the case, he is certainly our enemy. We must capture and kill him. He's mine. Materia, the mother of demons, smiled faintly. If any of you touch him, I'll kill you myself. Do your best, then we leave it to you, Abyss. Understood. The mechanism-like demon Abyss moved. The device expanded, creating a passage. Clatter. From it poured a demonic energy so powerful that it instantly turned the four demon lords into mere spectators. It was a demonic energy far greater and stronger than theirs, an energy belonging to the Lord of all demons, the god of evil. Materia murmured in an excited voice. Oh, my Lord Demon King, please, Necronovix spoke reverently, tear the barrier apart. From beyond the passage, a terrifying presence stared at them, and in the darkness, a finger moved, crack. The space shattered. It wasn't a localized event. The entire world began to crack. With just the movement of a finger, the entire world was affected. Both the mighty and the ignorant all felt it, that the world they knew was breaking. The barrier collapsed. The earth had once belonged to the demons, but the gods, unable to tolerate their tyranny, had descended and driven them out. In the process, the earth became the gods' domain. That was the record of the world. And now that ownership had been destroyed. The earth no longer belonged to anyone. Thank you, Demon King. As per your will, we will begin the descent. Rumble, the passage closed. Abyss's mechanism groaned and fell apart. You did well, Abyss. I need to recover. Rest well. Now then, let's begin. The four demon lords commanded the beings of hell. It's all-out war. Crush and trample the earth. Make it ours. Everything is for the Demon King's descent. Chapter 273, To the North, Part 1. Buoo, the gates of hell opened. A terrifying monster opened its maw, creating a passage to the surface. With shrieks, the demons burst forth. Ha, this is the scent of the surface. Ah, wonderful. Demons, who normally required rituals to descend, began appearing on the surface one after another. Old demons who had lived between the gods and demons since the Great War expressed awe. Oh, our beloved homeland that we longed for. Originally, this land was theirs, but they had been forcibly expelled by the gods. Many demons had never seen the surface again. Now they had returned to their homeland. The demons were overwhelmed with emotion, some even shed tears. Ooh, thank you, Demon King. It was all thanks to the Demon King's grace. And now they began to move to repay that grace. Their purpose was to trample and destroy the surface. Demons began defiling the earth. They destroyed cities, attacked capitals, and surrounded sacred lands. The world, the continent, was plunged into chaos, and this news reached the holy sanctuary of the swords. The saint clutched his head, his face pale as he screamed. The world was in chaos. Evil was attacking the surface. Not just the saint, but everyone in the holy sanctuary realized this. The joy of the festival vanished, replaced by fear and anxiety on people's faces. Meanwhile, Kettle chewed on his skewers, watching them. He had stayed in the holy sanctuary to finish up the matter of the holy sword. It's chaotic. Of course it is. The barrier has been broken. You're talking about the powerful wave of energy from a few days ago, the blow from the Demon King. It had shattered the world's barrier. Kettle had felt that immense power as well. It was incredible. Even Materia had seemed insignificant, like a bug before that power. He had been awestruck by the sheer difference in dimension, and it filled him with joy. Yes, it seems the demons did something to break the barrier. What exactly is this barrier? It's the barrier that protects this world. It blocks hell and prevents it from intervening on the surface. It is what made this land the domain of the gods, protecting the surface. But now it was destroyed. The surface was no longer the domain of the gods. The holy sword explained this calmly. It was expected. The fact that I descended meant that the rift in the world had grown too large to handle. Even though the gods can't interfere directly with the surface, they must have judged that a great power needed to be bestowed. And Kettle had broken that holy sword. It seems I caused quite a big problem. You could say that it wasn't a small one, right? HMPH. Kettle folded his arms, and the holy sword flinched, watching him carefully. Perhaps I should have said it wasn't your fault. Was I being too tactless? No, it's fine. The holy sword's words were true. Because of him, the hero could not appear. Kettle clicked his tongue. I should have calmed down a bit. By drawing the sword, he ended up unable to see the hero and took on an unnecessary sense of responsibility. Well, it's fine. Since the hero hadn't appeared, he would just have to take care of things himself. Kettle shoved the rest of the skewer into his mouth and went to find the saint. Seems like you're busy. Ah, Key Kettle, sir, my apologies. I hadn't been paying attention. The saint was startled, remembering Kettle. He had kept Kettle in the holy sanctuary to deal with the holy sword, but the sudden chaos had made him forget all about Kettle. Kettle shook his head. It's fine, it seems you're very busy with the world in chaos. I'll help you. Really, I should at least pay for drawing the holy sword. Oh, thank you so much, the saint exclaimed sincerely. Kettle was strong. His power had reached the level of a hero. He had proven his strength by defeating countless demons. He had even won against the mother of 10,000 demons, Materia. Even with the holy sword broken, his presence was enough to change the tides of battle. As far as I know, the demons are invading the entire continent. What's the current situation on the continent? Please wait a moment. I'll explain everything I know. After a moment, the saint returned with a large map. The demon's invasion is targeting the entire continent. It would be easier to explain with this map. The saint spread the map and the world's layout came into view. Though I've seen it a few times, it's definitely different from Earth. Earth had vast oceans and continents spread out across the globe, but here, everything was gathered in one place. It was like a supercontinent with all the lands united. At the very center of this supercontinent was a vast expanse of white. That was the White Snowfields. It really is huge. It covered almost half the continent. No wonder massive creatures like the white serpent resided there. The saint began to explain. The demons are descending on various regions of the continent and invading the surface. As for the war situation, to be honest, it's not looking good. The demons were powerful. The gods couldn't interfere with the surface for the time being, so they were being pushed back. Kingdoms were falling, holy sanctuaries were being surrounded, and extraordinary warriors were being killed. Bad news was coming from all corners. The saint shook his head, trying to regain his composure. Let me divide the continent into the east, west, south, and north. First, the west, where we are. The situation here is relatively better. The reason was simple. In the western continent, there was the Church of the Sun God and the Church of the Earth Mother. Of course, the balance of the surface had been broken. The surface was no longer under the protection of the gods, and divine power no longer had an inherent advantage over the demons. But that only applied to pure divine power. As long as one could wield holy scriptures, they still had an advantage over demons. For that reason, the western continent was managing to fend off the demons' attacks relatively easily. And in the east, we have the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Guild. The master of the Magic Tower was leading the magicians, defending against the attacks from hell together with the mercenaries. The situation is not looking very good. The master of the Magic Tower was strong. However, there was no way he could intervene across the vast continent. While the Magic Tower had many powerful magicians, their strength was highly specialized in magic with clear weaknesses. The mercenaries tried to protect them, but their own strength wasn't enough to make a significant difference. Thus, the situation on the eastern continent was poor. One could even say it was dire. And as for the southern continent, it's beyond our reach. That was because humans were not intervening in that direction. Elves, dwarves, fairies, and dragons were holding off the demonic attacks. Dragons are incredibly powerful, but the demons are attacking them with equal force. Intense battles are happening there. Oh, I see. Kettle, who had been listening with interest, suddenly had a question. But where is the Empire involved in all of this? The only place left was the north, but that area belonged to the Barbarians. It didn't seem likely that the Empire would be there. The saint bit his lip. The Empire is in the southeastern direction. If they wished, they could intervene in the eastern continent and turn the tide of the war, but there hasn't been any movement from them. No movement, why not? I don't know. Why on earth not? The saint cried out in frustration. The demons are invading the surface, the entire continent is in danger, yet the Empire is showing no reaction. If they moved, the situation would be much better. The saint gritted his teeth. The Empire was powerful, its strength was at the pinnacle of the continent. Even the information that was publicly known pointed to that, but the Empire was hiding even greater strength internally. If they showed their true power, they could shake the entire continent. But the Empire hadn't made a single move. It was as if there were more important things than the demonic invasion threatening the entire continent. Why? The demonic invasion was a crisis for the whole continent. Even the Empire couldn't ignore it. It was incomprehensible. It was as if they were acting like they were somehow separate from the continent. It is indeed strange. Kettle's face briefly showed interest, but the Empire wasn't the main issue right now. He pondered. Where should I go? The west was stable, so the options were the east or the south. He could go to the east and learn magic from the Magic Tower or go south to study dragon words. He had reached a point where he could handle some mystery, so both were possibilities. And in his mind, the north wasn't even an option. That was only natural. The north was the territory of the barbarians, and Kettle despised the barbarians. In this vast fantasy world, the one place Kettle had little interest in was the north. Still, he thought he should ask. Kettle spoke up. What about the state of the north? Well, I suppose they're holding up well. Honestly, there's not much information. The north didn't have much contact with the outside world. They were a people who mostly kept to themselves. The saint, looking at Kettle cautiously, added, "There are strong people who don't fear battle, so I imagine they're defending against the demons well." Normally, he would have insulted them as simple-minded brutes. The saint himself had suffered from the barbarians' reckless attacks in his younger days and harbored no good feelings toward them. But because Kettle was a barbarian, the saint had to choose his words carefully. After hearing the saint's words, Kettle's expression changed. He looked at the saint with a strange expression, making the saint's heart skip a beat. Huh, did I say something to offend him? The barbarians are incredibly strong. They're truly manly, admirable people. I admired them when I was younger. I wanted to have a body as strong as theirs. The saint shouted hurriedly, thinking that Kettle might have been offended and trying to smooth things over. But Kettle's strange expression wasn't because of what the saint had said. What is this? 789th quest. Respond to the anomaly in the north. A quest window appeared. It meant that something related to the Forbidden Lands was happening in the north. But the reason Kettle's expression had changed wasn't because of the quest window itself. If it had just been a simple quest window, he would have reacted calmly, as if it were only natural. His gaze moved downward. Below the quest description there was a warning. Warning, if you do not respond quickly, it could be dangerous. Chapter 274 to the North, Part 2. Kettle said he'd answer later and return to his lodgings. The saint sent him off with a worried expression. Lying on his bed, Kettle stared blankly at the quest window. 789th quest. Respond to the anomaly that appeared in the north. Warning. If you do not respond quickly, it could be dangerous. The appearance of the quest itself wasn't particularly unusual. The beings of the Forbidden Lands were emerging into the continent, and quests appeared when it involved those entities. There was no reason to be surprised since he had already encountered them several times since venturing outside, but this time was different. There was a warning attached to the bottom of the quest window. Warning. If you do not respond quickly, it could be dangerous. This wasn't the first time. Even in the last quest he undertook in the White Snowfield, there had been a similar message. 784th quest. Respond to the entity in front of you. Info, completing this quest will allow you to leave the snowfield. There had been a few occasions when something was attached underneath the quest. And now such a quest appeared again, telling him to head to the north and respond to the anomaly there. Kettle stroked his chin. The holy sword, curious, asked him in a puzzled tone. What are you looking at? What is visible to me? What is that? I can't see anything. The holy sword spoke in a confused voice. Your power, something like that. With your level of strength, it wouldn't be strange to possess a power or two. My power, huh? Kettle looked at the quest window with a vague expression. Even he didn't know what it was. It had been with him ever since he set foot in this world. After thinking for a moment, Kettle spoke. May I ask for your opinion? Ask anything, I am the holy sword. I know many things, the holy sword exclaimed joyfully. Kettle explained the quest window in a tone that seemed eager to prove its usefulness. The holy sword, listening intently, hesitated. What, do you have any guesses? No, that's the first time I've heard of such a thing. The holy sword pondered for a while before speaking cautiously. If I were to judge just based on the story, it seems most fitting for a revelation. A god couldn't easily intervene in the mortal world. So they would deliver revelations to their followers to make them act. What Kettle had described resembled such a revelation the most. Does it ask something of you, offer specific rewards, or have penalties of any kind? It doesn't ask anything of me. The quest window only gave him choices. It didn't demand anything specific. There were rewards, but they weren't clear. It only said they'd be given later, but what those rewards were, he didn't know, and there were no penalties at all. Sometimes, when he was too busy, he'd ignore a quest and respond much later, and nothing would happen. The holy sword was startled by Kettle's words. Oh, is that so? That's odd. A revelation was something sent from a higher being to a lower one. The expectations were clear, and so were the rewards and penalties for failure. But Kettle said there were none of those. After thinking hard for a while, the holy sword cautiously spoke again. In that case, it's more like an advisor or a guide than a revelation. I suppose so. Oh, you knew that. I suspected it since it doesn't fit any other explanation. I guess I wasn't much help then. The holy sword's voice grew noticeably dejected. Kettle spoke. Even though I suspected it, I couldn't be sure with just my thoughts. Your words were plenty helpful, thank you. Really great. Please feel free to ask me for help anytime, the holy sword shouted with excitement. Kettle stared at the quest window, an advisor, a guide. If that were the case, then who was it? No, it can't be. Was this really someone else's? Kettle narrowed his eyes as the holy sword's words echoed in his mind. Your power. He didn't know. The only thing he knew for certain was that it had been helpful. Without the quest, he wouldn't have known how to leave the outside world in the first place. Fine, Kettle made his decision. The quest had never betrayed him. It had always helped him. If this quest was warning him, it had to be for a good reason. Though I'm not particularly interested in the barbarians. He had enough reasons to move. Kettle immediately went to the saint and told him he would be heading north. The saint, surprised, stammered, were you born in the north? The saint assumed Kettle was returning to protect his homeland. Kettle shook his head. It's not that, I just feel like I should go. I see, I understand. The saint quickly collected his thoughts and explained. Then, there is a believer doing missionary work in the north. I will tell you where he is. I'll give you the church's emblem so you can explain the situation to him and receive guidance. He is a gentle soul, so he will kindly guide you. The believer in the north was renowned within the church for his gentleness. No matter what happened, he never got angry. Even when someone made a mistake, he calmly admonished and comforted them. When he left for the north, many believers wept, clutching his robes. Kettle nodded. I understand. The next day, Kettle was ready to leave. The saint personally came out to see him off. Farewell, our church will always welcome your visit. Thank you, I hope to return someday. Kettle smiled. Cretin brought 3 horses. The north is far away. Even if you ride without rest, it will take months. Please take these horses with you. It was a distance where you had to switch horses frequently. These were the best horses in the church and they were being offered for free, but Kettle shook his head. No need, I plan to run. What, you don't need the horses? No need. Oh, I see. The saint pulled himself together. He knew that Kettle was a hero-class warrior. He could move much faster than a horse. But the distance was the problem. Even a hero-class warrior would find it difficult to cover a distance that took months on horseback purely on foot. It seemed such concerns were meaningless for a hero. The saint, impressed, asked, how long do you think it will take? If it's going to take a while, I'll send word ahead. At that distance, it'll probably take about a week. Both the saint and Cretin froze. A week? I plan to observe the state of the continent as I go. I'll be moving leisurely. The quest had urged him to act quickly, but from his experience, it wasn't necessary to rush. He had at least half a year, if not a full year. Hearing this, the saint and Cretin were confused. Wait, what? A leisurely week for a journey that would take months of non-stop riding. Well then, goodbye. I'll see you again. With those words, Kettle pushed off the ground. A thunderous roar echoed and a whirlwind kicked up. The saint and Cretin shielded their faces. Whoa, moments later, the dust settled and they couldn't believe their eyes. Dust settled for a moment and they doubted their eyes. Kettle, who had flown off to the other side, was already gone beyond the horizon. The continent was in chaos. Demons were invading and many kingdoms and cities had fallen, invaded by the horde. And that kingdom was no exception. "Ah!" a scream echoed. A man gritted his teeth and swung his sword, piercing the chest of a rampaging monster. Ha! Crunch! He put strength into his sword and cut down. The monster was cleaved in half and blood splattered all over the man. His once radiant blonde hair was now soaked in blood. Kua! Other monsters charged at the man. He was knocked to the ground. He barely managed to block the biting teeth, but he was in a dire situation. In that moment, a soldier rushed forward with a scream. Your Highness, you beasts, get off him! The soldier clumsily raised his spear and swung it. The purpose was achieved. The monsters were driven off from the man, but unfortunately this only angered the creatures. Arg! The soldier's neck was torn apart by a monster. The man shouted in anger. Revan! Crunch! He swung his sword, cutting down the monsters, but the fallen soldier remained motionless. The man gritted his teeth. Your Highness, we must retreat to the castle. A knight approached him. His armor was completely dented, showing signs of intense battle. It's too dangerous, we can't hold out any longer. The situation was dire. The soldiers were being torn apart by the monsters. Everyone, retreat. Fall back to the castle. In the end, the man shouted as if spitting out blood. The knights and soldiers regrouped and retreated to the castle. In the process, many fell to the monster's hands. Barely making it inside, they shut the gates. The man collapsed, catching his breath. A group of women who seemed to be maids hurried over. Prince Pasika, are you all right? I'm fine. Look after the other knights and soldiers. Understood. The maids hurriedly tended to the wounded soldiers. Groans of pain echoed from the soldiers. The blonde prince, Pasika, grimaced. Pasika, the first prince of the kingdom of Faradone. He had met with Kettle, witnessed him talking with the guild master, the saintess of the sun god, and the disciple of the magic tower's master, and had hurriedly left. On top of that, Kettle had drawn the holy sword, leaving Pasika unable to claim it for himself. He had gloomily returned to his kingdom, but that gloom didn't last long. For as soon as he returned, the capital of the kingdom had been surrounded by demons and monsters. Pasika asked the captain of the knights, "What's the situation? 20 knights have died. Over 100 soldiers are dead as well. Less than half of our total forces are capable of fighting. What about the demons' losses?" None, the knight captain replied with a despairing face. Pasika let out a hollow laugh and looked beyond the walls, countless monsters. They were endlessly pouring out of the maw of a massive creature. It wasn't just the monsters. There were two named demons as well. Though the knight captain, a superhuman, was desperately defending, it was impossible for him to face both alone. The people of the capital were all sensing the same thing. The kingdom of Faradone could not withstand the demons' assault. They were destined for destruction. The knight captain cautiously whispered, "Your Highness, you must escape at least. We cannot allow the royal bloodline to end. You want me to survive alone? Forget it. If you're sending anyone, send my mother and my younger brother. The royal bloodline can continue with them." Pasika spoke harshly. Though he had a secret hobby of disguising his identity and startling others, making it hard to talk about with others, he was by no means a villain. He loved his country and his people. Our kingdom will fall. But we will face evil proudly without running away. Even if everyone on this earth forgets us, the gods will remember. Pasika spoke resolutely. Moved by his words, the knight captain bowed deeply. "As you wish, your highness." And the next day, the demons launched a full-scale assault. Monsters charged, howling wildly. Pasika gritted his teeth and shouted, "Listen up, everyone, we will fall here, but do not be afraid. The gods will remember our sacrifice, our struggle." Pasika fiercely drew his sword. "I will die here with you, follow me." "Weh!" The soldiers cheered, hee. Laughter echoed from the demons beyond. As if mocking them, as if their resistance was meaningless, as if all their resolve was in vain and they would all perish. But someone beside Pasika admired their determination. Impressive, the very embodiment of noblesse oblige. Who are you?" Pasika was startled. He hadn't even noticed this person by his side. He hastily stepped back, his eyes widening as he saw the face of the stranger. "K. Kettle, good to see you again." Kettle smiled gently. "I was passing through and saw a kingdom surrounded by evil, but I didn't expect to find you here. Is this your kingdom?" "Why yes, but something. Why was Kettle here?" Pasika was confused. Kettle casually looked at the monsters charging towards them. "From what I see, things don't look good. Since we're friends, I'll lend you a hand." Before Pasika could even process what was happening, Kettle lightly stepped forward. The earth cracked beneath him. Pasika staggered. Kettle's body flew toward the monsters like a cannonball. "Kua, Yuwo, let's do this." Kettle, now standing in front of the roaring monsters, imbued his foot with mystery and stomped on the ground. The earth surged like a tsunami, swallowing the monsters whole. Chapter 275, To the North, Part 3, Rumble. The earth rose up, sweeping away the monsters. It wasn't just the surface that lifted, it was the entire deep sediment of the earth rising. It was literally a tsunami of soil. Uu, Keha, the mighty monsters could not withstand it and were buried. They would never appear on the surface again. Buried deep in the ground, they would die, rot, and decay into oil. Hundreds of monsters were killed that way. Wait, who are you?" The demons who had mocked the humans' resolve flew in, panicked. One of them saw Kettle's face and gasped. "Wait, you're—" Instead of listening to the demon's words, Kettle lightly stepped forward, flew toward the demon and clenched his fist. He gathered mystery into it and swung. Crack. A huge hole appeared in the demon's chest. Goo! The demon spat blood. It tried to raise its arm to counterattack with its trembling body. Kettle grabbed that arm, broke it, and landed a series of punches. The demon's body crumbled in an instant. It could not regenerate. It was banished back to hell. Kettle nodded in understanding. "A demon of this level dies if I hit it properly, huh? You. That barbarian, you're next." "Yes, sir." Kettle pulled out the broken holy sword. He ran toward the demon, who was backing away after recognizing Kettle's true identity. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and struck downward. Crack. The demon's body was crushed, and it could not regenerate. With just one blow, it was banished to hell. Kettle smiled in satisfaction. A demon of this level goes down in one hit. Good, using the broken holy sword was more efficient when dealing with demons with ordinary names. Kettle had figured that out. Oh, the feeling of slicing through the flesh of a filthy demon, the sensation of fulfilling my duty. It feels so good. It's noisy though, that's a downside. But it was useful enough. Kettle moved his body in satisfaction. The monsters were confused. Moving by instinct alone, they realized something had gone terribly wrong. Oops, but that thought didn't last long, because Kettle began to crush them all to death with his movements. The monsters started screaming and fleeing. What? From atop the fortress walls, knights and soldiers watched in dumbfounded silence. They had prepared for death. With desperate resolve, they had vowed to disappear with the kingdom. But then, suddenly, a single human appeared and slaughtered all the creatures from hell. The knight commander, with a confused expression, asked Pasika, "Your Highness, do you know him?" The knight commander had seen Kettle talking with Pasika. Pasika, who had been staring blankly, hurriedly collected his thoughts. He was not a fool. What was the best course of action for him in this situation? Quickly realizing it, Pasika shouted, "He is a hero." What? "He is a mighty hero, renowned throughout the continent, who has come to aid us. He has slain countless demons and shattered every evil hand that reached this land. Such a man has come to help us. Oh, now everyone follow the hero, Pasika shouted boldly and led the charge. The knights and soldiers who had been in shock yelled and followed him. Morale soared to the heavens in an instant. Keha, the remnants of the monsters already swept away by Kettle were swiftly killed by the soldiers. The battle was quickly overturned. Crack, Kettle advanced through the waves of monsters. At the end of his path he reached a massive hole. What's this? A wriggling, gelatinous black hole existed in the ground. When he tapped it with his finger it reacted. The holy sword answered. It's a passageway that connects the surface and hell. Oh, Kettle's eyes widened. So I can go to the demon's world. Could he go to hell? But the holy sword dashed his hopes. No, only those who contain demonic energy like demons and monsters can pass through. Ah, I see. You seem disappointed, but my senses must be wrong, right? Kettle smacked his lips instead of answering. So how do we handle it? The passage itself is a type of monster. It's strong, but there's a limit to what it can withstand. Ah, got it. Kettle stomped down with force. Crack spread instantly through the deep passage. The energy was transmitted to the core of the monster at the end. Boom, the passage exploded like a bursting balloon. The monsters crossing through it were obliterated along with the passage. Is that it? That was simple. It worked, but it's not supposed to be that easy. The passage was a bridge connecting hell and the surface. Its importance made it incredibly sturdy, able to withstand even magical carpet bombing. But it had shattered with a single stomp. The holy sword was in awe of Kettle's power all over again. Kettle, Pasika, breaking through the remaining monsters, approached Kettle. Kettle casually spoke, "You can handle the rest, right?" Of course. The demons were completely destroyed. Most of the monsters were crushed to death by Kettle. Even the passage to hell had been destroyed with a single blow. All that remained were the stragglers. They could easily be handled with their forces. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I have a long way to go. Pasika stared at Kettle with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Pasika didn't know exactly who Kettle was. Seeing the head of the mercenary guild bow to him, and even the saintess of the sun god and the disciple of the tower master treating him with respect, Pasika quickly judged that this person was beyond his ability to handle and fled swiftly. Even though he had shouted that Kettle was a hero and a warrior to raise morale, it wasn't something he truly believed. But now what was this? Kettle opened his mouth. When we first met, you spoke to me about a certain rumor, didn't you? Why, yes, I did. About a warrior said to exist across the continent. Someone who had slain countless demons, saved the sanctuaries of the gods, and protected the sanctuary of the elves. Who do you think that person could be? Kettle smiled faintly. Pasika, who had been silent for a moment, swallowed hard. You're saying you're that protagonist? Well then, if we meet again someday, let's meet as friends. Boom, Kettle leaped into the air. Pasika, watching his vanishing figure, let out a bitter laugh. It was my fortune, a great fortune indeed. In the meantime, nearly all the monsters had been dealt with. The commander of the knights approached cautiously and asked, "Who is he?" "His name is Kettle," Pasika replied, continuing. "He is the one they call the hero across the continent." Oh, Kettle, sir." The soldiers, who had been quietly listening in the background, began shouting Kettle's name. "Kettle, sir, thank you. Oh, hero, thank you for saving us." The cries spread across the battlefield, even reaching into the castle. For a long time, the kingdom resounded with chants of Kettle's name. "This is surprising. What are you talking about? That you're actively protecting the surface more than I expected." Kettle hadn't just saved Pasika's kingdom. On his journey, he had witnessed numerous attacks by the forces of evil. He saw small villages overtaken and trade caravans under attack and in peril. And Kettle helped the people without fail every time. People rejoiced in his assistance, praising him as a benefactor. This was something the Holy Sword found quite unexpected. Kettle was an anomaly. He wasn't of this world. He was something from the distant Forbidden Land. Because of that, the Holy Sword had thought of Kettle as a neutral entity standing between heaven and hell. Though he may have held some goodwill towards humans, it didn't seem like he would take sides. But judging by Kettle's actions, he was clearly on the side of humanity. "I am not an evil being," Kettle said calmly. He was aware that he was twisted in many ways. But that didn't mean he had given up on being human. He had come to this world as a human, and though he may be broken, he still held onto his essence. At least that's how he saw it. Besides, demons are my enemies. There's no reason for me to let them continue tainting this world. Demons were indeed Kettle's enemies. After several clashes, that much had become clear. There was no reason for him to stand idly by as they defiled the land. Well, that's great. As a holy sword, it would have been uncomfortable to just watch evil unfold. I'm glad I've found such a fine master. The holy sword chirped cheerfully. Kettle chuckled softly and murmured, "Still, things aren't looking good." Over the past few days of traveling, he had encountered nearly 10 attacks by the forces of evil. Some cities had already fallen before he could arrive. The surface world was undoubtedly in danger. Kettle tensed his legs. I need to move faster. Boom, he soared through the air. Kettle continued heading toward the north. Whenever he encountered a demonic invasion, he fought them off and helped the people. Gradually, more and more people began to recognize his name, and at the end of that journey, I see snow. White snow covered the ground in a thick blanket. The once warm weather was growing colder. Kettle realized it. He had arrived in the north. This was the north, the land of the barbarians. Kettle gazed absent-mindedly at the snow-covered land. Memories he had been trying hard to forget began to surface. The holy sword, sensing something, asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly stop? It's nothing." Kettle shook his head and started walking. His footprints left marks in the freshly fallen snow. Kettle arrived at a village in the north. This is the place, right? This was the village where a disciple of the god of swords was said to be staying to preach. Kettle entered the village. Of course, there was no gatekeeper, no guards were patrolling. Buildings were haphazardly erected as if without any planning. The ground was uneven, and despite the cold, a foul smell lingered in the air. Barbarians wandered about the village. Whenever Kettle had walked among people before, he had always felt out of place, like a mismatched puzzle piece forced into the wrong slot because of his massive frame and strange appearance. But here, it was different. Though Kettle stood a head taller than the other barbarians, he didn't seem out of place among them. It was as if he had returned to where he belonged. And that fact made Kettle uncomfortable. He was not a barbarian. This was not the place for him. Let's find him. Yes. Sensing Kettle's foul mood, the holy sword quietly kept an eye on him. Kettle walked through the village. Before long, he found the building he was looking for. Oh wow, Kettle looked at the building with a mix of awe and disappointment. The structure appeared as if it had been bombed. The walls were riddled with holes. The wooden planks were on the verge of collapsing. If it weren't for the symbol of the god of swords hanging precariously above the entrance, Kettle might have mistaken it for an abandoned building. Inside, there was supposedly a disciple of the god of swords. They said he was a gentle soul. As he left the sacred land, the followers of the sanctuary had wept and pleaded, praising this disciple's exceptional humanity. What kind of person could he be? Kettle was curious. Kettle approached the building and knocked on the door. A commotion erupted from within. "You damn barbarian scum!" Bam, the door swung open as if it were about to break. A man wearing a tattered disciple's robe and sporting a wild beard glared at Kettle with bloodshot eyes. I told you, don't come here when I'm trying to sleep. Listen to me for once, playas. I think there's been a misunderstanding." "Shut up and die," the man swung his sword wildly. Kettle, taken aback, casually grabbed the man's blade. Chapter 276, To the North, Part 4. "Oh really, you think you can take me?" The man twisted his face in anger. "I'll kill you for real." Holy energy began to surge into the man's other hand, clearly intent on smashing Kettle's head with deadly intent. With a grim expression, Kettle grabbed the man's hand. Now Kettle firmly held both of the man's arms, and the man thrashed wildly, trying to break free. "You barbarian dog, let go of me, damn it. Wasn't he supposed to be the calm type?" The man's eyes were wild, almost crazed. The holy sword muttered in curiosity. "Is he really a believer? He seems more like a madman. Could it be that Ilya is so merciful that she even accepts people like him as her followers?" "Let go." "I said let go." The man struggled violently, but it was clear he wasn't in a state to listen to reason. After some brief hesitation, Kettle released his restraint on his aura. "Calm down." His words carried force and his will filled the air. The man's face instantly froze. What? The overwhelming pressure was too much for his mind to handle, but it paradoxically brought him back to his senses. The madness in his eyes faded, replaced by confusion. What? Have you calmed down? I have no intention of harming you." Kettle spoke calmly. "Can you listen to what I have to say?" Kettle managed to calm the man down and led him inside the building. They sat across from each other and Kettle explained the situation. As the man listened, his expression gradually changed. "Ah, I see, I'm sorry, I misunderstood." "I understand. It seems like you've been through a lot. These brutes don't understand a word I say, they're like damn beasts. No, this isn't the time to lose my cool." The man took a deep breath, rubbing the dark circles under his eyes. "My name's Darkle, I'm a follower of the sword god and a fool who volunteered to come to the north to preach to these damn barbarians. I am Kettle." "Kettle, huh?" Darkle looked at Kettle with suspicion. "You look like a barbarian too, but you can actually talk, huh? I'm an intelligent and reasonable person." At that, Darkle grimaced, as if he'd just seen a lion become a vegetarian, completely baffled. "Well, all right. If you say so." Darkle said it like he accepted the answer, but his expression showed he didn't believe it at all. He subtly moved further away from Kettle, still wary. Kettle couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. "He's been through a lot, hasn't he? Anyway, you said you were sent here by the holy land of Ilya." "Yes, here's the symbol and the letter." Kettle handed over the items he received from the church. Darkle caressed the symbol fondly, his face filled with nostalgia. Yeah, that's the real thing. It's been a while since I've seen this symbol. After reading the letter, Darkle spoke again. You've come to help the North. Makes sense. We've been under constant attack from the demons, so we definitely need help. Yeah, that's right. Since he couldn't explain everything about the demons, Kettle gave a vague answer. Darkle glanced at him subtly. Darkle was strong. He had the strength of an elite warrior. It was only natural for someone of his caliber to come to the North alone to lead the barbarians. Because of that, he could sense the surface level of Kettle's strength. Top tier, first class, he was just on the verge of reaching the superhuman level, a very powerful individual. He's strong. It was because Kettle had met many superhuman and hero-class beings, but first-rate first-class fighters were still considered quite formidable. Anyone at that level could easily become the captain of a kingdom's knight order. With that much power, Kettle would definitely be able to assist the North. Darkle reached this conclusion. I knew things were getting chaotic. I was already thinking about whether I should get involved or not. Although Darkle had come to the North to preach, spreading the faith was no longer as important when evil was invading the world. As a follower of his god, he had a duty to fight against evil. The decision didn't take long. Darkle nodded. All right, I'll join you. I know a lot about the North, and I've got enough strength to be of help. Oh, thanks, Kettle smiled. Darkle asked, so what's the plan? Do you have any specific ideas? Kettle stroked his chin. Right now, he needed to gather information about the foreign entity that had infiltrated the North. He didn't know what kind of being it was or how deeply it had infiltrated the region. To find out, he needed to get a better understanding of the overall situation in the North. When Kettle explained this, Darkle thought for a moment before coming to a conclusion. In that case, we should go see the king. The capital is the heart of the North, and all the information will flow through there. Can we really just meet the king like that? Kettle asked with a puzzled expression. After all, a king was the highest authority, not someone you could just casually visit. But then Kettle realized something. Normally, no. But this is the North, remember. Ah, right, barbarians ruled the North. For them, status and rank meant nothing. Everything was proven through strength alone, and the king was no exception. Kettle clicked his tongue, realizing that he'd momentarily forgotten the barbarian way of life during his short time away. With your level of power, it won't be hard to meet the king. You'll be able to learn everything about the situation in the North from him. Darkle said casually. Kettle nodded. That sounds good, the king of the North, a hero-class warrior and the leader of the barbarians. And someone who possessed knowledge and common sense. Kettle was curious about what kind of person the king of the North was. Given that the king was once the chief of the barbarian tribes, his curiosity was even stronger. There was no reason to refuse. The capital is about, if we move quickly, around a month's journey from here. A month, I'll be counting on you. Kettle smiled and extended his hand. Darkle grasped it and shook. At least a month. Whether that was a short or long time, Kettle and Darkle would be traveling together. And for an enjoyable journey, it was important to know more about your companion. With a curious look, Kettle asked, when I was told about you at the Holy Land, they said you were a very calm person. But here, things were completely different. Without any warning, he attacked, trying to kill Kettle. The house was half destroyed, practically in ruins. Darkle's face twisted with frustration. There's a reason I wasn't like this from the start. Damn Barbari, his words were cut off. Because the wall collapsed. Boom, the already damaged wall, which had a hole punched through it, crumbled completely. A barbarian appeared with a hearty laugh. Darkle, I'm here. This time I'll defeat you and claim the glory. Arg, Darkle lunged at him in a fit, kicking the barbarian and smashing him into the ground. I told you to come through the door, don't break the walls. Do you know how much I've had to shiver in this freezing North because of you bastards? Arg, Darkle stomped on the barbarian, grinding him into the floor. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Breathing heavily, Darkle threw the limp barbarian outside. Damn bastards, now where was I? Boom, I've arrived, Darkle. This time I will defeat you and erase the shame of my past failures. Arg, Darkle sprang up again in a fit. It kept happening over and over again. Barbarians would smash through the walls or ceiling, challenging Darkle to a duel, and Darkle, in a rage, would break their limbs and throw them out. After fending off 15 barbarians, things finally quieted down. My house, Darkle looked around with a hopeless expression. His house, already near ruin, was now completely destroyed. The walls and ceiling had collapsed, leaving it little different from the outside. Kettle asked with a perplexed look on his face. What's going on? Barbarians, damn those bastards. Darkle ground his teeth as he spoke, practically spitting out his words. He had come to the North for missionary work. Naturally, the barbarians had resisted. To them who despised and denied gods, Darkle's presence was unacceptable, so they tried to kill him. Darkle had expected this. Calmly, he subdued all the barbarians that came at him with his superior strength. For someone of his caliber, it wasn't a difficult task. And he said to them gently, I am here to teach you. If you want to break my will, you must defeat me with strength. His goal was to gradually convert the barbarians through these long battles, but that was his misjudgment. I shouldn't have said that, Darkle gritted his teeth. Upon hearing his words, the barbarians made it their mission to defeat him. That much was fine. It was what Darkle had intended, after all. In fact, he welcomed it. But the problem was that those damn barbarians never rested. Whether he was eating, resting, sleeping, or even when he was doing his business, they attacked him 24/7 without regard. Rather than telling him to come out of the house, they preferred to smash through the walls. Darkle desperately tried to reason with them. He begged them to set specific times for their fights. He even asked them not to destroy his house, promising he wasn't going anywhere. He tried to find a compromise. But the barbarians didn't listen. At first, he endured it somehow, but even he had his limits. Darkle couldn't stand it anymore and began breaking their bones, but with their monstrous vitality, they healed in just a few days and attacked him again. This constant cycle gradually wore down Darkle's nerves. The once gentle Darkle became increasingly ferocious. Those damn barbarians, I can't even kill them because I'm an outsider. My only respite is when I beat them to a pulp and throw them out. That's the only time I get to rest. Do they leave once they're defeated? Of course that's a given, isn't it? The barbarians Kettle knew would keep coming until they died. If they couldn't move, they would crawl and try to bite with their teeth. Kettle's expression darkened. Suppressing his emotions, he consoled Darkle. You've been through a lot. But it's over now, Darkle grinned. He had wanted to flee but couldn't because of his missionary duties. Running away first would have meant failure, but now he had a reason to leave. Whatever Kettle said, Darkle had no intention of staying from the beginning. Now let's raise a toast. A toast. I was saving this drink for when I succeeded in converting a barbarian, but it's good enough for now. A toast sounds good. Kettle drank with Darkle. They had an open conversation, and most of Darkle's words were complaints about the barbarians. Kettle nodded in agreement to all of it. As a result, Darkle's view of Kettle filled with affection. You're a good guy. Honestly, when I first met you, I thought you were a barbarian and we wouldn't get along. I've suffered enough from those barbarians too, so I understand how you feel. Yeah, right. Those damn barbarians, Darkle enthusiastically continued. They bring me tiny animal hides or teeth, acting like they're something great and demanding a duel. Was it the same for you? No. They offered to give me their heart if I beat them, and when they lost, they actually ripped their heart out and gave it to me. It's a pain, so I still have it stored in a corner. Still, at least they asked for the duel respectfully, right? Unlike me, where they smash up my house and attack with no sense of decency. They tried to move into my house, literally to fight me 24/7. I got fed up and turned their leg bones to dust and threw them outside. They crawled back 3 days later. Darkle's face filled with sympathy for Kettle. Chapter 277 to the north, Part 5. Darkle and Kettle drank through the night, talking with complete honesty. Darkle vented all the frustrations that had piled up over time, and Kettle listened with empathy. Surprisingly, Kettle found the experience more enjoyable than expected. Darkle, like Kettle, had lived among the barbarians and experienced their ignorance firsthand. Though different in some ways, they shared a similar temperament. It was deeply satisfying to share grievances about those fools with someone who understood. The two of them continued to talk, mocking the barbarians until the sun rose. By early morning, Darkle had finished preparing to leave. All right, Kettle, let's go. There was warmth in Darkle's eyes as he looked at Kettle, filled with camaraderie. Having suffered through the barbarian lifestyle together, a strong bond of friendship had formed between them. Once they were ready, they left the village, only for the barbarians to wail. Don't go, my master. Please don't leave. The barbarians genuinely believed Darkle to be their master. They tried to follow him, but it was impossible due to the fact that many had broken bones from their training. As Darkle left the village, he raised his middle finger. Ha ha ha, farewell you pathetic fools, let's never see each other again. It was a strange scene where the ones leaving shouted never to meet again, while those left behind cried out for them to stay. The barbarians, sprawled on the ground, called out with all their strength, "One day we will come for you and defeat you, wait for us." "If you can, then come," Darkle shouted loudly, turning away with a grin. He walked off with a light step. "Ah, how refreshing, I'm so happy, I should have done this ages ago." "That's great, but was it really okay to say something like that at the end?" Kettle asked. Darkle had told them, "If you can, come." In a way, he had given them permission. "There's no way they can come," Darkle said nonchalantly. "The Sanctuary of Swords is really far from here. Do you think those ignorant fools could cross the continent and reach it? Absolutely impossible." Darkle spoke with confidence, but Kettle had a doubtful expression. "Do you really think so?" In Kettle's experience, barbarians were not the type to give up easily. Not a metaphor, barbarians really would follow you until death. That was why when Kettle had to leave them behind, he made sure to crush them first utterly. Even if a problem did arise, it would be Darkle's to deal with, Kettle thought, clearing his mind. Have you ever met the king of the barbarians? Kettle asked as they walked. Darkle shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen him, but I've heard stories. What kind of person is he? Kettle was curious about the man leading the mindless barbarians. Having once been their chief himself, Kettle wondered how such a leader would manage. They say he's someone like you, Darkle replied. Like me? Yeah, someone rational and easy to communicate with. They say he's more of a scholar than a barbarian. It wasn't unheard of for a barbarian like that to exist. Maybe 1 in 1,000 could actually hold a normal conversation. But most of them were rejected by their own society, unable to adapt to the barbarian way of life, and eventually fled. But the king of the barbarians was different. He had power, a tremendous power. The kind of power that could unify the entire North. He's a mighty hero-class warrior. Before he became king, the North was even more of a mess. The barbarians, uncontrolled, did whatever they pleased, raiding passing merchant caravans, slaughtering them, and stealing their goods. They would even raid nearby territories for food. The barbarian tribes were nearly at war with the continent, but when the king of the barbarians emerged, everything changed. With his overwhelming strength, he set boundaries and established rules for the barbarians. Of course, most barbarians didn't follow others' words, but the king crushed all resistance with sheer force. Following the survival of the fittest, the barbarians followed the king's commands, even if only slightly. As a result, the chaos caused by the barbarians diminished somewhat. Though it's still a mess, it's better than it used to be. I see, Kettle said with interest. He found it quite fascinating. In a way, the king was similar to him. Kettle, too, had once tried to socialize the brutish barbarians by using his strength to force compliance. Even though he had never met the king, a sense of kinship welled up in him. I'd like to meet him one day. You'll probably see him in about a month. Anyway, it's time to stay alert. We should always be ready for combat. Combat. Why? Kettle looked puzzled. Was there going to be a barbarian attack? It didn't take long before he found out why. Uararg, Kyararg. As they were walking, monsters suddenly rushed at them. It was a group of orcs. They're here, Darkle grimaced, gripping his sword. Divine energy began to infuse his blade. He swung his sword ferociously, sending a wave of holy energy toward the orcs, who fell with screams. Monsters on the road, Kettle muttered in annoyance. Why, do you know how dungeons work? Darkle asked. Yes. Dungeons naturally formed near populated areas, and if they weren't cleared within a certain period, the monsters inside would spill out. That was why mercenaries regularly clear dungeons near villages or cities. Kettle understood and nodded as things became clearer. Are they deliberately leaving dungeons unchecked? Exactly. The logic being that if there's no danger on the journey, it's not a real adventure. The king tried to have the dungeons dealt with, but there was too much opposition, so he gave up. Darkle clicked his tongue. Absolute lunatics. 1 in 10 people get killed by monsters while traveling, yet they refuse to take any precautions. And now, Kettle and Darkle were paying the price for that negligence. Who knows how many dungeons had been left alone, because monsters were pouring out every hour, disrupting their journey. It was getting to be too much. Kettle clicked his tongue in frustration. This is getting annoying. Even though it was the North, this was still a fantasy world. He had wanted to enjoy his travels, but with monsters appearing so frequently, it was becoming tedious. Worse yet, all these monsters were ones he had fought before, so it wasn't even exciting. Kettle began to consider whether it might be worth just speeding up and getting to their destination. Perhaps mistaking Kettle's irritation for concern about the monsters, Darkle reassured him. Don't worry too much, you'll start seeing it soon enough. Seeing what? No matter how ignorant the barbarians are, they're not so foolish as to go through this monster field alone. We just need to hold out until then. And just as Darkle said, it wasn't long before a large group appeared. Dozens of people gathered closely together. As they approached, one of the barbarians asked, "Who are you?" "We're travelers from the north heading to meet the king. Our destination is the same, welcome." There was no need for any confirmation of identity. With just 3 exchanges of dialogue, they joined the barbarian group. Kettle murmured as if understanding, a group headed for the same destination, huh? That's how it is in the north. If you're heading the same way, you just join forces. No need to struggle alone, we just follow them. These guys like to show off their strength, so they'll handle any monsters that show up. They joined the barbarians and continued toward the king. Among them, Kettle blended in without much difficulty. Though he was a bit larger than the average barbarian, it wasn't to an extreme degree. The barbarians only glanced at him briefly without showing much interest. This stirred an odd feeling within Kettle. He stared at the barbarians in silence. You have a strange look on your face, like a rich man eating poor porridge he hasn't tasted in years. And where did you pick up that comparison? I learned it from one of the fairy tales I was given knowledge of. I used to pass the time daydreaming. Well, it has been a long time. In the white snowy fields, he marched alongside the barbarians. Time on this world moved so swiftly, it was barely a moment in comparison to the near-eternal time he had spent. No matter how much he tried to forget, it was impossible. Whether he hated it or missed it, there was a deep sense of love and hate entwined in his heart. Not that I'd ever think of going back, though. Kettle calmly joined the group of barbarians. They moved forward. Though monsters occasionally appeared, they were swiftly torn apart by the sheer force of numbers. The barbarians, eager to prove themselves in battle, rushed ahead at the sight of monsters, leaving no issue for the others. And that night, they found a suitable spot and began preparing to sleep, snacking lightly on jerky, but soon a commotion broke out. Whoa, fight, fight! The barbarians were circling around, continuously shouting. Darkle explained, barbarians always want to prove that they're the strongest. A duel then, to decide the leader of the group. The strongest has the right to lead the group, no need to worry. It won't affect us as long as we have the same destination. Or do you want to join in? Darkle asked Kettle. I feel like you could win easily. Darkle assessed Kettle's strength as first-rate. He was the strongest among the barbarians here. If he wanted, Kettle could become the leader of the group. Kettle shook his head, not interested. He'd had more than enough of that in the past. He had no desire to continue it now that he was outside. Darkle looked surprised at his response. He's definitely an odd one. While Kettle was clearly different from an average barbarian, Darkle hadn't expected him to lack interest in proving his strength. The more he observed Kettle, the more favorable his impression became. The barbarians' fight was too loud to sleep through, so they ended up watching the fight absent-mindedly. Kettle muttered, his axe broke. Looks like the opponent is stronger. His arm is broken. That's the price of refusing to admit defeat and charging in. He's vomiting blood. His internal organs must be damaged. He'll need to rest for a while, these brutes. Darkle clicked his tongue in disdain at the barbarian's ignorance, but Kettle felt something different. That was a duel, a struggle to prove one's strength, yet they weren't trying to kill each other. They were holding back, which made perfect sense. They wanted to lead the group, not kill its members. Even these brutes had enough sense for that. But this left Kettle feeling oddly dissatisfied. If it's truly a duel, shouldn't they be fighting with the intent to kill? Shouldn't they be severing limbs, crushing skulls, demonstrating overwhelming power and forcing their opponents to submit? Ending it with a broken weapon and a few fractured bones, that seemed more like a training exercise for children than a real duel. The kids in my tribe would have scoffed at this, calling it a pathetic excuse for a duel. Kettle clicked his tongue. Though he didn't realize it himself, his gaze held the same feelings an old man might have when looking at the younger generation. Chapter 278, The Barbarian Tribe, Part 1. Kettle, who had been watching the barbarians duel with cold eyes, suddenly snapped out of his daze. No. He was disgusted with himself for watching the duel with disappointment, expecting them to kill each other. What kind of barbaric, old-fashioned mindset was this? Duels shouldn't involve killing. If they did, that would just be madness. Kettle quickly corrected his thoughts. He realized to his dismay that he had been assimilating with these insane barbarians without even knowing it. The thought deeply depressed him, and he hung his head low. Darkle, seeing Kettle suddenly fall into gloom, was taken aback. In any case, the duel soon ended. One barbarian shattered the opponent's weapon and broke their arm. With a triumphant shout, he raised his axe high. I'm the leader. If anyone has a problem with that, come forward now. No one stepped up. They all respected and acknowledged the strength the barbarian had demonstrated. That was how the new leader of the tribe was decided. Neither Darkle nor Kettle cared much about this. Their goal was to meet the king, so who became the leader of this group didn't matter. They simply watched, unconcerned. Ordinarily, this would have been the end of it. Barbarians determined their leaders through combat. It was a system akin to that of wild animals, and in such a hierarchy, the leader held immense power. Rewards like food were entirely theirs. The tribe members could hardly claim anything as their own without the leader's permission. Thus, problems soon arose. Kettle always carried a black axe. The axe had a pitch-black gemstone embedded in its handle and various engravings. The blade was flawless without a single scratch. It was obvious at a glance that it was valuable. Naturally, the leader's eyes fell on the axe. The leader approached, eyes gleaming. Hey you, what is it? That weapon, the leader pointed at the axe hanging from Kettle's waist. Looks nice, hand it over, the holy sword at Kettle's waist muttered in surprise. Oh, is he talking about me? I see. Even though I'm broken, I'm still a holy sword. The aura I emit is palpable to anyone, even a barbarian. He may be crude, but he has a discerning eye. I don't need the broken sword. Give me the axe. What an ignorant barbarian. Show him his place, master. The holy sword fumed. Ignoring it, Kettle spoke. This is mine. I have no intention of giving it to you. You dare? The leader's face twisted in anger. You dare resist the leader? Do you want to die? The leader pulled out his axe. Kettle watched with mild curiosity. This is a first. He had always been a chief, a mediator, not someone who was ordered to hand over his possessions. This role reversal was new to him, and he found it refreshing. The leader's face contorted further at Kettle's calm demeanor. Why are you just standing there? Are you mocking me? Do you really want to die? Kettle's eyes grew cold. Just as he was about to make a move, Kettle, leave this one to me. Darkle stepped forward, gripping his sword. It's time to teach this barbarian his place. There was a hint of madness in Darkle's eyes. He had been dealing with barbarians for over half a year, beating them down every single day. Unbeknownst to him, he had become addicted to beating barbarians. There was no way he was going to pass up this opportunity. Kettle stepped back. Do as you wish. You dare challenge me, the leader, I'll kill you. Haha, you barbarian fool, let's see you try. Both Darkle and the leader drew their weapons. The battle began. The clash of blades rang out loudly and the surrounding barbarians cheered. Darkle was confident. The aura he sensed from the leader was that of a lower-tier first-rate, clearly beneath him. Having learned swordsmanship in the Holy Land, he had no doubt he would win, but the actual battle didn't go as expected. Slowly but surely, Darkle began to lose ground. He had little experience fighting those on his level or stronger. While he had been beating down barbarians in the village, none of them had even reached the first rate. This opponent was different. He was of the same rank as Darkle, with far more experience in life-and-death combat. His instincts and skills far surpassed Darkle's. Grrr. As a result, Darkle's defeat was becoming clear. You dare challenge me, the leader? I'll show you the might of a true leader, the leader roared furiously. I'll kill you. He swung his axe down. Darkle, gritting his teeth, raised his sword. But with his trembling arms, it seemed unlikely he would be able to block the strike. At that moment, Kettle intervened. That's enough. What? Kettle had somehow stepped in and grabbed the leader's arm. The leader struggled to break free, but Kettle didn't budge. Kettle pushed the leader back with a slight squeeze, causing him to stumble. From here on, I'll handle this. My apologies, Kettle. No need to worry. Kettle smiled softly. Leader, I know you desire my axe. If you defeat me, I will hand it over to you as per the law of the strong. Very well, you've made a wise choice. The leader, trying to hide his nervousness, got back to his feet. But there was confusion in his eyes as he looked at Kettle. When Kettle had grabbed his arm earlier, it had felt like his arm was caught between two boulders. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. The barbarian in front was dangerous. The leader's instincts warned him, but I can win. The leader tried to ignore his instincts, gripping the axe tightly in his hand. Die, he rushed forward, swinging the axe down with the strength to split logs and shatter rocks. And Kettle simply raised his hand lightly. Using just 2 fingers, he caught the tip of the axe blade. The axe, which had been coming down as if to split his head, suddenly stopped with a thud. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Kettle's fist struck the leader in the chest. The leader's body bounced away like a billiard ball. The leader lay sprawled on the ground, twitching slightly but unable to move. He had fainted. With just 1 strike, the group's leader was defeated. The overwhelming display of power silenced the crowd. Kettle calmly returned to his place. He's stronger than I thought, Darkle muttered in shock. He had thought Kettle's strength was at the pinnacle of mastery because of his mystery, but Kettle had just knocked out a top-level barbarian leader without even using any of that mystery. Looks like what you see isn't everything. Anyway, there's no need to worry about him anymore. It's late, let's get some sleep. Why yeah, got it. In the silence, the night passed, and the next day, Kettle woke up early in the morning. He hadn't fallen asleep out of need, but simply because there was nothing else to do. When Kettle awoke, he frowned. What is this? Have you woken up, sir? The leader shouted loudly, bowing deeply as if he were a servant. What are you doing? Pardon? The leader looked confused by Kettle's question. You defeated me. At that moment Kettle realized the hierarchy among barbarians was clear. The one who won a duel became the leader of the group, and Kettle had defeated the previous leader. Naturally, that meant he had become the new leader. I'd forgotten, it's been so long. The same rules applied even in the white snowy plains. But ever since Kettle had become the chieftain, he had never been defeated. At first, there were a few who challenged him for the position, but after a while, the duels were only held to prove one's own strength. Because of this, Kettle had half forgotten about the rules. The barbarian who had been the leader knelt down completely. Please take care of us, our leader. The arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. The barbarian had completely submitted to Kettle. If Kettle demanded everything they had, they would hand it over without hesitation. That was the barbarian way of hierarchy. Kettle squinted. He was about to refuse, but then he hesitated as if changing his mind. All right. Even if he refused, the barbarians wouldn't accept it. They would continue to follow him, calling him their leader no matter what. Kettle had experienced this all too often in the white snowy plains, so he concluded that it was best just to ignore it. Kettle had become the leader of the group, but that didn't mean much had changed. Their goal was still to meet the king. The only difference was that people treated him with more respect now. Darkle actually seemed to enjoy the new arrangement, finding it more comfortable. They continued moving forward. Other groups with the same goal kept joining them, and the leaders of those groups shouted at Kettle, "Are you the leader of this group? Let's fight. What if I refuse? Then we'll force you." They would charge at him with weapons in hand. Kettle sighed and snapped his fingers. With a single strike, they would all be knocked out. A few hours later, the former leaders would wake up and shout joyfully, "I acknowledge you as our leader." The group kept growing larger. Kettle clicked his tongue. This is annoying. They kept calling him their leader and tried to follow him. To be honest, it was irritating. The Holy Sword, noticing Kettle's complaints, spoke curiously. "You seem quite dissatisfied, yet you're not leaving. If you hate it so much, why don't you just throw everything away and run, or simply say you lost a fight to someone else?" At those words, Kettle paused. Oh, now that he thought about it, the Holy Sword was right. There was no reason for him to stay here. If he wanted to leave, he could at any time. If being the leader was such a hassle, all he had to do was claim defeat in the next duel, and that would be the end of it. Yet that thought hadn't even crossed his mind. It was as if leading these people was some sort of duty he had to bear. As Kettle pondered why, he realized something. The white snowy plains. It was because of his experiences there. He had led the barbarians as their chieftain for an incredibly long time, so long it was pointless to count. It had become a part of his life. That was why, even after leaving the snowy plains, he unconsciously believed that leading the barbarians was his duty and responsibility. Kettle shuddered. How could this be? He had already been broken by that place. Kettle lamented deeply. Are you going to leave now? With your power, you could take Darkle and just leave them behind. They can fend for themselves. You sound upset. Upset me? How could I be? I don't care to stay with those foolish barbarians who don't recognize my value, but I'm not upset. I'm just being reasonable. I see. The Holy Sword's argument was logical. He had no obligation to bear the burden of these people, but Kettle looked at the barbarians. The way they looked at him was the way one looked at a leader. They were gazing at him as someone who would guide them. It was a gaze Kettle was all too familiar with. Fine, I'll stay. This was not the white, snowy plains. It wasn't the same as before. He couldn't remain buried in the memories of the white, snowy plains forever. Kettle decided to accept his situation. I'll think of it as trauma therapy. Kettle accepted the role of leader. More and more barbarians continued to join, and soon the group exceeded 100 members. The group of barbarians, believing Kettle to be their leader, continued moving towards the Northern King's stronghold. And the way they looked at Kettle was the way one looked at an ordinary leader. It was natural. While Kettle had displayed his strength, it was still within their understanding. They had no reason to feel anything beyond trust in him as their leader. But soon events unfolded. Chapter 279, The Barbarian Tribe, Part 2. They continued to march forward. They advanced across the snow-covered plains. Then suddenly the ground trembled. Is it an earthquake? But soon they realized it wasn't an earthquake. The tremor was coming from one direction. Boom, the ground cracked open, revealing a monster. Its massive body rose high into the sky. Darkle was shocked. A giant worm, a massive worm-like creature. It was a well-known monster even to Darkle. It was the boss of an AAA-level dungeon, a monster only a superhuman could face. No way, why is something like that just wandering around? Darkle screamed in terror. The giant worm slithered across the ground, using its massive body to encircle the barbarians. Its movements were clearly hostile and full of murderous intent. Wait a minute, Darkle's face turned pale. The barbarians present were not weak. Some first-rate fighters were among them, with most being second or third-rate. But the giant worm was a monster with superhuman strength far beyond their reach. Of course, it wasn't entirely unbeatable. There was Kettle, who had defeated a first-rate fighter in a single blow. With his power, he could face the giant worm. However, the battle's aftermath would likely kill most of the others. Darkle quickly began thinking, we need to form a formation, everyone. But Darkle's intentions were not fulfilled. The barbarians, shouting battle cries, charged at the giant worm. Dumbfounded, Darkle roared in frustration. These idiots! Kill the monster, kill the enemy blocking our way. The barbarians grabbed their weapons and rushed in. As if mocking them, the giant worm roared and charged at them. Woo-woo, boom, 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 the plains shook. The giant worm charged towards the barbarians and most of them would be crushed. The barbarians knew that as well. But they didn't retreat. Instead, they welcomed death and charged forward. Death is, let death welcome us, and then crack. Kettle took a step forward, quickly passing by the barbarians. I don't really like this, but I am the leader for now. I can't let them die. He charged at the giant worm. Clenching his fist, he swung it straight at the worm's open mouth. Boom. The giant worm, which had been slithering across the ground without stopping, suddenly halted. The earth shook and the charging barbarians fell over. And so they saw it. The body of the giant worm, which had been struck by Kettle's fist, began to swell. Like pus expanding in a decaying corpse, it grew larger. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, it exploded. Boom, blood and flesh rained down. The giant worm, large enough to fill a mountain, a monster with superhuman strength, had burst in a single blow. Amidst the rain of flesh, Kettle lightly dusted off his hands. It's over. Keep moving. The barbarians stared blankly at Kettle, and similar incidents continued to occur. Huge obstacles appeared before the advancing group. A mountain is lying in our way. It looks like a landslide happened. It wasn't an ordinary landslide. Half the mountain had collapsed. It would take years to clear the debris and restore the path. The barbarians were strong and believed in their own strength without doubt, but even they acknowledged one thing: nature. The power of nature was beyond human reach. Because of this, the barbarians revered and worshipped nature. If they believed in anything, it was nature itself. Thus, the barbarians were about to seek an alternate path. It wasn't a big problem, as they only needed to take a small detour. Then Kettle noticed people digging at the foot of the collapsed mountain. Please, please. They were frantically clearing the debris with faces on the verge of tears. Darkle muttered knowingly, judging by their attire, they're merchants. Are there merchants even in the north? Actually, it's because it's the north that they can make a big profit. Some people risk their lives for that kind of trade. It looks like they barely survived, but their goods are all buried under the landslide. Darkle muttered with a pitying expression, but there was nothing they could do. Clearing the collapsed mountain was impossible. The merchants were desperately trying to clear the rubble, but it was futile. Kettle, watching them for a moment, took a step forward. Kettle? The merchants, still unaware of Kettle's approach, continued to dig desperately. No, please, if we lose this, we're ruined, we'll all starve to death. Move aside. Kettle pushed the tearful merchants aside. The barbarians were puzzled. Leader, what are you doing? There's quite a lot here. Sorry, but some of your goods might fly away. I ask for your understanding. What? The merchants were bewildered. From their perspective, a barbarian had suddenly pushed them aside and was now standing in front of the mountain. What is this? Were they about to be hit for crying too much? The merchants unknowingly flinched. Ignoring them, Kettle clenched his fist and took a step. The ground cracked with just that movement. He gathered his strength and swung his fist. Boom, wah, ah. The merchants were thrown to the ground. Even the barbarians couldn't withstand the impact and rolled on the ground. As they staggered to their feet, they couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain, which had been half collapsed and blocking the path, had disappeared without a trace. What is this? The mighty force of nature had been erased by the hand of a single human. Darkle's jaw dropped in astonishment. Amidst the gasps and awe, Kettle calmly walked forward. He pulled out the goods that had been buried under the mountain. Here you go, I cleared most of it, so you should be able to find the rest. Everyone except Kettle stared at him, dumbfounded. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. The merchants, their voices full of tears, kept thanking Kettle over and over. Although they had only recovered half of their goods, that itself was a miracle. The merchants, who had been on the brink of hanging themselves with their families, kept expressing their gratitude until Kettle's group disappeared from sight. The barbarian group continued walking along the path that Kettle had cleared by destroying the mountain. You're really strong, aren't you? Finally recovering from the shock, Darkle muttered with a groan. The holy sword boasted. How is it? This is the power of the one who wields me. Impressive, isn't it? Astonishing, isn't it? Quiet. Yes. Were you talking to me? No, just talking to myself. Kettle quietly responded while holding the holy sword. Not exactly weak. You seem far beyond that level. The half-collapsed mountain had disappeared. Darkle had never seen a hero-class warrior before, but instinctively he could tell. Kettle possessed that level of power. Darkle let out a hollow laugh. Wow, to think I'm acquainted with someone like this. It's the luck of a lifetime. Though he was astonished by Kettle's strength, Darkle wasn't afraid, knowing what kind of person Kettle was. Kettle smiled softly. Take care of me from now on. Same here. When I return, I'll have something to boast about. In front of them was a half-frozen lake blocking their path. Launching a boat was impossible, but crossing with such a large group was also dangerous. Then Kettle stepped onto the lake. Ripples spread across the entire lake. The ice shattered all at once, breaking into tiny pieces, creating a state where boats could pass through. Launch the boat, let's cross. Okay, Kettle the mighty warrior, the barbarians muttered to themselves. Kettle had previously displayed the strength to take down a first-rate warrior in a single blow, but that was within their realm of understanding. It was impressive but not beyond comprehension. The barbarians followed Kettle as a leader, but that was it. No more emotions beyond that. However, the power he had shown afterward was different. Shattering a giant worm in a single strike, blowing away a collapsed mountain and breaking a frozen lake. It was power beyond the barbarians' comprehension. They revered strength. They believed without a doubt that strength was everything. And so their view of Kettle began to change. Ooh, Kettle, great, mighty warrior, the barbarians roared Kettle's name. He was no longer just a leader, they began to think of him as the king they should follow. Naturally, they reached one conclusion. The law of the North, the survival of the strongest. Why is a king? Simple, because he has made every barbarian submit. Ooh, you are our king. The one who shall become our king. Why was Kettle going to meet the king, to challenge the king? The rumor spread like wildfire among the barbarians. Soon, it became an established fact that Kettle was challenging the king to become the new ruler. Even Darkle was surprised enough to ask, "Kettle, are you trying to become the king of the barbarians?" "Not a chance," Kettle immediately denied it. "I wouldn't take that position even if it were offered." "Ah, I thought so. If you're asking, then the rumor must have already spread throughout the group." Yeah. They're all excited talking about how you're going to challenge our king. "Are you going to become the king of the barbarians?" "There's no need for that." But if you did become the king, people would be puzzled by me, the broken sword you're carrying around. They would wonder what I am, they would be in awe of me." "That's nice, let's become king." "Quiet." Yes, the holy sword fell silent. Kettle stroked his chin. "I don't really want to become king, but I do want to fight him, the king of the north." What kind of power did the hero-class barbarian possess? Kettle was curious, so he had originally planned to challenge him, but looking at the current situation, that seemed difficult now. Kettle asked with a vague expression, "If I refuse, how will they react?" "Well, they won't take it quietly." Everyone was convinced that Kettle would fight the king. If he didn't, their expectations would turn into disappointment, and they would express that disappointment through action. At least from their perspective, things wouldn't end well. "I've come up with a good idea." After pondering for a moment, Kettle smiled. "You don't need to worry, I'll take care of it." "Is it really a good idea?" "It is." "All right." Darkle backed off with a worried expression. Kettle then asked the barbarian leader, "What kind of person is the king of the north?" "You're interested," the barbarian, thinking Kettle was showing interest in his opponent, excitedly explained. "He possesses the strength worthy of being our king." The king himself declared that he would be our ruler, and for 100 days, all the barbarians of the north came to challenge his strength. And during that time, the king never lost once and proved his power. For 100 days, the king stood in one place, never backing down, and faced all challengers. He is incredibly strong. He has more than enough qualifications to be our king. The barbarian clicked his tongue in disappointment. "But there is one flaw: he's a coward, he's cautious. He tries to control us, he keeps telling us not to do this or that. Honestly, it's annoying. He made you follow rules. He's more like the cowards from outside. He's a reasonable person." Kettle interpreted the barbarian's words in his own way. "Honestly, we have a lot of complaints. Since he became king, there have been all kinds of restrictions on our actions, but despite that, he is the king. For one reason, because he was strong enough to suppress all of their complaints. Come to think of it," the barbarian suddenly remembered something. "He wasn't always such a coward. They say he used to be the most fearless warrior, but one day he left the north to test his limits." And a few months later, the king returned, having changed from a fierce barbarian to one closer to a reasonable person. Kettle's face filled with interest. "Do you know what happened?" No, even when people asked, he wouldn't talk about it. "Whatever it was, it must have been significant for a warrior like him to change so much. I'd like to experience it myself." The barbarian's eyes sparkled. Kettle stroked his chin with a look of intrigue. "I see." They continued their journey. There were more obstacles along the way, but Kettle's strength solved every issue, and at the end of it all, they arrived at the city where the king resided. Chapter 280, Barbarian King. Part 1. Ooh, Kettle gasped in admiration as he saw the city. The villages of the barbarians they had seen so far were more like settlements. They had no walls, and poorly built houses stood in disarray, resembling a slum. It was understandable. The impatient and ignorant barbarians would never bother to build a proper village. As long as there was a place to lay down, they were content. But the city before him was different. It was clearly planned, designed with care, and properly constructed. Though it appeared dirty and broken in some parts, as if it hadn't been well maintained, the foundation was solid. Did the king design this? Yes. Everyone tried to stop him, saying it was unnecessary, but he pushed ahead. He's quite an unusual king. The barbarian grumbled, his face showing no understanding of why such a city was needed. That was why Kettle was truly impressed. He had tried to build a city like this once but had failed. No matter how much he explained the importance of a stable territory beyond just a place to stay, the damn barbarians couldn't understand. "As long as we have somewhere to sleep, isn't that enough?" they would say. After much persuasion, Kettle had eventually given up. What he had failed to do, the northern king had succeeded in. Even though the barbarians here were somewhat more reasonable than those outside, it was still an impressive feat. "The king is inside, please go in." All right, Kettle approached the city. The barbarian guards, who were either standing on watch or simply lazing around, leaning against the walls and dozing off, were startled by the sudden appearance of the group. "Who are you people? I'll handle this, go ahead." At the leader barbarian's words, Kettle nodded, allowing him to step forward confidently. "We've come to see the king," the barbarian shouted loudly. "To prove our strength by fighting against the mighty demon." "Ah, I see." The guards nodded in understanding, lowering their weapons. The barbarian shouted once more, "And someone has come to challenge the king." "What?" The guard's eyes widened. The barbarian proudly declared, "Our leader, Kettle, he has come to challenge the king for his throne, the ruler of the north." Upon hearing the declaration, the guards immediately sprang into action. "It's been a while since we've had a challenger. Come, follow me, we'll lead you to the king." With excited faces, the guards welcomed Kettle. Darkle, watching, muttered in disbelief. Are these really guards? Guards were supposed to protect the city and safeguard the king. Yet they were happily leading someone who came to challenge the king. It was absurd, but Kettle wasn't surprised. After observing barbarians for so long, it didn't faze him. Someone's come to challenge the king. Ooh, must be a mighty warrior. Hearing the news, the barbarians of the city began to gather, eager to witness the one who dared to challenge their great king. A crowd quickly formed. "Make way, marvel at my master," the holy sword, wanting to boast more about itself, shouted loudly. Of course, no one but Kettle could hear it. At last, they arrived at their destination. It was a surprisingly ordinary building, one you'd hardly believe was the residence of a king. To an outsider, it might even seem like the house of a commoner. They stopped in front of the house. After a brief moment of silence, the door opened. "What's all this commotion?" A barbarian emerged from inside the house. He looked no older than his mid-30s. It was unclear whether that was his actual age or if his powerful status had halted the effects of aging, but he seemed far too young to be a king. Kettle's eyes sparkled. This barbarian was the master of the north, the king of all barbarians. The man gazed at the gathered barbarians for a moment before speaking in a tired voice. "You guys really can't go a day without causing trouble, can you? Do you get sick if you sit still?" He pressed his eyes shut. Despite being a hero immune to fatigue, his face showed true exhaustion. "So what brings you here today? Did a brawl break out again and people ended up dead?" "No, it's not something so trivial. I didn't mean to imply it was trivial. A mass death is quite a serious matter." "It is trivial." The leading barbarian boldly ignored the king's words and shouted with confidence. "O king, someone has come to challenge you for your throne. It's this man right here." He gestured toward Kettle. The king and Kettle faced each other. As expected, Kettle was impressed. The king lacked the savageness typical of barbarians, the violent emotions ready to explode at any moment. He was calm, like a monk who had undergone long training. "Is he really a barbarian?" Kettle was genuinely amazed. And the king, too, found something surprising. Staring at Kettle, he muttered in wonder, "You're different from the usual barbarians." Though the two barbarians stood facing each other, the atmosphere was strangely subdued. The king narrowed his eyes. "And you are strong." What he sensed from Kettle was no more than the power of a first-rate warrior at best. But that was only on the surface. Even though Kettle had completely suppressed his aura, the king could vaguely sense his strength. The king silently observed Kettle. When his gaze landed on Kettle's ashen hair, his eyes wavered. It was as if he had seen something that shouldn't exist. His face bore the expression of someone recalling a memory from the past. But the king quickly reined in his emotions and asked, "Are you here to challenge me?" "For now, yes. So you've come here to become the king of the north and lead those fools. Why? You don't seem as ignorant or foolish as they are." The king looked genuinely confused, unable to understand why anyone would want such a thing. "I'd gladly pass on the offer, but unfortunately, I'm the only one who can lead my foolish kin." "I am their king after all," the king muttered softly. "This is the north, a world where only the strong survive. If you defeat me, all my rights and responsibilities will be transferred to you. Fight with everything you've got, stranger." Inside the city, there was an arena. It seemed to exist to prove the strength of the barbarians, as the arena was enormous, not much different in size from a modern football field. Kettle stood in that arena. "Ooh, to think I'd witness someone challenging the king in my lifetime." Many barbarians from the city had gathered to watch the duel. Literally every single one of them, regardless of age, from children to elders, was present. "Kettle, are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine." If you say so." "Winning? No, never mind, just do your best." Darkle left with a vague expression. "Let's become king. King, being famous is nice, you know. Everyone will be chanting your name. Be quiet." "Yes." The holy sword went silent, sulking. Before long, the king appeared on the opposite side. The king stared at Kettle with a rather ambiguous expression, as if something about Kettle reminded him of something. "I am the king of the North Bayern, destined to lead the barbarians and carry the heavy burden of that duty. If you defeat me, all of that shall become yours." The king introduced himself. It was Kettle's turn. He spoke quietly. "I am a barbarian, Kettle. I come from a world even colder and more frozen than this one." The king Bayern widened his eyes. The vague suspicion he had turned into certainty. "As the chieftain of the barbarians, I led and ruled them. Since you wager your throne, I suppose I should wager something similar. If you defeat me, I will give up all my rights and duties to you." Kettle grinned as he gripped his axe. "I almost feel like conceding defeat right now, but that wouldn't be right, would it? Let's fight for each other's duties and rights." "You?" Bayern's eyes trembled, as if he had realized where Kettle had come from, what he bore, and what he had done. But his face soon calmed. Bayern pulled out his axe. Well, fine, I have a lot of questions, but now is not the time. There's only one thing to do. Let's prove our strength to each other. Kettle smiled. Byron also smiled back. The languid, weary expressions they both had were now filled with a murderous intent, with the will to fight. Who? Ah, in that moment the air changed. A chilling bloodlust and a suffocating will to battle pressed down on the space. The barbarians who had come to watch swallowed hard. They instinctively took a step back. Even though they were strong barbarians, they felt fear for a moment. They realized it. A fight that they couldn't understand nor accept was about to unfold here. Now then, what would be the difference between the hero-class barbarians outside and those inside? A look of expectation crossed Kettle's face. Boom. Byron moved first, charging towards Kettle. The sheer force of his movement shattered the floor of the arena. Byron gripped his axe tightly and rushed at Kettle. Kettle briefly considered how to respond to the attack. It wasn't fast enough to be unavoidable, so evasion seemed like the cleanest option. Just as he was about to dodge, he caught sight of Byron's eyes and hesitated. There was a feeling in Byron's eyes as if he were testing Kettle. Show me your strength. Seeing the meaning in his gaze, Kettle bared his teeth. That's good. In that case, he wouldn't retreat either. He braced himself and charged as well, gripping his axe tightly. The two axes collided, clang. Strength clashed against strength, and a deafening sound filled the air. Those nearby were blown away by the shockwave, unable to withstand the force. Everyone back off. This distance wasn't safe from the clash of their power. The barbarians hurriedly moved back. Some, however, moved closer, saying they would rather die witnessing such power up close. And their decision wasn't entirely wrong. It wasn't every day one could witness a clash of hero-class beings, even in a lifetime. To burn brightly at the end of life was also the barbarian way. Clang, clang, they swung their axes without taking a single step back. Every time the axes clashed, the air shattered and the ground cracked. Clang. The axe blades ground against each other. While their axes were locked, Byron raised his other hand, clenching his fist with immense power. Kettle smiled and clenched his fist in response. Their fists collided. Boom, the air exploded. Half the barbarians barely held on, desperately keeping themselves from being blown away. It was fortunate the arena was somewhat distant from the city. Had it been near, the city would have been destroyed by the aftershocks of their battle. The spectators looked up at the sky in shock. The sky, once filled with clouds, had cleared completely. The sheer force of their clash had blown away all the clouds, pure physical strength, the power of their bodies. It was shaking heaven and earth. Ooh, ooh, woha, a roar erupted from the crowd. This was the essence of the power they had longed for. The barbarians howled in frenzy, exhilarated by the overwhelming strength. Ha 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 ha, Kettle burst into laughter. His face was full of admiration. Strong, impressive, Kettle was genuinely surprised. Of all the beings he had encountered outside, Byron was the strongest and toughest. Even the ancient dragon Ignatia's hand had been shattered by his punch, but Byron remained unscathed. This meant that a mere human's body was tougher and stronger than an ancient dragon's. Kettle marveled at Byron's strength. To think there's a barbarian outside with such power, it was astounding. This was a level of strength he had only seen inside. Kettle felt exhilarated. Meanwhile, Byron was equally shocked by Kettle's strength. He's a monster. Byron had been attacking with all his might. Each swing of his axe carried deadly intent, aiming to kill his opponent. But Kettle responded with ease, his movements light and unburdened. Byron could tell. Kettle wasn't even using his full strength. Where could such a powerful being have come from? Byron's face, once filled with shock, slowly settled into a calm expression. No, it makes sense. If it's from there, the possibility is more than enough. With a strange tone, Byron muttered and readied his axe once more. He looked at Kettle with steady eyes. You are stronger than I am, Byron could tell. Kettle was far stronger than he was. Even beyond the raw strength, just from the way Kettle introduced himself, it was clear. But I am king. Byron was the ruler of the north, the king of the barbarians. That meant he was the strongest barbarian. I have my pride. At the very least, I will draw out your full strength. With those words, Byron's aura began to rise. Chapter 281, Barbarian King, Part 2. Mystery moved through Byron's body, coursing through his veins, filling his muscles, reinforcing his bones, and strengthening his limbs. Body enhancement, Kettle muttered with interest. The king of the north, Byron, was strengthening his body through mystery. In itself, it was a rather simple technique, one even a third-rate weakling could perform. However, one couldn't even dare to mention third-rate witnessing Byron's current enhancement. His writhing body held power on a different level than before. The ground cracked just from the added force in his step as he controlled his strength. Crack, 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 and just like that, the earth split apart. His power was like the concentration of countless beings compressed into a single existence. It was almost like a manifestation of the very concept of power. Is that really possible? Kettle was perplexed. Having mastered some mystical arts, he knew well that simple body enhancement had limits. It was a basic use of mystery, so naturally it had restrictions. Soon, Kettle realized the reason. You've poured everything into your body. A hero-class warrior could use mystic arts to impose their will on the world. Queen Karin of the High Elves controlled the air, while the ancient dragon Ignitia could shake the laws of the world with mere words. As a hero-class warrior, Byron could manipulate the world in the same way. Yet, he chose to give up that power of world manipulation. Instead, he focused everything on his own body. Byron declared, "I am the ruler of the North, the king of barbarians," the one who possessed the greatest power in the world. His ability to interfere with the world's laws had transformed into pure physical enhancement. His ego had twisted his authority. "So it's possible to do it that way too," Kettle murmured in amazement. "What a monster. In theory it's possible, but to actually do it. In all the records I've seen, there has never been a hero-class warrior who transformed their power like this." The Holy Sword was just as astonished. It was a distortion born from Byron's stubbornness about himself. "How is it?" Byron asked after catching his breath. "Incredible," Kettle nodded. "It won't be easy unless I fight you with everything I've got." "That's the highest praise," Byron grinned, showing his teeth as he grabbed his axe. "Then let me personally experience your sincerity." Crunch. With those words, Byron disappeared from sight. Barbarians, who had barely managed to keep track of his movements until now, completely lost him. "He's fast," Kettle marveled, moving his body swiftly to counter. With all his strength, he swung his axe. Boom! Axes clashed, shattering the space between them and shaking the surroundings. "Kaira, us!" The barbarians, who had been watching with death in their eyes, couldn't hold on any longer and fainted, flying backward. Darkle hurriedly grabbed them and dragged them to safety. From a distance, they barely managed to observe the arena. What in the world? Power collided, the earth cracked, and the sky distorted from the overwhelming force. Is this really human strength? Darkle's comprehension had long since been exceeded. Boom! Axes crashed again, sending deafening reverberations. Both warriors' arms were knocked back from the impact. Byron immediately reinforced his arm, swinging his axe as if he intended to split the world in two. "You can block it or dodge it, but if you dodge, it means I'm stronger than you." The attack carried that sentiment, and Kettle, laughing, responded in kind. Boom! The axes clashed again. Neither man stopped. They collided and collided, neither taking a single step back. Their power split mountains and parted seas as it continuously clashed. It was truly a scene of savagery. There was no technique or skill, only a pure clash of raw strength. It was a battle to prove who was the strongest. Boom! With the collision, their arms were flung backward. Byron took advantage of the rebound, spinning his body and putting even more force into his axe. Kettle met the challenge, stepping forward and pouring power into his arm as he swung his axe. Clang! The clash was the strongest yet. Both Kettle and the king were pushed back 3 steps. "You're strong," Kettle exclaimed. He couldn't underestimate him. A moment of carelessness and the king's axe would strike his body. "Even among our tribe, there aren't many who could face him." It was truly astonishing power. Kettle bared his teeth in delight. How thrilling. How fun to think he could experience such a pure clash of strength outside of his tribe. Kettle was starting to enjoy himself. Byron, putting more power into his legs, accelerated forward, his axe pressing in. Kettle raised his axe to block. Kakakakak, Byron didn't let up, taking more steps forward as he tried to push Kettle back. Kettle realized it then. Right now, Byron was challenging him to a contest of strength. "Ha!" Kettle couldn't help but burst out laughing. How long had it been since he met someone willing to engage in a contest of strength? He couldn't even remember. It had been an incredibly long time. "Fine. I'll take you on." Overcome with excitement, Kettle laughed heartily, pouring strength into his arms. Squeak! The result was immediate. Byron, who had been fiercely pushing forward, began to be slowly pushed back. Byron's expression changed. Crack! Realizing he was losing the contest, Byron leaped backward, his face stiff. "I was pushed back." The barbarians watching from afar erupted in cheers. "Ooh, the king was pushed back." Kettle. "The great warrior," they screamed Kettle's name. Byron, who had been frozen, let out a hollow laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of miserable fools. After all the effort I put into leading those idiots, now they want to hand everything over to you. I can't stand the sight of it. You know barbarians are bound to disappoint the more you expect from them." "That's true." Byron squinted his eyes with a sigh. Strong. In fact, he wasn't paying attention to the barbarians' cheers at all. He was merely trying to distract himself from the shock. "I've been overpowered by sheer strength." Byron had given up the power to interfere with the world and focused solely on physical enhancement. As a result, he had no special abilities. Once he was outmatched in raw strength, it was over. "I do have a trump card, but this was just a simple duel. Unless he was fighting an opponent he intended to kill, he couldn't use it." But the same applied to his opponent, so the conditions were equal, yet he was being pushed back by Kettle. However, even so, Byron, ignited by the will to fight, charged forward. Kettle welcomed him with open arms. Clang! Axes clashed. Realizing he was outmatched in strength, Bayern tried to win with technique, but Kettle, having survived countless battles, had no reason to be outdone in skill. Clang, Kettle countered Bayern's swinging axe. Pretending to block it, he easily deflected the blow. Ugh! Bayern's axe buried itself into the ground. The earth trembled and seemed to collapse. Kettle grabbed Bayern's arm and slammed him down. With a groan, Bayern crashed into the ground. Kettle then brought his axe down on the fallen Bayern. In a panic, Bayern raised his axe to block it. Boom, the ground caved in. Gripping his axe with both hands, Bayern barely managed to defend himself, letting out a hollow laugh. I lost. If they were fighting purely with their bodies and the opponent was stronger, there was no way to win. It was checkmate. I commend you. It's rare to find someone with strength like yours. Kettle genuinely praised him. To endure this much in a duel with him was something only a handful of barbarians from the White Snowfield could do. Thanks for the compliment. Although it could be seen as an insult, the king accepted the praise sincerely. If a warrior of this caliber praised you, it was something to be proud of. Kettle kept his axe buried in the ground and looked toward the distance. The barbarians, thinking the fight was over, were running toward them with cheers. It must have been tough leading those idiots. Now it will be your burden to bear. No, Kettle smiled faintly. You still have more work to do. Bayern made a puzzled face at the sudden statement. At that moment, Kettle released his grip on the axe. Clang, Kettle's axe flew through the air. He slid backward as the axe embedded itself in the ground far away. What? You, incredible. Amidst the confused voices, Kettle spoke with admiration. The final blow you delivered was truly remarkable. Not only did the axe fly away, but I fractured my wrist. I can't continue the fight. It's your victory? Bayern's face showed utter confusion. It was understandable. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelmed on the verge of defeat. But now Kettle had suddenly let go of his strength, retreated, and declared defeat. What are you? Oh, Uwo. Before Bayern could question it, a roar erupted. Oh, our king, as expected, we believed in you. Only you can lead us. The barbarians who had approached without him realizing were now shouting at Bayern. Realizing what was happening, Bayern's face twisted in displeasure. Wait, you! I told you have more work to do. Kettle chuckled mischievously. The barbarians had seen Bayern get slammed down by Kettle and assumed the battle was over, so they had rushed forward. But since they were quite a distance away, they couldn't fully grasp the situation. From their perspective, it looked like their king had turned the tide with a final, secret move. Their king had triumphed over a formidable opponent. The barbarians praised their king. Our king, we believed in you, we knew you would win. At those words, Bayern's face twisted in frustration. When he was being overwhelmed, these same barbarians had been shouting Kettle's name. Now they were changing their tune as easily as flipping a hand, but there was no time to argue. Bayern, still confused, looked over at Kettle. You. It's your victory, my king. Kettle smiled faintly. You will remain the king of the north. Hearing that, Bayern's eyes widened. The confusion disappeared and his gaze steadied. I understand. Uwo, our king, the barbarians roared. That night the city erupted in celebration. They had witnessed the power of a great hero, and their king had defeated a mighty foe. The barbarians had every reason to be excited. They raised their cups, praising both the king and Kettle, who had pushed the king to his limits. Even Darkle, unable to sleep, roamed the city, thrilled by the fight beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, the two main figures of the night, the king and Kettle, quietly drank in a small building. Kettle glanced around the interior and murmured, "This place is too humble for a king. You know what those idiots want. They desire a symbol of barbarism. If their king stayed in a fancy place, it wouldn't set a good example." That's true. Anyway, they sure are demanding. Indeed they are, Bayern and Kettle complained about the barbarians. As the king's light laughter faded, his expression changed. Now I'll ask, you are the victor. As the defeated, I'll answer anything. The king's eyebrows twitched at that response. Why did you intentionally? No, wait. Bayern, who had been about to say something, shook his head. There's something I should say first. I haven't properly introduced myself yet. With calm eyes, the king spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you. From the coldest place in this world, the White Snowfield, the king of the ash-gray barbarians there. So you knew. Bayern had realized that Kettle was from the White Snowfield. That fact didn't surprise him. From the moment he first saw Kettle, Bayern had been startled by his ash-gray hair. He had eyed him with suspicion. And when Kettle introduced himself, that suspicion had turned to certainty. Bayern spoke. I was completely sure when I faced your true strength. No one in this world could possess such power, but inside there it's possible. What a strange way of speaking. As if he knew about the situation inside the White Snowfield. Kettle narrowed his eyes. You've been inside. Bayern responded with a bitter smile. Kettle's eyes darkened. Have you seen us? Chapter 282, Barbarian King Part 3. With those words, Bayern fell silent. After a few minutes of silence, he finally spoke. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts. His voice trembled slightly. The great king of the north was shaken merely by recalling certain memories. I need some time to clear my mind. Let's talk about something else for now, if you wish. Thank you, let's talk about the battle earlier. Why did you deliberately lose to me? Kettle had weakened his grip on his axe at the last moment. He had thrown his body back, making it seem as though he had lost. Why did you do that? Because I have no intention of becoming king. Kettle answered calmly. He had already discarded such burdens long ago and had no intention of taking them up again. Byron frowned at that answer. Then why did you fight me? Because the atmosphere among my people had already shifted towards fighting. The barbarians, seeing Kettle's strength, believed he had gone to meet the king for a challenge. Of course, Kettle could have ignored their expectations and chosen not to fight. But in doing so, the barbarians who anticipated the battle would have been deeply disappointed. The frustration of their dashed hopes would have manifested in destruction, leading to chaos in the city, and eventually doubts about the king's authority. The cleanest way to avoid all these possibilities was for Kettle to fight the king, show his strength, and then lose. Byron was surprised by this explanation. A form of consideration, Kettle had no reason to fight, much less to lose, but he did so to prevent chaos. Kettle spoke. As a fellow king, I know how hard it is to lead those fools. I didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Thank you, I express my gratitude. Byron sincerely thanked him, his face filled with warmth as he looked at Kettle. Oh, was that all? It seemed to me like you wanted to fight too. Never mind, I'll keep my mouth shut. Only the Holy Sword, who had a bit of understanding of Kettle's nature, muttered in a bewildered tone, though only Kettle could hear it. But this is unexpected. To think the king of the White Snowfields would be someone similar to me. I didn't expect it either. Honestly, I never thought I'd have a normal conversation with a barbarian. Kettle looked at the king with a curious expression. It felt like talking to a learned scholar rather than a typical barbarian. I heard that until a few months ago you weren't much different from other barbarians, but they say you changed the moment you returned from your travels. You know well, was that when you entered the White Snowfields? Yes, Byron gave a bitter smile. Having gathered his emotions, he began to explain. I was strong, no one could stand against me. There were those who, from childhood, displayed extraordinary strength. People who exhibited abilities that ordinary people couldn't comprehend or accept were revered and feared, hailed as destined heroes. Byron was one such person. At the age of 7, he had defeated an adult. By 10, no one in his village could match him. By the time he was 20, his strength was at the pinnacle of superhuman abilities, unmatched even across the north. Everyone shouted his name, praising him and predicting that he would one day become the only king of the north. Byron believed this too. He had no doubt that if not him, then who could lead the barbarians? I was arrogant. I thought nothing in the world could touch me. As a result, I felt a deep sense of boredom. The king longed to break through his limits and face a truly formidable enemy to achieve a victory that would push him beyond. But the strongest on the continent wouldn't fight me. They were hesitant to engage with someone destined to become a hero. Then one place caught my eye, the White Snowfields. Yes, long ago, an emperor who ruled the entire continent had challenged and failed to conquer the world's greatest forbidden land. Byron believed that there he could achieve his goal. He boarded a ship and sailed to the White Snowfields. What did you find there? At Kettle's question, Byron replied, I met a bear, the bear from the emperor's legend. A white bear capable of causing earthquakes. Ah, Kettle nodded in understanding. That must have been a disaster. It truly was. Byron gave a wry smile and rolled up his sleeve. Unlike other barbarians, Byron wore thick clothes that completely covered his upper body, even hiding his forearms. And now the reason for that became clear. Oh no, the Holy Sword was horrified. A gruesome scar marred Byron's forearm. Half of his forearm was gouged out, a sight that was chilling just to look at. Even after meeting the saintess of the sun god, this wound couldn't be healed, Byron said as he lowered his sleeve. It was a single blow. In just one strike, the bear shattered my proud axe, spilled my guts, and left me coughing up blood. At that time, Byron had been at the pinnacle of superhuman strength, one of the strongest on the continent. But he was woefully unprepared to face the bear. The bear was one of the enormous beasts that ruled the snowfields, alongside the snake and the rat. Kettle muttered in amazement. To encounter the bear means you entered its territory. You're lucky to have survived. Unlike the snake or rat, the bear had a strong attachment to its territory. It didn't seek to expand its domain, but anyone who trespassed was swiftly dealt with. That Byron survived was indeed a miracle. It wasn't my strength that saved me. Shaking his head, Byron looked at Kettle. I saw a barbarian then. Kettle's eyes widened. I was terrified by the great bear. I wanted to run, but I was frozen in fear. The bear slowly approached to crush me. Just when I was certain of my death, the bear suddenly retreated. And then Byron saw a barbarian with ash-gray hair blowing in the wind. The king in his youth, in the days before he became a king. Byron trembled in the bitter cold. For the first time, he came to understand what fear was. He wanted to flee immediately, but his legs wouldn't move. Thud, thud. The ground shook. A bear was slowly approaching. Byron was certain that he would die here, and then thud, the approaching bear stopped. Grrr, there was a look of wariness on the bear's face. Byron was confused by the sudden change in the bear. That enormous bear, that terrifying beast, was wary of something. Soon enough, Byron understood what the bear was wary of. Bear, bear, damn you, bear, step. Someone stepped past Byron and stood in front of him. Gray hair fluttered in the cold. Sorry, but our chieftain needs your territory. I'd appreciate it if you'd step aside. Grrr, if you refuse, well, that's fine too. The gray-haired barbarian bared his teeth. He gripped his axe fiercely. Don't interfere, the barbarian said, glancing behind him. It was only then that Byron realized there were other barbarians. Are you sure? The chieftain told us to push together. You won't be able to handle it alone. Shut up. If you get involved, you'll die. Stubborn, aren't you? Do as you like. If you die, it's my turn next. They conversed calmly as if death meant nothing to them. The barbarian's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Let's do this. It's time to repay the disgrace from last time. I'll feast on your guts while you're still alive. Byron's face turned pale. To him, the bear was a monster, something he could neither resist nor oppose. But now more monsters had appeared, and not just one, there were several. The gray-haired barbarian glanced at Byron. You're not one of our tribes, you must be from outside. He clicked his tongue. Weak and a coward, Byron couldn't argue. He simply hung his head silently. The barbarian's gaze grew cold. I'd kill you right now if it were up to me, but our chieftain ordered that we bring any outsiders to him alive. But I don't want to bring a coward like you to him, and I can't disobey orders either. I'll give you a compromise. I won't kill you. Survive on your own. Run if you want. With those words, the barbarian lost all interest in Byron. Baring his teeth, he turned back to the bear. Now let's do this, you cursed bear, baying. Power clashed with power. The enormous bear and a single barbarian collided with all their might. Watching the scene, Byron thought, I am such a small existence, neither great nor extraordinary, just a completely ordinary human. Byron came to a realization. I see, Kettle murmured as if he understood. That's why you changed. I barely escaped from that fight. I ran desperately back to the north. After that incident, Byron completely changed, from an ordinary barbarian to a highly sensible person. The barbarians call me a coward, and they're not wrong. I was terrified of that immense power and fled. Now Byron had grown far stronger than he had been back then. Now he was confident that he wouldn't lose to the bear. But even so, the fear he felt at that time remained etched in his soul. Kettle looked at him with pity. That must have been a disaster. You mentioned a chieftain earlier. Do you know who the barbarian I encountered was? I can guess. I sent some tribesmen to settle the territory. I told them to bring any outsiders to me alive, but it seems they didn't listen. Kettle muttered, his eyes darkening. I'll have to smash his head the next time I see him. Byron let out a hollow laugh. That barbarian, that overwhelmingly powerful barbarian, was Kettle's subordinate. You are vast, far too vast. As the king of the north, he couldn't even hope to match him. This is a past I've never shared with anyone. I'd like you to keep it a secret. I have no interest in spreading stories. Thank you. With a more relaxed face, Byron lifted his drink. Come to think of it, Kettle said playfully as he drank, you did win against me. You yielded to me. Even so, a win is a win, and I said I'd hand over all my rights and duties if you won. Kettle grinned mischievously. How about becoming the king of the barbarians of the White Snowfields? Isn't that tempting? Absolutely not. For the first time, Byron expressed clear disgust. Kettle laughed as if he had expected that. Chapter 283. Barbarian King Part 4. It squeezed through the narrow gap and escaped the prison that had trapped it. As it set foot upon the world, it rejoiced. Look, world, your master has returned. It stepped upon the ground and the earth began to rot. Pleased with the sight, it continued forward. Toward the world, something terrible began to appear. Kettle and Byron were drinking, exchanging light-hearted jokes. The conversation flowed smoothly. Both were barbarian kings, and both were exceptionally reasonable individuals. They had suffered much from ignorant barbarians. With so many shared experiences, they quickly formed a bond. Now then, let's get to the point. Byron's eyes darkened. The man once shackled by his past trauma had vanished. The only thing left was the ruler of the north, the king of the barbarians. You don't seem to be after the throne. Nor do you appear to hold any goodwill towards the barbarians. And the north isn't your homeland. Why did you come here? Kettle fell into thought. The surface reason was to face the demons. But Byron wouldn't be satisfied with that answer, so Kettle spoke. I received information that this place is dangerous. Are you talking about the demons? No, there's something else. At those words, Byron's eyebrows twitched. You're talking about things from the Forbidden Lands. The existence of the Forbidden Lands leaking into the outside world was already widely known. If there was a threat beyond the demons, it could only be from the Forbidden Lands. Kettle nodded. Is it information from the gods? It feels like that. Unable to explain the quest directly, Kettle gave a vague affirmation. Byron clicked his tongue. The gods, observing the world from afar, would pass on information through divine revelation if necessary. Therefore, places disconnected from divine communication were inherently at a disadvantage in terms of information. Bayern, knowing this, had tried to establish connections with the church, but the barbarians were fiercely hostile to the church, frustrating his efforts every time. I always thought a moment like this would come, so I tried to make a connection somehow, but the barbarians resisted with everything they had. Even actions for the sake of the North were obstructed. They're truly unhelpful, Bayern sighed. Still, it's fortunate that you came to relay this. So what exactly is the information? That's all, something is here. There was no more information. Bayern nodded in understanding. You came to me to gather more detailed information. Is there any place that seems suspicious, or reports of strange sightings? The quest had warned that it would be dangerous unless he addressed it directly. It had not issued such warnings when Nano destroyed an entire country or when the city of the mermaids fell. This implied that what was coming was an even greater threat. If such a thing was in the north, there would surely be some impact. That was the thought behind the question, but Bayern shook his head. Nothing, aside from the battles with the invading demons. I haven't received any reports of other problems. What about the demons? I don't know. They're probably fighting on their own. The barbarians did not see the need for regular communication. Bayern had managed to train a few more communicative barbarians to serve as messengers, but even that wasn't perfect. At the very least, they had been taught to report when something went wrong, and so far no reports had come, meaning no problems had occurred. Kettle stroked his chin. I see. Still, since we've confirmed that there's a problem, I'll do my best to gather information. Understood, the north was vast. Waiting in the city to gather information was the best option for now. Kettle awaited information in the king's city. In the meantime, he sparred lightly with the king. Clang, clang, axes clashed. Though it was a simple spar, neither held back too much. Bayern, facing Kettle, had a very serious expression. Clang, I lost. That day's spar ended with Bayern's defeat. No, to be precise, Bayern had lost every spar over the past 3 days. He had never won a single match against Kettle. My spirit's about to break. You should take pride, you're strong enough. Few in the White Snowfields have power on par with yours. Kettle spoke as he hung his axe at his waist. Bayern chuckled bitterly. So there are still a few, huh? That meant there were others of Bayern's caliber in the White Snowfields, not just one but several. Ridiculous. But he understood. One would need to be that strong to survive in the White Snowfields, home to monstrous beings like the White Bear. The barbarian I met before must have been one of them, right? If it's the one I know, yes. Kettle, Bayern spoke in a serious tone, you fought me. Even though it wasn't all of my power, you have a good sense of my strength. You should know by now where I stand. The king asked in a grave tone. In your opinion, if I were to face the White Bear again, what would happen? Kettle closed his mouth and thought, the White Bear of the White Snowfields. A monster that caused earthquakes. If the king were to face the bear again, who would win? After pondering, Kettle answered, you're strong, very strong. Bayern was one of the strongest he had seen outside. He could probably even defeat High Elf Queen Karin, but the bear was also incredibly powerful. You wouldn't lose easily, but I wouldn't win. It's hard to be certain without seeing it firsthand. You haven't shown everything you have either, but from Kettle's perspective, Bayern would likely lose. At that, Bayern smiled. That's enough, now I have a clear purpose. They spent the following days training, and so a week passed. And during that time, nothing happened. Still no information? None, Bayern frowned. I sent informants, but no news has come in, and there's something strange. What is it? We haven't heard anything from the front lines where we're facing off against the demons. Of course, the barbarians didn't feel the need for regular contact, so if there were no problems, no news would be expected. But it was the length of time that was the issue. It had been over 2 weeks without a single word. No news is good news, they say, but this was too long. The battlefield was fierce, and there couldn't have been no issues for 2 whole weeks. Something was wrong at the front line with the demons. We might need to go check it out ourselves. Can I see the map? Of course. Bayern brought out the map and spread it on the table. He pointed in one direction. The demons are invading from here. The coastline, the demons were pushing into the continent through the sea. The demons have already taken a considerable amount of territory. The front line has already spread wide. That makes the chances of something going wrong higher. The barbarians were strong, but they were also reckless. There was a high chance they could have fallen into a simple trap set by the demons and suffered heavy losses. The fact that there was no communication meant one of two things. Either there was truly no issue, or something so severe had happened that they couldn't even send word. At this point, the latter seemed more likely. Bayern narrowed his eyes. We'll have to go check. May I come along? You can if you want, but you're not needed. If there's an issue, I'll return to bring the barbarians with me. No, Kettle shook his head. I should go as well. Bayern's expression, puzzled for a moment, hardened. Is there a problem? It seems likely. Understood, then we'll prepare immediately. Bayern moved quickly. Kettle stood still for a bit longer, staring at the map. The demons were pushing through the sea into the continent, and that sea was connected to the White Snowfields. Kettle quietly stared at the white snowfields. What was over there again? As Kettle recalled, his expression turned strange. It came to him what was there. What kind of monster existed there? Kettle frowned. This could be dangerous. Kettle realized why the quest had given a warning. The next day, Kettle and Byron set off for the front lines. Darkle had said he wanted to come along, but Kettle dissuaded him, warning of the danger. Seeing the seriousness in his face, Darkle didn't push further. The front lines were a fair distance away, but both of them were hero-class warriors, highly skilled in physical combat. It took them only a few hours to arrive at the front lines, and what they saw was an empty barbarian outpost. It's quiet, it was a sizable outpost housing at least 100 barbarians, but now there was no one, there wasn't even a trace of a person. This is why there's been no word. Byron frowned as he stepped into the outpost. As he looked around, he gathered some information. There are signs of battle. Tents had collapsed and the ground was torn up. This meant there had been a fierce fight, but there were no bodies. It seems they were dragged off. From what they could gather, the demons had overwhelmed the barbarians and taken them away. Byron, scanning the area, spotted an axe embedded in the ground. He approached and pulled it out. Crack. The axe crumbled into dust as it disintegrated, leaving only the handle in Byron's hand. Poison. There was no way this could have happened naturally. Something bizarre and powerful had attacked. We should try to find any survivors. The battlefield is vast, so we should split up. I'll head over there. Understood. Byron leaped away. As Kettle moved in the opposite direction, he thought to himself, the sea connected to the white snowfields, and the quest's direct warning to him. Something had come out of the white snowfields. It wasn't hard to make that guess. If something strong enough to trigger a quest warning came out of there, what would it be? Not many creatures immediately came to mind. The monsters of the white snowfields were known to be extremely territorial. They were more concerned with defending their domain than expanding it. Most of the well-known monsters followed this pattern, except for one. The white serpent that devours glaciers, the white bear that causes earthquakes, and the vile rat that pollutes the seas. Among them, the serpent sought to expand its domain, but it wasn't particularly attached to it. It was more of a hobby for it. It wouldn't be interested in venturing outside. The bear's territory is closest to this area, though. In the past, Byron had encountered the bear when he ventured into the white snowfields, and it had been for that reason. But the bear only cared about its territory, not expanding it. It wasn't the kind to come out. But the last one was different. The vile rat that pollutes the seas, that filthy creature actively sought to expand its domain. It wanted to corrupt the entire white snowfields and eventually the world. That's why his people had clashed with it so often, and its territory wasn't far from here. As he moved, Kettle stopped in his tracks. Before him lay a landscape tainted with a green hue, defiled, ruined land. What is this? The holy sword groaned. It was an extremely vile poison, but it wasn't an earthly poison. It was something far worse, something that corrupted the soul and destroyed its essence. As I thought, Kettle's expression darkened. Yes, of course it would be the first one to show up. With its strong desire to expand its domain, it wouldn't have missed the opportunity to come outside. If the quest warning was because of a monster from the white snowfields, it was most likely the rat. Kettle's prediction was spot on, and that stirred something in him. I expected this, but I hoped it wouldn't come out. It should have stayed in there forever. Why does it keep trying to crawl out? Why does it want to defile my world? He muttered darkly. An emotion that had never shown itself before began to take form. The holy sword was alarmed. Wait, hold on, you. The holy sword was taken aback. To the sword, Kettle was a strange and sometimes frightening figure, but also someone who was reasonable and considerate. It had grown fond of him. But now the Kettle standing here was not the one the sword knew. He wasn't the mighty yet human barbarian anymore. He was something far more mysterious, and that was to be expected. The one standing here wasn't the traveling barbarian of the world. He was the ashen barbarian of the white snowfields. Something had appeared in this world that could stir such a reaction from him. Kettle murmured grimly. The rat has come out. Chapter 284, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 1. Shortly before Kettle became certain of the existence of the forbidden lands invading the north, Byron also saw it, the land, tainted and filled with poisonous energy. Byron grimaced at the intense miasma. The poison was overwhelming, strong enough that even a superhuman would struggle to withstand it. Without enveloping himself with mystery, survival here was impossible. And that poisonous aura spread throughout the land, all the way to the distant horizon where everything was tinged with green. Byron stepped onto the poisoned ground, frowning. The miasma tried to climb up his body, but it couldn't touch the flesh of such a mighty hero. Is this the work of a poisoned demon? A demon strong enough to corrupt all things, possessing near-superhuman power. But he rejected the thought, not because it seemed too extreme, but because, compared to this land, even a poisoned demon would be too weak. This was not the aura of a poisoned demon. It was something far more terrifying and foreign. Byron scraped up some of the miasma from the ground. He thought about collecting it for study. Then, at that moment, the earth began to rise. Hideously disfigured creatures, their bodies barely held together and on the verge of collapse, staggered out of the corrupted land. They wobbled toward Byron. With a look of irritation, Byron gripped his axe. Crack, the approaching monsters were pulverized instantly, but they did not fall easily. Even with their limbs severed, they relentlessly crawled toward Byron. He pressed down harder with his axe. Squelch. The monsters hit by his axe shattered into pieces, never to rise again. Strong, Byron thought, his face tightening. The monsters weren't weak. It was only because he was Byron that they were being dispatched so easily. Each one of them possessed power beyond that of a first-rate fighter. There were dozens of them, easily more than enough to destroy a small kingdom. HMPH, but Byron was a hero. He gripped his axe tighter and charged forward. The creatures that collided with him were blown apart, their bodies utterly obliterated. More monsters staggered up from the poisoned land, dozens of them, each possessing the strength of an elite warrior. So many, Byron muttered, continuing to mow them down. His eyes narrowed as he saw one of the monster's faces. The monster with eyes lost to reason, stretched its mangled hand toward Byron. He recognized that face, though it was collapsing beyond recognition. Byron's face stiffened as he dredged up his memory. It was the face of a barbarian he had once trained, now turned into a grotesque creature. Byron realized that every one of these monsters was once a barbarian he had known. So you've been desecrating the corpses of those who have already died. I'll free you from this abomination. With a hardened expression, Byron felled the monsters, his face twisted with fury. What kind of devil would do this? To defile the bodies of brave barbarians who deserved peace after their courageous battles, it was something he could not forgive. As he vented his anger on the monsters, Byron noticed something strange. There were faces among the creatures that he didn't recognize. That wasn't so unusual. He didn't know every barbarian, but something was unnerving about them. These monsters looked less like humans and more like something else entirely. His face stiffened once again as realization dawned on him. Demons. Amid the decaying creatures he spotted demons, and among them was one particularly strong monster. It was incredibly fast and powerful. With strange abilities, it wasn't easy to defeat. Even Byron had to get serious. Though he ultimately won, the battle was not simple. And then Byron realized something. The monster he had just fought was a demon. The very demon he had initially thought responsible for the poisoned land. He recognized its face from old texts. Barbarians, demons, and even monsters were all rotting and decaying. Wait a minute. What on earth was going on? Byron stood still, his mind in chaos over the monsters' corpses, but this was Byron's mistake, because at that moment a beast's claw burst out from beneath the green earth and grabbed him. Crash. Arg! For the first time, Byron let out a groan of pain. The claw that gripped him was infused with deadly poison, trying to invade his body. Byron gritted his teeth. With a tremendous effort, he fortified his body with mystery and broke free from the claw's grasp, quickly creating distance between himself and the creature. The poison began to invade his limbs. He tried to expel it with his mystery, but it clung stubbornly, corroding his skin and damaging his body. Byron frowned. Something incredibly strong had been lurking beneath the ground, something powerful enough to hurt even him. The ground trembled as the creature, hidden by the poisonous aura, began to emerge. Byron gasped. What is this? The creature's limbs were decaying, with parts of its legs rotting away to reveal bones and filthy pus oozing from its entire body. It was hideous, utterly repulsive, and powerful. As it appeared, the poisonous air became so thick that even a superhuman would struggle to breathe. Thud, and finally it fully revealed itself on the surface. Byron muttered. A rat, a massive, filthy, and hideous rat appeared on the continent. Boom, the rat stomped on the land, already tainted with poison. The ground, which was already rotten and decayed, crumbled further. Byron gripped his axe tighter. The rat in front of him was strong, monstrously strong. He would need to fight with all his might. He cautiously measured the distance between himself and the rat too was staring at him. The rat, silently observing him, opened its mouth. You are strong. Byron's eyes widened. A monster that could speak. The rat continued, ignoring his shock. I was disappointed with the weaklings outside, but you are worthy enough to corrupt. Coming outside was worth the effort. Who are you? Byron asked. This was the first time he'd seen such an abominable creature. Are you a demon? Byron suspected his question was wrong, and the rat responded, clearly displeased. How insulting! Do not compare me to those infantile beings. I am a rat born from the swamp of filth. The rat stood tall and surveyed its surroundings. I existed before you. In the rat's view, a vast green land and a blue sky stretched out before it. The world was originally ours, your petty territorial disputes nothing more than childish games. Toxic fumes spread intensely, the air grew foul, the atmosphere corrupted. At last I have returned to where I belong. I will taint and defile everything, turning it into my domain. The rat lowered its body and then suddenly charged. Byron had no intention of dodging or blocking the charge. He was the king of barbarians. He was confident that no one could match his strength. He planned to use the rat's charge against it and launch an attack, but before he could act, Byron's instincts screamed at him. Danger. Instinctively, he raised his axe to defend himself, and that decision was the right one. Without it, the powerful impact would have crushed his insides. Boom, grrrrr, Byron's body was pushed back as the rat crashed into him. A groan escaped his lips. What is this? It was an unimaginable force. What shocked him even more was that the rat didn't seem to be using any mystery. It was pure physical strength that created such an impact. It felt similar to when he fought Kettle. The rat, seeing Byron withstand the charge, spoke with satisfaction. I was disappointed by the weaklings outside, but you. You satisfy me. Grrrr, Byron steadied himself and quickly enveloped his entire body with mystery. This power, which could intervene in the world, strengthened his body. Clang, now he could counter the rat's attacks. But that was all. He wasn't being overwhelmed, but he wasn't dominating either. Shock lingered in Byron's eyes. What is this? Even with his body enhanced by mystery, he couldn't overpower this monster. How could such a thing exist? Screech, the rat swung its massive front paw wildly. A chill ran down Byron's spine. He instinctively leaped out of the range of the attack. Slash, the space where the paw had swung literally tore apart, slowly corroding and collapsing. Kia, the rat didn't stop. It kept swinging its front paws as it charged forward. Hup, Byron put all his strength into his body. Like when he faced Kettle, he poured all his power into each strike. Clang. The front paw and the axe collided repeatedly. After one intense clash, the rat's body was pushed back. Scree, you're strong, very strong, the rat chuckled softly. Even though it had been pushed back, it showed no signs of distress. That was only natural. The rat's power wasn't merely physical strength. Byron gritted his teeth. A long battle will be disadvantageous. The poison seeping from the rat was tainting Byron's lungs. For now, he was protected by mystery, but once that energy ran out, the poison would invade his body. Even a hero-class physique could be corrupted by the rat's venom. Moreover, the ground itself was already filled with poison. It didn't affect him much, but it gave his opponent an advantage. He couldn't fight for long. In that case, determination filled Byron's eyes. Screech, the rat charged again, thrusting out its grotesque front paw. Byron didn't dodge. Crunch, the rat's claws pierced Byron's left arm. The rat's eyes widened in surprise. Screech, sacrificing flesh to gain an advantage. Byron gripped his axe tighter in his right hand and swung it down. It was a strike powerful enough to split the earth in two. Boom, the axe struck the rat's shoulder and the force of the blow shook the surrounding area. Byron's face hardened. His axe hadn't injured the rat. The decay and poison surrounding the rat's body had completely blocked his attack. You aim to wound and take life. I am pleased. The rat smiled in satisfaction. I've decided I will personally corrupt you. Receive the blessing of filth. With those words, pillars of poisonous fumes rose from the ground. Byron's body was engulfed in green mist, disappearing from sight. Chapter 285, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas. Part 2. Rumble, a green pillar engulfed Byron. It was a thick, dense, poisonous aura, corrupting and destroying both body and soul. Once consumed by it, Byron would rot and become a subordinate to the rat's command. However, boom. An immense force caused the rat's body to skid backward. The rat's eyes widened in shock. Byron emerged from the poisonous pillar. Though the poisonous aura clung to Byron's body, it could not invade his flesh. He had protected himself with mystery, an insignificant measure granted to the fragile beings outside, but it seems it hasn't protected your arm. The rat's words were true. The left arm where the rat's claws had dug in was indeed invaded by the poison. Byron suppressed it with his mystery, but while he could stop the poison from spreading further, he couldn't eliminate it completely. Byron narrowed his eyes. Monster, this was an entirely alien being, even difficult for him to confront. Yet because of that, he was certain. From ancient times, the rat that pollutes the seas mentioned in the Emperor's legends, the creature before him was none other than that very monster. I have one question. Your resolve is admirable, so I'll answer. What's your relationship with the bear? Are you speaking of the bear in the snowy plains? Confusion clouded the rat's eyes. The rat seemed puzzled about how Byron knew of the bear. Still, the rat responded honestly. I coveted its territory, but it wasn't easy. Even after a long struggle, no conclusion was reached. Ha 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 ha, Byron couldn't hold back his laughter. He clapped his hands. Good. Very good, he gripped his axe tightly, the fire of battle in his eyes. It's a shame you're not the bear, but this is enough. The rat in front of him was on par with the bear. If he could defeat this rat, it meant he could stand a chance against the bear as well. His fighting spirit surged. It was an opportunity to forget the shame of the past. The worth of showing his full strength was clear. Thud. Byron's body trembled momentarily. The mystery coursed through his body, enhancing it. No, it transcended enhancement. The mystery and his body became one. This was the secret technique he hadn't even used in his fight against Kettle. Byron bared his teeth, showing a beast-like expression. "I'll kill you, boom," Byron charged. The rat's expression changed. At this speed, far faster than before, the rat quickly swiped with its front paw, crash. With a thunderous sound, the rat was forced backward, its expression twisting. The claws of its front paw, which had collided with Byron's axe, were ground down, but Byron didn't stop. He continued charging, striking with his axe. The rat's body kept getting pushed back. "You are strong." The rat was surprised. Byron's strength was astonishing, even to the rat. "I didn't expect there'd be such power outside. It reminds me of those wretched barbarians." Boom. Byron charged once again. This time the rat didn't block. Instead, it twisted its body, narrowly dodging Byron's attack. The rat smirked. "But you can't control it, can you? You're still immature. You're wielding a power that surpasses your limits." The rat wasn't foolish. In fact, it was incredibly intelligent, fully aware of the optimal course of action. "Though I could face you head-on, there's no need to bother. Rise, my land." Rumble. The ground erupted like a volcano, distorting the view. The rat darted through the chaos, evading Byron's attacks. It was clearly stalling for time. Byron clicked his tongue. His secret technique, merging his mystery with his body, was incredibly powerful, but the drawbacks were equally clear. He hadn't fully mastered this power yet. Controlling the force and speed was difficult, and the mystery consumption was excessive. That's why he hadn't used it against Kettle. The duration of this technique was short, and if the rat deliberately dragged out the fight, Byron would be at a disadvantage. At this point, the best option for Byron was to flee. In this state, the rat wouldn't be able to pursue him. He could treat his wounds, regroup, and come back later, but Byron's face contorted. "Do I have to run away in a moment like this? With the opportunity to avenge his past humiliation right in front of him? Don't make me laugh." In the end, Byron was still a barbarian. Even if the past disgrace had changed him, his core remained the same. He wouldn't retreat in front of a strong enemy. Better to die than suffer shame. Byron roared as he charged forward again, stomping on the erupting ground and slicing through it. He broke through every defense, closing in on the rat. The rat dodged by leaping this way and that. Byron's mystery was rapidly depleting. However, Byron's body continued to close the distance. Finally, breaking through all obstacles, Byron arrived in front of the rat. Byron gritted his teeth and slashed. The force of his strike extended to the horizon. The rat barely dodged in time, crack, but it didn't escape unscathed. The rat's chest burst open, green blood spilling out. Byron's attack had pierced through the rat's armor of decay. "Oh, impressive, it's been a long time since I've bled," the rat genuinely marveled, "but that's all there is to it." "Ha ha," Byron collapsed. The mystery that had merged with his body had vanished. The moment he delivered the blow, his mystery reserves had been exhausted. Damn rat. He had poured everything into that strike. His body was now so drained that he could barely move. It was his defeat. Such a satisfying strength. "I'll taint your body and make good use of it." The rat approached Byron confidently. With all his energy depleted, Byron was no longer a threat. At that moment, Byron bared his teeth. He gripped the axe tighter. A hidden force surged violently. The rat's senses warned him. Reflexively, the rat defended himself with his venomous energy and leaped away. Byron swung his arm. Crack, the world split open. Dark, thick energy cleaved through the space. The venomous ground split in half. Bam, the rat's chest burst open. Unlike before, it was a much deeper wound. For any ordinary creature, it would be fatal due to severe blood loss. That was my trump card, and yet you managed to avoid it." Byron clicked his tongue. "So you were pretending to have used up all your strength. You left only small wounds to make me lower my guard." The rat muttered, genuinely surprised. "Although it was a direct hit, it's not a fatal injury, but you'll need time to recover. Crafty. It reminds me of someone I knew back then. Like you, he used the same trick when he was weak." "Enough chattering. I admit my defeat," Byron calmly acknowledged, squeezing out the last of his strength. He would finish it himself rather than being defiled by a mere rat. He drew forth the hidden force from the depths of his being, ready to burn his entire body for one final strike. A truly barbaric mindset. Just as Byron made that judgment and was about to act, the approaching rat hesitated. He briefly glanced at something in the distance, and an expression of shock filled his eyes. "Squeak," the rat crouched. His fur bristled, standing on end. It was an unmistakable stance of wariness. The sudden change in behavior caused Byron, who was ready to self-destruct, to pause. Thud, 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 footsteps echoed. This was the rat's territory. The land was filled with venomous energy. After the battle with the rat, the poison had intensified greatly. Even Byron's body was slowly being contaminated. But the newcomer walked across the ground, entirely unprotected. Byron's eyes widened. Kettle appeared. Byron was taken aback, because Kettle's face looked extremely somber. Up until now, Kettle had always been cheerful around Byron, so much so that Byron had come to think of him as a jovial person who never lost his smile. But now it was different. There was a dark, oppressive atmosphere about him, one that sent chills down Byron's spine. Wait a minute, how is that even possible in this world? The Holy Sword was startled. T seemed to know something, but Kettle paid no attention. He spoke gloomily. So you've crawled out as well, Barbarian. The rat slowly backed away, displaying a clear wariness that even Byron hadn't seen. So we meet already. I was hoping to corrupt at least half the world before trampling you. How did you manage to crawl out? You of all people asking that when you were the first to escape, the rat mocked Kettle. The seal has been broken. We no longer need to be confined to the frozen lands. We can now roam freely across the world, which was ours to begin with. The rat took a step forward, the land rotted beneath him. This is just the first step. I will corrupt the entire world. I see, Kettle nodded. Byron, get as far away from here as you can. I can't guarantee you won't get caught up in this. Okay, got it. Byron was flustered. Kettle's atmosphere had grown so oppressive, it was almost beyond comprehension. In fact, it felt alien, similar to the rat, but even more so. An overwhelming, barely controlled presence was seeping out in response to his emotions. The Holy Sword sensed it as well. Wait, this is. The Holy Sword was a tool created by the blacksmith god who worked alongside the deities. It had been closer to the gods than any other being on Earth and had a vague understanding of the divine powers. That's why it could tell the aura leaking from Kettle was qualitatively different. It wasn't like the gods, it was something else entirely, warped yet towering. Though the Holy Sword couldn't fully comprehend it, there was one thing it was certain of. Kettle's presence rivaled that of the gods in the pantheon. Be careful. Byron quickly distanced himself. Kettle muttered gloomily, you shouldn't have come here, still as stubborn as ever. We're all broken in some way, but you're particularly shattered. Shut up. Kettle slammed his foot down and leapt into the air. Above the rat, he clenched his fist, pouring strength into it. Crack, his veins burst, his muscles twisted. Kettle's arm began to break under the strain of his own power. He wasn't holding back. From the start, he was going all out. Kettle muttered quietly, just die. He drove his fist down, and the ground shattered, rumble. In the north, where venom had tainted the land, a massive hole was gouged into the earth. From above, it was difficult to see the bottom. It was so deep and wide, like a sinkhole, and it had been created with a single punch. Screech, the rat let out a desperate cry, narrowly avoiding the blow. The ground erupted, spewing venom like a volcano. Just as when he had fought Byron, the rat used the venom to obscure vision and evade the attack. Byron had responded by breaking through the poison with his body. Kettle's response was even simpler. Kettle lifted his foot with an annoyed expression, pouring all his strength into it. The veins in his leg burst. Then he stomped down, crack. The ground crumbled beneath him. The venom that was about to erupt was forced back into the earth. No, it wasn't just that. Cracks spread across the entire land. The fissures quickly affected the entire area. Finally, boom. The ground, unable to withstand the force, collapsed. The whole region crumbled into pieces. A gigantic crater formed. Anyone who saw this place later would likely think a meteor had struck. That was the level of force involved. Screech, the rat shrieked, convulsing. In its mouth, venom began to condense, growing thicker and thicker. Squeak, the rat spat out the venom. A beam of poison filled the air, shooting toward Kettle. It was the rat's full power, something he hadn't used against Byron. The trajectory of the poison could reach across the continent, perhaps even striking the capital of the barbarians. Even the High Elf Queen, Karin, wouldn't have been able to defend against that venom properly. Faced with such overwhelming power, Kettle raised his fist. He braced his legs and pulled his arm back. His veins popped, bursting under the strain. Then he swung. Boom, the venomous beam collided with an even greater force and disintegrated. The view cleared. The air rushed in, creating a vacuum. The ground, which had been saturated with venom and filth, became the cleanest place in the world in an instant. The rat let out a bitter laugh. You monster. And with that, the shockwave hit the rat, sending its body tumbling violently across the ground. Chapter 286, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 3, HMPH. Kettle grabbed his dislocated arm, pulling it back into its socket. The immense power had caused his bone to pop out. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. Crunch. In an instant, his body reached right in front of the rat. Kettle's fist struck the rat's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking, no, the sound of them being ground into dust echoed. The rat's body flew through the air, sent flying by the overwhelming force. Scree! The rat tumbled across the ground, flying several kilometers away in an unsightly display. Scree, barely managing to stop its flight by clawing into the earth, the rat avoided rolling endlessly for minutes. Huff, that monster! The rat groaned, attempting to get back up. But there was no time for that, as Kettle was already standing before it with an axe. The rat, panicking, swung both its feet to protect itself. Kettle brought down his axe, splitting the earth as the rat's body was driven deep into the ground. Boom, Byron, who had been watching from a distance, stumbled, momentarily losing his balance. He forced himself to swallow the blood rising in his throat from the shockwave. Byron barely managed to escape the aftermath of the battle. He had to put an immense distance between himself and the fight, far beyond the horizon, in order to avoid being caught up in it. Only a hero-class warrior could even attempt to watch from that far. My God, he groaned as he gazed into the distance. The space ahead seemed distorted, as if the sheer force of their clash was warping the world itself. It was truly a battle between monsters. When he fought me, that was just playtime. Byron realized that this was Kettle's true power, his full strength. Boom, scree, though the rat barely managed to block the descending axe, its foreleg was completely shattered. But Kettle didn't stop. With a cold expression, he lifted his axe and brought it down again, and again, and again. Each strike was like a lumberjack chopping wood. The rat's decaying armor was pierced and green blood splattered everywhere. Screech, the rat desperately swung its mangled foreleg. Its claws reached toward Kettle's head, carrying enough power to injure him, but the claws cut through empty air. In a flash, Kettle had moved behind the rat and grabbed its head. Just die? Kettle slammed the rat's head into the ground with a grim voice. Boom, the earth, soaked in green blood, crumbled. Another crater was engraved into the northern lands. The rat let out a painful cry, but Kettle ignored it. He simply gripped its head and slammed it down again and again. Even when fighting demonic creatures from outside, Kettle had always maintained a boundary, a limit. It was as if the battle had a sense of decorum, a sparring match with mutual respect. His opponents always aimed to kill him, to erase his existence, but Kettle adhered to his own principles. But now that was all gone. All that remained was savagery, a single-minded drive to kill his enemy as quickly as possible. He was no longer the world-traveling barbarian Kettle. He was the ashen barbarian of the White Snowfields, the chief who had survived and torn countless monsters apart. Kettle tightened his grip on the rat's skull. A cracking sound emerged as the skull began to fracture. Just as he was about to slam it again, SSSSSHHHH, a powerful poison mist filled the air. The ground melted, turning into a sludgy ooze. This poison was thicker, filthier than anything that had come before. HMPH. Kettle loosened his grip and stepped back from the mist's range. At that level, even he would be at risk if exposed directly. Just breathing it in could melt his lungs. Although he could recover, there was no reason to expose himself unnecessarily. Huff, the rat now freed, struggled to stand, clearly weakened by the prior damage. Heh, such monstrous strength. How could something like you come into existence? The rat muttered in disbelief, its eyes filled with fear as it stared at Kettle. In all our long years, nothing like you has ever existed. You're an irregularity, an anomaly. You've upset the balance and ruined everything, don't you agree? Shut up, Kettle spoke coldly. You're just going to die here. It's true I can't beat you in my current state. The rat admitted it straightforwardly. There was a clear gap in strength between them. Out of 100 battles, the rat would lose 99 times, but that didn't mean the rat would die. It's been a while since I've felt pain. Crack. Its broken bones twisted back into place, and the pulverized bones had already long since regenerated. In an instant, the rat had returned to its original form. Kettle, too, was recovering. His distorted muscles, cracked bones, and burst blood vessels all healed rapidly. An observer might wonder which of them was truly the monster. I have no reason to fight you. The rat's objective wasn't to battle Kettle. I'll continue to pollute the world. All I need to do is ignore you, my obstacle. Do you think you can ignore me? Yes, I believe so, the rat chuckled. You can't kill me. Kettle frowned but didn't argue it was true. In the past, he hadn't been able to kill the monsters of the White Snowfields. Weaklings like that snow-white creature could be killed easily, but creatures of a certain caliber, like the rat or the snake, couldn't be killed. They existed beyond the concept of death. Maybe, Kettle narrowed his eyes, it could be different now because he had obtained the arcane, the mysterious power of the world. With it, killing the rat might be possible. It was worth a try. But the rat no longer had any desire to fight Kettle. There's no point in continuing this fight. I have a long journey ahead of me. The rat's body began sinking into the poisonous, corrupted ground. Kettle spoke icily. Are you running away? This place is already my domain. There's nothing you can do here. That's the annoying part. Kettle clicked his tongue. The rat's body was already buried deep in the earth. Kettle didn't try to stop it. After the fight, he knew that once the rat decided to retreat into its own territory, he couldn't catch it. I'll simply continue to pollute the world, avoiding you. I'll face you again once I've tainted enough of the world and claimed it as my domain. And then I'll kill you, barbarian. With those words, the rat disappeared. Kettle stared at the spot for a moment before quietly muttering, I will kill you. He remained there for a while before turning and moving toward Byron, who had been watching with a stunned expression. Are you all right? Not really. Kettle, that thing. What was that? Let's talk after we leave. There's nothing good about staying here. The poison was slowly eroding Byron's body. He nodded in agreement. Understood, got it. Kettle returned to the northern capital with Bayern. The waiting barbarians rushed over with concern. My king, what exactly happened? A clash of pure power. Forces so great they shook the heavens and the earth, powerful enough to be felt even in the distant capital. Bayern brushed off the barbarians and lay down on the bed. Kettle stood in front of him and asked, "How's your body?" "Not great." He was gathering his remaining mystery to push out the poison that had seeped into his body. His condition wasn't good, but it wasn't critical either. However, the wound on his arm, pierced by the rat's claw, was the problem. The injury from the bear had been overlaid with the wound from the rat, and the area was now decaying from flesh to bone. Barbarians boasted an exceptional vitality. Being of the hero class, Bayern could heal from a wound that would be fatal to an ordinary person within a week. Yet he wasn't recovering. You should rest. Should we call for a doctor? There wouldn't be a doctor in this place. Besides, there's something more important than resting right now. Bayern endured the pain and asked, "Did you defeat it?" "No, it escaped. If it decides to run, even I can't catch it." "I see. A monster even Kettle couldn't capture. What is it? A vile rat that pollutes the seas." "I thought so." Bayern gave a bitter smile. A creature that appeared only in legends, a monster of the White Snowfields, was now attacking the north. Kettle spoke. It was misfortune for the demons to have a rat appear in the very region they chose to invade. Fortunate for us, though, demons and rats. At least the worst-case scenario of having to fend off both didn't happen, but as Bayern thought that, he shook his head. No, this is the worst case in its own way. A monster so powerful that even the Emperor's legends spoke of it as undefeatable was now targeting the north. If this wasn't the worst, what was? We need to respond. They couldn't remain idle. They needed to prepare a response as soon as possible. Bayern was about to ask Kettle for information on the rat when, his body swayed. The poison seeping into him had finally reached a point where his body could no longer endure. Kettle stepped back. "I understand your urgency, but you should rest for now." "Got it, sorry. Let's talk tomorrow. Get some rest." Kettle stepped outside. He apologized to the barbarians waiting for him and returned to his quarters. Seeing his expression, the barbarians couldn't bring themselves to press him further. Lying on his bed, Kettle clicked his tongue. It wasn't something he hadn't anticipated. The white beast had already emerged from the snowfields. There was no reason a rat couldn't do the same. Still, it was deeply unpleasant. Kettle held his breath for a moment, then exhaled strongly. There was no point in stewing in his bad mood. He calmed his emotions and organized his thoughts, trying to shake off the irritation as he muttered to himself. "What should we do? Excuse me, are you all right?" The holy sword, which had been silent until now, cautiously asked, sensing the mood. Kettle nodded. "I'm fine now, sorry for showing you such an ugly side." "No, not at all. Seeing that for the first time was a bit scary, but I'm okay now. After all, everyone wears a mask in life. Even the gods at the Pantheon have been caught cheating and causing scandals, so I understand." As Kettle regained his usual composure, the holy sword started chatting nervously, seemingly relieved. Kettle chuckled. "Even gods cheat, huh? They're surprisingly human-like. There was a time they didn't speak to each other for 100 years after getting caught. Another god had to intervene to mediate." "Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. Can you, keep it a secret?" The holy sword, realizing it had said too much, started trembling. Kettle smiled and nodded. The sword's chatter helped him release some of his lingering frustration. "Understood, phew, thank you. By the way, that rat, it's one of the monsters from the White Snowfields, right?" "That's right. So they're still around, and you fought one of them, and won." The holy sword murmured in a tone of disbelief. Kettle asked, "Do you know what they are?" "I do." The holy sword confirmed. "I'm a holy sword. The gods imbued me with knowledge. I have information about them too, though I never thought I'd actually see one." Even the holy sword, stored in the Pantheon's vault, had doubted whether those creatures still existed. Kettle's interest was piqued. "So you do know?" "I know the basics. I don't have detailed information about each monster, but I know where they come from." "What are they?" Kettle didn't know the exact nature of the creatures from the White Snowfields. He only had his experiences from surviving there for countless years. He had no idea where they originated from or what they truly were. The holy sword hesitated, thinking about how best to explain it. "To explain, I'll have to start from the beginning of the world. I know the basics." "You do?" Kettle gave a vague answer. "This universe, the world, had been one in the beginning. But then one day an explosion occurred and it expanded rapidly. That was the start of the world. After an immense amount of time, the world reached its current state. That was the history of the world." The holy sword was shocked. What? How do you?" "That's knowledge only gods and the highest demons are supposed to know." I made an educated guess. "Seems like the history of the universe is similar everywhere," Kettle thought to himself as he gave a half-hearted reply. The holy sword, still bewildered, struggled to accept it. Well, it's shocking, but you're right. That was the beginning of the world, but this world didn't immediately take its current form." "I know that too." "Why, you do?" "Well, that makes this easier. After the creation of the universe, it took an incredibly long time for the world to stabilize. During that period, there was no gravity, stars, continents, water, or air. It was an era of chaos and decay, a time when the universe was still broken and incomplete, a dark age. After that long era, the world finally began to stabilize. Gravity formed, stars were born, continents appeared, and water and air came into existence. The gods and demons were the first life forms to emerge in this stabilized world. Kettle raised an eyebrow at that. There was a contradiction. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands are called the oldest beings, though. If the gods and demons were the first life forms, there would be no reason to call those creatures the oldest, Kettle joked. What are they, life forms from before the universe was born or something? Not quite, but remember what I said. The gods and demons were the first beings in the stabilized world. Wait. A possibility occurred to Kettle, and the Holy Sword confirmed his suspicion. Yes, before the universe took its current form, during that primordial chaos, before the gods and demons were born, true first life forms appeared. They were beings beyond current comprehension, from an earlier concept of existence. Those creatures born in the Dark Age, that is what the beings in the Forbidden Lands truly are. Chapter 287, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 4. Then the White Snowfield, the Forbidden Lands. What you call the Forbidden Lands, the monsters there are the ones that were born in the distant past, from the chaotic cosmos, who appeared first and ruled the world. They are older than the gods, older than demons. They are imprisoned there after losing a war. Kettle stroked his chin. Outwardly there wasn't much change, but he was internally quite shocked. A time when there were no planets, no liquids, no light, just a black, dark age. To think there were creatures born from that time, and that he was living alongside such beings, it was something Kettle hadn't known. Now I see why the rat always called me a child. Kettle would indeed be no more than an infant to a being that had lived since that era. The Holy Sword continued. Did they seem very alien to you? They wouldn't have followed the usual laws of biology. They didn't. Even the rat was like that, its entire body rotting away. It clearly should not have functioned as a living being. Decay normally meant death. But the rat moved without issue, scattering its rot. The creatures of the outer Forbidden Lands were the same. Primates were creatures that breathed through their mouths, lungs. They couldn't survive underwater. Yet primates were breathing in the ocean's depths, living in deep waters despite their monkey-like appearance. At least they somewhat resembled living organisms. Many were far stranger, not even adhering to the basic rules of life. That's natural. Those things were born in a chaotic world before the current laws of the universe were established. They don't need to follow them. Nano, Snowy, even those deep-sea primates, they're all such beings. Yes. Everything in the Forbidden Lands predates us. They were beings that existed before the universe became what it is now, beings that lived in a world of chaos before order was formed. After thinking for a moment, Kettle asked. They lost in the war, you said. The Forbidden Lands was a prison for those ancient beings defeated in a war. If they were the ones who had lost, it wasn't hard to guess who their opponents had been. The gods and demons must have joined forces to fight the oldest ones, right? That's what I've heard. In the end, the gods and demons were beings born after them. Although their relationship is far from good, the oldest ones were a common enemy they couldn't tolerate. So long ago, the two joined forces to fight them. In that war, the gods and demons won. They wrested control of the world from the oldest beings. It wasn't a difficult concept to grasp. After all, even in Greek and Roman mythology, the Titans, who originally ruled the world, were overthrown by Zeus and the Olympian gods to seize power. It was a similar idea. After a long fight, the gods and demons barely won, but the damage was significant. Due to the alien nature of the oldest beings, they couldn't completely eliminate them. So they had no choice but to imprison them. That prison was the true nature of the Forbidden Lands. I don't know exactly what's inside, but perhaps you know better than anyone. The Holy Sword cautiously continued. Gods and demons. Monsters they joined forces to face. And her master had survived in the Forbidden Lands where such beings existed. He had fought against them and lived to tell the tale. The Holy Sword swallowed hard. Though it didn't have saliva to swallow, it felt as if it did. After a brief silence, Kettle spoke again. There's one thing I'm curious about. What is it? Then what am I? Kettle narrowed his eyes. What is my tribe? That's. The Holy Sword hesitated. It had once been broken for speaking carelessly on this subject, so it had to be cautious. Well, that's. It trailed off. Kettle finally spoke, noticing the sword's hesitation like a nervous puppy. It's fine to speak freely. The gods and demons called me a traitor. They had accused him of being a traitor to this world, seduced by the White Snowfield's allure and entered it voluntarily. They called him a traitor to the world, that was what they said. I know. Once given permission, the Holy Sword quickly opened up. It's exactly as they said. The barbarians of the White Snowfield, your tribe, are not among the oldest beings. You're just ordinary humans. In the past, there had been those who were fascinated by the power and alien nature of the oldest beings. They had longed for the Forbidden Lands and desired to become like them. In the end, they turned their backs on the world and entered the Forbidden Lands. Those were the barbarians of the White Snowfield. Kettle clicked his tongue. Foolish ancestors, how utterly repulsive. Well, yes, yes. Though I can't understand them, I suppose there could be people who desire such things. The Holy Sword stammered, unsure whether to agree or counter his disdain. But actually, what I'm really curious about isn't that. What is it? Your ancestors were ordinary humans who admired the oldest beings and voluntarily imprisoned themselves in the Forbidden Lands. They had no special powers, they were just humans. They had no extraordinary abilities, no significant strength. The White Snowfield is filled with alien and powerful beings, beings that view us as nothing more than toys. But your people survived there. The Holy Sword knew that the barbarians had entered the snowfield long ago, in a distant past so long it was impossible to know when. For all that time, the barbarians had lived among the oldest beings in the Forbidden Lands. The Holy Sword was genuinely curious. How on earth did you survive, and more importantly, how did you gain such strength, how did they survive, and how did they gain such power? Kettle stroked his chin at the question. I don't know, when I was there, the barbarians were already surviving. I helped them grow stronger and expand their territory, but even before me they managed to survive. But your arrival caused them to grow, didn't it? Ultimately, yes. The barbarians of the White Snowfield, once mere prey, had with Kettle's arrival claimed territory in the snowfield. Under his protection, powerful individuals who could fight even the bear had emerged. It meant that Kettle alone had the power to disrupt the balance. It sounds like they worshipped you. Didn't they try to stop you when you left? They tried to stop me as if they wanted to kill me. I was so annoyed that I broke them to the point they couldn't move for a week. Even then, they didn't listen, so I had to issue a command as their chief just to leave. Is that so? Kettle shook his head. His tribe had been persistent, to the point that it had been more bothersome than completing the final quest. To answer your question, I don't know either. Before he arrived in this world, how had the barbarians survived? That was a mystery even to him. Kettle muttered, they must have somehow managed to avoid attention and survived. Honestly, I don't really care what those damned ancestors were up to. To him, the past of the barbarians in the White Snowfield wasn't important. The tribesmen had said something about their ancestors, but he hadn't paid attention. What mattered to him was getting out of this place. That was his only focus. To answer another question, I gained this power to survive and to get out. I didn't get stronger just for the sake of being strong. Is that true? But the Holy Sword couldn't accept Kettle's words. The power he had shown when fighting the rat, it was monstrous. A strength that seemed impossible to handle on this earth. Kettle had even broken the rules set by the gods of the Pantheon using sheer strength. The Holy Sword still didn't understand the limits of Kettle's power. Had he really gained such strength just to survive and escape this place? It was incomprehensible. If that were true, there were only two possibilities. Either that place was so dangerous that survival was almost impossible, or escaping from it was an unimaginable task without that kind of power. The Holy Sword had yet another question: to get out of that place. What did you do? What did you face? The Holy Sword was incredibly curious but couldn't bring itself to ask Kettle. His mood didn't seem great and it feared what kind of reaction he might have, so the sword kept quiet. However, Kettle could clearly sense the sword's curiosity. Kettle stroked his chin. In his conversation with the Holy Sword, some questions were answered but others arose. The next day, Kettle went to see Byron. Are you feeling better? Reasonably so. Byron's complexion had improved slightly, but his arm was still in bad shape. Pressing on his arm, Byron asked, you called that creature a vile rat polluting the sea. What level of monster is it? It's a powerful monster in the White Snowfield, like the great snake and bear that dominate vast territories. It has exceptional strength, even within that place. The rat's power was formidable, even within the White Snowfield. It was no easy feat to carve out its own territory in that vast space unless it was an extraordinary creature. So it really was a powerful monster. I was worried I had lost to something insignificant, but I'm glad that's not the case. Long ago, the Emperor's army had tried to conquer the White Snowfield. Among them were heroes of immense strength, but none had returned. There was no way the rat could have been weak, but a loss was still a loss. Byron's mouth tasted bitter. Kettle tried to console him. That place is already the rat's domain. Even if it's only the outskirts where the miasma is weaker, fighting there isn't easy. Honestly, even Kettle had been surprised by the outcome of Byron's fight with the rat. He hadn't expected the rat's filth to have such a significant effect on a powerful warrior from outside. Maybe I should reevaluate the strength of the monsters in the White Snowfield, Kettle thought to himself as Byron looked at him. You must have had many clashes with the monsters of the White Snowfield. That includes the rat, right? We fought frequently over territory. How should I deal with it? How to fight the rat. After organizing his thoughts, Kettle began to explain, as you've probably noticed, its power is filth. It can taint the world and turn it into its own territory. The more ground the rat corrupted, the stronger its influence grew. That was why it was so obsessed with expanding its territory compared to other monsters, and it can move freely within the areas it has tainted. The land corrupted by the rat became polluted deep into the earth, allowing the rat to move underground like a mole. Its surprise attack on Bayern and its escape from Kettle were both thanks to this ability. Bayern frowned. So I have to remove the territory. The rat's power came from its tainted domain. Therefore, erasing that domain was the best way to deal with it. Bayern asked Kettle, how can the territory be removed? To be honest, I don't know. Kettle had only been able to drive the rat away before it could corrupt more land. He had never figured out how to undo the corruption itself. Bayern looked shocked. Then how did you fight it? If you can't erase the corruption, it'll just keep expanding. Over time, the corruption naturally cleanses itself from the land. I would wait for that moment to drive the rat back. So it's just a matter of time, Bayern clicked his tongue. The inability to actively remove the corruption was bad news, though it wasn't the worst since at least time could solve it. How long do you have to wait? Time flows differently in that place. After thinking for a moment, Kettle answered roughly, about 100 years I think. Bayern, who had been deep in thought, suddenly froze. What? Oh no, wait. It wasn't 100 years. Why yes, of course, it couldn't possibly be that long. It was closer to 300 years or maybe 500. It was definitely a long time, but I can't quite remember. What? Bayern stared at Kettle in disbelief. Chapter 288, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 5. Wait a second, then you, Bayern regained his senses and asked, have lived that long, haven't you? Of course, those who had reached a certain level of mastery would see their lifespans extend dramatically. The arcane powers would assist the body's functions, delaying the aging process. For a hero capable of intervening in the world, aging became practically irrelevant. Even now, Bayern was over 60 years old but maintained the appearance and physique of someone in their mid-30s. However, living for centuries was a different matter entirely. At present, only certain long-lived races such as elves, dwarves, and dragons, or those like the Tower Master who had given up their humanity, could live that long. Even among humans who had reached the level of a hero, the oldest lived about 200 years. Well, there's no way to keep track of time in there. My people don't really care about it either. The actual time could be shorter since it's all just perceived time. Oh, I guess that's true. No matter how you looked at it, Kettle appeared too young. It was hard to believe he had lived for centuries, perhaps even close to a millennium. After all, even the Magic Tower, which stood proudly as one of the pillars of the continent, only had a history of a few centuries. So, it takes about 100 years or maybe just a few decades for the pollution to be purified. That meant Kettle was probably between 100 and 200 years old, which was still somewhat understandable. I think, Bayern tried to dismiss the creeping doubt in his mind, but even if it's only a few decades, that's still a long time. Though it was a more reasonable span of time, it was still long enough. Bayern let out a groan. You must have clashed with that monster in the White Snowfield quite often. How did you deal with it? The rat needs time to pollute an area. It can't do it right away. So when it tried to expand its territory, I sensed it and drove it out. And if I failed and the area got polluted, it didn't really matter. Kettle just ignored it. In the White Snowfield, land didn't hold much value to begin with. It was all covered in ice, so it didn't matter where you went. Even if an area got polluted, you could just find another place. But we can't do that here. This was the outside world. Every piece of land here had significant value. You couldn't just abandon it like in the White Snowfield if it got polluted. Even if they managed to defeat the rat, it would be a problem if they couldn't find a way to deal with the pollution. Bayern let out a bitter laugh. Why does such a creature even exist? There didn't seem to be a solution. As Bayern propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought, the holy sword spoke up. I know the answer. Kettle's eyes widened. You know. Didn't you say you didn't know? No, it's not me. Someone else knows. Bayern was confused. There hadn't been any sound or presence. Kettle unsheathed the holy sword from his waist and showed it to him. This thing, a broken sword. Is it an ego sword? It's the holy sword. Bayern was genuinely shocked. A broken sword, the holy sword, but upon closer inspection, he could feel an unusual divine presence emanating from it. Now that I think about it, they said they were keeping the person who drew the holy sword a secret. It was strange because that had never happened before. I forced it out and ended up breaking it. You broke the holy sword? Bayern looked incredulous. But Kettle remained calm. Bayern's expression wavered as he realized it was the truth. Okay, so the holy sword knows, does it? That's what it said. I said I possess knowledge. I don't know what that rat is, but I can guess its origin. It was likely born from the filth of the swamp. The filth of the swamp, it existed in the age before the world became what it is today, the Dark Age. I only know of it through records and have never seen it myself. It was the largest concentration of filth that existed in the beginning. As filthy as it was, I didn't think it came from such a place. So how do we deal with it? It's simple, the Holy Sword answered. You can purify the pollution with divinity. Huh, Kettle was puzzled. Divinity out of nowhere, it was too unexpected. Isn't divinity only effective against demons? No, that's not true. The superiority of divinity over demonic energy is only a secondary function, the Holy Sword explained calmly. The original purpose of divinity was to erase filth. Divinity was created for that very reason. What is it saying? Byron, who couldn't hear the Holy Sword's voice, asked curiously. Kettle explained. It says divinity was originally meant to purify filth. Huh, Byron was equally puzzled. That contradicted everything they had known. But if the Holy Sword created by the gods themselves said so, there was a high chance that their common knowledge was wrong. We'll just have to verify it. After some thought, Byron rang a bell. Soon after, a barbarian entered the room. What do you need, your majesty? There's a follower in the city. Tell him I request his presence. Yes, the barbarian shouted and rushed off. Kettle didn't stop him. Though he could use divinity himself with the holy relic of Kaloja, he wanted more solid confirmation. A few minutes later, Darkle, a follower of the sword god, entered the room. Oh, Kettle, you're here too, your majesty, you summoned me. Yes, can you heal this? Huh, Darkle, confused, looked at Byron's polluted arm. Seeing it, Darkle gasped. In this room were Kettle and Byron, both stronger than most heroes. The two of them had been casually talking while ignoring the poison, but that wasn't something Darkle could do. The venom wriggling in Byron's arm. It was alien. Just looking at it made him feel nauseous, a repulsive and filthy presence, something utterly unacceptable in the world. Darkle wanted to flee the room immediately. The venom had that kind of overwhelming presence. Heal this arm with your divine power. I don't know if I can, but I will try. Darkle hesitated as he approached. His expression showed uncertainty. Divine power could heal wounds and cleanse demonic energy, but this was too thick and alien. As Darkle drew closer, his hands hovering over the arm, he muttered under his breath. Ilya, please cleanse the filth of this world. Bzzz, light enveloped Darkle's arm, and immediately the change began. Crackle, crack, the miasma that had invaded down to the bone began to subside slowly. It's working, thank you. And no, not at all. Byron expressed his gratitude, and Darkle, feeling flustered, stepped back. The Holy Sword's words were true. Using divine power, the corruption could be dealt with. Byron muttered with some surprise. The sun god Saintess couldn't even heal the wounds from the bear. I thought it was impossible even with divine power. Although I don't know what this bear is, it likely wasn't born from the filth swamp. Divine power is a force meant to cleanse filth, but against other things it is not as effective. During the Dark Ages, it wasn't only the filth swamp that gave birth to creatures. Life was also born in other places. When it comes to filth, divine power can cleanse it. Of course, not just anyone can do it. The purification wasn't complete. Significant corruption still remained in Byron's arm, but Darkle was a top-tier warrior. He ranked highly in terms of strength across the entire continent, though nowhere near the level of Rat or Byron. The fact that Darkle could purify even this much meant their powers were strongly aligned. So that's how it is. Kettle relayed the words of the Holy Sword, and Byron had a look of newfound understanding. For now, this will do. They had found a solution for dealing with the miasma, but there was a problem. Kettle asked, where are we going to find more followers? The corrupted area was vast. Darkle alone could not cleanse it all. They needed more followers. But this was the North, home to barbarians who rejected gods and despised believers. Kettle turned to Darkle. Can you bring followers of the Sword God here? It's possible. The southern regions have the Sun God and Earth Mother temples, so they should be available. But, Darkle trailed off, the barbarians would likely resist. And more importantly, the distance was far. Kettle had arrived in just a few days due to his hero-class power, but it would normally take months. By the time news reached the south, preparations were made and people traveled here. At least half a year would pass. Unless the Tower Master directly helps by teleporting them, it's going to take a considerable amount of time. I see. Kettle clicked his tongue. Then Byron, who had been quietly listening, spoke. There's no need to worry about the followers. There are still some temples in the north. Many temples had left the north due to heavy persecution. However, there were still quite a few that remained, either because they couldn't abandon their homeland or because they refused to leave their sacred grounds. Of course, they were barely hanging on, teetering under constant persecution and disdain, ready to collapse at any moment. If not for Byron, who had set boundaries as king, they would have crumbled already. This is a good opportunity, Byron's eyes narrowed. Leave that matter to me, I can take care of it within a week. Understood. Kettle seemed to understand what Byron was planning. This is a good chance to establish a foothold for the temples in the north. I'll leave it to you. Good, Kettle, then I'll leave the matter of Rat to you. I cannot defeat that monster. Byron had already been defeated. Only Kettle could defeat Rat. Don't worry, Kettle smiled softly. In that moment, Darkle felt a chill run down his spine. It was a bright, gentle smile, but something about it was unsettling. I'll make sure it never threatens this place again. That very day, Byron took action. As king, he made a declaration. "Hear me, barbarians, I have something to say to you." His voice echoed throughout the city. The barbarians, bewildered, gathered at the place where the king stood waiting. "What is it, my king?" someone asked. Byron was silent for a moment before speaking. "I am aware that you have many grievances against me. You call me a coward and say that my rule is stifling, and your greatest complaint must be this: why have we not invaded the continent?" "That's right, my king," a response came immediately. The barbarians, faces full of frustration, shouted, "We are strong, we want to prove our strength." To leave the north, invade the continent, shatter kingdoms, and topple temples. This was the barbarians' long-held desire, but Byron had been holding them back. They had followed him as their king, but inwardly resentment had built up. "Fools, ignorant fools." Byron muttered quietly, then opened his mouth. "I understand your desires, and so I have had a change of heart." Oh, my king, surely you don't mean, we shall march upon the continent, go forth and prove our strength. Show the outsiders that we are the strongest." Ooh, finally, the barbarians let out a cheer. Finally, they could finally attack the continent. The king himself had commanded it. As they rejoiced in their victory, Byron spoke again. "But in exchange, I have one condition for you." "What? A condition?" The barbarians, puzzled, looked at him as Byron continued. Chapter 289, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 6. You all know this. "Demons are invading our land." Byron's words echoed among the barbarians. In the north, demons had descended. They were trampling the land and forming a front to defile the earth, attacking as they advanced. But there are no demons there now. Something entirely different is invading and polluting the land. Byron spoke in a low voice. "It is a dangerous being and powerful." His words stirred murmurs among the barbarians. They didn't know what had descended, but the fact that the king himself acknowledged its danger and strength made them restless. Something the king recognized as dangerous was there. The glint of battle-hungry ambition was in the eyes of the barbarians. Seeing this, Byron smiled and continued. "That creature is polluting the north. The north is no longer ours. Do you think you can conquer the continent if you cannot even protect your own land?" "Impossible." It was only then that the barbarians realized what the king was after. Byron declared, "So here's the deal, you have 1 week. Solve the pollution defiling the north. If you succeed in purifying even a speck of it, I will lead you to conquer the continent." "Ooh, wah!" the barbarians roared with excitement. If they could just solve this issue, they could finally march towards the continent. Filled with determination, they rushed toward the front. Byron smiled, knowing they would do just that, and muttered quietly, "You'll have to endure quite a bit in the coming week." The barbarians, charging ahead, soon arrived at the front line. And they saw it, the green land filled with poison. What is this?" Even those driven by instinct hesitated. No, it was because of their instincts that they paused. That thick green land held a force they couldn't comprehend. The barbarians instinctively kept their distance. "What is this filth?" But not all of them were cowed. A barbarian, overconfident in his strength, boldly stepped onto the poisonous land. "Ha ha ha. This poison is nothing before our powerful bodies. Come on, everyone," he shouted with arrogance. And at that moment the poison crept up his leg and into his body. His expression froze instantly. "Huh. Wait a second," he tried to scramble out of the land, but it was too late. The poison had already climbed up his leg and into his head. His body began to sink into the earth. "Nu, stop." The poisoned land swallowed the barbarian. After a brief silence, a hand shot up from the ground. Urg. It was the barbarian, now corrupted by the poison, rising as a decayed zombie. The twisted creature attacked the remaining barbarians. What is that? Get a hold of yourselves." Clang, clang, the barbarians, shocked, drew their axes and swung at the creature. But the corrupted barbarian didn't fall easily. Only after it had infected and killed 3 more barbarians did they manage to sever its limbs and stop it. Oog. The headless torso continued to twitch. The severed limbs wriggled on the ground. What in the world? It was grotesque. Unnatural, the barbarians realized they couldn't approach that land carelessly. They backed away cautiously. What do we do now?" They couldn't step onto the land, but retreating wasn't an option either. If they could somehow purify this pollution, they would gain the chance to conquer the continent. The usually thoughtless barbarians strained their minds to come up with a solution. Then one barbarian finally thought of something. "Let's overturn the land." "Ooh, what a brilliant idea. Let's try it right away." The barbarians, amazed by the suggestion, immediately set to work, but overturning the land was no easy task. As soon as their axes and shovels touched the poisoned earth, they too became corrupted. Dozens of barbarians lost their precious weapons in vain. Only the strongest, wielding enchanted weapons, managed to overturn a portion of the land, but of course it was meaningless. The pollution had seeped deep into the earth. All they had done was bring the poison from beneath to the surface. The plan to overturn the land had failed. The barbarians were stumped. Then one of them muttered, "What if we cover the pollution with clean dirt from outside?" "Ooh, that's a great idea, very clever. All right, let's try that right away. The barbarians shoveled clean earth from outside and tried to cover the poisoned ground. And predictably, it failed again. The moment the clean dirt touched the poisoned ground, it too became corrupted. All they had done was spread the polluted area. Every attempt they made failed, but the barbarians did not give up. It's okay, we can do this. As long as they succeeded, they would finally be able to march toward the continent. Driven by this thought, the barbarians continued to throw themselves into the task, trying every idea they could think of. But in the end, all of it was in vain. The week passed with no progress. Byron clicked his tongue as he looked at the despondent barbarians. You lot couldn't even solve this pollution. You couldn't fix the problem defiling our land. Tell me again, how do you think we deserve to conquer the continent? The barbarians couldn't respond and hung their heads in shame. Seeing this, Byron quietly smiled. I gave you a chance, but you failed. You couldn't solve the pollution defiling our land at all. Now keep quiet and follow me. Byron led the barbarians toward the polluted area, and soon after an old man appeared. The barbarians' eyes widened as they recognized him. A follower of the gods, even the North wasn't entirely without faith. Despite countless persecutions and humiliations, there were still churches barely holding on. The old man was a saint, the leader of a church that worshipped the god of purity, barely surviving in the North. "Oh, your majesty, why?" The barbarians recognized his face, their expressions displeased, but they did not voice any objections. They had failed after all, and as the defeated they held their tongues. Seeing this, the old man stroked his beard with a curious look. "You don't raise your axes at me, how interesting. We've been preparing for this for a week. Just go ahead, there's no need to ask, you've protected us after all, please speak as you wish." The old man stood before the corrupted land and began to pray. Byron spoke. "You could not protect our land. You were utterly useless." Divine power surged forth, bathing the land in its radiant light. The barbarians' eyes widened. The corruption that they had been unable to cleanse despite trying everything for a week was now being purified. "And yet, the very power of the god you scorned and persecuted is now protecting our land." Byron declared to the barbarians, "The remaining churches in the north will act to protect our land. You will stand by and watch them." Starting with the old man, all the remaining churches in the north began to move. They began purifying the toxic land from the outskirts. The barbarians remained silent. The very believers they had despised and deemed unnecessary were now safeguarding their land. It was confusing, humiliating even, but those feelings didn't last long. Ha ha ha, how splendid. They're actually protecting our land. We scorned them as weaklings who relied only on their god, but they have their worth after all. The barbarians quickly acknowledged the believers. The main reason they hated them so much was that they saw them as weaklings who leaned on the name of a god to flaunt power, refusing to believe in their own strength and attributing everything to the will of the divine. However, the corruption of the land was something they could not purify no matter what they did. But now, the believers were solving the problem in the name of their god. It was impossible not to acknowledge them. Barbarians are brutish, narrow-minded, and barbaric. In other words, they have no shame and can change their attitude as easily as flipping their hands. The barbarians dropped their hostility toward the believers and showed a friendly demeanor. The believers, surprised by the sudden shift in behavior, looked bewildered. Byron smiled with satisfaction at the sight. "This is going well." The barbarians rejected the gods and despised believers. As such, the North was a place where religious churches held little power, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. The gaze of the divine watches over the earth. If a problem arose, no one could act as swiftly and decisively as the churches. Byron had been pondering how to establish the churches in the north, and now a perfect opportunity had presented itself. Byron chuckled to himself. "From now on, the barbarians won't be able to strongly reject the churches. And now I have a reason to control them too. It's all thanks to you. I merely conveyed the message. The real help came from this fellow here." Kettle lightly tapped the holy sword. "Right, see, I'm useful, aren't I? Bringing me along was a brilliant choice," the holy sword exclaimed with excitement. Kettle casually responded. Byron muttered to himself as he observed the land being purified. The purification itself is progressing smoothly. Since this area is on the outskirts and devoid of the rat, it seems the believer's power is enough. The barbarians are handling the monsters that appear, but soon it will show up. Yes, it will. A creature like that wouldn't just sit still while its territory shrinks. "So I ask of you, I'm all for it." Kettle grinned, baring his teeth. The believers, along with the barbarians, continued purifying the land tainted by the toxic air. Their progress was swift. The corrupted territory had already noticeably shrunk, and then the master of the territory, having sensed this, finally revealed itself. Huh. What's happening? People panicked at the sudden tremors in the earth. Soon the source of the quake emerged. Kuwang, bursting forth from the corrupted land, it revealed itself from beneath the ground, a decayed, grotesque rat. How repulsive! The rat, now exposed, radiated intense displeasure. How dare these younglings soil my land without knowing their place? Huh, what? Ah, the believers' faces turned pale. Even the barbarians, who prided themselves on standing firm in the face of death, involuntarily stepped back. They all realized at that moment. What stood before them now was a grotesque monster, something wholly otherworldly. Something beyond their comprehension and acceptance. Huff, huff, those unable to wield mystery clutched their heads in agony. The mere presence of the rat twisted their minds. Even those with mysteries were not much better off. The noxious energy exuding from the rat polluted their very beings. I shall ensure that none of you die. You will live on in eternal regret within the poison. The rat, annoyed, began to move. At the moment when they all sensed their horrible fate, from the sky a small figure began to descend. It was falling straight toward the rat's head. The rat, unaware, was about to scatter its poison when, whoops, screech, Kettle, falling from the sky, slammed his fist down. With a thunderous crash, the rat's body crumpled. Chapter 290, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 7, Rumble. The earth shattered and caves in as the rat's body was driven deep into the ground. The people widened their eyes in surprise. The overwhelming, alien, and almost unwatchable monster was suddenly crushed deep into the earth. And a single human descended on top of it. A barbarian, recognizing the face, muttered, "Kettle, screech." The rat staggered, shaking its head. It glared at Kettle. "You barbarian." Kettle gazed silently at the rat. The monster that clashed with him endlessly in the snowy plains. They were all the first creatures born in the universe during the Dark Ages. This rat must be one of them too. Knowing its origin makes it feel somewhat strange. But it didn't change anything significant. "Get lost, rat." Kettle raised his fist, filled with power, blood splattered. "This is not a place you are allowed to covet." His punch, filled with all his strength, was unleashed. The air was forcefully compressed, creating a vacuum in the area. The surface of the earth was shredded. Screech, the rat, tried to dodge, but it was too late. Its body was hurled across the ground, rolling uncontrollably. Then the sound followed. Bam! Aheg! A gust of wind slammed into the barbarians and their followers, sending them flying like insects caught in a storm. What in the world? Those barely holding their ground looked at Kettle in awe. His strength transcended comprehension, far beyond what they could fathom. Screech! The rat, which had been rolling across the ground, digged its claws into the earth and stood up. It opened its mouth wide, aiming at the incoming Kettle. Bzzzt. A streak of venomous energy shot toward Kettle. He clenched his fist and struck. Boom! The clash of forces neutralized the attack. The rat, barely able to steady itself, wobbled as it rose. "Barbarian," the rat screamed furiously. "What do you think you're doing? Are you siding with these worthless creatures?" Kettle's attack was clearly directed at the rat, and his actions seemed to protect the barbarians and their followers. That enraged the rat. "You're taking the side of humans, protecting the weaklings of the outside world. Are you insane, traitor?" "Traitor, Kettle murmured with a strange expression. The barbarians of the White Snowfield. They had betrayed the world and chosen to become part of the abyss of their own free will. Because of this, both gods and demons had called Kettle a traitor. And now, a monster from the White Snowfield was calling him the same. "So now I'm a traitor to both sides. In that case, whose side am I really on?" Kettle chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter what you call me, you are my only enemies." With those words, he dashed forward, his voice cold and calm. His fists hammered down repeatedly. The rat tried to fight back, but its efforts were crushed under Kettle's overwhelming power. Screech! The rat's limbs were shattered and broken. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the already filthy ground even more. Kettle lightly dusted off his hands and asked, "Do you want to continue? I wouldn't mind. Beating you up might relieve some stress." The rat ground its teeth in frustration but did not retaliate. Slowly, it began to sink into the ground, disappearing from sight and leaving no trace of its presence. It had fled. "You should have done that sooner," Kettle muttered, turning his gaze toward the barbarians and their followers. "It's over. I'd appreciate it if you continued to purify this filthy land." Kettle smiled lightly. The people, dazed, nodded blankly. It was quite a commotion. "What was your power?" Byron stared at Kettle as he spoke. The rat had persistently appeared to attack the barbarians and corrupt their followers. And every time, Kettle had shown up to face it. Many barbarians and their followers witnessed his power, the kind that erased space and air itself. It was a force beyond their understanding, and when people see something beyond comprehension, they often move from awe to worship. Byron spoke. "Did you know there are people calling you the avatar of the god of strength?" "I've heard it in passing. The avatar of the god of strength. The god of strength is truly powerful. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly reach his level." The holy sword groaned in indecision. Ignoring it, Kettle opened his mouth. "It seems admiration for you is growing too. It's more attention than I deserve. It's driving me mad." Byron forced a bitter smile. Kettle was strong. His power was enough to be mistaken for the avatar of the god of strength. And their king had defeated Kettle. That meant the king was even stronger than Kettle. The barbarians marveled at the strength of their king, deeply impressed. It was actually a burden for Bayern. If only I had admitted defeat quickly back then, I could have handed over all these annoying barbarians to you. Bayern grumbled with a hint of humor, and Kettle chuckled. By the way, you seem pretty relaxed these days. The rat hasn't appeared lately. The rat had been trying to stop them from purifying the land, but every time Kettle had attacked it, after a few clashes the rat stopped showing up. Even the zombie-like monsters had stopped appearing. It was definitely odd. The area was vast no matter how much Kettle and Bayern tried to hold them off. If the rat wanted to launch a surprise attack, it could have caused damage. But there had been no sign of it at all. Bayern narrowed his eyes. Has it given up? No, Kettle immediately denied it. That won't be the case. He knew what kind of existence the rat was. It wasn't something that would retreat so easily. It's probably planning to use all its power in a final assault. Instead of wasting its strength on small skirmishes, it would save everything for when they approached its stronghold. Full power, huh? Kettle stroked his chin. He had fought the rat countless times. The rat, obsessed with expanding its domain, and the barbarian group, striving to secure their own territory, inevitably clashed. Their battles had exceeded 3 digits in number. But Kettle had never seen the rat at full power in all those fights. The reason was simple. The rat's strength was tied to the density of its domain. The denser the domain, the stronger the rat became. And the domain grew denser the longer the rat stayed there. In other words, the rat's full power could only be unleashed in its lair. But the rat's lair was in the ocean. There had never been a reason to go there, so they hadn't fought in its territory. The rat would likely attack him with power even stronger than what he had seen in the snowy plains. But I'm not the same either. Kettle had also gained an outside power, a mystery that the rat didn't know about. Would the power he acquired from the outside be effective against the being within? I'm curious. Kettle's eyes darkened. Meanwhile, the rat was deep, deep underground. Of all times, I had to encounter a barbarian right after coming outside. It wasn't going to be easy. Even for a powerful rat, the odds were not favorable. Where on earth did such an irregular come from? The rat clicked its tongue. They were the oldest of beings and had seen each other countless times. But this barbarian was a recent arrival compared to their long history. In a fleeting moment, the barbarian had grown in strength and expanded its territory, disrupting the long-standing balance of the snowy plains. To think I'd be fighting even the elders, this won't be easy, I might even lose. But the rat had no intention of backing down. Even so, I am the rat. Malice began to crawl up its body. The venom it now commanded was far more potent than anything it had wielded before. The second creature born from the swamp of filth. Once I polluted the world, I won't retreat so easily. This time I'll corrupt and destroy you, barbarian. Thanks to the rat's absence, they had been able to purify the tainted lands without much interference. Most of the area had been cleansed. At the end of their efforts, they arrived. The beach where the rat had first set foot outside. Darkle groaned, his face pale. The other barbarians and priests weren't much better off. What lay before them was not a land of the living. It was nothing but rotten decay. The land and sea had been completely ruined, resembling a bubbling, boiling swamp. Kettle whistled. How thick? It was nearly indistinguishable from the rat's lair. It seemed like the rat intended to make this its new nest. Can it be purified? Kettle asked. It will be difficult, the saint replied, his face as white as a sheet. The venom is too dense, even approaching it is hard. Only with the scriptures might we barely manage. Even within their ranks, only a few could purify such a level of contamination, and it would take months, if not longer. The venom was that concentrated. But that wasn't the only problem. Monsters began to rise from the swamp. There were many of them. They were creatures the rat had saved, having not yet used them, and there was one more. With a heavy thud, a massive creature burst forth from the swamp. Bayern's eyes widened. A bear. It was the bear Bayern had seen in the white snowy plains. Though now twisted and distorted, its form was still recognizable. But it was smaller. Whereas the bear had once been as large as a mountain, the creature before them was the size of a small hill. Kettle muttered in understanding. He even corrupted the bear's cub. Bold move. The bear must have gone mad with rage. The cub of that monster, Bayern's eyes darkened. Leave that one to me. Understood, do your best. Die. The barbarians and the priests clashed with the monsters. Protected by divine power, they cut down the beasts. Meanwhile, Bayern began his battle with the bear. Their immense strength shook the world as they collided. And Kettle, he bypassed the fighting, heading into the swamp. Did you really plan to make this your nest? It's a little lacking, but it's not bad. The rat's voice answered from within the swamp as its form emerged. Kettle whistled. Disgusting. Its shape was more twisted and grotesque than before, barely recognizable due to the sheer level of corruption. The rat was beyond its limits, having absorbed more contamination than ever before. You really want to kill me, don't you, traitor Barbarian, the rat hissed. You side with the outside world despite being one of us, how despicable. Shut up. Kettle cut off the rat's words. I am human. No matter what you believe yourself to be, your true nature is closer to ours. How dare you betray us and attack? You should be ashamed. It's funny to hear you say that. You all didn't get along inside either. That's true, the rat chuckled. Even within the white snowy plains, the monsters fought and killed each other. They couldn't tolerate each other's existence. You even corrupted the bear's cub. The bear must have gone wild with rage. It was hard, it even gave up its own territory just to kill me. It wasn't easy to shake off. Is that so? They both chuckled like old friends sharing a moment. And in a way that wasn't wrong. They had clashed for countless years. In some ways they were like old rivals, though they were rivals who sought each other's deaths. Now then, let's end this. Murderous intent surged. Even the barbarians fighting nearby shivered unknowingly. The air seemed to warp as their emotions clashed. Kettle bared his teeth. This time I won't stop at words. I'll kill you for real. That's my line. This time I'll corrupt and destroy you, barbarian. Venom and fists collided. The world began to tremble. Chapter 291, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 8. Boom, 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 a collision occurred. The broken and corrupted cub was now fighting Bayern. Clang, Bayern, having regained his stance, let out a breath of admiration. Strong, so this is still just a cub. Though it wasn't fully grown, it was still a monstrous creature of hero class. Even one of them had the power to devastate the north. Roar, the cub charged, swinging its enormous front paws. Bayern gripped his axe tighter. Boom, the bear's body couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and was sent flying. Bayern muttered regretfully, what a shame. The cub was indeed strong, but it wasn't on par with Bayern. Even within the same hero class, there was a vast difference. It could have grown to possess power like its parent. But it has been tainted by something else. Roar, the cub sprang up again and charged once more. Bayern spoke in a low voice. I owe your parent a great deal. Bayern had once nearly died at the hands of a bear in the White Snowfield. That place would have been his grave if it weren't for the barbarians. But I am grateful for that experience. It opened my arrogant eyes to reality, so I will repay that debt. Bayern's mystery flared, strengthening his body. I will set you free. Boom, once again the two collided. A battle between the monster of the White Snowfield and the barbarian king. This fight would surely go down in history, but people couldn't focus on their fight. Because elsewhere, a much larger clash was taking place that made their struggle seem insignificant. Is that a monster on par with the bear? Bayern muttered, watching the battle from afar. It seems I have little chance of victory in my current state. And the one who is overwhelming that monster, Kettle, Bayern smiled bitterly. I'll have to explain this properly to the barbarians later, that he was weaker than Kettle. Though whether they'd accept that was another matter. With a sigh, Bayern tightened his grip on his axe and clashed with the corrupted bear cub with all his might. Boom, 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 the earth rumbled. The swamp and the pollution exploded like molten lava, dirtying everything around. The air was polluted, turning the atmosphere green. This was the rat's lair. The density of pollution here was on a completely different level from the outskirts. Thick, dark toxins moved according to the will of their master. This place was no longer part of the surface world. It was the domain of filth, the world of the rat. Boom, and Kettle was destroying and smashing that world. He was breaking it apart and sending it flying. The pollution that dirtied everything scattered like mud. Some toxins clung to Kettle's body in the process, burning and corrupting his skin. But due to the sheer resilience of his body, they couldn't penetrate deeply. Boom, punching through all the attacks, he swung his fist. Crack. With a sound of something breaking, the rat's body was sent flying. It barely managed to stay upright, scraping the ground with its hind legs and swung its front paw wildly. Screech! The swamp rippled and then surged violently. It was a wave of poison. Any land covered by it would rot and decay for over 1,000 years. Kettle drew his axe. Pop, blood vessels burst as his muscles twisted. He swung his axe with all his might. Boom, the wave of poison split in two. The attack that seemed capable of engulfing the world collapsed with a single swing. The shockwave didn't stop there and sliced through the rat's body. Screech, splurt, blood spurted as its skin peeled away, exposing bone. The rat staggered, barely managing to stay upright. Screech, you're disgustingly strong. Looks like you came prepared, but is this all you've got? The rat had grown stronger in this dense pollution, but that was all. It wasn't enough to defeat Kettle. There was no way the rat had only prepared this much. As if confirming his suspicion, the rat chuckled darkly. Of course not. Throughout the fight, the rat had been steadily driven back. As a result, they had arrived at the center of the swamp, and the rat had been waiting for that. The rat slammed its front paw into the ground. Open, boom, and a massive hole opened in the ground. Kettle's body fell toward the abyss, his eyes widening. Oh, come, let's descend together to the depths. Both began to fall into the deep, bottomless pit. How long had they been falling? After what felt like an eternity, Kettle landed at the bottom. The place was strange. The walls of the circular hole were smooth like glass, nothing like the swampy exterior, but that didn't mean there was no poison. In fact, the poison here was far more concentrated and extreme, compressed to its limits. The abyss, huh? The abyss where all the poison of the domain was concentrated. Kettle knew what this was. In the distant past, when the rat decided that the barbarians were an obstacle to its expansion, it had truly tried to kill Kettle. After a week of intense battle, Kettle barely won, but he had been severely injured. It took him a full week of recovery. Considering his regenerative abilities, those were significant injuries. The rat had used this abyss as its trump card. It's thicker than it was back then. And now the poison was even more intense. Just being in this place, just breathing, was corrupting Kettle's body. The rat shuddered with a groan of ecstasy. Ah, it feels like I've returned to the cradle where I was born. How nostalgic. Lost in its memories for a moment, the rat quickly regained focus. I was defeated by you before. I underestimated you. I thought I could kill you with a half-hearted plan. But not anymore. The rat lowered its stance, its energy resonating with the poison of the domain, amplifying its power to the extreme. This time I will kill you with everything I have. The rat lunged. Its speed was extreme, fast enough that even Bayern at full strength would struggle to react. Kettle didn't have the luxury of holding back. He raised his axe and swung. Clang, the axe collided with the rat's paw. The rat wasn't pushed back. Instead, Kettle was forced to retreat. His eyes widened in surprise. Oh, he had been overpowered. The rat roared and charged again. Screech, its paws swung wildly, each blow fast and powerful. It was difficult even for Kettle to find an opening. And that wasn't all. Boom, boom, the thick, compressed poison of the abyss began to surge. There was no avoiding it. Some of the poison touched Kettle's body. Sizzle. His skin began to rot. It damaged his muscles and tried to penetrate down to the bone. Kettle's eyes darkened. Screech, crash. Kettle's body slid backward under the rat's attack. Though he clearly had the upper hand, the rat's expression twisted. It realized that Kettle had deliberately held back during that strike. Using the rat's attack to create distance, Kettle focused his power. His axe crackled with energy. The rat's fur bristled in alarm. Kettle's full power, it was nearly a divine force. Not even the rat at its strongest could stop it, so it dodged. The rat, now filled with venomous resolve, conjured a dense shield. It was the kind of shield that even an ancient dragon would need all its strength to break through, an absolute defense. Kettle swung his axe, shatter. That impregnable defense crumbled in an instant. However, unlike before, Kettle's movements had slowed slightly. The rat took advantage of the opening and leaped away. Crash, the axe sliced through the air, leaving a deep scar on the wall of the abyss. But that was all. It didn't reach the rat. The rat had successfully evaded Kettle's full-power strike. Screech! Excited by the realization, the rat let out a wild cry. I can dodge your attacks now. Kettle and the rat had clashed countless times. They knew each other all too well. That's why the rat was certain. I can beat you now. You will fall to me. The rat shouted in excitement, and it wasn't mere overconfidence. Your power has limits. Kettle's strength came primarily from his physical body. Of course, that wasn't all. If he willed it, his very will could affect the world itself. But that ability was almost pitifully insignificant compared to Kettle's physical power. A joke, even. Just looking at how long it took him to break the control of the high elf Queen Karin or to resist the grip of an ancient dragon, it was clear. By his strength alone, such influences should have been nothing. It was an incredibly odd situation. The reason was simple. You are strong, you have the power to fight against the elders, but you are suppressing yourself. Kettle had the potential to reach the highest heights, yet he was dragging himself down. You're trapped by your stubborn belief that you are human. Yes, you're still mighty, but a lack has emerged in you that never should have existed. Why was Kettle's body unable to withstand its own power? It was because Kettle had deliberately warped himself. It was a self-inflicted flaw. In this abyss, I can kill you. In the abyss, the rat could avoid Kettle's full power, and it could corrupt Kettle with the abyss's poison. With a drawn-out battle, the rat could destroy Kettle's body and finally kill him. Finally, after all this time, the rat could claim victory over this monster. It was filled with elation. Coming into this abyss was your mistake, Barbarian. Your arrogance will be your death. You're right. Kettle did not deny the rat's words. They were true. If he had let go of everything, abandoned his identity as a human, and fully accepted his nature, he could have reached far higher. At the very least, he could have wielded a strength far beyond what he had now, but he would have become something entirely different if he had done that. What Kettle desired wasn't simply more strength. It was a fantasy. A dream he had always longed for. You're still filled with arrogance. Maybe that's why you've managed to gain such power in so short a time, but because of that arrogance you will die here. Who knows? Kettle smiled faintly. I didn't let go just as you said, so I missed out on the power I should have had, but because of that I gained something else. Rattle, the mysterious force within Kettle began to stir and his body strengthened in an instant. The rat's eyes widened. Kettle gripped his axe and swung. Boom, ka. The rat didn't even have time to react. It was struck head-on, crashing into the wall and coughing up blood. Hiding it was tough. If I had revealed it too early, you would have fled without looking back. You know it can't be. You said coming into the abyss was my arrogance. Let me turn that back on you. The rat's power, the abyss, it was indeed formidable. It could concentrate the entire corruption of the abyss, even to taint Kettle's body. But concentrating all the corruption into one place meant that there was no longer a way for the rat to escape through the abyss. Kettle could now truly kill the rat. His cold smile spread. I told you, didn't I? This time I will kill you for sure. Chapter 292, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 9, Screech, Boom. The rat was pushed back, coughing up blood. A venomous liquid dyed with poison spilled on the ground, a shock that rattled his innards, but it seemed as if none of that mattered now. The rat, stunned, looked up and stared at Kettle in disbelief. A miracle was happening. The world's mystery was flowing through Kettle's body. This can't be real, the rat denied reality. We can't become children. We were never meant to. We are fundamentally different. Can a lion become a rabbit? More than that, can a lion love a rabbit, form a family, and have children? Impossible. It was an unthinkable reality, and yet it had already happened in front of the rat. How did you? I'm not one of you. I come from the outside. Kettle smiled gently. So there's nothing strange about me using the power of fantasy. Nonsense. It doesn't matter if you deny it. I've already gained what I needed. Kettle murmured softly. Blutka, hum. Divinity enveloped Kettle's body, the sacred relic of Kaloja that he obtained. The divine power within it purified the poison. The venom that had seeped into his bones vanished. The rat ground its teeth in anger. Divinity. So you've aligned yourself with the children, traitor, shut up. Kettle scowled, annoyed, and stepped forward, his body charged toward the rat. All you need to do is die here. Keek, the rat let out a screech. Poisonous gas filled the air, distorting the view. It tried to invade Kettle's body. But Kettle dodged effortlessly, the poisonous mist parting as he swiftly closed in on the rat. His movements were fast, without any delay. He reached the rat in no time. Keek! The rat leaped back in panic, forming a shield of poison. Kettle raised his fist. Mystical power infused his fist. He punched forward with his enhanced body. Crack. The poison shield shattered completely. Kettle didn't stop. He dashed forward again, arriving in front of the rat as it tried to flee. Crack! His fist struck the rat's chest. Boom! The rat was sent flying, crashing into the wall. The outer walls of the abyss groaned, cracks spreading out. Cough, cough. The rat staggered, barely keeping itself upright. It was a blow powerful enough to knock it out if it weren't for its strong will. What is this? That attack wasn't even at full power. It was a strike without any delay or physical strain, closer to a sincere hit than a full-force one. Yet it delivered a significant blow to the rat. This was because it contained the essence of mystery. In pure strength, it might have been below his full power, but the uniqueness of the mystery made it deal comparable damage. Kettle casually shook his fist. If it were when I first got this, it wouldn't have been this easy, but things are different now. At first, Kettle couldn't use both mystical protection and body enhancement simultaneously. However, after the Beast of Mystery devoured the divine power within the Holy Sword, it became possible. Step. The rat took a step forward. Its body, enhanced, moved at incredible speed. Keek! Suppressing the pain, the rat raised its front paw. Now that Kettle had encased himself in mystery, it was nearly impossible to pollute him with poison for a prolonged battle. Even if it were possible, the rat would fall before then. It had no choice but to go for a direct attack. The rat lunged. Kettle smiled at its attempt. Trying to engage me in close combat, that's not a wise choice. He was the ashen barbarian of the White Snowfields, the chieftain of their tribe. In close combat, no one could defeat him. He dodged the swinging paw with the smallest movement and closed in on the rat. Keek! The rat swung wildly with its other paw. Kettle grabbed it. Up you go! He spun his body and slammed the rat into the bottom of the abyss. The combined force of the rat's attack and Kettle's strength sent a shockwave through the rat's entire body. Kettle didn't give the rat a chance to recover. He twisted its front paw, crunch, the left paw bent backward, bone pierced through flesh sticking out. Kettle raised his axe and brought it down on the rat's chest. Crack! The axe pierced through its hide, embedding itself in the chest bone. Kaya, the rat coughed up blood and tried to swing its unbroken right paw, but Kettle had already anticipated it. He pressed down on its ankle with his foot. Boom! That alone sent cracks spreading through the floor of the abyss. The abyss, a place filled with extreme, compressed venom, was a location even an ancient dragon would struggle to destroy, yet with just a press of his foot it seemed ready to collapse. Kaya, the rat struggled, but it couldn't get up. It looked like a puppy being subdued by its mother. Kettle raised his axe again and drove it into the rat's belly. The rat spat out blood. Kaya, it let out a final wail, gathering strength in its body. At that moment, Kettle's senses screamed a warning. He moved instantly, his body vanishing in an instant. Step. Kettle reappeared on the opposite side of the abyss. At the same time, a pillar of poison shot up. If it had hit him directly, even with mystical protection, it would have been dangerous due to its potency. "Oh, nice," Kettle laughed, clearly entertained. Despite not using his full power, he was overwhelming the rat. Mystery could affect the monsters of the White Snowfields. That was a satisfying outcome, but in a way it was only natural. Kettle had always been stronger than the rat. In rank and strength, everything was clearly in his favor. The rat found gaps to exploit only due to his stubbornness. Now that gap had been partially filled. It was only natural the rat was being pushed back. The pillar of poison subsided, revealing the rat's figure. Kea, the rat staggered, its already grotesque appearance now even more hideous, barely distinguishable from a corpse. "Yes, I see now, but the rat's emotions were calmer than ever. That's the result of your stubbornness. I never thought you'd actually reach that point. You're truly insane." The rat chuckled weakly as if resigned to its fate. "The only opening I could exploit has been sealed. Even the old ones won't stand a chance against you if you get a bit more proficient. Victory is almost impossible for me now. Is this where I die? I never thought death would come for me as well." "Are you giving up? Then it'd be nice if you could just die quietly." "No, I won't give up. My chances of winning are slim but not non-existent." There was no reason to give up. The poison stirred, crawling toward the rat and rapidly being absorbed into its body. Outside, as he was subduing the bear, Byron noticed. The sea, tainted and destroyed, turned into a swamp. The pollution there was slowly fading away. The sea was beginning to return to its original state. "What is this? Did Kettle win? Was that why the pollution is disappearing?" For a moment such a thought crossed his mind, but he soon realized that wasn't it. Is it being sucked in, the filth that had dirtied the world? It was being drawn into a deep and deep abyss like a whirlpool. "Is it gathering all the filth?" Kettle muttered as if intrigued, "all the poisonous energy that had dirtied the world." It was now gathering in the rat's right front paw. "I am the second being born from the swamp of filth. I am the rat that dirtied and ruined the world. I shall taint everything in this world." SSC. Even the rat's body began to corrode from the overwhelming poisonous energy gathered in its claw. This meant that even the being born from the swamp of filth could not withstand the poison. Kettle's eyes became serious. That thing was dangerous. With that level of poison, it could penetrate through mystical defenses and deal a fatal blow to him. Then he would have to respond with equivalent force. Kettle stirred the mystical beast within him, grrr. It was letting out a low growl. At this moment he could pull that mystery into the world. "Why did it take so long?" Kettle clicked his tongue. The mystical beast rose as if to face a strong opponent. Considering the rat's power, it should have moved sooner. But the mystical beast hesitated, as if reluctant to rampage against the rat. It was eager to fight demons, so why is it hesitating now? But that was only for a moment. Perhaps its body was itching from the continuous fighting as it slowly began to push its head forward. This much would do. Kettle awakened the mystery. The mystery's energy began to crawl along his axe, revealing itself to the world. The rat chuckled. "You handle it perfectly, though it's strangely altered. Its foundation is definitely from the outside. It's truly laughable." The rat raised its front paw, filled to the brim with poisonous energy. "Then, this will be the last." The rat charged. Kettle also rushed toward it. The front paw gathering all the poisonous energy and Kettle's manifested mystery collided. "Kagagagagak, rot and decay." The rat snarled fiercely. The poisonous energy exploded. What it contained was truly a poison that could corrupt the world. Not even an ancient dragon could withstand it. No being on this earth could survive that poison. Absolute defense would melt away, and even the strongest body would be polluted and destroyed. Even gods created to purify filth would be endangered by this alien force, and something even more foreign and monstrous swallowed that poison. Grrrr. The beast rampaged, devouring every bit of the poisonous energy. Not a single trace escaped as it devoured everything in its jaws, and the mystery swelled even more. The power within it grew immense. The rat let out a bitter laugh as the beast devoured even its own strength. "You're truly a monstrous creature." With that, the mystery engulfed the rat's body. It was buried in the mystery and vanished. The mystery didn't stop there. It surged forward as if it couldn't contain itself. It broke through the wall of the abyss and raced toward the surface. Tchayak, the sea purified as the rat absorbed all the poison. The beast was now severing that sea. The earth trembled. The sea rose, the bodies of the barbarians resting after the battle lifted off the ground. "Yuya, what is that?" The astonished warriors turned toward the sea, their mouths agape. A tsunami as tall as a mountain was rushing toward them. Hup, with a hardened face, Byron leapt forward. Squeezing out all his remaining strength, he struck at the wave. "Quang! Oh, ooh!" The barbarians let out cheers. The wave shattered. Byron landed on the ground, groaning. Even with his strength, he had barely managed to neutralize it. Catching his breath, Byron looked out at the sea and his face froze in shock. "What is this?" The vast sea. A scar had appeared there. A jagged slash crossed the surface of the water. That in itself wasn't so surprising. Even Bayern, if he exerted enough power, could cut the sea, but that was only ever a temporary sight. The sea would ripple and soon return to its natural state. It was impossible to cut nature permanently, but not now. The sea wasn't returning to its original state. It was as if an invisible wall held it back, leaving a gaping void. With a shiver, Bayern realized. An eternal scar had been etched into the northern sea. Chapter 293, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 10, a blow that left an indelible scar on the world, cutting down nature. The rat's body was struck directly by that blow, crashing into the wall. Bang! The rat's body collided with the wall, causing cracks and making it crumble. The rat collapsed with a pained groan. Caw! The rat tried to get back up but failed. It barely turned its head and let out a hollow laugh. The rat's right front paw, it had been completely severed from the shoulder. Under normal circumstances, with the rat's usual regenerative powers, this wouldn't be a big wound. Even if severed, it could have regenerated within hours. But not now. The severed limb showed no signs of recovery. An indelible wound had been carved into the rat's body for the first time since its birth. Then a hand gripped the rat's head and slammed it into the wall. The already crumbling wall could no longer hold and collapsed. Kayak, Kettle, who had subdued the rat, clicked his tongue, as expected of a rat. You're strong. Under normal circumstances, the final blow would have split the rat's body in half. However, the rat had narrowly dodged the blow, escaping with just one severed paw. Well, that's all there is to it. The rat's reaction was certainly remarkable, but even so, the situation hadn't changed. Although it had survived, it had expended all its strength. The corruption that had enveloped its entire body had completely vanished. To be this drained, not since the Great War of the distant past. The rat muttered with its head still held down. You've truly become a monster. To fill the void in such a way, you could even reach those 3 old ones inside with your current strength. The rat spoke calmly. I admit defeat. I never imagined that death could come for me too. Kill me, monster. The rat awaited the end quietly, but Kettle did not deliver the finishing blow. Instead, he wore a puzzled expression. He could kill this horrific monster that he had so desired to defeat, but Kettle didn't. Because right now it was impossible. He had drawn out the mystical beast and unleashed a powerful attack, but controlling the power of that attack was impossible. In other words, that attack had exhausted all of his remaining mystery. It would take at least a day to recover, and the rat would have enough time to recover and escape as well. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle made his decision. He released his grip on the rat's head. The freed rat looked at Kettle with a bewildered expression. What are you doing? Don't toy with me, kill me. As much as I want to kill you, there's something more important right now. Killing the rat was impossible. So it would be better to extract what he needed. Kettle spoke. I'll spare you, but in exchange you must reveal the information you know. The rat's eyes widened at the response. You'll spare me? Unfortunately, killing you won't solve the situation at the moment. The monsters of the White Snowfield were numerous. Among them were monsters on par with the rat, and there were even stronger ones. The fact that the rat had appeared meant the barrier of the White Snowfield had been broken. Other monsters might appear as well. In that situation, killing one rat wouldn't change anything, so Kettle sought information from the rat. He might have hesitated even if he had the power to kill the rat, but since it was currently impossible, there was no need to hesitate. Kettle spoke. Swear by your name and honor, tell me what you know and never come out again. Stay imprisoned in the White Snowfield forever. If you do, I will spare you. How humiliating. The rat let out a bitter laugh. The rat didn't believe that Kettle was unable to kill it. The power Kettle had shown was that formidable. And so the rat answered, I am the loser. I must obey the winner. Besides, I don't want to die either. The rat began to swear. I am the second being born from the swamp of filth. I swear on my honor and pride that I will never set foot in this world again. Even if the barrier is completely broken, I will remain in the White Snowfield as my home. It was an oath bound by the rat's honor and pride. If broken, the rat would suffer a great loss of power, making it easy prey even for someone like Bayern. This was the only way to suppress the powerful monsters of the White Snowfield. Good. Hearing the rat's vow, Kettle nodded and began to ask questions. You and the others, you're monsters, right? The oldest beings, entities not of this world. What a strange question. You're one of us too. I am different. What nonsense. Even though you've destroyed yourself, you are still one of us. The rat spoke in a puzzled tone, as if it truly believed Kettle was one of them. No matter what Kettle said, the rat didn't seem to understand. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Kettle spoke. Let me be clear, you and most of the monsters in the White Snowfield, you existed before the current universe, before order was established, didn't you? So that's what you meant. The rat's face showed a hint of understanding. Where did you learn that? No, I get it. The rat's gaze shifted to Kettle's waist. The broken holy sword trembled involuntarily. The rat squinted its eyes. So it was the tool of the young ones, that thing told you, didn't it? What an odd thing to have. Just answer the question. Yes, the rat confirmed. We are the oldest, the first beings born after the creation of the universe. It was true. Though he had heard it from the Holy Sword, hearing it directly from the rat felt strange. The beings he had been fighting in the snowfield were truly ancient. Kettle spoke again. You lost, didn't you? We were defeated and imprisoned in that cage due to the ambush by the young ones born after us. The rat grimaced as if disgusted. It was truly perfect timing. We already had conflicts because we didn't get along and they seized that moment. They're just like rats and you're siding with those things, traitor. I told you I'm not one of you. Kettle clicked his tongue. He couldn't get through to them no matter how much he denied it, but the rat looked more amused than angry. From a fundamental standpoint, maybe you're different, but in the end you're just like us. You're qualitatively different from those outside. The rat's words were strange, as if implying they were a different species altogether. Well, you've changed quite a lot, damaged your own essence, have you? How bizarre. How is that even possible? Shut up. Kettle had no interest in continuing this conversation since it was bound to go nowhere. Instead, he asked something else. You always said you were the second life born from the swamp of filth. In the snowy plains, it sounded like nonsense, but now Kettle could understand the meaning. That made him curious about one more thing. If you're the second life, does that mean you were the second to be born in the world? No, the swamp of filth was indeed the first to be born in that era, but many other things existed. I was one of the first, but not the second. I see, then let me ask something else. Kettle narrowed his eyes. If you were the second born from the swamp of filth, what was the first? You already know. Is it one of those things inside the snowfield? Kettle clicked his tongue. The horrid things, the twisted things, the grotesque things, it was one of them. The old ones, you'd think they'd already be tired of it, but they're still going strong. Well, fine. His minor curiosities had been resolved. Now it was time to get to the main issue. Kettle's gaze darkened. You made it outside. First the white thing, now the rat. It was the second one. Has the barrier completely shattered? Can other monsters come out like you? The seal between our world and this one has definitely weakened, but it's not completely broken yet. So it hasn't fully shattered. Some weaker beings might slip through the cracks. But beings like me, it's difficult. I had to push myself quite hard to get out, and even if others could, not many are interested in the outside. But it wasn't impossible. Kettle asked another question. The old ones would be very interested. The strongest of the White Snowfield, those beings were very, very interested in the outside world. The rat agreed. That's true, but they're too busy devouring each other to focus on the outside. Their fight isn't over yet. It's been going on since their creation. It won't end anytime soon. Kettle stroked his chin. At least for now, there were no major threats interested in the outside. That was a small relief. Now it was time for the most fundamental question. The seal on the White Snowfield. It had weakened. It had cracked, crumbled, and shattered enough for creatures like the rat to emerge into the outside world. Kettle asked, Is it breaking because of me? Is that what you think? The rat let out a bitter laugh. It's true that the seal weakened because of something you did. Thanks to you, I was able to escape. But nothing in this world lasts forever. Even the beings that came after us will eventually decay and rot. That includes the immensely powerful seal. The reason the old ones are fighting is to prepare for when the seal inevitably breaks. Do you think you're the sole cause? Quite the ego you've got. The rat sneered at Kettle, but for Kettle that was actually a relief. So it's not entirely because of me. He had indeed accelerated the weakening of the seal, but it wasn't as if he had shattered an unbreakable seal. The barrier was weakening on its own over time. Though the situation hadn't really changed, Kettle found some comfort in that. The rat, on the other hand, seemed curious. But you, what exactly did you do? What do you mean by that? The seal that trapped us was created by the young ones who exhausted all their power. At one point, even the old ones joined forces in an attempt to break it. The monsters hadn't just sat there passively. For a long time, the creatures of the White Snowfield had tried to break the seal and escape to the outside world. But they failed. In the end, the monsters decided to wait. Nothing in this world was eternal. They judged it best to wait it out for however long it took simply. And then Kettle shattered that very seal and escaped to the outside world. The rat narrowed its eyes. What did you do? How were you able to break the seal and leave? Chapter 294, The Vile Rat That Pollutes the Seas, Part 11, What have you done? Kettle closed his mouth and thought in response to that question. What did I do, huh? The answer was simple. He had completed a quest. At first, the quests were relatively simple, but at some point they began to get increasingly difficult. Quests started to appear that even Kettle couldn't easily clear, and Kettle saw this as an opportunity. The fact that the difficulty had suddenly risen meant that a reward of equal value was waiting. Perhaps it was a chance to escape the frozen wasteland, so he put all his effort into clearing the quests. And in the end, Kettle saw something strange that he had never seen in the frozen wasteland. But he still didn't know what it was. The reason was simple. The moment he saw the strange thing, a quest appeared. 784th quest. Respond to the being in front of you. Information. Completing this quest will allow you to leave the frozen wasteland. The moment Kettle saw the quest, his mind went blank. All he could think of was that if he dealt with the strange being in front of him, he could leave this accursed place. That one thought completely consumed his mind. He didn't bother to analyze his opponent and simply threw himself at it, ready to kill. It said something, but I should have listened more carefully. He ignored whatever it had been saying and just charged at it to kill. The only thing he remembered was its final words. Thinking about it now, he regretted it, not that anything would have changed even if he had listened. It seems like you have some guesses, judging from your thoughts. I do, but I have no reason to tell you. Fair enough. The rat didn't seem to expect anything different and just accepted it. Anyway, so the big ones won't come out. They could force their way out, but they had little interest in the outside. Those that were interested were too busy with their own internal conflicts. The smaller ones might come out, but the beings outside could handle anything on the level of the white creatures. I get it. Kettle nodded as he finished assessing the situation. All right then, get lost. The rat's eyes widened in surprise. You're really letting me go? Do I look like a liar who breaks promises? Now that I think about it, you didn't lie inside there either. I thought this place would be my grave, but I've been granted an unexpected mercy. The rat staggered to its feet, half destroyed and having exhausted all its powers. But the rat was still the rat. Even in such a state, it could return to the white frozen wasteland without issue. It's a shame I'll never be able to leave again, but I'll just change my goal. I'll work on polluting and corrupting the entire frozen wasteland. That's your business. As long as you don't come out again, it's fine by me. Whatever happened inside wasn't Kettle's concern. The rat began to move away. Thank you for your mercy. I'll offer you a service in return. I don't need it. Oh, but you will, the rat snickered. You deliberately avoided asking one question, a question that in some ways was more important than all the trivial ones he could have asked. You don't want to know the answer, do you? If you knew it would make you sad, that's why I'll tell you of my own will. The rat shared one piece of information. Kettle's face twisted as he heard it. That's definitely something I didn't want to know. But it's also something you needed to know. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for your mercy. Don't thank me, disgusting creature. Kettle clicked his tongue. The rat chuckled and threw itself into the vast sea. The rotting creature began to leave this world. Goodbye, monster. I hope we never meet again. The rat was gone. Kettle watched it go for a moment, then started walking again. Soon he came across an object. It was the rat's severed forepaw. It was discarded on the ground. Kettle picked it up and stored it in his spatial pocket. Along with that, a system window appeared. 789th quest complete. The reward will be granted. At that moment, the battle outside had come to an end. The fierce battle that had been raging was forcibly brought to a close. The reason was simple. The monsters that the rat had corrupted and polluted could only move within the rat's domain. But to face Kettle, the rat had drawn in all the pollution from its domain. As a result, the pollution that had been corrupting the world disappeared completely. The monsters also vanished naturally. People were left in confusion at the sudden turn of events. And then, moments later, Kettle emerged from the sea. Byron quickly approached him. What happened? That creature will never come here again. At those words, Byron's eyebrows twitched. Byron was smart. He fully grasped the meaning behind Kettle's words, but Byron was also wise enough to know what he needed to do at this moment. He turned to face the people. We have won. His cry, filled with mystery, echoed across the battlefield. Byron shouted again. The vile creature that dared to pollute our land has been slain. By the mighty warrior Kettle. Oh, Kettle, we have won. Wah, yeah, the people erupted in cheers. They raised their axes, reveling in the joy of victory. They shouted Kettle's name. A victory celebration began. The barbarians gathered in the city, tearing into sausages and drinking beer. It wasn't just the barbarians present. Even the believers were partaking in the celebration. Those who were always shunned were now awkwardly enjoying the festival with the barbarians' hospitality. But Kettle was not there. He was staring silently at the sea. The land and sea that had been tainted with malice. The poison had been so thick, like a swamp, that even with divine power it would have taken at least a few years to purify. But the land was now incredibly clean. That was because the rat had gathered all the pollution for its final attack. And Kettle's mystery had swallowed all the poison. No one had noticed, but it was fortunate for the world. If Kettle hadn't cleaned up, the poison would have erupted like a volcano, sending toxic rain across the entire north. But to Kettle, such trivial matters were of little importance at the moment. He was gazing at the sea. Beyond it lay the white snowfields. The seals broken. Though it had been forced open, the fact remained that a monster like the rat had appeared outside. If pushed further, monsters of the same level could also emerge. And if there are monsters more powerful than that, they'll come out even more easily. Judging by the case of the white beast, it seemed that monsters weaker than the rat could emerge without much difficulty. Though no new reports or quest updates had come from the world yet, meaning nothing else had appeared, the situation couldn't be ignored. Monsters could emerge, and things that were not monsters could too. How annoying. Kettle clicked his tongue. Even after coming out, he still had to worry about the things inside. It was terribly exhausting. Should I start preparing? There you are. Behind the deep in thought Kettle, Byron appeared. Byron too was looking in the same direction as Kettle. But what they saw was entirely different. Kettle was looking at the white snowfields beyond the sea. Byron, on the other hand, was staring at the split sea. The sea is split. A long scar ran right through the middle of the rolling sea, creating a gap from the ocean floor to the surface. Kettle's blow had cleaved the sea in half. What in the world? Byron knew that warriors of hero-class strength could influence the world. After all, he was one of those heroes, and precisely because he could see it more clearly. Their interventions in the world typically commanded or altered its concepts, but this was different. It wasn't a gentle force. It was as if the world itself had been torn apart. Byron swallowed. You'll be busy soon, Kettle spoke. Byron snapped out of his thoughts. I'll certainly be busy for a while. Cleaning up the damage, accounting for casualties, restoring the ruined areas, there was a lot to do. Post-war cleanup was always the hardest. And with barbarians who were as reckless as they were strong, it made the task even more difficult. Still, things are better now than before. We have the believers. The believers had done what the barbarians could not. They purified the land. They fought monsters at the risk of their lives. They were one of the main contributors to the war effort. As a result, the influence of the church had grown significantly in the north. Now even the barbarians couldn't disregard the believers. We can communicate well with the believers. We'll get their help. It's a good thing. Byron muttered in satisfaction. The north will change. Finally, the existence of the church had been recognized in the north. No longer would it be a land solely for the barbarians. The will of the gods would also descend upon this land. It was a good thing for Byron. Of course, there will be conflicts for a while. Hundreds of years of accumulated hatred wouldn't be resolved in a single moment. Controlling that would be his role. And what will you do after that? Once the north settles, I will lead the barbarians and the believers to move out into the world. They would help the world in chaos. In that process, the barbarians would become part of the world. By supporting and being supported, they would break down the twisted structure of rejection and exclusion. Making the North and the barbarians a part of the world, that was Byron's ultimate goal. A noble goal. It won't be easy. That's true, but I am their king. Byron would lead them as their king. Kettle nodded. Impressive. I wish you success. It's all thanks to you. What will you do now? Are you planning to stay in the north? No, Kettle continued to gaze beyond the sea. The white snowfields, in them were monsters, but there were also things that weren't monsters. I have my own preparations to make. The rat's final words flashed through Kettle's mind. Kettle frowned, just recalling them twisted his expression. Congratulations, Barbarian, the rat had giggled as it spoke to him. Your followers are looking for you. They are trying to come out to find their leader. Chapter 295, S-Rank Dungeon, Part 1. I told them not to come out. Well, they weren't the types to listen anyway. Kettle clicked his tongue. At the time, he didn't care much about it. That was because he thought none of the beings of the White Snowfield, except for him, could come outside. But the seal had weakened. The white beast and the rat had come out. There was no reason the barbarians couldn't come out either. I did set up some minimal safeguards, though. He had been irritated by the barbarians who kept following him, crying no matter how many times he destroyed them. So Kettle gave them one command: never follow me. He told them it was an order from their chieftain, but he added, if you're really going to follow me, then you must pass the trials I give you. Only then did the barbarians quiet down. In fact, they were thrilled, thinking they had a chance to stand proudly beside him if they could pass his trials. Even if they did come out, it would only be after passing those trials. And the trials he had set were ones even Kettle couldn't easily pass. It was a task that would take at least a few hundred years, even if the entire tribe worked together. For the time being, he wouldn't have to worry about the barbarians coming outside, or so he thought. Maybe that's the case. There was a strange feeling of unease, but Kettle chose to ignore it. I should prepare just in case. Kettle began to prepare to leave the north. Since he had come with only his body to begin with, the preparations didn't take long. The next day, Darkle and Byron came to see him off as he was about to leave. So you're leaving, Kettle? Yeah, what about you? I'll be staying here a bit longer. I'm finally starting to see results. Darkle had been fighting on the front lines alongside the barbarians. The barbarians had started to acknowledge his strength, recognizing his existence. They asked me if joining the church would make them as strong as I am. It's not exactly the kind of evangelism I was aiming for, but it's not bad. Quite excellent, actually. He smiled with satisfaction now that the value of the god of the sword was slowly taking root in the north. Thank you, Kettle. If it weren't for you, I would have been tormented by these wretched barbarians forever. You did it all yourself. You can be proud of it. Kettle smiled softly. Next, Byron spoke with a hint of regret in his voice. If it were up to me, I'd like you to stay longer. Kettle's power had left a strong impression on the barbarians. After Byron, Kettle was the one the barbarians trusted and followed the most. Given the vastness of the north, Kettle's presence made it significantly easier to control the barbarians. And besides that, he was the only barbarian with whom communication was easy, making conversations with him enjoyable. Both as a king and as Byron himself, Kettle was someone he needed. I also feel a bit regretful, and it was the same for Kettle. Byron was a reasonable barbarian and a man who bore the responsibilities of a king. They had much in common. He wanted to talk more with Byron. But there was something he had to do. I have to prepare. I can't stay in the north any longer. Well, if that's the case, there's no helping it. Byron was disappointed but didn't stop Kettle. For someone like him to be tied to the north was a loss for the continent. Byron's eyes narrowed. The rat is still alive, isn't it? Kettle had said that the rat wouldn't be able to return to this place ever again, implying that it was still alive. Kettle gave a small nod and Byron let out a groan. Even someone like you couldn't kill it. Well, yeah, in truth, it was more complicated than that, but his answer wasn't exactly a lie. He couldn't kill it at the time, Byron asked in a subdued voice. A monster on par with the rat, the bear could come here too, right? There's a possibility. The bear was obsessed with its territory, but the reason for that is gone now. The reason the bear had been so fixated on its territory was its cub. The bear had been fiercely protective, clinging to its territory to protect its young. But somehow the rat had corrupted and ruined the cub. With no reason to guard its territory anymore, there was nothing to stop it from coming out. I was weak. The rat had defeated Byron. It wasn't even a close defeat, it was a complete one. If Kettle hadn't arrived, Byron would have died there and the rat would have used his corrupted body. Even now, he had little chance of winning if he fought the bear again. I will become stronger, strong enough that I won't lose again, whether it's to the rat or the bear. Byron spoke with fierce determination, his eyes filled with resolve. Kettle smiled softly. I'll be rooting for you. Thank you, Kettle, we owe you so much. Byron lowered his body in a formal bow. Darkle, who had been quietly watching, gasped. Barbarians never lower their bodies to others. Even if they respected and acknowledged strength, they never lowered themselves. Especially not someone like Byron, a king. But now Byron was humbling himself, bowing with full respect to Kettle. The ruler of the north was bowing to one man. Even if the world turns against you and makes you its enemy, I in the north will forever be your allies. If you ever lose your way and wander, come here, I will always welcome you. Thank you, Kettle smiled softly in response. Well then, farewell until we meet again. With that, Kettle left the north behind. It was more fun than I expected. Meeting the rat had been an unpleasant experience, but the time spent in the north itself had been more enjoyable than he had anticipated. He had overcome some of his trauma with barbarians and had enjoyed talking with Byron. It had been more fun than he initially thought, but now it was time to leave. The Holy Sword asked him, "Where do you plan to go now? I need to make some preparations." Preparations. Oh, you mean preparing to go inside the snowfield. Are you planning to check on the monsters inside? The Holy Sword asked hesitantly. During the battle with the rat, the sword had remained silent to avoid disrupting the fight. But that didn't mean she had been calm. In truth, the Holy Sword had been terrified. Those creatures were horrifying and alien, yet carried a presence equal to that of gods. Just sensing their aura had made the spirit of the sword tremble. If she had legs, she would have run away, and the White Snowfield held many such creatures. She felt like whining and pleading. Fortunately, Kettle denied her question. I'm not going into the White Snowfield. Oh. That's a relief. The Holy Sword let out a deep sigh of relief. So what are you preparing for? Does it have something to do with that rat's paw you collected? After defeating the rat, Kettle had taken the severed paw. That gruesome thing was stored in the subspace of an artifact. It might come in handy. He planned to use it along with the white-furred beast's skin, but that wasn't his goal for now. My power is incomplete. He still couldn't freely draw out the arcane mysteries. Perhaps he would have to reach the level of superhuman to wield them properly. But for now, the arcane mysteries hovered just below the surface, like water brimming at the top of a cup. He was only missing a single drop. He had already decided where he would go to obtain that drop. The distance is far, so let's move quickly. Kettle stomped his foot and his body soared through the sky. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. It was located at the summit of a towering mountain. This was a mountain that belonged to no nation existing on the border. The founding guild master's principle was that the Mercenary Guild should not be affiliated with any country. Naturally, it was no ordinary mountain. It had undergone extensive modifications and had become a natural fortress, utilizing the terrain. Numerous spells and housed expensive weapons protected it. Many mercenaries came and went, making it a peaceful place untouched by external invasion. But now it was a battlefield, and it had to be, for the monsters and demons were attacking. Boom. Hold the line, Screech! The mercenaries and wizards were desperately defending. Although they were outnumbered and overpowered, they managed to hold on using the advantageous terrain. But even that had its limits. Slowly, they were being pushed back toward the summit. Damn it! Inside the headquarters at the summit, the mercenary guild master ground his teeth. Those damned demons! About a week ago, the ground near the headquarters had suddenly split open. From there, demons and monsters had emerged, launching a surprise attack on the guild. It was a complete ambush. Caught off guard, they had suffered heavy losses from the very start. Though they had held out for a week, they were nearing their limit. The number of injured was rising and resources were depleting. Despite their desperate attempts to call for help, all their efforts had been blocked. They were being slowly eaten away. Boom, the mountain shook. The ground crumbled and the towering peak's base was slowly worn down. The guild master's face twisted in frustration. Damn them, why are they only chipping away at the base? It's making the mountain look ridiculous. The mountain had become precariously thin like a pillar. A fairy, her face pale, flew over. Guild master, it's no use, we have to escape, we're all going to die at this rate. No. We can't abandon this place. We'll defend it to the death if we have to. All the information on the mercenaries was stored in the underground vault of the headquarters. If they lost this place, the guild would collapse in an instant. The eastern region, reliant on the mercenaries, would follow soon after. The guild master clenched his teeth. Curse the previous guild master, I told them we should spread out our data. Who would target us here, they said. You're worrying too much, they said. Look at this mess now. Rumble, the vibrations outside had quieted. The guild master frowned. Have we managed to hold them off for now? But no. The door flew open violently and a mercenary staggered in, pale as a sheet. Guild master, damn, a bad feeling surged through him. He rushed outside and gasped. Crash. A massive siege engine the size of a small hill was barreling toward them at terrifying speed. Its target was the base of the mountain. At that moment, the guild master realized the demon's true aim. They intend to collapse the entire mountain. That's why they've been relentlessly wearing down the base. It was like slowly removing the lower parts of a sandcastle to make it collapse. By destabilizing the foundation and then hitting it hard, the demons plan to bring down the mountain itself. Stop it, throw everything we've got at it. The wizards hastily cast every spell they could muster, launching countless magical attacks at the siege engine. But it didn't budge. It was the demon's secret weapon, designed for large-scale destruction, boasting a defense so absolute that even a top-tier superhuman would struggle to destroy it. There was no way to stop it with the current forces. The demons laughed gleefully as they watched the desperate efforts of their enemies. The mountain would fall, and they had already surrounded the survivors to slaughter them once it did. The realization that they couldn't stop it turned everyone's faces pale. They were going to lose. They were all going to die. Despair wrapped around them like a shroud. Get a grip, and in the midst of that despair, the guild master roared. Are you just going to sit around and die? Start preparing to stop them no matter how slim our chances. Hey, wizards. If you can't destroy it, can you at least alter its trajectory? It's difficult with our power, But it's not impossible, right? Stop wasting time and get to work. You guys too, the guild master kicked the mercenaries into action. If you're just going to sit there and die, then go hang yourselves in the corner. No one's going to stop you. Why, yes, sir. Those who had been paralyzed by despair scrambled back into action, trying to cast defensive spells and set traps to shift the siege engine's course. They braced for impact. The guild master gritted his teeth, staring straight ahead. Then something caught the guild master's eye. Something small was flying toward them from the distance. It was so tiny at first that it was barely noticeable, but it was rapidly growing larger. That meant it was approaching at an unbelievable speed. The guild master stared for a moment, then suddenly gasped. What? That person, crash, kettle moving faster than sound, collided with the siege engine that was hurtling toward the mountain, and the massive machine crumpled with a deafening roar. Chapter 296, S-Rank Dungeon. Part 2, Crack. The weapon was completely crushed, unable to withstand the force, and flew away. Like a crushed can, it rolled on the ground. Dozens of monsters that collided with the weapon were flattened. Even the demons, and the humans too, none of them could comprehend what had just happened. Kettle lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. 3 in total. There were 3 demons. Kettle moved immediately. He approached a demon that still hadn't realized what was happening. Crunch. The hilt of the holy sword smashed the demon's head. The demon's body staggered and collapsed. Wait, something had gone wrong. One of the other demons barely grasped the situation, but that was as far as it got. Before it could react, the broken hilt sliced through its neck. Its head rolled onto the ground with a thud. The demon's body fell. You bastard! The last remaining demon sensed that something was very wrong and tried to respond. It raised its hand in alarm. Smash! The shattered sword blade pierced its chest. The demon's body slumped down. 3 demons, each capable of destroying a small nation, were thus banished. Kettle approached the monsters who still didn't understand the situation. Crush. The monsters were pulverized and sent flying. The monsters, realizing the danger too late, began to flee in panic. The humans were watching this in stunned silence. No way, is this? Suddenly the demons fell and the monsters screamed as they ran. It was hard to believe. Everyone, charge, help him and slay the monsters. Only the guild leader reacted quickly. At his shout the people responded. They charged forward with a battle cry. The monsters couldn't hold out without the demons to rally them and were swiftly wiped out. The people shouted in triumph. Yeah, we won. They had miraculously survived a desperate situation. The people began to cheer in celebration. Naturally, all attention turned to the one who had made this miracle possible. They looked at Kettle. Ooh, and the guild leader came running with a beaming smile. Kettle, welcome. I told you we would welcome you here as a mercenary, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. And at such a critical time. Oh, thank you so much. The guild leader's voice was incredibly loud, as if to ensure everyone heard it. The people's eyes widened at his words. Wait a minute, Kettle, you say? There were quite a few among them who seemed to recognize Kettle's name. Is it really him? Is he really a mercenary? I thought the guild leader was just talking nonsense. Their murmurs reached Kettle's ears. Kettle smirked. How blatant, the guild leader flinched. Haha, I apologize. It's fine. I am indeed a mercenary. Thank you for understanding. Please come this way. The guild leader led Kettle to the headquarters. They entered the best reception room, a room used to entertain royalty or extraordinarily powerful individuals. The guild leader sat down opposite Kettle and bowed deeply. Thank you again. If you hadn't come, we would have been buried under that collapsed mountain and died. When I saw it from afar, it looked quite dangerous, so I rushed over. It seems things aren't going well. Not exactly, no. The guild leader forced a bitter smile. In the eastern continent, the headquarters of the mercenary guild and the magic tower stood. The mercenaries and mages were working together to fend off the demons' attacks. Since the quality of their defense forces was lower than in other regions, it wasn't wrong to say that their situation was the worst. Several times over the past 2 months, they had nearly been wiped out, but they had barely managed to hold on. It was nothing short of miraculous. The guild leader had played a large role in this. He quickly relayed information from the headquarters and deployed mercenaries at just the right times, maintaining a precarious balance, like a seesaw on a pillar. That had irritated the demons, and they had been ambushed because of it. Kettle listened to the explanation and was impressed. You've been working hard. I haven't even slept. It really feels like I'm burning through my lifespan. Though the guild leader said this as a joke, there was truth in it. The dark circles under his eyes reached down to his nose. Where's the master of the magic tower? I believe he's defending the front lines. He's doing tremendous work. If not for him, the eastern continent would have fallen long ago. The master of the magic tower was a special figure, one of the top-tier heroes on the continent, and he alone was holding multiple fronts. I see, it seemed the eastern continent was struggling but somehow enduring. The guild leader cautiously asked, Where have you been, Kettle? I was in the north. Ah, I see. The guild leader wasn't particularly surprised. Kettle was a barbarian and he was expected to go to the north. Did things go well? How's the situation there? There are no more demons in the north. Once their internal issues are resolved, they will come out to help the rest of the world. What? The guild leader's eyes widened. You mean you stopped the demons? Though the situation was a bit ambiguous, in the end it had been the rat that had dealt with the demons, but since he had driven out that rat, it wasn't wrong to say so. Kettle nodded. There are no demons left in the north. Oh, it was incredible news. The guild leader clenched his fist in excitement. Though barbarians were considered uneducated, unable to even read, they still controlled the vast northern lands. It was because they had such immense strength. If the barbarians came out to help, it would be a huge boost, regardless of other issues. It was great news for the continent. Their king has been through a lot. Well, it's only possible because of you, Kettle. As expected of you, you've already taken care of the demons. That's amazing. Thank you. The exchange of pleasantries was over. It was time to get to the main point. The guild master's eyes gleamed. So, Kettle, are you here to help the eastern continent? The situation on the eastern continent was dire. If a powerful individual like Kettle were to help them, the tide of war could change dramatically. However, unfortunately, that was not Kettle's purpose. That would be nice, but I have something to do first. Something to do first? Yes. You're the guild master of the mercenaries. You must know about dungeons. Yes, there's no one who knows more than I do. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Let me ask you something. The higher the dungeon's rank, the better the rewards, right? That's right. Sometimes the reward was treasure, other times it was a catalyst. If it's an S-rank dungeon, do you know what kind of reward it would give? No S-rank dungeon has ever been cleared, so I can't say for sure, but considering the difficulty, wouldn't it be something on the level of a dragon heart? S-rank dungeons hadn't been cleared even by the strongest superhumans. You had to be a hero class to even attempt it. If that was the case, the reward would likely be something equally as extraordinary. As I thought, Kettle smiled faintly. The guild master realized Kettle's true objective. Kettle, are you planning to clear a dungeon? Yes, Kettle nodded. Can you tell me where the nearest S-rank dungeon is? The enemies were formidable. Even the creatures from the White Snowfield were starting to emerge, and demons like the four heavenly kings were also present. Their true forms would be difficult even for Kettle to deal with easily. Though it's not impossible, there were still uncertainties. Kettle also needed to become stronger, and to do that, he needed to raise his mystery to the level of a superhuman. One catalyst would make that possible, but finding such a catalyst wasn't easy. Even though his power was overflowing, it was impossible to reach the next level with an ordinary catalyst. A dragon heart. Something on that level was needed, and an S-rank dungeon was where he could find such a catalyst. That's why he'd come to the mercenaries' headquarters. Understood. The guild master was briefly flustered but quickly gathered his thoughts. As guild master, I grant you permission to enter the S-rank dungeon. If not you, then who could do it? For the guild master, this was also an opportunity. The S-rank dungeon was like a forbidden land never before cleared. If Kettle were to clear it, the name of the mercenary guild would rise to new heights. There was no reason to refuse. The guild master spoke quickly. Coincidentally, there's an S-rank dungeon nearby. It's less than an hour away from here. I'll guide you there. Oh, that's good, Kettle asked with a satisfied expression. What kind of dungeon is it? The guild master replied. An S-rank dungeon, the Beast Nest. The Beast Nest. Kettle had heard of it before. The one the mercenary king challenged and failed to clear. That's right, many have tried, but the mercenary king was the only one to return with any significant achievement. Shall I guide you? That would be great. Please do. Understood. The guild master began explaining the dungeon to Kettle as they headed toward it. I will personally guide you. Please follow me. The mercenaries looked on with puzzled expressions as the guild master led Kettle away. Kettle spoke with a slightly awkward expression. You can just tell me the location. I can go by myself. Aren't you busy? No, it's fine. My assistant will handle things, so don't worry. The guild master didn't care about the mercenaries' dissatisfaction. Forming even a slight bond with Kettle was far more important. Since he had an assistant, there were no real issues with him leaving. Before long, they arrived at a small hole in the middle of a forest. This is the entrance to the Beast Nest. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than a strange hole in the ground, but upon closer inspection, there was something unusual about it. From the hole below, strange noises could be heard. They were the sounds of monsters. The hole was so deep and dark that the bottom couldn't be seen. A look of interest crossed Kettle's face. How do I get in? You just jump in. The hole is quite deep, but there's a strange force that protects you when you first jump. And to get out, you send a signal from the bottom and we'll lower a rope. We used to have a rope permanently in place, but the beasts started climbing up it. Got it, then I'll be going. I'll wait up here, just shout if anything happens and I'll lower the rope immediately. No, there's no need for that. Without waiting for a response, Kettle leaped into the hole. His eyes were filled with excitement. An S-rank dungeon. A dungeon said to only be cleared by hero-class individuals, the highest level of difficulty. Kettle entered the hole. His body began to descend. Kaya, Yuwo, the monster's roars echoed. They welcomed the intruder, ready to kill. The killing intent was enough to make anyone faint, but Kettle smiled in response. This is going to be fun. Dungeons were the pinnacle of fantasy, after all. Gaining power was nice, but that was just a secondary goal. His experience in the north had been fine, but not great. The appearance of the rat ruined it. He hadn't been able to enjoy the fantasy fully. His primary goal had always been to enjoy the fantasy. Since coming to this world, not once had he lost sight of that goal. Let's have some fun. With a smile, Kettle cheerfully descended into the dungeon. Chapter 297, S-Rank Dungeon, Part 3, Yuwu, Key. The low-level monsters appeared: goblins, orcs, skeletons. Hundreds of them charged at Kettle all at once. Kettle lightly landed on the ground. Boom, the earth trembled and the monsters were swept away. I've seen enough of you guys to last a lifetime. There wasn't much thrill anymore. He just wanted to ignore them. But the guild leader had said that all the monsters must be cleared for the dungeon's mechanics to activate. Kettle clenched his fist, channeling his power into it. He punched hard, creating a wind blast that enveloped the monsters. Boom! With a single blow, over 100 monsters were obliterated. Though they were low-level monsters, there were so many of them. It would take a considerable amount of time for a normal warrior to deal with them all. But Kettle wasn't an ordinary warrior. With every punch, dozens of monsters were wiped out, and in no time the dungeon was cleared. Crack. Kettle finished off the last remaining monster. Then the ground opened up beneath him. Rumble, the earth gave way, revealing a staircase leading down. Kettle descended the steps and soon came to a large chamber similar to the previous one. The difference, this chamber was filled with much stronger monsters. Ogres, griffins, and werewolves, creatures of first-rate strength, charged at Kettle with shrieks. Just like they said, this was an S-rank dungeon, the Monster Nest. True to its name, it was teeming with monsters. However, they weren't all grouped together. The Monster Nest was divided into layers. On the first floor were the low-level monsters like skeletons, orcs, and goblins. Third-rate fighters could barely manage there. But on the second floor, mid-level monsters such as ogres and griffins appeared. First-rate fighters could withstand their attacks. As you descended, the monsters became progressively stronger. The first floor, home to weaker monsters, made this S-rank dungeon relatively accessible. Many mercenaries attempted it to prove their strength, but most never returned. Kea monsters, literally thousands of them, charged at once. The chamber offered no cover, just an expansive, empty field, leaving no time to prepare. Even though the monsters were weak individually, their sheer numbers couldn't be ignored. Even a strong warrior could die from carelessness. In fact, all the spellcasters under Spellweaver perished on the first floor. They were all first-rate warriors, yet none survived, but for Kettle it wasn't much of an issue. The monsters were crushed and scattered. It took less than 30 minutes to wipe out 1,000 of them. Rumble, once the monsters were cleared, the ground opened again. Kettle descended to the next floor, the third floor. There he was greeted by twin-headed ogres, wraiths, death knights, and dullahans, monsters of first-rate level strength, 1,000 of them. This is the floor the mercenary king failed to conquer. 1,000 first-rate level monsters. Even the strongest of superhumans had to retreat in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Of course, to Kettle, this wasn't particularly impressive. I see some new ones. That was his only thought. In no time, the monsters were swept away. It wasn't long before the third floor was cleared and the stairs to the next level appeared. Well then, Kettle's eyes gleamed. He was heading to the fourth floor. From here, nothing was known. Kettle smiled. This is exciting. He felt like a child about to embark on an adventure. With an eager look, Kettle descended the stairs. There he was welcomed by monsters. Kaya, a 7-headed snake hydra, and that wasn't all. There was a humanoid creature with the head of a bull, minotaur, giants, worms, basilisks, even a medusa. Countless mythical creatures Kettle had never seen before, and he knew instantly. Every single one of these monsters was of superhuman level. There were about 100 of them. Heek. Even the holy sword, without realizing it, let out a sound. It was a nightmarish sight. If this place were to open, half the land could be wiped out if heroes didn't respond swiftly. Kaya, Qer, the monsters charged at Kettle with terrifying roars. Kettle smiled as he moved. The first to reach him was the Minotaur, wielding an axe. Kettle threw a punch. The Minotaur raised its axe to block. Crack, but there was no way it could block. The axe shattered and Kettle's fist slammed into the Minotaur's chest. The Minotaur was sent flying, rolling across the ground. However, it didn't die. Though its insides seemed to have ruptured, it squirmed on the ground, unable to get up, but it had survived Kettle's blow. Oh, Kettle let out a small exclamation. It was a light punch, but it had withstood it. Impressive. Boo-oo, a giant worm charged. Kettle casually dodged to the side. Taking advantage of the opening, Medusa slithered in. Kayayet, her snake-like hair spread wide, attempting to turn everything to stone. Countless mercenaries had turned to stone and died upon meeting Medusa. Oh, Medusa, Keek, Kettle, intrigued, grabbed her head and snapped her neck. Kaya, the hydra, a snake with 7 heads, rushed at Kettle, its teeth sharp enough to grind steel to dust. But they couldn't pierce Kettle's flesh and its fangs shattered. One snake down and another comes right away. Kettle raised his axe. With a single swing, he severed 3 of the hydra's heads. The hydra shrieked and pulled back. Kettle, who had been laughing heartily, widened his eyes. Ooh! The 3 severed heads began to bubble and regenerate. According to legend, the hydra could only be killed if all 7 heads were severed simultaneously. Due to this peculiarity, it took many mighty heroes to finally bring down the beast. Ha 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 ha, and at that sight, Kettle could no longer hold back his laughter. How magnificent! A hydra, Medusa, a minotaur, and even a basilisk. These were literal monsters straight out of myth. His heart raced like that of a boy embarking on his first adventure. Each one of them was a monster capable of turning the world upside down, yet to the current Kettle, they were no more than a lavishly prepared feast. This is fun, so much fun. Kettle let out a maniacal laugh and lunged forward. His movements started to change. Next to the hole, the guild master waited with an anxious look on his face. Behind him, someone approached. Hey, guild master. It was the guild master's secretary, a fairy. She flew over, flapping her tiny wings. The guild master looked puzzled. What's going on? Didn't I give you orders? It's mostly taken care of. Are you just waiting here? Yeah, he's down there right now. I'm waiting so I can respond immediately when he calls. The fairy grimaced at his words, unable to understand the guild master's decision. Are you really that eager to win its favor? Why? Because it's necessary, the guild master answered calmly. I'm the one who doesn't get it. Why are you so afraid? He's a very reasonable person. You don't know that thing is alien. It's broken, just stacked on top of itself. I don't want to see it. The fairy shuddered. She hadn't been there when Kettle met and spoke with the guild master. She had begged to be excused. The guild master stroked his chin. I get it. You're afraid of a certain kind of monster, the kind that's beyond your comprehension. Sure, there's no way he'd be completely sane with that much power, but that's not the point. In this chaotic world, all that mattered was that he was on humanity's side. It didn't matter if he was a monster or whatever else. And what if he's a monster? As long as we can communicate with him, there's no reason to reject him. Ooh, the fairy groaned. Logically, the guild master was right, but she just couldn't accept it. Because what she had seen in Kettle stacked upon itself was something that defied such concepts entirely. But he's actually helping us after all, she sighed, finally giving up and asking the guild master. So you're just waiting now? Yeah, he's strong, sure, but we don't know what's down there. I don't know when he'll come back. So I'll wait, fine, do what you want. I'm going to finish cleaning up. All right, just as the fairy was about to turn and head back to headquarters, thud, the ground trembled. The tremor didn't happen just once. It kept rumbling irregularly. The guild master, momentarily confused, quickly realized the tremors were coming from below his feet. Wait, this can't be, the dungeon is shaking. That's impossible. The dungeon was a separate space. Nothing that happened inside should affect the outside. That was how it was supposed to be. Thud, but the tremors continued, growing stronger. The guild master and the fairy's faces both twisted with shock. What kind of person is he? I told you he's not a person. Ha 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 ha, Kettle charged forward, crushing and smashing the monsters. The holy sword, witnessing this, was horrified. Wait a minute. The power Kettle was displaying now was strange. It was qualitatively different from his usual strength. Far more powerful, far more violent. The holy sword was stunned. Have you been holding back this whole time? No. Not at all, Kettle casually answered as he crushed the Minotaur's chest. I've always fought seriously with everything I had. Those enemies were tough enough that I had no choice. But your movements right now, fighting seriously doesn't mean I wasn't holding back. When Kettle fought outside, he instinctively suppressed his power. It was to avoid destroying the fantasy he cherished so much. It was a simple matter. Could anyone swing a baseball bat with all their might inside an art gallery full of priceless works of art? It wasn't impossible, but it was difficult. Even the best batter would instinctively hold back. That's what it was like for Kettle when he used his strength in the outside world. To him, fantasy was a treasure beyond value. But not here. Here there were only monsters, nothing else. There was no fear of ruining the fantasy by using his full power, so he had no choice but to go all out. It's refreshing to finally move without worrying about anything. Kettle laughed with joy. The Holy Sword, watching, shuddered in genuine fear at that laughter. Chapter 298, S-Rank Dungeon, Part 4. What in the world? The Holy Sword was astonished. It realized that until now, Kettle had been suppressing his power. Where on earth? What was the limit of this barbarian? Where was his bottom? The Holy Sword couldn't even guess. Boom, Kettle pushed through and tore apart his enemies. Monsters who had no fear of death were slowly starting to show fear on their faces. Despite this, they were unable to flee due to the commands engraved in their minds and rushed toward him. Kettle, with a delighted expression, crushed each monster by hand. Rag, whoops. He dodged an incoming attack lightly, but his clothes got caught, his garments ripped with a loud tear. My clothes ripped, Kettle clicked his tongue. Although the mystery enveloping his body also provided some protection for his clothes, it wasn't perfect. Unlike his skin, his clothes were fragile and easily torn. He had prepared plenty of spares, but they were starting to run out. Do I need to get more clothes again? It was becoming annoying. He wanted to find proper clothes. Even as he thought this, his body continued to deal with the monsters. Hundreds of monsters powerful enough to burn the continent. It took about an hour to finish them off, and even that was only because Kettle responded leisurely. If he had been more serious, it would have ended much sooner. Finally, the stairs to the next floor opened. Kettle slowly walked toward the 5th floor. A vast cavern awaited him. There was only one monster waiting for him there. A dragon made of bones. The bone dragon roared. Kettle's eyes lit up. Oh ho. A bone dragon? It was one of the most powerful monsters. He had seen living dragons before, but seeing a dead one also had its own value. The bone dragon spread its wings wide, decay swirling around it. A powerful magic capable of rotting everything consumed the space. The intense murderous aura and malice were palpable. Kettle could tell. The bone dragon before him was a hero-class monster. It would have a good match against Karin. But that was all. It's weaker than the poison of the rat. That's true. There was a clear difference between it and the white rat. In that case, it was the perfect opportunity for a test. Kettle took a light step forward. He pierced through the swirling decay and charged forward, instantly closing the distance and throwing a punch. He started light but with genuine force. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the bone dragon skidded backward. But there were no wounds on its body. It had cast a defensive spell which had managed to block Kettle's attack. Though the shield had shattered, it successfully protected the bone dragon's body. I expected that, Kettle muttered calmly. He already knew that a hero-class existence could withstand his serious attack. But what about his full power? Kaya, the bone dragon attacked, but Kettle dodged swiftly and closed the gap again. It raised its defenses. But Kettle poured more power into his strike and swung at full strength. It was the first time he used his full power against a ground-dwelling being. Boom! The defense was shattered, and his punch struck the bone dragon. Its ribcage shattered. The bone dragon's body tumbled across the ground. Kaya, Kettle nodded. As expected, even this level of opponent can't withstand my full power. His full force had broken through the bone dragon's defense and completely destroyed its ribcage. But it didn't fall. The shattered ribs quickly restored themselves and the bone dragon staggered as it stood back up. Kettle whistled. You're quite sturdy. Why you think so? The holy sword stuttered. The bone dragon's body was made from the bones of a dragon. It was protected and animated by magic, so it couldn't even be scratched through normal means. Even Ignitia would have to invest significant effort to break those bones. But Kettle had shattered them with just one punch. The holy sword already knew Kettle was a monstrous existence, but the more it saw, the more astonishing his power became. Kettle's thoughts crystallized. Hero-class opponents could survive his full strength, but just barely. They could endure one hit, but that was all. If he attacked again, the problem would be solved. At least against normal hero-class foes, he could defeat them without issue using his full strength. Kettle wondered how Earth's hero-class beings would respond to his full power. He had confirmed his test, but Kettle didn't move. He squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings, the vast cavern. He was inside the dungeon now, a space completely isolated from the outside world, and before him was a hero-class monster. Kettle made his decision. This is a good environment for testing. He began to channel his mystery. It enveloped his entire body, protecting his flesh, but he didn't swing his fist. He maintained the mystery, gathering it. Then Kettle flexed his arm, his muscles swelled. Grrrriek. The mystery that protected his arm started to gather all of his full strength. From the moment Kettle had gained the mystery and could envelop his body with it, he had wondered. What would happen if he channeled all his full power and swung with his body fully enveloped? Until now, it had only been a thought. The reason was simple. Even Kettle had no idea what kind of fallout there would be. When he had channeled the mystery to his legs and stomped on the ground with full force, an earthquake had occurred. Not figuratively, but a literal earthquake. When he had used his full strength, he created massive sinkholes or erased entire spaces. What would happen if he combined both? Even Kettle couldn't calculate it. If he recklessly used his strength, the fantasy world he loved so much might be destroyed, so he hadn't dared to try. But here he was in a dungeon. A world completely separated from the outside. No matter how much destruction occurred, it wouldn't matter. Here he could experiment freely without worry. Grrrriek. The mystery was gathered into his arm along with his full strength. Up until now, Kettle's body hadn't been able to withstand his full power and would break down. But now it didn't. The mystery wrapped around his arm was preventing his body from being destroyed by the full force. With no losses, he began to gather even more power. It felt as if he had finally gained an authority befitting his strength. Wait a minute, the holy sword panicked. Even the bone dragon sensed that something was off. It had no intellect. It was already a dead creature, forcibly animated by the dungeon's magic. A being that followed orders blindly like a machine, yet the bone dragon felt a shudder of fear. An instinct long since forgotten stirred within it, and its remaining intellect crawled up to warn it. It had to escape this place immediately. That it couldn't handle this. But it couldn't retreat. His orders were clear: to kill the intruder in the dungeon. So he moved as commanded, spreading his wings and charging towards Kettle. Thank you, Kettle said, baring his teeth. He gathered all his strength in his arm and unleashed it. At that very moment, Boo! The guild leader waiting outside jolted violently. The ground shook beneath him. Well, what is happening? His eyes widened in shock. The earth in front of him had exploded. It was as if a volcano had erupted and debris shot into the sky. Dirt rained down heavily. Could it be? Did Kettle do something inside the dungeon? No, that's impossible, the fairy muttered in disbelief. The events inside a dungeon shouldn't affect the outside world. Yet neither the guild leader nor the fairy could find words as they stared at the scene, stunned. Boo! The bones of the bone dragon shattered. No more than that, they disintegrated into near dust. The force was so overwhelming that the bone dragon's entire body took the impact, rolling miserably on the ground. Kettle let out a whistle. So strong, he admired his fist with a satisfied look. And intact. There wasn't a single injury on his arm, not a single blood vessel had burst. Protected by mystery, he had withstood the immense power. With this, unlike before, he could now use his full strength without restraint, and without his body breaking down, he could channel all his power into his attacks. Kettle realized something. This was the true strength he was meant to wield. He gleefully threw another punch. Boo! The bone dragon's skeleton turned to dust, and the impact shattered the dungeon walls, creating a hole that allowed sunlight to stream in. Kettle's punch had destroyed the dungeon and even pierced a hole to the outside world. The holy sword couldn't speak. Was this kind of power really coming directly from a human body without any preparation? Was it not divine power directly wielded by a god? The holy sword shivered. Kettle lightly stepped forward. The dungeon floor crumbled as his body arrived before the bone dragon. His fist moved. The repeated attacks shook the very space, and the bone dragon, unable to defend itself, had its bones crushed and shattered entirely. Kea. Before long, the bone dragon collapsed. It tried to get up, but its body, already broken, could no longer move. As the immense power worked through it, the dragon began crumbling into dust. You did well, you have my gratitude. And with that, farewell. Kettle brought his fist down on the bone dragon's head. Thud, a massive crater appeared. The bone dragon's head had completely vanished. The headless body slumped to the ground. 1 minute. It had taken less than a minute to finish off a hero-class monster. Even though it was a mindless, broken monster, the power was still unbelievable. Kettle whistled again. It's really strong. It was the right decision not to use this on the surface. The power was beyond his expectations, but it wasn't without problems. The consumption of mystery is quite intense. He had only used the power for less than a minute, and yet almost half of his mystery was gone. It was not a power that could be used without risk. Moreover, the mental strain was significant. Moving his body at full power while controlling the mystic energy placed a burden on him too. His head throbbed painfully. But the benefits were worth it. The fact that using his full power no longer destroyed his body was a significant improvement, and unlike summoning the mystic beast, there were no conditions to meet. As long as he had enough time, he could use it freely. If I train a bit more, it'll become very useful. Kettle smiled contentedly. At the same time, the bone dragon's headless body began to float in midair. Slowly, it compressed into a single form. Plop. The compressed object fell into Kettle's hand. It was a bone, pure white and glowing like a gemstone. Dragon bone. The holy sword muttered. Kettle grinned. Nice. Kettle's body was transported to the entrance of the dungeon. With the dungeon's boss defeated, the dungeon itself had disappeared. When Kettle returned to the entrance, he found the guild leader and the fairy holding each other, staring at him. You've been waiting, it's over. Ah yes, the guild leader nodded, still dazed. Back at the guild's headquarters, the guild leader, who had finally come to his senses, cautiously asked, What did you do? I had an experiment to carry out. It was a satisfactory result. I see. What kind of experiment would cause such chaos? The guild leader swallowed hard but didn't dare to ask further. Instead, he asked another question. We've confirmed that the dungeon has been cleared. The S-rank dungeon. The entrance to the nest of monsters had disappeared. It meant the dungeon was cleared. May I ask what was inside? Kettle replied. You already know about the first to third floors, so let's skip that. There was a fourth floor. There were monsters like basilisks and hydras, about 100 of them. Each one was beyond superhuman. I see. And on the fifth floor there was the bone dragon. The bone dragon, the guild leader, was horrified. The bone dragon, a legendary creature said to be impossible to defeat without a hero-class fighter. And for the reward. I received this, Kettle said, showing the pure white bone. The guild leader groaned. A dragon bone? Do you know what it is? I've only heard of it in legends. It's never been publicly circulated. There's only a myth that a part of it was used to create the magic tower. I see. Satisfied with the answer, Kettle smiled. So the boss of the S-rank dungeon was a bone dragon. The guild leader now knew that clearing an S-rank dungeon required more than a hero-class fighter. It was invaluable information worth more than gold. The guild leader bowed deeply. Thank you for sharing the dungeon's details. I'd love to give you a reward immediately, but given our current situation. It's fine. If you really want to give one, take your time. Thank you, then I'll guide you to your lodging. You must be exhausted. Please rest well. That sounds good. Kettle followed the guild leader to his room and was shown to a bed. The guild leader hurried back, eager to compile the information he had just learned. Lying on the bed, Kettle pulled out the white bone with a satisfied expression. The dragon bone, but it was more than just a bone. It shone with the luster of a gemstone containing immense mystery within. With anticipation, Kettle asked, From your perspective, what grade of material is this? Well, if it were just a regular dragon bone, it wouldn't be of a very high grade. It's strong and conducts magic well, but that's it. However, what you're holding isn't a regular dragon bone, the holy sword explained slowly. This is the bone of a bone dragon, a reward from the dungeon, containing all of its power compressed into one. It's a material in itself. How does it compare to a dragon heart? As a material, I'd say there's little difference. As expected, Kettle smiled. It was clear now. He had obtained the final material to unlock the mystery he sought. Chapter 299, Dwarf Cave Mantamia. Part 1. It was an extremely satisfying result. The long journey to the eastern continent had been worth it, but there was one problem. How am I supposed to absorb this? How to use the dragon bone to consume the mysteries within it? Should I just bite into it? The idea of approaching it like a beast gnawing on bones to get the marrow occurred to him. The holy sword spoke hesitantly. That shouldn't be possible. No, wait, if it's you, it might actually work. The dragon bone was the hardest substance in existence. No ordinary method could touch it, especially since it was filled with mysteries. Crushing it with teeth was, under normal circumstances, impossible. But since it was Kettle, the holy sword quickly changed its tone and explained. It won't work like that. You were able to absorb the fragment of divine power because it was refined. But the dragon bone is unrefined. It's more like raw material than a catalyst. It would need to be trained and refined into a proper catalyst. However, because the material is of such high grade, normal methods won't work. Meaning it could work if I use something abnormal. Where should I go? Oh, the holy sword paused, as if reluctant to say. Kettle looked at the sword in silence. Unable to withstand the pressure, the sword finally relented. Probably the dwarf cave, Mantamia, you could do it there. Whoa, Kettle's eyes sparkled. Dwarves, one of the most iconic fantasy races. Dwarves, now that he thought about it, it made perfect sense. If elves were beings of nature, dwarves were beings of the earth. They were renowned as exceptional blacksmiths, crafting incredible weapons. If anyone could refine the dragon bone, it would be them. Kettle mumbled as he connected the dots. Now that I think about it, you were created by the god they worship, the blacksmith god, right? Yes. That god created me. Perfect timing. He would head to the dwarf cave, refine the dragon bone into a proper catalyst, and in the process ask the blacksmith god about what to do with the holy sword. If the corpses of the white monkey and the rat's front paw could be used, he would find a way to utilize them too. And also, Kettle glanced toward his waist. There hung a black axe. I need to ask about this as well. His reason for going was clear. Kettle made his decision. I can head south and on the way catch up with our commies or Karin after a long time. With his decision made, Kettle smiled broadly. In contrast, the holy sword seemed uneasy. Couldn't we find someone other than the dwarves to do the refining? It's not like I'm afraid of meeting the god they worship. Oh, I see. Kettle realized the sword's concern. The holy sword was currently broken. It had not fulfilled its purpose. However, because of this, it had gained freedom. Had it fulfilled its purpose, it would have met its owner and then lost its consciousness a few months later. For the sword, meeting the god would be a dangerous affair. The sword could be restored and placed back in the god's sanctum. Kettle patted the sword. Don't worry, I'll talk to the god for you. What you're worried about won't happen. Okay. I understand. I'll tell you the location of Mantamia. I suppose I should prepare myself. The holy sword reluctantly agreed. Kettle moved immediately. He informed the guildmaster that he would be leaving for the southern continent. Wait, what? You're leaving? The guildmaster was startled but quickly composed himself. Oh, all right, if you're leaving, we have no choice but to accept it. You look disappointed. To be honest, I thought you would stay longer. The guildmaster scratched his head. The eastern continent was the most dangerous of the four. There weren't enough heroes of Kettle's caliber to turn the tide of the war, but with Kettle present, there was some breathing room. His sudden departure was alarming. Of course, Kettle wasn't planning to leave without doing anything. Before I go south, I'll clean up a few battlefronts. That should be enough, right? That would be much appreciated. If you have business elsewhere, we certainly can't stop you, the guildmaster quickly replied. Kettle opened a map. Several battlefronts were located on the way to the southern continent. I'll clear those while I'm at it, Kettle muttered. Bleg. Hundreds of mercenaries and mages formed uneasy lines. Among them were Gaynert, Barak, and Marcy, mercenaries who had cleared raid dungeons with Kettle. And in front of them, hundreds of monsters were charging. The large leader shouted, "Form up, brace for impact, we must hold this position." The hands of the mercenaries holding weapons trembled. They were in rough shape. Many of them were covered in crude bandages, clearly wounded. They were guarding an important passageway on the eastern continent. If it fell into the hands of evil, the supply lines would be cut off. Numerous attacks had been launched from hell, and they had barely managed to hold them off. Now, with this massive force of monsters, it seemed like the final push to break through. The mercenaries were prepared to die. Boom, a strong gust of wind blew. Kaya, several mercenaries lost their balance and stumbled. As the wind died down, they opened their eyes. Their eyes widened. In front of their formation stood a barbarian. He looked at the mercenaries and smiled. Oh, Gaynert, Barak, Marcy, you're here too. Kettle. Gaynert was shocked. It was Kettle, the mercenary who had cleared a dungeon with them in the Denayan kingdom. Did you come to join the fight? No, not really. Then why? I'm here to end it. What? Kettle turned to face the monsters. Hundreds of them charged towards him. The strongest of them were only first-rate in strength. Not much to worry about, I won't even need to use any mystery for this. Crack, Kettle flexed his arm. His sheer power was too much for his body and it began to break. Oh, everyone fall back. Sensing something unusual, the mercenaries hastily retreated. It was the right decision. Had they stayed, they would have been swept up in the shockwave and tossed around like ragdolls. Hup, Kettle threw a punch. The sound of something tearing filled the air. It was as if the world itself was breaking apart. The mercenaries instinctively flinched and covered their ears. When the shockwave subsided, the mercenaries cautiously opened their eyes and gasped. Where did they go? The hundreds of monsters charging towards them, whom they had prepared to risk their lives fighting, were gone without a trace. Not only that, but the land had been neatly cleared. It was so clean that laying down bricks for a road would have been easy. No way. After a moment of shock, the mercenaries realized something. That Barbarian's punch had erased the monsters from existence. In a single blow, the enemies they had been ready to die fighting were all obliterated. It's over. Kettle dusted off his hands lightly. Then the rest is up to you. Do your best to deal with the demons from hell. Understood. Rumble. Kettle disappeared. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. The people stared in the direction he left for quite some time, unable to do anything. On his way, Kettle dealt with 2 or 3 more fronts. It didn't take long. A single punch, at most 3, and it was done. Leaving behind the dazed people, he headed south, and he finally arrived. In the Schwarzwald, a forest the size of a country where the sacred land of the elves lay. Are you planning to meet the elves? I have some ties with them. Before visiting the dwarves, I need to assess the situation in the south first. Kettle had very little information about the dwarf cave Mantamia. All he knew was that before the demons began their full-scale invasion, a meteor that had fallen from the stars had been stolen. He intended to head to the elves' sacred land to understand the current state of affairs. Kettle stood in the middle of the forest. He knew where the sacred land of the elves was, but he didn't proceed toward it. Back then, I had a hard time finding the sacred land. At that time, he couldn't locate it on his own and had to travel with the queen of the elf tribe. But now that he had gained control over the mystery, what about now? Kettle closed his eyes. Rather than using the mystery to strengthen his body, he connected it to his senses and expanded them. W8. You can't, the holy sword was alarmed. She hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Kettle's senses began to press down on the forest. At that very moment in the sacred land of the elves were standing guard. Their faces showed signs of boredom. Given that the demons were invading, they weren't as tense as they should have been, but it was unavoidable. For the past few months, demons hadn't shown up near the sacred land of the elves. After one raid, they had set up their defenses with all their might. Even if the demons tried to attack, they wouldn't easily breach the defenses. Moreover, the demons had already stolen the branches of the world tree. They had no further business in the sacred land of the elves. Burning the world tree wasn't possible at this point, it was something for much later. As such, the elves were not highly tense. They were merely standing guard out of obligation. At that moment, something enormous pressed down on them. Rumble, the elves in the sacred land suddenly collapsed to their knees. Their faces went pale in an instant. Wait, the high elf knight Parko rushed to the outskirts of the sacred land in panic. What's happening? We don't know. Suddenly, something began pressing down on the sacred land. Is it an attack from the demons? Parko gritted his teeth and summoned the wind spirit. Come forth, high spirit Brunstad. What is this? An enemy attack. Synchronize your senses with mine and extend them. Understood. The wind spirit synchronized with Parko's senses. Parko intended to identify the enemy pressing down on the sacred land. The wind spirit quickly spread its presence to the outer parts of the forest, and because of this, Parko realized. Parko. This is Aya. It wasn't an attack pressing down on them. It was simply someone expanding their senses, turning the entire area into their domain. The only reason the elves mistook it for an attack was that the presence was so vast and powerful that it exceeded their understanding. And the area affected wasn't just the sacred land. The entire Schwarzwald, a forest the size of a country, was now within the domain. The being that appeared was encompassing the entire forest within its range. What? Parko's face turned pale. This was a being with power far beyond his comprehension. At this level, it was comparable to a demon lord. No, it was even beyond that. A lord of hell, he thought one of the 4 lords of hell had come to erase the elves from existence. His legs began to tremble. No, that's not it. This was the sacred land of the elves, hidden by the barrier of the spirit god. No matter how powerful this being was, they couldn't possibly locate it, but Parko's hope was quickly shattered. Cracks spread through the space. The barrier surrounding the sacred land was rapidly breaking. Clatter. Through the gap in the shattered barrier, the immense presence of the intruder was felt. The elves' legs gave out completely. The ones who had collapsed could only stare blankly at the barrier. They were the sacred land's guards. They were supposed to defend the sacred land with their lives, burning with determination to face any invader, but they couldn't. No one rages at a natural disaster. A sense of helplessness engulfed them. Crack, finally, the barrier shattered. The elves sensed death approaching. Parko was no different. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly. Just as I thought, using mystery to expand my senses allows me to detect even places hidden by a barrier. Not bad at all. But at that moment a familiar voice rang out. Parko cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes and his eyes widened. Lord Kettle, Parko, it's been a while. Bursting through the shattered barrier, the barbarian Kettle greeted him with a friendly face. Chapter 300, Dwarf Cave Mantamia. Part 2. After the commotion barely settled, Kettle was led to the reception room by Parko. Sitting across from Kettle, Parko still looked dazed. Kettle, seated in the chair, muttered, "Quite a commotion. What happened?" "Because of you," that's what Parko wanted to say, but he couldn't. He was too afraid of Kettle. Kettle, seeing his expression, soon realized why. "Was it because of me?" Parko didn't answer, but that was an answer in itself. Kettle scratched his cheek. He had torn through the barrier with sheer force. Thinking back, there was no real need to do that. He could have just waited or called Parko over. But excited at the idea of finding the sanctuary with his own power, he tore it open forcefully. It was quite a barbaric thing to do, something one would only expect to see in the White Snowfields. Why did I do that? Upon quietly reflecting, Kettle soon understood. Because I could. That was all. It wasn't a wrong judgment. Even if he had torn through the barrier, threatened these people, made them submit, and forced them to serve him, nothing would have changed. The elves wouldn't have been able to resist him, and the outside humans would have backed down just to appease him. No one could give him orders. No one could control him. He was the barbarian of the White Snowfields, their king. He could act however he wished. Kettle frowned, but he wasn't just a barbarian, he had a modern person's conscience. Kettle was once a human from Earth. He didn't want to sacrifice others for his own pleasure or enjoyment. If he had that kind of mindset, the world would have faced disaster the moment he appeared. Have I been slowly losing myself without realizing it? As the power he once thought was his limit kept increasing, his sense of self was beginning to change. That couldn't continue. Kettle suppressed his emotions. "Sorry, I'll be more careful." "Oh no, it's okay." Seeing Kettle calm down, Parko cautiously asked, "What exactly did you do?" Even though Kettle had always been strong and frightening, this felt different. There was a qualitative change. Kettle casually responded, "I've become able to handle mystic arts. I mixed them in while expanding my senses." The result was satisfying. At the moment he expanded his senses, he had pinpointed the sanctuary's location. It was quite good. "I see." Parko swallowed hard. He honestly wanted to pass this responsibility to someone else and run away. But he couldn't. He was the highest-ranking person in the sanctuary at the moment. Kettle, puzzled, asked, "But why are you the one here? Where are Karin and Arkamis?" If Kettle had come, it would have made sense for those two to show up. At the very least, Arkamis would have rushed over immediately. Yet, even with all this commotion, neither of them appeared. Parko answered, "They're currently not in the sanctuary. They've left to fend off the attacks of evil forces outside." Shouldn't they be guarding the sanctuary? The demons must be targeting this place as well. We've fortified our defenses thoroughly. If anything goes wrong, they're prepared to return immediately. Parko hadn't moved earlier, frozen in awe at Kettle's aura, but normally he would have acted instantly to summon Karin to the sanctuary. Parko cautiously added, "If you wish, I can call them here." "No, that's fine. If they're busy, there's no helping it. I'll see them later." If those two weren't here, Kettle figured he could get the information he needed from Parko. He looked at Parko, who instinctively flinched and shrank his shoulders. "I have a question for you. Anything, please ask. What's the current situation in the south?" "Not great, but not terrible either. Fairies, elves, dragons, and dwarves, every non-human race had joined forces to fend off the evil forces. The dragons, in particular, were powerful. Each dragon, capable of reaching the level of a hero, could overturn the battlefield. Naturally, the demons were aware of this and had invested considerable forces into the southern front, including many hero-level demons. Though there were some areas where they were being pushed back, there were also areas where they were holding their ground. It was a tight battle." "I see." After roughly grasping the southern situation, Kettle moved on to the main topic. "What about the dwarf cave Mantamia?" "In Mantamia, why suddenly? I need something smelted." Kettle pulled out a dragon bone from his dimensional pocket. The powerful energy radiating from it made Parko gasp. "Dr. Dragon Bone, I've heard only dwarves can smelt something like this. Can elves do it?" "That's impossible." Parko quickly shook his head. In this world, only dwarves could handle such materials. Parko realized why Kettle intended to go to Mantamia and cautiously spoke. "It might be difficult right now. Is there a problem?" "Yes, Mantamia is currently occupied by demons." "Ho," Kettle's eyes gleamed. "Did the demons take it by force?" "I don't know the exact details, but I've heard the dwarves were driven out of Mantamia. They've been trying to reclaim it with outside help, but it hasn't been going well." Did Karin or Arkamis go to help? No. They're in a different location. Honestly, dwarves and elves don't get along very well. Oh, Kettle's interest was piqued. Of course, elves and dwarves shouldn't get along, that's the way of fantasy, isn't it? Kettle found it amusing while Parko was bewildered. What's this? Why was Kettle pleased at hearing about the enmity between dwarves and elves? Parko was filled with fear at something he couldn't understand. Thanks for the information. I'll go help them. Ah, the location, no need to tell me, I already know. Kettle stood up and Parko awkwardly followed to see him off. Before leaving, Kettle asked, you said they were getting outside help to reclaim Mantamia. If they were receiving help, it was likely from someone of hero class. Do you know who it is? I do, Parko answered, and Kettle's eyes widened. Ancient dragon Ignitia. Oh, I see, Kettle smiled. He now had one more reason to head to Mantamia. Thanks. See you later. Haha, Parko forced out a dry laugh. Not once did he manage to tell Kettle not to come back. Unbothered, Kettle took off. Phew. It was only long after Kettle had left that Parko collapsed into his chair. He prayed deeply from the bottom of his heart. Please, please let me never see him again. Unfortunately, that prayer wasn't granted. Crossing the continent. Kettle thought as he leapt forward. Starting from the west, moving north, then east, and now south, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had circled the world. If it weren't for the demons, I could have taken my time and explored more. He felt a bit of regret, as though he had enjoyed it too quickly. Kettle clicked his tongue. Well, it's not all bad. After all, it was only because of the demons that he had been able to travel like this. Kettle brushed off his thoughts lightly and propelled himself forward. This is the place. At the Holy Sword's words, Kettle halted. Before him stood a massive mountain range. Even from a quick glance, it was clear that a path had been deliberately carved through the mountains. It was so skillfully hidden that an ordinary person wouldn't notice it. At least not a human. Kettle approached with a grin. He followed the path, and with the guidance of the Holy Sword, he soon reached his destination. There it is. Midway up the mountain, there was a massive cave entrance. It was so large that an entire castle could easily fit inside. This was the sacred place of the dwarves, the entrance to Mantamia. And around the entrance, there seemed to be a temporary settlement. Dozens of huts, all enclosed by a barrier, were visible. The huts were extremely small, as if meant for children. They were the huts of the dwarves. So they've been driven out and are camped right at the entrance. That seems to be the case. Normally, the entrance wouldn't be so openly visible. Like the elves' sacred place, there's usually a special veil covering it. The veil had been completely broken, leaving the dwarves no place to hide. Kettle smiled as if he was looking forward to something. Let's go. Fine, Kettle approached the entrance. As he got closer, the dwarves standing guard spotted him. Their small eyes widened and they hurried inside. Then a bell rang, ding. Ding, ding, it was the bell of warning. With the sound of murmuring, dwarves appeared in droves. What is this? It's a human, how did a human get here? And it's a barbarian. Kettle leisurely watched the dwarves scramble in a hurry. Wow, dwarves, real dwarves. They were as small as children, but with long, flowing beards that seemed out of place on their muscular bodies. They perfectly matched the image of dwarves that Kettle had always imagined. His eyes sparkled like a child's. The dwarves quickly lined up. They held axes and muskets glaring at Kettle. One dwarf stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you?" Suspicion filled the dwarves' eyes. It was a natural reaction. Dwarves with their superior craftsmanship were highly coveted by humans. Like the elves, many dwarves had been enslaved by humans. And in the current situation, with the forces of evil invading, a barbarian appearing at their sacred place was cause for great concern. Wait a minute, a dwarf who had been closely observing Kettle widened his eyes. That guy reeks of elf, and not just a little, it's strong. Kettle tilted his head at the remark but quickly understood its meaning. The High Elf Queen, Karin, had recognized Kettle. From now on, he would forever be considered a friend of the elves. Apparently, the dwarves could sense this as well. Their suspicion intensified and the final nail was driven. Hold on, one dwarf gasped. That guy, he's got the holy sword on his waist. You noticed right away. They serve the god who made me after all. They can probably sense my presence. The holy sword is broken, the dwarves were shocked. The sacred tool given to the world by the god was shattered, but that wasn't all. I can't feel any power from the sword. What's going on? The holy sword is broken. It can't fulfill its role anymore. That damn barbarian stole the sword. It's true, but it feels strange hearing them shout about it like that. I'm following you of my own free will, you know. The holy sword muttered, feeling awkward. Unfortunately, the dwarves couldn't hear it. He's the enemy. An enemy? The suspicion in the dwarves' eyes turned into outright hostility. They gripped their weapons tighter. It seems talking isn't going to work. Kettle narrowed his eyes. Just like when he encountered the elves, it seemed he would have to show them something, whether it be strength, spirit, or something else, to make them submit. He was about to release his restrained power when he paused. Kettle suppressed his emotions and held back his actions. Subduing the dwarves through force would be a violent approach. A modern man wouldn't do such a thing, and there was no need to. Kettle had been traveling through this fantasy world. He hadn't gone around wreaking havoc or tearing things apart. He restrained himself and considered others. He acted to help communities and become a part of the world. Some might scoff at this, but at least he himself tried his best to hold back. And when he did, the world in turn responded accordingly. A presence was felt above the dwarves' heads. Huh, what? Something from the heavens was watching them. There was a divine aura in the air. Wait, this presence, the holy sword was alarmed. This was no aura that could be perceived by earthly beings. It belonged to something much greater, a celestial entity. It was the god the dwarves worshipped, the blacksmith god. He was now watching over the earth, and Kettle's gaze met the god's. There were many emotions in that gaze, but at the very least there was no hostility. Enter, a voice echoed. Everyone present heard it. A dwarf muttered in awe. God, creak. Without anyone touching it, the barrier's gate swung wide open. It was as if the god was welcoming Kettle's visit. Thanks for the warm welcome. In the silence, Kettle responded to the god. Chapter 301, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 3. The dwarves had blank expressions on their faces. Something was happening. Suddenly, the door opened. It was a sign that the god themselves were welcoming that barbarian. The dwarves were momentarily confused and stunned by the situation. Move aside, a heavy voice sounded from behind the dwarves, who hurriedly stepped aside. A dwarf appeared through the newly created path. Who? Kettle let out a sound of admiration. The dwarf that appeared was quite strong. Strong enough to be called a hero. The dwarf squinted at Kettle. Are you the one the god spoke of? Let him in, your majesty, but he is a guest of the god. We must give him the hospitality he deserves. The dwarves fell silent. Kettle leisurely entered the base. The dwarves stepped back, casting confused looks at him, but Kettle ignored them and followed the guide to the king's tent. Nice to meet you. I am Grombeer Ironhand, king of the dwarves. The one who lost his holy land to the beings of hell, failing in my duty. I am Kettle, the one who abandoned his duty to come here. They introduced themselves briefly. Grombeer continued in a low voice. I know about you, Kettle. The barbarian who helped the elves and now roams the world. You've done many things. Oh, you know, I thought you'd be out of touch with the world, living in such an isolated place. As a king, I must know how the world is turning. Though I didn't expect you to come here, nor did he expect the god to welcome him, Grombeer silently examined Kettle. Perfect. Kettle's physique was flawless, without an ounce of unnecessary fat. Even a crafted statue would struggle to look this perfect. From Grombeer's perspective, the only thing missing was a beard. It was an ideal body. And strong. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. Even though his power was restrained, his overwhelming presence couldn't be hidden. He didn't have a great deal of mystery, but it didn't matter. Grombeer nodded after sizing him up. The god welcomed you. I don't like your association with the elves, but you can stay comfortably. Thanks for that, Kettle smiled. With the introductions out of the way, Grombeer got to the point. So, why have you come to our land? I can guess. It's because of the holy sword, isn't it? Grombeer's gaze shifted to the holy sword at Kettle's waist. He muttered incredulously. I heard the news but thought it was nonsense. The holy sword isn't supposed to break, but it's really broken. There's more to it than just the holy sword. There was the repair of the holy sword, reforging the dragon bone, dealing with the remains of the white beast in the rat's paw, and confirming the black axe. There was a lot to be done, but none of them seemed possible at the moment. Grombeer gave a bitter smile. The dwarves had been driven out of their holy land and were now camped at the entrance, living like refugees. Grombeer spoke with a sigh. Mantamia, it was our holy land. Within the long, deep cave was a glorious city, but now the entire place has fallen into the hands of evil. What came? Was it multiple demons? When the demons targeted the elves' holy land, they invested great power, 3 high-level demons, a floating fortress, and even the incarnation of hellfire. Surely they had invested similar forces here as well, but Grombeer shook his head. No, it was just one. Kettle's eyes widened. From what he could tell, Grombeer was strong. Though perhaps 1 level below Karin, he was still at the hero class. Mantamia was a holy land for the dwarves. As such, it would have received divine assistance, and its defenses would have been robust. There would have been many superhuman dwarves defending it, and yet they had all been driven out by a single entity. What descended? A demon with rank, Grombeer answered. A demon with the title of Count. Raphael the Jewel Demon. A Count, huh? Kettle murmured with interest. The flower demon Floris also had rank but no clear title. This meant Raphael was stronger than Floris. And his power is in jewels. He controls jewels and wields the power within them. He has seized Mantamia's mind and controls it now. In this world, jewels were a powerful catalyst in themselves. There was even a school of magic dedicated to the study of jewels, and Raphael was the demon of jewels. He could exert perfect control over all jewels. If it were anywhere else, we might have been able to respond. Jewels are rare and precious, hard to find, but he's in Mantamia's mine. In that mine were mystical stones with deep, pure magic that could power a magic tower for a week from just 1 fist-sized piece of mithril. There was adamantium, which was so tough it could only be forged in Mantamia's furnaces, orichalcos, which amplified any power by twofold, and many other ores existed there too. These minerals were so powerful that even a hero like Grombir had to devote great effort to forging them. Only beings capable of interfering with the world could handle them, and even they struggled. Yet Raphael could use all of these without any preparation at full power. The material that forms me is similar to those. Simply put, the holy sword was also made of something like mithril. In Mantamia's mine, the jewel demon now sat, sending the precious ores to hell. I don't know how he's using those minerals, but it's not good. The demon has been in the mine for over a week now. Quite a bit of ore must have already been sent. I see. Having heard the explanation, Kettle stroked his chin. Ignitia must have come to help you, right? A great dragon came to aid us directly. Yet even so, we have not been able to reclaim it. So, Ignitia and the jewel demon are clashing inside then. I can feel the power colliding. You can feel it. Grombir was startled. Mantamia was vast and deep. The mine was located in the deepest underground. Moreover, it had been tainted with powerful demonic energy, making it nearly impossible to detect what was happening inside. But Kettle replied as if it were obvious. The power clashing is intense, it would be strange not to feel it. Yes, 2 weeks ago Ignitia came to help us, but there's been no progress it seems. Unfortunately no, Grombir spoke with a heavy heart. Kettle looked at him curiously. If Ignitia is fighting inside, why are you here? Logically, Grombir should have gone in to help Ignitia. Grombir answered, I don't know when evil might appear and attack our camp, I must protect it. But more importantly, I would only get in the way. You'd get in the way. If I were to face Raphael, I would only hinder Ignitia. Is he that strong? Even a hero-class warrior would be more of a hindrance than help. A powerful opponent indeed was inside. Kettle's face showed intense interest. He made up his mind. All right, I'll go meet him myself. Kettle decided to see the strength of the opponent firsthand. Grombir did not stop him. With your power it might be possible, but it will be dangerous. Dangerous for me? Grombir flinched at the words. Kettle smiled gleefully, a truly barbarian expression. Just what I wanted, bang. Inside Mantamia, in the dwarven mine, a fierce battle was raging. The earth-shaking powers clashed violently, though fortunately, the ores in the mine absorbed much of the impact. If not for that, the mountains themselves would have quaked. Tusk Boo. A beautiful woman with a mesmerizing face, the ancient dragon Ignitia, was forced backward. Her cherished dress was torn in several places, dirty and worn. She swiftly reached out her hand. Letter 16C5, letter 16D, letter 16B1, letter 16D6, letter 16A2, letter 16C5, letter 16C3, letter 16A6, letter 16D6, letter 16B4, letter 16D7, letter 16A2, letter 16B1, space. Become chains. Clang, it was the same draconic spell she had used to restrain Kettle earlier. The concept of space itself transformed into chains to bind her enemy. Even Kettle had struggled to break free of it without revealing his true power. It was a formidable spell. She continued her incantation at a rapid pace. Letter 16CF, letter 16D6, letter 16A8, letter 16B1, letter 16B1, letter 16A2, letter 16CB, letter 16BA, letter 16D2, letter 16B1, letter 16D6, letter 16A8, letter 16B2, letter 16CF, letter 16B9, letter 16C1, letter 16CB, letter 16CF, tear, crush, break, and twist. W4 draconic words combined. The world itself twisted, crushed, and shredded her enemy. Even Bayern, who protected his body with mystery, would have been gravely injured by a direct hit from that power. But, boom. Her draconic spell shattered. The world around her broke apart, sending shards flying. Her body slid backward from the force. Crack, Ignitia's body was covered in countless wounds, as if shards of glass had rained upon her. She quickly invoked a healing spell, yet it wasn't enough. The power imbued in her opponent's attack was too immense, beyond the capabilities of draconic magic to fully heal. Such a shame, a voice echoed, genuinely sorrowful. Such a beautiful body is being damaged. If you would surrender before more scars appear, I could preserve you in a far more pristine state. Shut up, Ignitia scowled. You're disgustingly strong. And you likewise, great dragon Ignitia, the world calmed, revealing her opponent. Eyes gleamed like rubies. He had horns shining like obsidian and wore a luxurious purple suit, and he was beautiful. His appearance was flawless, like a perfectly cut gemstone. Ignitia clicked her tongue. The jewel demon, he certainly looks the part. The demon spoke with an elegant gesture. You possess power and dignity fitting of your reputation as a great dragon, truly remarkable. If this were not my domain, even I might have been in danger. Moreover, your beauty approaches the pinnacle of perfection for a dragon. But with a dramatic toss of his head, Raphael continued. You cannot compare to me. I wondered if there was anything on this earth more perfect than myself, but even the great dragons fall short. My perfection, could you just shut up for a moment? Ignitia spoke sincerely, but Raphael did not listen. You may not reach my level, but you are still quite impressive. Perhaps you would enjoy spending some time with me. I've pleased many demons in my time. Raphael spoke with absolute pride, as if there was no room for doubt in his words. I am a perfect being, the epitome of beauty. There will never be another like me in your lifetime. I'm confident too, but your arrogance is off the charts, Ignitia groaned. If you leave quietly now, maybe I'll think about it. I cannot do that. The great ones would be very displeased. Then it's a shame, but your offer is rejected. Though Ignitia spoke playfully, her eyes were serious. Damn it. The jewel demon Count Raphael, he was annoyingly strong, befitting his rank of count. Even Ignitia was being pushed back. What made it worse was his constant, calm elegance that was starting to get on her nerves. Ignitia ground her teeth. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be struggling this much. But the location was a problem. They were in the Mantamia mines, the largest mine in the world filled with valuable minerals, and now it had become Raphael's domain. This meant that all the precious minerals in the mine were under Raphael's control. Right now, Ignitia couldn't defeat him. Damn it. She couldn't do it alone. She needed support, but there was no time. Her presence here had already stretched the other battlefronts thin. She had to win, even if it meant pushing beyond her limits. Ignitia's eyes grew determined. I'll have to be prepared to die. She resolved to draw out her full strength. Letter 16B9, the word she spoke was incredibly short, but the power contained within was far from small. In fact, despite being a single word, it held far more power than any other draconic spell. Raphael's face grew serious. This wasn't just an ordinary draconic spell. This was an extreme form of spell compression, where the dragon condensed their words to their utmost limit, a technique only a handful of dragons could use. Even Raphael couldn't easily defend against this. A beautiful technique, but the risk of failure is as great as its power. Though she had spoken a single word, Ignitia's face twisted in pain. This technique required her to expend all her energy, and she could barely manage to control it. If he could block this, Raphael knew he would win. With that decision made, he gave an order. Come, the countless jewels in the mine responded to their master's call. Adamantium, mithril, orichalcum, precious minerals, each of which could buy a city, compressed and coalesced into a single shield. A shield formed from the finest of jewels. Protect me. Letter 16D7, Letter 16CB, Letter 16A8, Letter 16BA, Letter 16B2, Letter 16C7, Letter 16CF. Letter 16A0, Ignitia's extremely compressed spell fired. The world itself became a bullet, slamming into the shield made of jewels. Rumble, the massive, dense mine shook for a moment. Ka, Ignitia gritted her teeth. She strained to maintain her spell, pouring everything she had into it. The shield began to crack and break. However, the shield was falling apart slower than her spell was weakening. Raphael smiled. My victory. I don't wish to see such beauty shattered, so I will close my eyes. You bastard, Boo. Her power exploded outward, sending Ignitia flying backward. Just as she braced for impact, someone caught her. A figure threw themselves forward and wrapped her in their arms, planting their feet firmly into the ground. Though they were pushed backward for some distance, they quickly came to a halt. Ignitia's eyes widened as she realized she had been caught in someone's embrace. Raphael was also momentarily taken aback. He asked with a confused expression, "And who might you be?" "I am your enemy." Kettle smiled brightly. "Are you all right, Ignitia?" Why yes." Ignitia nodded blankly, rising to her feet. "You don't seem to be in good condition. Step back, I'll handle things from here." "Why yes." "All right." Ignitia stepped back, looking flustered and curious as to why Kettle was even here, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Well then. Kettle turned his attention to the powerful demon who had brought Ignitia to her knees. He smiled, impressive. Raphael's appearance was beyond perfect, even compared to any being he had ever seen. Even Ignitia and Karin paled in comparison. He truly looked like a gemstone in human form. "I am called Kettle. If I am not mistaken, you are the jewel demon Raphael." "That is correct, and I know you as well." Kettle, one of the greatest enemies of demonkind, with orders from their four lords to be slain on sight. But now Raphael couldn't care less about those orders. Raphael's eyes trembled madly, as if he were gazing at an unattainable masterpiece. His gaze was fixated on Kettle's body. "Perfect?" Raphael let out a groan of admiration. Chapter 302, Dwarf Cave Mantamia. Part 4, Raphael the Demon of Gems, and gems were a symbol of perfection and beauty. Because of this, Raphael also obsessed over beauty. He desired to be perfect, and he was convinced beyond doubt that he was more beautiful than anyone in the world. But now that conviction was shaken. A body with not an ounce of excess, perfectly and efficiently trained, perfect and beautiful, perhaps even more so than himself. Unconsciously, Raphael thought this, but he quickly regained his composure. No. No, Raphael shook his head urgently. To admit that someone else's beauty could surpass his own. Absolutely not. He must be more beautiful than anything he could think of. Arya, Raphael clutched his head in agony. Kettle glanced at him perplexed. What's wrong with him? He's probably reacting to your physique. My body, he's practically the embodiment of narcissism. Your physique looks more perfect than his, so he's reacting like that. Even to Ignatia's eyes, Kettle's physique was flawless. Not a single flaw could be found. The shock Raphael felt must have been tremendous. Kettle's face took on a peculiar expression. What a peculiar fellow. An annoying one. He kept talking to me until I nearly died of irritation. Suddenly Raphael stopped his frenzy. A look of obsession appeared in his previously calm eyes. You are my enemy. And for intensely personal reasons, I will kill you without fail. Crack, minerals embedded in the wall shot out like arrows. Kettle barely dodged at a speed far faster than sound by throwing his body to the side. Raphael raised his hand violently. A massive mineral embedded in the mine rumbled and rose, tracing a path to crush Kettle. Kettle raised his axe. He swung it earnestly to shatter the mineral. The axe and the mineral collided, clang. Oh, Kettle's expression shifted. The mineral that clashed with his axe cracked but didn't shatter. It meant that it was sturdy enough to withstand his true strength. And it was heavy. Kettle's body started to skid backward. Gritting his teeth, Kettle twisted his axe. Crack, he redirected the force and let it pass. The mineral flew behind Kettle and crashed into the ground. As the field of vision cleared, the first thing he saw was Raphael flying toward him, wielding a jagged sword. Clang, the axe and sword clashed. Kettle took a step back. A look of admiration appeared on Kettle's face, strong enough to push him back. This could be a good match even against the rat. And durable, the jagged sword remained unscathed even after clashing with Kettle's axe. Now I understand why Ignitia struggled. Raphael possessed the strength and the ability to freely manipulate the tough minerals that even Kettle struggled to break. He was indeed a powerful being. Ha ha ha, and Raphael also realized his advantage. Confidence surged within him instantly. I know you defeated Floris, but I am stronger than she is. And above all, in this place, I possess absolute power. This place was the largest and greatest mine in the world. Minerals like mithril were abundant. He was the demon of gems. His power allowed him to draw out the power of any gem to its limit without any preparation. Using the deep and heavy mysteries contained in mithril as a catalyst, he could amplify his strength and wield adamantium sharper than anything else through meticulous refining. For him, Mantamia's mine was a place where he could draw out power beyond his limits. You are indeed beautiful, but not as much as I am. Still you surpass most, so be satisfied. Thanks for the compliment, Kettle smiled. Raphael was filled with confidence, but inwardly he was flustered, because Kettle remained unnervingly calm. Despite being pushed back, there was no sign of crisis on his face. And what is that axe? Raphael wielded the world's most precious minerals freely. Combined with his power, it was practically an unstoppable attack. That's why Ignitia had to respond with offense rather than defense. But Kettle's axe remained intact despite repeated clashes with his powers. Not a single nick on its edge. This puzzled Raphael. It doesn't seem like any mineral. It was strangely different, closer to something foreign. Even as the demon of gems, it was something difficult to understand. Kettle spoke without hesitation. You're strong, quite impressive actually. Thank you. Does that mean you're conceding defeat? Not at all, I acknowledge you. So I suppose I can bring out my power. Viwuum. Mystery enveloped Kettle's body. Raphael's eyes widened. What? Kettle stepped forward. The speed was on a different level than before. Raphael, panicking, waved his hand. Mithril rose and rushed in. The mystery within amplified its speed and power to trace a path. Boom. And Kettle broke through and smashed everything in his path. The most precious and sturdy materials in the world shattered to pieces. Raphael was astonished by the newfound strength and speed. You were hiding your power. The axe clashed with Raphael's sword. Raphael's body lurched. His weapon would have flown out of his hand if he had been even slightly careless. Raphael retreated in a hurry and Kettle pursued him immediately. Raphael was strong enough that it would have been a good match even against the rat. That is, the rat outside its nest. Kettle had overcome the rat within the nest and descended into the depths of the abyss. There was no way Raphael could be a match for him. Hey, Raphael, who had flown backward, touched the wall. The minerals embedded their rows with a scraping sound. Sharpened, they soon traced a path at high speed. They filled the space and poured down on Kettle. Each one was made of adamantium and mithril. If he took them all head-on, even his mystical defense might break, but it didn't matter. There was no reason to take the hits. Kettle watched the incoming projectiles. Mystery did more than simply strengthen his power. It enhanced his visual perception and reflexes. Kettle advanced forward. Crack, crack, with minimal movements he dodged and deflected, moving forward all the while. Ignitia, who was watching, held her breath. It was like walking in a storm without getting wet. A stunning sight. Raphael desperately tried to bring out other means, but they were crushed as well. Ignitia laughed in disbelief from behind. Wow, already strong, Kettle had ascended to an even higher level by gaining his mystery. She was no longer a match. The fight was utterly one-sided. Raphael's face grew increasingly desperate. Though he tried to maintain an elegant stance, his movements were becoming unsteady. If things continued, Kettle would surely emerge victorious. But Kettle stopped his axe. His sudden pause caught Ignitia by surprise. Kettle. Why did you stop? Is something wrong? Perhaps. Is it all right to continue fighting? Such an intense opponent isn't easily subdued even by me. The mine might be ruined. Raphael was desperately using his powers. As a result, the minerals in the mine were rapidly diminishing. Many minerals had already lost their luster and were scattered lifelessly across the ground. They needed to deal with Raphael as quickly as possible, but even Kettle found that difficult. If Raphael focused solely on blocking and evading, he could probably withstand their attacks for days. It's not entirely impossible, but… Kettle narrowed his eyes. He could bring Raphael down here and now if he unleashed a stronger power. But the problem was that they were inside a cave. It would all be pointless if he used his power recklessly and Mantamia collapsed. It was a force he couldn't fully control, so he had to be careful. The mine could end up completely empty. Are you okay with that? Well, that would be inconvenient. The Mantamia mine was a divine blessing granted to the dwarves by their god. Minerals that could only be found here existed within, and they played a significant role in maintaining the world's balance. Defeating Raphael was essential, but so was protecting the mine. Do we really need to take him down right now? If so, I'm willing to take the risk. No, we don't. We've already been delayed by over a month, so a little more won't make a huge difference. That's perfect then, Kettle said lightly. Let's head back, come up with a solid plan and return. Oh, sure. Let's do that. Well then, Raphael will be back. I hope you'll be waiting for us. Ha 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 ha, of course I'll be here anytime waiting. And until then, Kettle chuckled. Raphael struggled to support his trembling body, holding onto his dignity even though no one was watching, a testament to the pride of a demon of gemstones. When Kettle and Ignitia returned, the dwarf king, Grombeer, looked surprised. Did you fail? No, we can win, but there's an issue, Kettle explained, and upon hearing the story, Grombeer's face fell. What you say makes sense. It would be best if there's a way to avoid it. The overwhelming power of their opponent left them with no other choice, but with Kettle they could consider alternatives. Kettle grinned brightly. It sounds like I'm absolutely necessary for this. Well, yes, but I will help you, Kettle's eyes shone, but I have no intention of doing charity work. He hadn't come all this way just for the dwarves. He had a clear purpose. Grombeer spoke up as if it was only natural. You don't need to worry about that part. If you help us, we will reward you with everything we have. However, Grombeer trailed off. He couldn't be sure that the dwarves could grant what Kettle desired. They couldn't even repair the broken holy sword right now. After a brief pause, Grombeer spoke. Give us a day. I will consult our god. That sounds good. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. The dwarves led Kettle to a lodging. Although he wanted to talk with Ignitia, she was busy tending to her wounds from the battle, so he wandered around observing the dwarves' daily lives. The dwarves avoided Kettle's gaze, which gleamed with interest. The next day, Grombeer came to find him. Our god wishes to meet you. Then let's go at once. Kettle rose eagerly. Kettle followed Grombeer to an improvised temple the dwarves had constructed. Though it was modest, it was crafted with great care, more luxurious than the huts where the dwarves resided, a building that showed their devotion to their god. After taking his place, Grombeer spoke. Last night I prayed and conversed with him. He wishes to speak directly with you. Am I going to see him in person? Kettle had once seen the true form of Federica. Having had that experience, it was a reasonable question, but Grombeer looked as if he'd said something absurd. In person, you mean seeing his true form? That is absolutely impossible. Neither I nor the most renowned saints have ever done so. I see, the only one to have seen the true form of a god in this world is the sun god Saintess. Oh, she saw him. Kettle's eyes gleamed with interest. Grombeer nodded. She was born with a divine revelation, chosen from birth as the sun god Saintess, closer to a true divine representative than anyone else. Reverence filled Grombeer's eyes as he spoke. Even a dwarf who usually held disdain for humans could not help but show such respect for the sun god Saintess. Kettle's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was indeed strong, but I didn't realize she had such a background. A hint of regret came over him, wishing he'd conversed with her more. Grombeer continued speaking. He will speak through me using my body. An avatar, understood. Kettle smiled broadly as he waited. Grombeer looked at him with a peculiar expression. Meeting a god was something all mortal beings found daunting, no matter how strong they were. Yet Kettle seemed genuinely pleased, and Grombeer couldn't help but feel a strange sense of disconnect at the sight. Very well. Let's begin. Grombeer took a breath and spoke aloud. Come forth, forger of all, who shapes mountains and caresses the sea to mold waterfalls. The god the dwarves worshipped was a god of smithing, not simply a forger of weapons and armor, but a being who molded the world itself. Touch the concepts of creation to birth that which is harder, sharper, and greater. The air quivered, and the world itself began to shift. The dwarves outside trembled, bowing low in reverence. Through Grombier's body, something far greater manifested in the mortal realm. Grombier cried out, "O god of the dwarves, the one we worship, Hephaestus, come to us." Thuud, a great presence descended onto the earth, shaking the world. Raphael, who was resting with tea in the mine, flinched, spilling his tea in surprise. What the? The holy sword let out a strange noise. The trembling wind stilled as Grombier opened his eyes. But it was no longer Grombier who stood there. A great being had taken his place. "It's a pleasure to meet you, one from the other side." A god had shown himself on earth. "I am Hephaestus, the smithing god. First, let me extend my respects to you." Hephaestus spoke with courteous grace. Chapter 303, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 5. "Is that right? You have aided the surface world." Hephaestus began speaking calmly. "You fought against evil and aided the church of the gods. You helped the persecuted churches in the north find stable ground. The northern battles, worshippers of gods were there. The gods witnessed the clash between the rat and Kettle through their eyes. Edel had opposed the rat. He had protected the surface world from the creature that tainted all things. At that time, it was difficult for us to intervene directly in the world. We could only watch as the rat polluted the world. If not for you, the north would have fallen to that filth. Above all, you showed respect to my children. Thus, I must show respect to you as well." Hephaestus's attitude toward Kettle was extremely courteous. Kettle looked at Hephaestus with a face that showed surprise. In this world, he had encountered 3 gods. The first god he met was Kaloja, the god of lies and deceit. The emotion he showed was goodwill. The second god he met was Federica, the god of hunger, who showed intense hostility towards Kettle and even tried to kill him. And now, the third god he met was Hephaestus, the god of smithing. Hephaestus's emotions toward Kettle were a mix of caution, curiosity, respect, and interest. Kettle smiled slightly. "It's a relief that you didn't show immediate hostility this time. Nice to meet you. As you probably already know, my name is Kettle. Federica, you must be referring to her. She's a rather aggressive one. She fought diligently in ancient wars to protect the surface world." It wasn't untrue. In the end, Federica had tried to remove Kettle because she believed he would harm the followers of her own faith. "She's an excellent god for her worshippers, though I suppose she wasn't for you." "I understand. There's no reason for any of you to be favorable toward me." Kettle accepted this calmly, and Hephaestus watched him with a curious expression. "Though I'd heard from Kaloja, this is still surprising. You're an inside being, yet we can hold a proper conversation. I didn't expect that." Hephaestus's gaze shifted to Kettle's waist. "And what you have at your waist is also unexpected." Flinch. The holy sword, which had been silent, trembled. In a dying voice, she spoke up. "It's been a long time, Lord Hephaestus, and nice to meet you." "Nice to meet me, well indeed." "Nice to see you again." Hephaestus spoke with a smile, but his eyes were not smiling. "The effort I put into sending you down here has gone to waste. Even the power within you has dissipated. I'm wondering if I should punish you." Eek. "I'm sorry," the holy sword screamed as if in a seizure, but Hephaestus remained still. "However, currently your master is not me, it's the one from inside." "Are you acknowledging me?" "Even though I broke the holy sword. The rule I set was that the one who draws the sword becomes its master. Though it was forced, you certainly drew the sword. Even if it broke in the process, it is yours. Besides, it seems that the sword itself acknowledges you as its master. More importantly," Hephaestus continued in a low voice, "you've done more for the world than simply breaking the holy sword. There's no reason for me to be angry over something so minor." "I see. From my perspective, it's not a bad thing either. The danger of my holy sword being lost has been averted. I won't interfere." "It is yours, Even if I'm granted ownership, it's ambiguous." Kettle had planned to restore the holy sword after meeting the god of blacksmiths, so he could help it find a proper master. But from what Hephaestus said, it seemed he had no intention of finding another owner for it. "So, what brings you here?" At that question, Kettle organized his thoughts and explained his purpose in coming here. "The restoration of the holy sword, is it possible?" "It's not impossible. After all, I am the one who made it, but there's a lack of materials. There's still the broken blade. It's already lost its power, it must be replenished. You'll need materials that can be part of the holy sword. Where do you think you might find such materials?" Hephaestus asked with an odd tone, and Kettle realized. "The mines of Mantamia, it's a blessing I bestowed upon the surface. An unparalleled mine where rare minerals were compressed and refined repeatedly. It was not a naturally occurring place. It was a blessing from Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, to the dwarves who worshipped him. With the ores inside, it can be perfectly restored. However, the place is currently seized by filth." It became clear that Raphael needed to be dealt with. Kettle moved on to his next question. "Can the dwarves forge this?" He took out a piece of dragon bone. Hephaestus's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Did you obtain this from a dungeon on the surface? It's intense, comparable even to a dragon heart. Grombier should be able to forge it." Hephaestus added one more comment. But it would require high-quality equipment which is present within that mine, Mantamia. He had to reclaim it to process the dragon bone. Next, Kettle showed him the corpse of White Monkey and the rat's front paw. Seeing the rat's paw, Hephaestus's eyebrow twitched. It's been a long time since I've seen this. It was a nightmarish existence, a creature that stained the world with its filth and tainted us. Hephaestus remembered a distant past where he had fought directly against the rat. He was well aware of its strength and foreign nature, and because of that he couldn't help but be surprised. The rat's paw has been severed, even we couldn't manage that. You. Hephaestus could no longer hold back and asked. You fought the rat, didn't you? An inside being opposing another inside being was not particularly unusual. They had never been on friendly terms to begin with, but Kettle went beyond merely opposing the rat. He actively tried to protect the surface. That was indeed strange. Why are you taking our side? My answer has always been the same, because it's what I want. But why do you want that? The reason was simple too. This world is my world. At that answer, Hephaestus paused. He understood the twisted obsession within Kettle. I see you're broken, but for us it's a good direction. Hephaestus reached a conclusion. I have no intention of opposing you. A deal would benefit us both. You desire the restoration of the holy sword, the forging of the dragon bone, and the utilization of some of the oldest relics. I will grant it all to you. But there is one condition, to defeat the demons and reclaim Mantamia. Will you accept? I accept gladly, Kettle replied, nodding with a grin. The deal is made, I swear by my name and worth. If you help reclaim Mantamia, I will grant everything you desire. A god had sworn upon his name, a promise that would tarnish his honor and power if broken. Then I leave it to you. I'll be watching from above, though I'm afraid I can offer little help. Even this descent is no small task. To manifest the holy sword, the gods had taken on significant strain, especially the smithing god Hephaestus. Even now, as proof of his sincerity, his form was beginning to distort. Don't worry, I'll handle it diligently. I'd be grateful if you did. With that, their conversation seemed to conclude, but Hephaestus didn't leave. He endured and spoke once more. As a reward, I'll tell you something that goes beyond our deal. That axe you wield. The black axe Kettle had carried with him since the white snowy plains. Do you know what it is? No, I don't. Kettle shook his head. He still didn't know what the axe truly was. Judging from your tone, it seems you do. I do. That axe doesn't belong to this world. It's a relic, more precisely it's a piece of one, a fragment of something that once hunted us with fanatical zeal, an entity as old as any, possibly older. Kettle's eyes widened. The other gods never mentioned it. They had no reason to, most gods have forgotten it by now. It was strong, an existence that had killed the most gods, annihilated the most demons, and wrought the most destruction upon the world. We called it the monstrosity. The monstrosity, Kettle tilted his head, sensing familiarity. He'd heard that name somewhere. A being of immense power, yet one that harbored deep animosity toward the world. Gods and demons united to kill it, and after a heavy toll, we barely managed to vanquish it. But we didn't finish it off, we lost part of it. We worried it might resurface one day, yet here you are wielding its remnant. That's a relief. So it was that creature. Kettle looked at his axe with a peculiar expression. It was a useful tool he'd picked up in the snow, yet to think it was part of such a being left him with a strange feeling. It's not so surprising you carry a piece of it. You're an inside being after all, and a powerful one at that, though I sense no particular energy within that axe. Really? The holy sword interjected, surprised. I do sense something dormant within that axe. You're mistaken. What's left is an empty shell. You must have mistaken it for something grand. The sword was horrified, realizing that what she had seen as enormous was merely a husk, a testament to the power that had once resided within it. Hephaestus, intrigued, asked, When did you find it? A long time ago when I was still weak. It helped me greatly then. Kettle had found the black axe shortly after arriving in this world, discarded casually in the snow. Hephaestus's face contorted at that. You found that axe when you were weak, and nothing happened to you? No, nothing at all, Kettle replied, puzzled. That's impossible. Even a fragment of it would wield enough power to kill anything. Only someone at a heroic level of strength could withstand it. If you were truly weak, you should have been devoured. But nothing had happened to Kettle. In his weakest days, he'd found the axe and wielded it as if it were any other weapon. A peculiar emotion stirred in Hephaestus's gaze as he looked at Kettle. Are you really a barbarian? Where do you come from? Chapter 304, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 6. What's this? While wandering through the snowy white plains, Kettle found a pitch-black axe buried in the snow. He stared at it for a moment before reaching out and grabbing the handle. As he lifted it, something within the axe awoke. A slumbering presence lunged at the life that had seized it, attempting to consume his soul and body. It was a monster. Even a strong being would be unable to resist and would be devoured in an instant, however. Why is this axe buried in the ground? Nothing happened. Kettle tilted his head and inspected the axe. Its blade was flawless, incredibly sharp. After a few swings, he found the weight and grip satisfying. Looks useful. With that, he tucked the axe away and continued walking, that was all. There was no effect, no change. The axe simply stayed in his hands. Kettle fell silent. Where did he come from? It wasn't a question about the snowy plains. It was a far more fundamental question. Where did he, as an entity, come from? It wasn't the first time he'd heard that question. Or is it? Not the first. He remembered hearing it from someone deep inside. Kettle's gaze grew distant. Where did I come from? He came from a place devoid of illusions and mysteries. A world without gods, demons, or monsters, just a colorless existence. He came from that hell to this place. After a long silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Is that an important question? A chill ran through the air. At that moment, Hephaestus felt a shiver down his spine. The powerful god instinctively sensed danger. Hephaestus realized that this was a very bad idea. He quickly spoke up. No, forget it, it's not important. No need to disturb a snake by lifting the vines, best to leave it alone. This was a boundary not to be crossed. There was no gain in pushing further, Hephaestus decided. Well then, thank you, Kettle gave a soft smile. The peculiar tension from earlier had vanished without a trace, but Hephaestus had sensed it clearly. An indescribable, eerie sensation. He quickly added, the deal is settled. When you deal with the demon, your wish shall be granted. That sounds good, I'll do my best. Then good luck. With that, Hephaestus departed from the mortal realm. As the divine presence left, Grombeer staggered and sat down with a groan. Was the conversation settled? Yes, I made the deal, thank you. I see. A mortal making a deal with a god, it was a strange sight for a believer of gods, but considering their current situation, it was understandable. Grombeer stood up. Well then, let's work together moving forward. Of course. Kettle smiled and shook his hand. Grombeer decided to take a short rest. The presence of a god had shaken his spirit. Huff, phew, thank goodness. I thought he would take one look at me and decide to reclaim me. If he had said that, I would have refused. You don't need to worry. Oh, you. The holy sword's voice was filled with gratitude. Kettle then went to meet Ignitia. Ignitia, are you feeling better? I've recovered somewhat. If you hadn't come, things would have been pretty dangerous. You came at just the right time. I'm glad to hear that. It's been a while, Kettle. It has. Kettle gave a wide grin and Ignitia smiled back and asked, how have you been? I've been doing various things. Following your advice, I've also trained in mysticism. I can handle it somewhat now. It seems so. When Kettle fought Raphael, he had strengthened his body with mystery. It's quite useful, isn't it? Very much so, Kettle looked pleased. But I still lack full mastery, that's why I came here. Seems like you need the help of the dwarves. That's right, there's some forging to be done. I've also done a lot of other things, even drew the holy sword. Kettle showed her the broken holy sword. Ignitia paused. I had a feeling, but it's really the holy sword, huh? How did it end up broken like this? I forced it out so it broke in the process. It's unfortunate. The holy sword could even be drawn by force. That's why it's a bit troublesome. I can't just throw it away, and it acknowledged me as its owner, so here I am. All right. Ignitia mumbled with a bewildered expression, gazing at Kettle. Here stood a figure from the white snowy plains, holding a divine sword, even if broken, a most peculiar sight. Kettle continued, I've also visited the Holy Lands, ventured north, dealt with demons, and caught the things that escaped. Escaped things? What are those? Anyway, seems like you've been busy. Indeed. I've also kept the promise I made to you. Promise? What promise? Ignitia tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. The promise to show kindness to beings of the mortal world. It was due to this promise that Kettle hadn't destroyed Frederica's church. Ignitia finally recalled making such a request. Oh right, what did you forget? That's disappointing. No, honestly, I didn't have high expectations. Though she had asked, she hadn't actually expected him to take it seriously. It was only a small hope that he might act as a slight restraint, nothing more. She never imagined he would truly hold it in his heart. Kettle replied calmly, I keep my promises. Thank you. Ignitia sincerely expressed her gratitude. You look quite busy yourself. How long have you been here? Over 2 weeks. He's an insufferable guy. Everything he says just grates on my nerves. And on top of that, he's ridiculously strong, so he's hard to deal with. I can't ask for help either because I came here by stretching my own limits. Honestly, I've felt at a loss. As Ignitia lamented, her eyes sparkled. But now that you're here, things should change. I'll be counting on you. Likewise, Kettle smiled. A few hours later, Grombeer, having recovered, called Kettle and Ignitia. The three gathered in a hut to talk. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I have made a pact with Hephaestus. I will do my utmost to reclaim Mantamia. I'll be relying on you both from now on. Looking forward to working with you. Same here. Honestly, I was feeling overwhelmed, so this is a huge relief. With that, Grombeer explained the situation in detail. As you may have seen, there is only one demon occupying Mantamia, the demon of gems, Raphael. A powerful demon holding the rank of a count. Even Ignitia had trouble against him, she grumbled. If it were in another location, I wouldn't be struggling this much. But unfortunately, it's in the Mantamia mines, which is the problem. The only ones who might be able to gain a definitive advantage against Raphael in the mines. Well, I can only think of someone like the Tower Master or the Saintess of the Sun God. Only those in the upper echelons of hero-class beings could contend with such a demon. Grombeer quietly asked Kettle, "Do you really think we can win against someone like that?" "It's possible," Kettle answered casually. "We can win." "I see." Grombeer let out a gasp of admiration. To be so confident against a being even Ignitia struggled with, just how powerful was this barbarian? A sense of awe arose in him. "But there's a problem." "A problem? We can win, but it will likely take a considerable amount of time. The demon will undoubtedly resist with everything it has." Raphael had defended against Kettle's attacks, utilizing mystery without suffering any serious damage. Even if Kettle could draw on the minerals, he wouldn't be able to bring Raphael down easily. In the process, the minerals in the mine will rapidly deplete. The mine might even be completely exhausted. That was an outcome Kettle did not desire either. To achieve his goal, the mine needed to remain somewhat intact. Ignitia muttered in wonder, "So even you can't take him down quickly? Well, he is strong." "No, that's not it." "Huh, I probably could kill him, and within a short time too. Then there's no issue, right? We can handle it quickly before the mine gets ruined." "There's still a problem," Kettle spoke up. "The mine wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse." "That's not something to worry about. This is the Mantamia mine." Minerals like mithril, adamantium, and orichalcum were inherently durable. Even during the intense battles between Ignitia and Raphael, the mine hadn't shown any sign of collapse. Regardless of how powerful the force was, there was no fear of the mine crumbling, but Kettle shook his head. "No, it will collapse." His voice held a strong certainty. Both Grombeer and Ignitia fell silent. "Really? Regrettably, I can't control my power well enough to prevent that. If collapse isn't an issue, I can go ahead with it." No, let's think this over a bit more." They pondered how to defeat Raphael with minimal damage to the mine. But no easy solution came to mind. Ignitia clicked her tongue. "Perhaps we'll have to take him down along with the mine." "But Ignitia, that would. We have no other choice, do we? He's already sending precious minerals up to the underworld. It's not that we have to deal with it urgently, but we don't have the luxury of time either." "That's true," Grombeer groaned. The conversation was leaning toward the inevitability of destroying the mine. Just then Kettle, who had been silent, spoke up. "I have one question." "What is it?" "Raphael is the demon of gems. I understand he has dominion over gems. But even so, controlling them so freely seems hard to grasp. Ignitia could, for instance, command the world using dragon speech, but even she couldn't control the elements inside the mine. Raphael was a powerful demon with the authority of gems, but to wield such a level of power, it was hard to understand." "Ah, there's a reason for that. It's because Mantamia has now become Raphael's domain," Ignitia replied. "In an ordinary location, even Raphael wouldn't be able to manipulate things to this extent, but since Mantamia is now his domain, he can freely utilize the mine." This allowed him to make full use of the mine. A strange look crossed Kettle's face. "Is there no way to break that domain?" "Breaking an already established domain is difficult. The fastest way would be to kill the domain's owner, but that's the hardest part. So because the mine is currently in Raphael's domain, he can freely manipulate the minerals inside it." "Exactly. Wait. Then there's a solution." What? You've thought of something?" Grombeer and Ignitia were surprised. No matter how much they thought, they couldn't come up with a solution, but Kettle, in a simple manner, seemed to have an idea they hadn't considered. They looked at him curiously. Kettle said calmly, "According to what you've said, the issue is that the mine is within Raphael's domain." "That's right. In that case, we can just move the mine outside of his domain." "Simple? What did you say?" Both Ignitia and Grombeer looked at him as if he were speaking nonsense. Chapter 305, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 7. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean it quite literally." So let me get this straight," Ignitia asked, wanting to confirm if she understood correctly. "You want to move the entire mine outside the domain?" "Yes," Kettle nodded. "I have a question. What is the demon's domain based around?" "That place was once a sacred site of Lord Hephaestus. It was protected by divine power, but that protection turned to evil, transforming it into a demonic domain. So it's not centered around the demon itself then." "In that case, if they could distance themselves from Mantamia, they could escape the domain's boundaries. The reason the demon can freely manipulate things in the mine is because the mine is within the demon's domain. If we move it out, he wouldn't be able to use it." "That's impossible." Grombeer shook his head, and Kettle looked puzzled. "Impossible? Is the mine that big?" "No, in terms of size, it isn't that large. The mine was compressed to an extreme, so it was only the size of a small hill. Just based on size alone, moving it wasn't an impossible task. But the issue was its weight and unique properties. The minerals inside the mine hold a mystery of their own. They had a strong resistance to mysteries. Trying to manipulate them using mystical power was nearly impossible." For this reason, even the dwarves mind using pure physical labor with pickaxes rather than mystical means. Only pure physical force would work, but that too is impossible. This mine is extremely heavy. All sorts of minerals had been compressed to the limit, so in terms of sheer weight, it was comparable to a mountain range. How could anyone move something with the weight of a mountain range using brute force alone? It was impossible, but Kettle responded cheerfully, "No need to worry about that part, I'll handle it." Grombeer wondered if he'd explained it poorly, hearing Kettle talk like moving the mine was no problem. But you bring up a good point. Even if we manage to lift the mine, moving it intact is unlikely. The mine wasn't a solid block. If they tried to lift it, parts of it would likely crumble off. So Kettle asked Ignisia a question. "Ignisia, can you bind the mine with a dragon's enchantment?" "That's difficult. Like Grombeer said, the minerals inside resist it. I'm not talking about the inside of the mine. I mean from the outside." "Outside? Can you bind it from the outside, like wrapping it up in a bag?" The question was whether it was possible to wrap and contain the space around the mine itself. Ignisia had once sealed off an entire mountain during a confrontation with Kettle, so it wasn't impossible. After thinking it over, Ignisia responded seriously. It's not easy. Even if I don't touch the inside directly, there's indirect resistance. And there's a demon in there, remember. If they attempted to bind it in such a way, Raphael would sense something unusual and fiercely resist. I can't do it alone. I'd need another dragon skilled in dragon magic. What about if I help? What? Ignisia's eyes widened. Kettle said I couldn't learn dragon magic in the past. It was because he couldn't control mysteries. So he'd postponed learning dragon magic until he'd tamed mystery enough through simpler practices like swordsmanship and basic magic. But now, I can control mystery to some extent. Could I use dragon magic now? And if so, could you and I combine our powers to wrap that mine? Ignisia didn't deny it. She remained silent for a moment before quietly replying, "We'd have to test it to know. Then it's simple." Kettle clapped as if everything was decided. "I'll learn dragon magic from you and assist in this endeavor. We don't have any other option, do we?" "That's true. Then it's settled." Kettle smiled broadly. "Ignisia, I'm counting on you. Are you sure this is going to work?" Out in the open with Kettle, Ignisia still looked uncertain. She knew Kettle was strong, of course. He had the strength to lift a mountain without using mysteries, power that defied comprehension. Still, she found it hard to believe he could move something with the weight of a mountain range like that mine. "It's possible," Kettle replied calmly. "No need to worry about that part, leave it to me." "Well, all right," Ignisia's gaze turned serious. Kettle said he could handle his part, so she would do hers. Ignisia asked him, "You said you've gained some control over mysteries. I can channel it to strengthen and protect my body and in certain circumstances even project it as a weapon." That might be enough. "Try using the dragon magic you attempted last time." "Got it. If I remember correctly, it was like this," Kettle muttered, recalling the spell. Letter 162 fire, whoosh, flames surged in the air. Last time, Kettle had attempted dragon magic, but he'd failed to control it, and the flames had overtaken his body. Ignisia tensed, ready to react, but this time the flames didn't explode. Kettle narrowed his eyes, commanding from deep within himself. "Obey me." The flames flickered as if on the verge of bursting, but Kettle managed to suppress them. Watching for a moment, Ignisia relaxed. It worked. "You can use dragon magic." "Ooh," Kettle exclaimed joyfully. He was thrilled, and for good reason. He'd finally gained the ability to wield mystical power in a meaningful way. He felt like shouting with excitement. "How does it feel?" "I can suppress it to some extent, but it's not easy. If I push too far, I'll lose control." "Looks like you have a limit. You'll need more practice." "Binding the mine isn't about raw destruction but precise application, so it won't be easy. I'll teach you." "I'm counting on you," Kettle replied with a bright smile. From then on, he began learning dragon magic from Ignisia. He tamed and mastered mystery, manifesting it through dragon magic. Little by little, Kettle became more proficient with the spells. Letter 16C3, letter 16DF, letter 16A8, letter 16B2, letter 16CF, leap. Crunch, Kettle's body disappeared, reappearing at a different spot. He had crossed space itself. "Isn't spatial leap usually more refined than that?" the Holy Sword murmured, unimpressed. Kettle's spatial leap was far from typical. The ground around where he'd leapt was torn apart as if it had been forcibly ripped open. His mystery tore through everything but his body. "Excellent," Kettle clenched his fist in triumph. You're like a child," the Holy Sword muttered in amazement. Kettle wasn't thrilled simply because he was growing stronger by learning dragon magic. He was ecstatic about learning dragon magic itself, his expression like a child discovering a new toy. And so a week passed. Kettle was gradually growing accustomed to wielding mystery. He quietly watched the fire that had risen in the air. Grrrr, the beast of mystery within him let out a low growl. It was wild, yet it clearly followed his command, almost as though he were soothing a disgruntled creature. "Seems like you've gotten the hang of it." Yeah, I'm starting to get a feel for it. Invocation. It was the act of manifesting mystery into the world. Unlike simply strengthening the body, this involved directly controlling the beast of mystery. He was beginning to understand what this beast wanted and what kind of creature it truly was. Ignitia, who had been silently watching Kettle handling the invocation, made a decision. I think it's enough. Oh, are we starting? Honestly, I'm 50-50 on it. But we can't wait any longer. Raphael had taken over a mine in Mantamia and was sending its precious minerals to Hell. They couldn't afford to give him any more time. Then let's go, understood. Kettle followed Ignitia to the surface. They stood right above where the Mantamia mine was located. The plan is simple. The mine is right below us. I'm going to bind the ground along with the mine. And if it works, you're going to hold on to this land, lift it up, and toss it out. This is really possible, right? Even Ignitia herself found the plan hard to believe. Kettle gave a confident smile. It's not a problem. All right, I'll initiate the invocation first. You provide support. Got it. Ignitia took a deep breath before speaking with force. Letter 16D7, letter 16A2, letter 16B2, letter 16DF, letter 16B1, letter 16A8, bind. Kettle also uttered with a grin. Letter 16D7, letter 16A2, letter 16B2, letter 16DF, letter 16B1, letter 16A8, crack, the invocation activated. A powerful spell that governed the world moved to bind the mine. Meanwhile, Raphael was touching the minerals with an uneasy expression. It's too quiet. It had been over a week since anyone had entered his domain. It was almost enough to make him wonder if the memory of Kettle's terrifying presence was just his imagination. Are they plotting something? But I don't sense any significant movement. Muttering to himself, Raphael continued stacking minerals in a tower in front of him. There we go, Raphael smiled in satisfaction as he topped off the tower. But at that moment the ground shook. With a rumbling sound, the tower he painstakingly built crumbled to the ground. He stared at the collapsed tower with a blank expression. No way, he snapped back to his senses, expanding his awareness to figure out what was happening. His eyes widened. They're trying to bind the mine. His first thought was simply, why, even if they bound it, it was still within his domain. It was a pointless effort. But I can't just stand by and watch. Raphael stomped his foot. Minerals sprang forth, moving en masse to shatter the invocation that was encircling the mine. Rumble, a shockwave hit Ignitia. She poured more strength into her invocation as her power clashed with Raphael's resistance. But Ignitia was losing ground, even with Kettle's invocation supporting her. The binding shroud over the mine was beginning to tear apart. This won't work. Both Ignitia and Kettle felt it. Kettle narrowed his eyes. At this rate they would fail. They needed something stronger to overcome this. Kettle had learned about invocation from Ignitia. He was now directly moving the mystery, and as a result, he had come to understand the beast of mystery more clearly. This creature at its core wanted to run wild. It wanted to destroy and ruin the world, but it didn't want to follow Kettle. That was precisely why it resisted his commands. However, it also possessed a desire to fight. When it encountered a strong adversary, it wanted to tear into that existence and claw at it. Kettle came to a realization. This was indeed his power, but at the same time it was not his alone. He didn't know when, but something had once rooted itself within him. It had fused with mystery and was forcibly drawn out. Although it resided within him, it resisted him due to this reason. I used to think it was simply mystery resisting me, like the wandering merchant said, but that wasn't the case. The beast's emotions were clear, possessing a sense of self and desire, almost like a living entity. Though he didn't know its exact nature, the solution was simple. Hey, grrrrr, the beast of mystery let out a gruff growl at Kettle's call, as if asking what he wanted. How much longer are you going to resist? Isn't it about time you listened? Grrrrr, don't be like that, Kettle smiled. I don't know what's bothering you, but you don't have a reason to resist me this much. If we accomplish this, it won't just benefit me. You'll gain from it too, grrr. The growl softened a bit. Kettle coaxed gently. Once this is over, you'll grow stronger. You'll be able to stain everything in the world, grrr. The beast seemed to consider his words before letting out a growl that carried a question. Could it trust him? Kettle smiled. You should know by now, having observed me, I don't lie, grrr. The beast, after a moment of contemplation, began to move. The creature that had been resting within him made itself visible. It rode upon the invocation and began to move. Ignitia, who was trying to hold back Raphael's resistance, opened her eyes wide. What? The latent force surged towards the world. The beast swallowed up her invocation and swiftly began to envelop the mine. What is that? Raphael, who had been resisting, was flung backward. For a brief instant, something he couldn't resist had surrounded the mine. The desperate struggle between Ignitia and Raphael ended in an instant. Ignitia looked at Kettle in astonishment. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. It's done, well done, grrrr. The beast let out a rough growl. Chapter 306, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 8. Kettle, what was that just now? The phenomenon that had just occurred was unlike anything Kettle had controlled before. It wasn't something Kettle suppressed or controlled. It felt as if the mysterious force itself extended with its own will. It was a striking difference from the restraint he had always shown. Kettle replied, "I had a conversation, it went well." A conversation? Ignitia looked bewildered. She couldn't imagine it was something that could be described as a conversation with one's own power. "Anyway, it's done," Mantamia's mind. That place was now completely bound by dragon words, but that alone held no meaning. After all, it was still within Raphael's domain. What mattered was what came next. "Are you sure you can do it?" Ignitia asked, looking half doubtful. Instead of replying, Kettle placed his hand on the bound earth of the mine. He infused the palm of his hand with the mystery, blending it so it wouldn't spill, then applied his strength. But it didn't budge. It felt like he was trying to lift an entire continent. Even with Kettle's power, it wasn't easy. As expected, it's heavy. The previous me could have pushed it, but lifting and moving it was beyond me. But now he was different. Kettle bared his teeth in a grin. The mystery flowed through his body, strengthening and assisting his physical form. And then he poured all his energy into that body, energy and mystery. The two forces merged. Kettle exerted his full strength. At that moment, Raphael calmed himself and assessed the situation. "So they've bound the mine. Why?" Raphael couldn't understand. Binding the mine would change nothing. Regaining his composure, he wielded his power to tear apart the shroud of dragon words encasing the mine. It's solid," Raphael muttered, slightly astonished. The shroud was incredibly solid. It would take him hours to break it with his strength. It was hard to believe that something so simple as a binding could be this durable. Why did he create something like this? Raphael raised his power. Whatever Kettle was aiming for, there was no reason to leave it alone. Just as he was about to strike to rip through the shroud, boom! What? The mine trembled, a tremendous shake. Raphael withheld his power, regaining his balance. What is this? An attack? Raphael extended his senses, reaching beyond the shroud, and then a piece of information reached him. Raphael's face twisted bizarrely. Wait, Raphael realized. Kettle was trying to lift and move the entire mine. That's fucking insane. Raphael, the demon of jewels, despised vulgarity, believing it unbecoming. But now, for the first time, he let out a curse. It was that shocking boom. Kettle held tightly to the shroud, pouring all his strength into it. The ground shook. Vibrations rumbled, shaking everything as if the earth itself was trembling, but the shroud showed no sign of moving. As expected. It won't work, Ignitia let out a sigh, but she didn't look too disappointed. She had secretly thought it impossible. Just as she was about to suggest abandoning the mine and dealing with Raphael, boom, the tremors grew stronger. Without using mystery to stabilize herself, she could barely stand. The vibration wasn't confined to their immediate surroundings. It spread across the entire mountain range. Birds scattered, animals fled in haste. What? Ignitia's expression began to change. She saw it, the earth rising. Wait, now the mine bound in the shroud was slowly rising, with no one else's power by Kettle's strength alone. No, this is... Mantamia's mine was merely the size of a small hill. Ignitia could easily move something of that size, but Mantamia's mine was an assembly of minerals compressed to the extreme. It couldn't be described merely by weight. It was no exaggeration to say it was a compressed mountain range. Even for her, even for a hero of renown, lifting and moving an entire mountain range was impossible. But now, Kettle was lifting a mountain range. She was genuinely horrified, and the holy sword felt the same. She muttered as if in a trance. Something this was beyond comprehension. It was impossible to accept. This had transcended the realm of mere strength. This was a monster. In the past, when told Kettle was called the avatar of the god of strength, Holy Sword had shown some skepticism. Knowing the powers of the god of strength, she hadn't thought Kettle could reach that level. But the strength Kettle was displaying now was undeniable, even for her. What kind of person are you? The words lingered in her mind, too overwhelming to say aloud. And even as she watched, the mine was slowly appearing above ground. Kettle raised his arm, pouring all his strength into it. Boom, and finally the mine fully surfaced above ground. It was in Kettle's hand. Compared to its size, it was as if he held a mere speck, an ant. But the mine was unmistakably defying gravity, floating in midair. My God, what is that? The dwarves who had been watching at Mantamia's entrance just in case gaped with jaws dropped. Even Grombir, the dwarf king, was stunned, abandoning his usual decorum. He lifted it. Ignitia's face collapsed, forming an expression she had never once shown in her life. It's heavy indeed. Kettle, the one who had performed this unbelievable feat, muttered calmly. His tone suggested he was bearing a slightly heavy burden. So I just need to move this now? Why yeah. Kettle took a step forward. Boom. The ground trembled. Thankfully, Kettle had reinforced his body with mystery, defying the laws of physics. If not, his mere steps would have caused calamity. Boom, boom. With a compressed mountain in his grip, Kettle walked 10 paces forward. Is this far enough? Why yes, that's enough. Kettle set the mine down gently. The mine, which had been lifted to the height of an anthill, was lowered back onto the earth, and then boom, the ground rippled, waves spreading outward from the impact. The shockwave rolled forth, shaking the huts that creaked and toppled over. Rumble, the tremor spread beyond the surface, reaching even the dwarven caves within Mantamia. Mantamia was an impenetrable fortress, a testament to perfection built by dwarven ancestors, having never shaken in millennia. Even during the demon invasions, not a single pillar had been destroyed. But now, the fortress that had once prided itself on its flawless structure bore fractures, large and small. The near-perfect Mantamia was thrown into disarray. Oh dear. I probably should have set it down more gently, Kettle murmured as if admitting to a mistake. Neither the Holy Sword nor Ignitia could say a word. While Kettle carried the mine, Raphael inside was rendered helpless. With the overwhelming force shaking everything around, he held his breath, curling up like a child. Only when the violent movement subsided did he cautiously lift himself up. What in the world just happened? As he anxiously tried to expand his senses, he realized something alarming. Wait, he had lost control over the absolute minerals he once commanded. He realized he was no longer within his own domain. How is this possible? It was incomprehensible. His domain was absolute, merged with the sanctuary of the gods, indestructible even if a deity descended directly. So how? For a moment, Raphael was bewildered, but he soon noticed something else. His domain was intact and maintaining its position. Yet this realization only made Raphael more unnerved. Then where exactly am I now? But he had no time to unravel that mystery. The cloth over the mine's entrance tore open and someone stepped in. We meet again. Kettle, with a slight smile, brandished his axe. Shall we begin again, Uyuarg? With a scream, Raphael unleashed his power. Mithril, holding a profound and pure mystery strong enough to power a mage tower for a week with just a fragment, shot toward Kettle and exploded. Even Kettle had to shield himself, his body enveloped in mystery to ward off the force of the blast. As the explosion settled, Kettle charged forward, swinging his axe. Raphael shielded himself with adamantium. The metal, harder than any other, withstood Kettle's strike. Orichalcum, known for amplifying all forms of energy, surged in unison with Raphael's magic, preventing Kettle from advancing. He dodged by leaping away. You're strong indeed. Raphael was a powerful foe. Even for Kettle, defeating him was no simple task. The mine itself prevented him from blending his mystical powers fully, adding to the difficulty. But now you have limits. Unlike before, Raphael could no longer use the minerals freely. Clear limitations had emerged. With that, Kettle found it less difficult to break through. Boom. As the battle continued, Raphael began to be pushed back. The reserves of minerals he had saved for an emergency were dwindling rapidly. Ha ha! Leaning against the wall, drenched in sweat, Raphael prepared himself to counter Kettle, who was cautiously approaching. The situation was dire. He no longer held his absolute control, and before him stood an immensely formidable foe. But Raphael did not lose his resolve. He was a demon, a countranked entity. He would not break in the face of a powerful opponent. Determined to defeat Kettle, Raphael racked his brain, envisioning hundreds of ways Kettle might attack, devising possible countermeasures. But Kettle did not approach. He merely gazed at his axe. With a scowl, Raphael finally spoke. What are you doing? A ripple. In that moment, an aura shimmered over Kettle's axe. Raphael's eyes widened and Kettle's face lit up with excitement. Oh ho. I finally got it. I thought I'd need to be of superhuman rank to reach this point, but I was pleasantly mistaken. With immense joy, Kettle swung his axe, laughing. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now let's begin again. A faint aura surrounded Kettle's axe. Though it flickered like a candle about to go out, the aura was unmistakably present. What? Seeing the faintly flickering aura, Raphael's face froze. Until now, he had shown only bewilderment and confusion, desperately blocking Kettle's attacks. But even then, his gaze was unyielding, dignified, showing no fear. As a demon with the rank of Count, he bore strength with poise and dignity. But now that was no longer the case. Upon witnessing the aura, terror slowly crept across Raphael's face. It was the fear of death. Chapter 307, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 9. I'm afraid I can't keep fighting for much longer. Kettle bound the mine with his enchantments and used his mystery to strengthen his body enough to lift it. His mystery was nearly depleted. He needed to finish this quickly. So die, Kettle charged forward. Raphael flailed his arms in a panic, screaming like a child filled with fear of death. He thrashed his strength wildly. Adamantium rose up, forming a wall to push against the space around him. This wasn't so much an attack on Kettle as it was a desperate plea for him not to come closer. Kettle seized his axe, infused with mystery, and swung at the wall, blocking his path. The wall of adamantium, resilient against even Kettle's strength, was sliced apart like cheese. Nothing could hinder Kettle's advance. In an instant, Kettle was upon him, swinging his axe ferociously. Raphael twisted his body, narrowly evading the attack but not entirely. A long gash appeared across his chest. To Kettle, the wound was insignificant. He dealt with countless demons by now, smashing their heads and tearing their limbs apart. A mere cut was nothing. For most demons, it wouldn't even qualify as an injury, but Raphael's reaction was different. Ah. Ah, Raphael screamed, responding as if he were an ordinary human wounded in battle. His elegance and noble bearing as a jewel demon vanished, replaced entirely by a terror of death. Aargh, you do nothing but scream. Crash, Raphael exploded with force, convulsing in his desperation to push Kettle away, but Kettle cut down each attack. Every swing of his axe split the space around them and drained Raphael's power. Kettle closed the distance in an instant. Crash, gawk, Raphael's body was flung backward. He turned hastily as if he intended to flee. Behind him loomed a massive wall blocking his escape. This was a mine. Apart from the single exit, there was no way out. Deep despair spread across Raphael's face. In his despair, he let out a gasp as an idea struck him. He raised his hand, and dark, thick energy began to gather there. Even Kettle couldn't afford to ignore this kind of demonic energy. It must have been Raphael's last desperate attempt, so he readied himself to counter any attack Raphael launched. But Raphael had no intention of attacking Kettle. Instead, he plunged the demonic energy he'd gathered into his own chest. Kettle's eyes widened in shock. Boom, the demonic energy exploded. Unable to withstand it, Raphael's body collapsed. Slowly, he began to disappear from the surface. He was being forcibly recalled to the underworld. On Raphael's vanishing face was an expression of deep relief. And just like that, Raphael, the demon from hell, disappeared from the surface world. Kettle observed him disappear and spoke. Did he commit suicide? It seems like it. Why? Kettle tilted his head in confusion. Every demon he had encountered before fought ferociously until the very end. Even if they died on the surface, they would simply be returned to hell, so they had no reason to fear death. But Raphael was clearly afraid and took his own life, almost as if being cut by Kettle's aura would mean actual death. In any case, I won. The demon who had seized control of Mantamia was banished. Kettle had achieved complete victory. The holy sword, restraining itself from asking before, finally spoke up. How were you able to unleash your mystery all of a sudden? Until now, Kettle hadn't been able to draw on his mystery. He had come here precisely to make that possible, yet suddenly he could access it. The holy sword had stayed silent because of the battle but had been very surprised. Kettle answered. I made a deal. Deal. I convinced it that once this was over it would be beneficial for it too, so I was able to draw out a little bit. Very nice. Kettle grinned with satisfaction. The holy sword was uneasy. It's your own power and yet you had to negotiate to draw it out. I've been curious for a while, is it really mystery? It seemed to possess its own will, resisting Kettle's control. Communication was possible. It felt less like mystery and more like a foreign entity. Kettle couldn't deny it. Until now, he had forced himself to believe it was mystery, thinking it was simply resistance from the will of the world. But now he was beginning to have second thoughts. Well, I think it's fine. It doesn't seem fine to me. I think it's fine. After all, the entity posed no harm to him. There was nothing to worry about. Kettle continued chatting as he walked out of the mine. Outside, dwarves and Ignitia were waiting for him. How did it go? It's over, Kettle said. Raphael no longer exists on this surface. Sounds started to rise from the dwarves, growing louder until they turned into cheers. Woohoo! We won, we won. We've reclaimed our holy land, they had won. Their triumphant shouts echoed for a long time. It's been a while. Grombir entered Mantamia with a nostalgic look on his face. They had finally reclaimed their homeland once taken by the demon. Though some of Raphael's influence remained, it would fade with time. Afterward, returning it to the holy sanctuary of Hephaestus would complete their reclamation. Grombir expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you, we owe it all to you. Don't worry about it, it was just a deal. But are you sure everything's fine? It looks like some issues have cropped up. Well, that's true, Grombir frowned. Kettle moved the mine with the weight of a mountain and set it down on the ground, causing a massive tremor that shook Mantamia. As a result, Mantamia's flawless design and structure were now filled with subtle and not-so-subtle misalignments. The ceiling of a building tilted, tiles that had been perfectly laid on the floor now scattered loose. Cracks appeared between the columns. The imbalance was visible throughout all of Mantamia. To be honest, just watching it was enough to make one's chest feel tight, but that wasn't all. Kettle had thrown the mine to the surface, which meant that now they had to think of ways to deal with it being exposed. But still, we won. This is far better than having it taken by the demons. Thanks for accepting it that way. You fulfilled your end of the deal admirably. Now it's our turn. Kettle had successfully driven out the demon, as the dwarves had requested. Now it was their turn to fulfill Kettle's request. Wait a moment, I'll summon Hephaestus again. I look forward to it. Kettle smiled, and the next day Hephaestus descended once more, possessing Grombir's body. Such monstrous strength. You were watching. My eyes are wherever my followers are. I was curious how you'd resolve it, but I never expected you to lift the entire mine and throw it. That was unexpected. Hephaestus's voice had an undertone of disbelief. Even as a god wielding immense power, this was a remarkable sight to behold. I apologize for throwing it out there. No harm done. It's much better than having it emptied from within. You did well. Hephaestus fell silent after saying that. There was a faint hint of curiosity in his calm gaze. However, you resolved it much faster than I anticipated. That persistent creature wouldn't have backed down so easily. What did you do? I used this. Kettle held up an axe, a mysterious energy shimmering around it. Hephaestus's eyes deepened. Mystery, the being within is wielding this. Truly bizarre, but even so, that creature wouldn't have simply fled because of it. Hephaestus, watching intently, frowned. Hold on, something's different. Different? Let me give you a simple example. Hephaestus explained in a low voice. If our holy relic became tainted by the pollution of the rat, would it still be our holy relic? No, it wouldn't. The rat's filth had the power to corrupt anything in the world. It would be something entirely different, though it might retain the form of a holy relic. The mystery Kettle held was the same. It seems that something twisted has awakened, triggered by the mystery, however. There's something familiar about it. Hephaestus's eyes flickered as he watched Kettle. The monstrosity, in an instant, Hephaestus's aura surged, his hostility pricking sharply at Kettle. But Kettle simply stared, showing no reaction, and Hephaestus gradually calmed down. No, it's not quite the same. It's not mystery, but it's not the monstrosity either. Could it have been tainted as well? Hephaestus let out a groan. Everything seems mixed together. There are things I can't even comprehend. Who or what are you, a resident of this world? Kettle answered lightly. Hephaestus chuckled as if he'd heard a funny joke. Is that so? A strange one indeed. But there's no problem. The beast of mystery within him was fundamentally his own. He knew at least that it posed no threat to him. A bizarre thing, if you used that you could kill the demons. You mean not just banish them? No. You could truly kill them, erase their very existence. Ah, Kettle understood. It explained why Raphael had chosen to end himself using his own power. It was an attempt to escape through reversal summoning before Kettle could kill him. The oldest beings can defile us. The oddity was that you couldn't before. In fact, things were now just as they should be. The power of the monstrosity is particularly suited for killing. I don't know your connection with it, but it's not surprising. You're remarkably open. I'm sure I must be a hard-to-trust existence to you. Some gods feel that way, I don't. Hephaestus's tone was indifferent. You hold no intention of hostility toward us. Some may wish to remove you for the danger you pose, like a bomb that could go off at any time. But as long as you don't, there's no problem. In fact, you may prove beneficial to us. And you already have. Kettle had greatly helped in reclaiming the sanctuary of Mantamia. Without him, the sanctuary would still be in Raphael's grasp. Neither here nor there are you. Let's continue to maintain a good relationship. We'll make the necessary preparations to fulfill your request. I'd appreciate that. Kettle smiled. Hephaestus departed. Kettle bid farewell to Grombir, who was breathing heavily, and stepped out of the tent. Monstrosity, huh? Kettle had heard that name before. In the kingdom of Denian, the assassins who had targeted him there had worshipped something called monstrosity. It could just be a coincidence. But Kettle's instincts told him otherwise. Was there something more behind it? He had considered keeping some alive to get information, but they died as if out of despair before he had the chance. I suppose I'll find out eventually. Kettle dismissed the thought neatly. If the monstrosity those assassins worshipped was truly connected to the axe he wielded, they would come after him. If so, they would cross paths one day. If they didn't interfere, he'd speak with them. If they got in his way, he'd deal with them. It was hardly a concern. To Kettle, that was all it was worth. He hummed as he continued on his way. Chapter 308, Dwarf Cave Mantamia, Part 10. 2 days after the demon disappeared, Ignitia was preparing to leave. Before her departure, she had a word with Kettle, who was surprised. You're leaving already? I think you should rest a bit longer. I'd like to as well, but I can't afford that luxury. The continent was still in turmoil. There was no time to rest, especially for someone as powerful as a dragon who could impact the fate of the land. After all, they were under constant threat from demonic forces. However, Ignitia's expression wasn't dark. But the situation isn't that bad. It's a manageable risk. In fact, it had been easier than expected. The demon they fought, a countrank demon named Raphael, was powerful. Had they not been in the mines, Ignitia might not have been able to defeat him. Raphael was a demon so formidable that even a dragon could not have easily bested him. This meant that there were very few on this continent capable of defeating Raphael. If Kettle hadn't helped, the mine would still be under Raphael's control. Ignitia alone wouldn't have managed, and she would have needed to summon the highest-ranked powers like the Tower Master, the Sun God Saintess, or the Elders of the Dragons. Doing so would have come at a high cost, perhaps even costing the mine entirely. But thanks to Kettle, they had managed without external help and the mine suffered minimal damage. Ignitia spoke gratefully, "It's thanks to you. Thank you for helping. It was a deal, so it's fine, besides it's for the world." Kettle smiled and Ignitia paused briefly. Despite being from the Forbidden Land, Kettle had helped them many times. She was not so narrow-minded as to doubt him just because of his origins. "The situation isn't bad, which means we need to keep up the momentum." She clenched her fist, determined to seize this moment. Kettle, who had been watching her quietly, asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?" "Help? You once asked me to do you a favor in the future," I agreed. Oh, Ignitia recalled their previous conversation. While helping Kettle in his quest for mysteries, she'd made two requests of him, to show goodwill to the world and to grant her a favor when she asked. Kettle remembered. "We made a deal, if you need anything, feel free to ask." "I'll help, you remembered, thank you, but it's fine. What I was going to ask was essentially what you've already done." Kettle understood. "It was related to the demons then." "Yes, you don't need to worry about it now. Anyway, you'll keep facing demons in the future, won't you?" "True enough, so where are you headed next?" "I'm thinking of visiting the Elven Sanctuary. I can assess the situation on the continent there, and it's been a while since I last saw Karin. Now that I think about it, you said she's a friend." "Yes, indeed. And you'll be staying here for a while, won't you? So I guess this is goodbye." "Goodbye, Ignitia, until we meet again." "See you, Kettle." Ignitia smiled and left. Kettle saw her off. "I'd like to follow her, but that was impossible. He still hadn't received his reward. The dwarves who had reclaimed their sacred land had taken Kettle's materials and were crafting what he wanted. However, due to the rare and powerful materials, it would take a few days. "Guess I'll enjoy a bit of sightseeing." Kettle spent his time exploring the dwarven sanctuary. Despite being underground, Mantamia was incredibly spacious and bright, reminiscent of an ancient underground city, a fascinating place to tour. However, Kettle wasn't just sightseeing. He also assisted in restoring gaps that had formed from the impact he'd left on the mine. Kettle held a pillar and pushed. Rumble, the massive column of the temple moved slowly, restoring the gap to a perfect vertical. "That should do it. ... It's done," Grombir muttered, letting out a faint laugh as dwarves gathered, watching in amazement. Without any tools, simply by sheer physical strength, Kettle restored the sanctity of their land, a sight even awe-inspiring to the mighty dwarves. They celebrated every night, roasting meat and drinking beer. One dwarf approached Kettle cautiously. Would you like a drink?" "Sure." Kettle accepted the beer mug and took a sip, eyes widening in surprise. ... Delicious." The dwarf beamed with pride. "Our proudest brew here, have more." Kettle accepted a mug as large as his torso, drinking it all down in one go. The dwarves watched in awe. "Refreshing," thud. Kettle slammed down the empty mug, prompting cheers around him. "That's the spirit here." Another dwarf handed him an even bigger mug and grinned. "There are two things dwarves take pride in: the beauty of their beards and their tolerance for alcohol. Your strength is great, but I won't lose in this. Let's have a contest." "Woohoo!" the dwarves cheered, Kettle's eyes glimmering. "An event like this is great." It was a true fantasy moment, competing in a drinking contest with dwarves. He smiled and raised his mug. "Bring it on." That night, every dwarf collapsed in a drunken stupor, except Kettle, who strolled back to his lodgings without the slightest sway in his step. The next day, the dwarves looked at him with newfound reverence. "This is fun." Kettle wandered around, enjoying the dwarven sanctuary. The dwarves were open and friendly, treating him as a comrade rather than with fear. They drank together, talked, and lived as friends, a new experience for Kettle. He'd spent time in the elven sanctuary, but they'd kept some distance, preventing a bond as close as this. Living shoulder to shoulder with dwarves in a fantasy land brought him great joy, aside from the slight unease of his holy sword. Eventually, after a week passed, Grombir called Kettle. "It's finished." "Ooh," Kettle's eyes sparkled. Finally, it was ready. With excitement, he asked, "What's finished?" "Both items here, take this first." Grombir handed over an outfit. It was clean and sharp, resembling an adventurer's garb. Aside from its refined look, it wasn't particularly unusual, but the materials were exceptional, crafted from the pelts of Whitey and the rat. "We used the materials you brought." Making it was no easy feat. Grombir's power allowed him to cut and tan Whitey's hide, but the rat's paw was impossible to work with. Without Kettle's help, they would still be struggling. "These materials are beyond my understanding." "Who were these creatures?" "They existed before this universe." "Impressive." Grombir chuckled, thinking Kettle's words were a joke, but Kettle's face was serious, and slowly, Grombir's expression grew solemn. "Are you serious?" "I am." "What strange things you've been dealing with. Somehow I couldn't understand it at all. Does it have any special abilities?" "Rather than holding power, it was crafted to train the strength within." Grombir spread the garment out and fixed it onto the machine. "Give it a hit." "Got it." Kettle's eyes turned serious as he gripped his axe and swung it with full force at the garment. Boom! A suppressed groan escaped Grombir as he contained the impact, his hero-class strength feeling the strain of holding back the force. Only a handful in the world could withstand such an attack from Kettle, yet despite Kettle's sincere blow, the garment remained unscathed. Kettle's eyes widened. It's sturdy. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary leather coat, but in truth, it's closer to armor. It's overbuilt in durability, and I've inscribed enchantments using mithril and orichalcum. It will naturally synchronize with the mystery you hold, enhancing itself. I can't think of anything that could damage it. Perhaps a god or a lord of hell could, but even then it wouldn't matter. The garment had a self-restoring ability, retained even in severed limbs. If the garment were to be torn or damaged, it would repair itself over time. Try it on. Kettle changed into the garment and moved his limbs lightly, noting how cleanly it allowed for movement without any hindrance. Not bad. Kettle laughed in satisfaction, knowing he no longer needed to worry about his clothing tearing. One of the advantages was that he could now withstand powerful attacks without having to shield his body with mystery. He was thoroughly pleased. I couldn't use the claws, though. No matter how hard I tried, they couldn't be tempered. I'll return them to you, understood. And here's the last item. Grombeer pulled out a white gemstone. The dragon bone you requested, I refined it and made it into a catalyst. Oh, at Grombeer's words, Kettle's expression changed. Grombeer involuntarily flinched and took a step back. The intense desire and greed emanating from Kettle were so powerful they almost seemed tangible, instinctively driving the hero-class Grombeer to retreat. Kettle wasn't the only one with these strong emotions. The mystical beast within him also stirred fiercely, as if demanding the gem to be handed over immediately. Hold on just a bit longer. Soon, he'd give the beast what it desired. Kettle smiled and grasped the gemstone. Thanks to you, I can finally fulfill my goal. Thank you. Oh, did I make a mistake? Would it have been better if the demon had emptied the mine? For a fleeting moment, Grombeer found himself wondering that upon seeing Kettle's expression. Kettle left the holy sanctuary with a light-hearted step, as using the mystery he was about to gain could potentially destroy it. Though unlikely, he had decided it was better to be cautious and went far enough from the holy sanctuary. All right then, Kettle's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the white gemstone in his hand. I can handle it now. He began a conversation with the mystical beast within him. As a result, he'd managed to partially manifest its mystical power, though it remained extremely unstable and fragile, flickering as if it might vanish at any moment. Expanding it was essential since the power could become unusable depending on the beast's temperament. I was told I just need to break it. Growl. The mystery emitted a low cry, unable to wait any longer and urging him to hurry. Kettle also had no intention of delaying. He tightened his grip. Crash, the gemstone shattered and the mystery within surged toward the nearest being, flowing into Kettle and seeping into his body. The mystical beast within him rose eagerly, devouring the energy greedily. Kettle's mystery expanded meaningfully. Oh, a sound of awe escaped Kettle as the amount of mystery he possessed swelled and multiplied, reaching a level he'd never before attained. Amazing, Kettle laughed in delight, and it wasn't just his own change. The mystical beast that had consumed the dragon bone's power swelled and grew, transforming quickly and unnervingly. It no longer resembled a beast. Its presence revealed itself to the world, making the holy sword shudder in horror. Who are you? Something entirely different was appearing. It was a being that even the holy sword, which had seen many gods, found terrifying, and it opened its mouth. You bastard.